Hello everyone, we are back. Apologies again. Fuck, dude, I'm really like the same old cat and mouse show. Oh, sorry for not being on yesterday. Okay, you know what? I was busy. And by busy, I mean I was hanging out with my girlfriend. Okay, deal with it. Okay, we're live now. We're gonna finish this episode. The plan will be that we finish episode 6, no matter how long this takes. Probably take like 8 hours would be my guess. And then after this is all done, I will be gone probably for a few days. I would say 2 to 4 days, definitely a minimum 2, probably 4, just because I have family stuff, because my dad's birthday coming up, as well as I have an exam on, it is the 3rd right now, on the 5th. So, gonna be locking down for that tomorrow and most of the day prior to the exam. That being said, my fucking mouse is trapped under something, my controller. Okay. Everything is good. I already have my notes open, so let's get the game open. And okay, something is being pressed because it is going, my computer's going crazy. Okay, it's no longer being pressed. I think I put something on my controller because for some reason, is my controller, no, my controller's not plugged in. So, you know what? I don't know what it was, but it was something. Okay. Let's calm down. A little bit of a chaotic start already. We're gonna start. Let me open this up. Everything is wonderful in the world right now, it seems like. Okay, perfect. Everything's going well. Thumbs up. By that I mean the game is. Are we on? No, this is still the answer arc. Okay, what is my? Okay, I'm gonna mute my mic 1 second because I have to fucking yank this cable. 1 sec. I just need to get a fucking mouse wheel replacement for my other mouse. I bought new switches, I bought new everything, but I actually need to email Vaxi support because my mouse wheel is broken. I had this happen on a final mouse that I bought forever ago. The Ultralight Phantom was the last one that I bought. Fuck, this would have been like 2019 probably. And I use middle mouse, like pressing down in a lot of games I play. Like if any game that's like top down, like isometric, any style like that, that's what I use it for. Load please, hello? And the same thing happened the last time where I don't know if I was like just pressing too hard or if I did something, but the thing that holds the encoder snapped somehow. Because in the final mouse one, it used a very thin metal pin. It looked like a sewing needle almost, as far as I recall. And I guess it just strained over time. Regardless, nobody gives a fuck. Nobody gaff. Let me check real quick to make sure everything else is working. I think we are all clear to launch. Mr. President, yep, we are. We are all clear to launch. Okay. Erika was dozing off on the bed, so when a knock sounded on the door, it took some time before she noticed. And so this was prior to the last thing. We saw some of the killings with Jessica, with George, and all of them. I don't really think there's anything that we need to theorize too much about because we did all theorizing. It was funny, I went back and looked at the VOD for the other stream, and I was like, oh, you know, a little short theory stream before we start here. 2 hours later. Regardless. She looked down at the clock and saw that not much time had passed since she had lain down. Also, wouldn't that be laid down? Also, as an aside, I was sick before the stream, and still, whatever this stomach bug is that for the last week has been kicking my ass. I think we're maybe on the tail end of it, but you know, it's still getting to me a little bit. I was waiting to start the stream until it feels like the worst of it has passed. I apologize if there's any breaks. Of course, if you're watching this on the VOD, on YouTube at least, not on Twitch, but on YouTube, everything will be cut out, so thumbs up for you, but, you know, just apologies in advance. Okay. Yes, who is it? I hope you have a good reason for knocking on the detective's door at an hour like this. Detective. Didn't enunciate that very well. That's right. I have one thing to say before we begin this game. Oh, that detective proclamation thing? Knock yourself out. No, just the opposite. I say we raise the stakes. Raise the stakes? To what temperature? Well done? What's this? Now that sounds interesting. What do you mean? It's simple. Battler got a shot off at us in the last game, so if Erika does the same in this game, we're only even. Wasn't the last game a tie? We threw a game we should have won easily. If that isn't a loss, I don't know what is. Right, Erika? Yes, my master. We were expected to win that game if I hadn't failed so miserably. Oh, I get it. So this time you'll intentionally fight at a disadvantage by not making a detective proclamation and win despite that. You're aiming to not only wipe out your loss from the previous game, but to totally flip the score upside down, right? Interesting, so she's not going to make She's not going to make the proclamation that she made in the prior episode, which allowed her a lot of authorities, like can't be the culprit, can't be XYZ. I don't remember all of the things that entailed to it, but like, okay, it's interesting. I'm sure they'll come up as we go. I just don't remember all of them because I don't think there was ever explicitly stated what all the detective proclamations were. Are they listed in the tips for this section, or do they? I don't really know why the tip section is even a thing in the menu because it literally doesn't fill out until you beat the episode, but it's fine, regardless. You intend to challenge the game Battler poured his heart and soul into with a foolish handicap like that? That is not only presumptuous, it's quite rude. Sure is. Sounds more like an excuse just in case they lose. I mean, why would it matter? You win. Who gives a fuck if they give an excuse? Right? Also, I just noticed this right now. Does Battler have winged eyeliner on? I know it's probably just supposed to be his eyelashes, but... Okay, hello, sir. We see you. We see you. True, you could look at it that way. If they win, it's a great victory. But if they lose, Erika's side has a nice little excuse. Isn't that a bit unsporting? Don't think I've ever heard that instead of saying unsportsmanlike, but... Don't worry. God, my fucking eyelash. There we go. Don't worry, the bet will be evenly balanced. If Erika can win this game as a human without the detective proclamation, it will be impossible for Battler and the others to pick up the pieces of the witch illusion. But, on the other hand, should Erika lose, I'm going to hurl that garbage detective into the depths of oblivion along with the worst possible fragment. Oh, thank God, she might be gone after this if we win. See? Balanced, right? The ultimate victory of destroying the witch illusion is a mere human. Excuse me, not a superhuman detective. Jesus. Sorry, hiccups. In exchange for that, she wagers her own destruction. I've gotten tired of the never-ending stream of bland and boring games that you and the former Beato played, so we're raising the stakes and settling it all at once. Well, that is true. If Battler can sell this game, it will mean that Battler has won Beato's game and the game will come to an end. In a sense, this is the kind of finale you can't pass up, right? I understand your position. Are you fine with that, Erika? So I think I understand what they're saying is that if Battler can sell this to the other characters, so if he can sell it to Erika, it indicates that he understands the exact same methods. Sorry, I have to move my mic back so I can feel like my breath reflecting off the fucking pop filter and it's grossing me out. Okay, there we go, much better. That if he can confuse Erika enough such that he can complete a game without her solving the details of what happened, it means that he understood his opponent Beatrice well enough that you could say that witches don't exist because he is not a witch and he has found a way to express everything that has happened in the game in a way that appears witch-like, basically, which is exactly what Beatrice did. If I'm following correctly, I think I understand that to be what they're stipulating. That he has made it enough of like a witch that it means he understands the way the witches work. Okay. I understand your position. Are you fine with that, Erika? Yes, of course. She's getting strong-armed into this, but in order to regain my master's trust in me, which I lost with my previous defeat, I will risk even my own destruction. Is that of your own will? Not really. What's wrong, Erika? Answer him. Obviously. This is my own will. I will not lose. Even without the detective proclamation, I will defeat you no matter what. But, Battler... So I'm gonna see if I can do this. Maybe this will help a little bit too. Alright. If that's what you want, I'll accept your challenge. Thank you very much. I'll make sure you regret it. Come to think about it, when Battler played for the human side, he never had anything as convenient as the detective's authority. He was only allowed blue truth and repetition requests. Exactly. Sorry, I'm trying to... I don't know why I can... Normally I can't notice it, but it's like fucking bothering me. Exactly. In a way, it was the previous game that was truly unfair. We failed to win despite that, which is why it was no different from a loss. Do what you want. If you feel like making a detective proclamation, just do it whenever you like. I'll consider it to be an option you're keeping available. Why would I ever need to do that? Against an opponent as weak as you. Then get started, you two. I'm already starting to get bored. Leave it to me, my master. I will destroy the witch illusion for you without fail. Erika kind of getting a little bit dusted here, but we'll see. George and Jessica had been the ones knocking on Erika's door. They were asking whether Battler and Maria had come to this room. Of course they hadn't. A good while ago they went downstairs saying they wanted to get something to drink. We thought they might have come to your room. Of course they didn't. Are you sure they didn't go to the mansion? We called the servant room and dining hall of the mansion, but no one picked up. Please stay here, you two. I'm going to check the mansion. Sorry, I'm just trying to see why she had like a read on that. A good while ago they went downstairs saying they wanted to get something. I mean, we know obviously what happened with George and with Jessica, but I want to know what it was potentially that tipped her off here. Is there like a discrepancy in this statement? A good while ago they went downstairs saying they wanted to get something to drink. We thought they might have come to your room. Of course they didn't. Are you sure they didn't go to the mansion? We called the servant room and dining hall of the mansion, but no one picked up. I mean, I guess it's just an obvious thing. Like, it's weird that there's nothing going on with the mansion. I want you two to stay here. Hey, it's dangerous to go out this late. How could a stranger sneak onto this sealed-off island? Stay in that cousin's room of yours. I'll contact you if anything happens. Also, tell the servants in the guest house servant room not to leave the building. Bye. Wait a second, Erika! She is a strange kid. After speaking her mind and not listening to anything else, Erika dashed down the stairs and rushed outside. So I believe of the people that we have for certain that are dead, it is Maria, Rosa, Ava, Natsuhi. Is there anybody else? Oh, Kiri. Doesn't that only leave us at 5? I'm just trying to remember the order because Jessica killed Kiri. I don't think there was any extra casualties to that. Cannon killed Rosa and then had to kill Maria afterwards. So that was 2. I guess technically you could say it was Shannon that killed Maria, but regardless. George killed Ava. And baby Beatrice, or whatever the fuck you want to call her, killed Natsuhi. I think it's only 5 right now. The first twilight usually starts in the morning, but it looks like we've got an early fight this time. No crime has occurred in the guest house, so that means the stage of the tragedy is in the mansion. Though she had an umbrella up, Erika got drenched as she sprinted. She brashly licked the raindrops that whoa. Oh, I read it twice. She brashly licked the raindrops that dripped down her face, not licked down her face. Erika was now at her most energetic. Maria, Rosa, Kiri, Natsuhi, Rosa, right? I feel like there's only 5. So then if there's another person that dies, then we have to ask the question of who the extra person was. According to her memory of the previous game, the entrance to the mansion would be locked at the same time the family conference started. However, the lock was undone this time. Okay, which maybe would indicate the family conference never started. Lock was never set on the mansion, which normally, I'm writing this in the thing, which normally would have been at the start of the conference. Potentially indicating that the conference never got to start. Okay. Had someone unlocked it, or had the lock not been set, or had it not been possible to set the lock? Well, no point thinking about it now. After all, that might just be a whim of the game masters. As soon as she entered the entrance hall, the door to the parlor opened violently. Out of it flew Goda's large body. Ah, good evening, Goda. Is something the matter? Police, ambulance. That expression really is wonderfully pathetic. Just fitting for the first one to discover the crime. Please calm down. How could the police or an ambulance get to an isolated island in the middle of a typhoon? Now, this is a really interesting thing, and now I don't know if there's ever going to be a proper delineation of this once we get to like the later goings and like the explanation of everything that's happened. But Erika's piece, or I should say Rika's piece, Erika, obviously retains memories halfway through. Now, I don't know if they're halfway through, between the loops. I don't know if when she's talking about, oh, in the last game, because none of those statements are being said out loud. I don't know if that's supposed to be subtly referencing, like, the reasoning of the Erika that is outside of the board, but it seems to be that the Erika inside of the board has knowledge of the prior loops. Which then gets to an interesting question that, would it be that only the pieces that were operated by the witches have any kind of, like, memory retention? Because we know that our battler, his piece, does not have any memory retention between the loops. The only reason why I ask this is that if Beatrice has memory retention between loops, there's probably going to be, like, that's going to be pretty important for the early parts, the early goings, you know? I'm just trying to think. The other thing that I'm wondering is that after episode 4, is there any character that we can think of that has acted, like, a lot differently? I don't know if that makes any sense, but if we imagine that if we take like the Beatrice dying and being reborn to be true, is there any character that we've witnessed so far that has had like a disposition change? And I don't really think there has been any, but to be fair, it might not be, again, we went over this a while ago, that it's hard to necessarily nail down what it means when we say witches. Like, are the witches an abstract concept? Are they like alter egos? Or are they just like representations of people in the game outside of the board, but it doesn't necessarily have to link back to them? I would wager that it's more that second one. For instance, like we know we have the battler that's outside of the board, but like the peace battler, like none of the pieces in the game are aware. Well, again, maybe, unless one of them is a looper. None of the pieces are aware that they're looping, right? To them, it just seems like it's hard to describe, like, They don't know that they're looping, I would wager. Unless there is somebody that has like a looper ability, which the only thing that we ever saw that would indicate that there was somebody that looped was Kinzo, but then we know that Kinzo was dead before the start of the game. And again, as goofy as this is going to sound, I don't want to stall too long because I'll start theorizing and wasting everybody's time, but there is still something to be said about the fact that we do not have answers to some of the logistical questions. I mentioned these before, and I'll briefly touch on this again because I'm gonna start sounding more like a broken record now that we're getting to the part where a lot of our questions are gonna start to be answered. That we have a few big questions that will obviously unravel the story. However, there's a few other like minor questions that I think will very strongly point towards the answer of the game, and we still have never even brushed up on the answer to some of these. So, for instance, I've made assumptions about them as we've gone on, which is why I had Jessica as being like my top suspicion, because she hits on a lot of other things and she lives on the island. And I think a lot of these logistical problems are probably only going to be like most likely to affect somebody that lives on the island. What I mean by that was when we were talking earlier about, okay, well, where is somebody that I don't want to say necessarily, like, so for instance, let's assume there's like secret passages within the mansion, which I think there is. I think that there's kind of good evidence. I don't say good evidence. I think that I have like a pretty strong belief that there's going to be secret passages or linkages between rooms or hidden things, you know, attached on whatever. Obviously, like the definition of these and where they occur will be a little bit harder to nail down, but when we have stuff like that, and then when we're talking about like, oh, well, the person that's on the island, right, they have to be pretty knowledgeable about not just like the servant's schedule, which is like not really too surprising because Natsui and like Kraus set them, so all the other servants would be aware of it, Natsui and Kraus would be aware of it, Jessica would probably be aware of it because she lives on the island. But then you have other minor things of like the location of some of the keys, like when we're talking about the chapel, right? The fact that the chapel only has one key, it's not included on master locks. Like whoever the person was that has been committing the crimes in those first 3 episodes for some of the killings, when we're talking about the bodies being placed, like, man, that is stuff that there is logistical problems that I don't think, like, let's imagine that it's somebody like, the problem is I feel like all the characters could realistically know, because I would say that I don't think it's going to be, save Jessica, I wouldn't imagine it's going to be any of the siblings. I don't think it's going to be Maria, I don't think it's going to be George, grandkids. I don't think it's going to be Battler, I don't think it's going to be George, I don't think it's going to be Maria. And part of the reason behind that is that these people don't live on the island, and they never grew up on the island, right? The thing why I'm not throwing out the idea of some of the people, like the siblings, when we're talking about like Rosa, Ava, Kraus, although again, like I said, I'm mainly zeroing in on women, you know, hashtag misogyny, I guess, as far as it goes to the story, but the only reason why I would also put them as like potential people of interest is because they also grew up on the island. The question is, how similar is the island and the layout of the mansion and everything to the way that it used to be? We know that we have people like Rosa who used to, you know, go around and, you know, explore prior, whatnot. I mean, she was the one that found Kuadorian, and, you know, there is still a debate. I mean, like, Kuadorian almost certainly exists. There's somewhat of a debate if we've ever even been to it, though. That's another question. Like, you know, in episode 4, we talked about it a little bit, that we had this implicit assumption with the way the story was told that we had been moved under Kuadorian. The only way is that if the culprit was one of the people in episode 4 that was in that group, we can't necessarily, 1, trust their, like, recollection, and 2, given how much, like, magical shit happened in the escape in episode 4, it's also not as easy to say 100% that that was, like, a true statement. I've had this consistent belief the entire time I played this game, largely influenced by when I played Higurashi, that anytime that we see magic on screen, I am probably not going to trust it. I'm not going to believe it. I'm going to assume that maybe the result of whatever is shown in the scene is true, like X person died or, you know, whatever, but I'm never going to say that as it was presented, that's necessarily 100% correct. I know this is sort of like a very non-committal position to hold, that it's kind of putting my hand in both ponds and saying like, oh, well, if there's a magic scene that is represented and the explanation fits really well, then okay, I will agree that magic exists, which is like 0 out of 100 times, but every other time I'm going to disbelieve it. But then if the one time where it doesn't, like, it's kind of a catch-all, so I kind of understand why it doesn't make sense, but, or I shouldn't say not that it doesn't make sense, but it kind of feels like a bit slimy in terms of answering what's going on in the game. Let me just cut this rant because it's going to go on forever. My whole point being there's a lot of little things about the island that are implicated in a lot of the murders, such as like knowing where the individual keys are stored, knowing where the keys would be, like which key it would be. Like this is sort of a silly thing that we're taking for granted, but like how would you be able to tell if you were a person that was unfamiliar with the keys? Maybe you might know about the chapel, you might know about the storehouse. How are you going to be able to look at a key ring or a wall of keys or a box of keys and be like, ah, yes, the chapel key? As far as we're aware, there's been no point in this game that any of the keys have shown that they have like tags associated with them, right? That would be a way that you could get around it, because you could be like, oh, look, all the keys, they have like a little a loop of ring on it that says, oh, like chapel, oh, storehouse, you know? We don't really have anything like that, so that's one thing. The person obviously has to be familiar with the layout of the mansion, even beyond the degree that like it seems like most people in the game are knowledgeable of, because this person is moving around the mansion in such a way. And again, this is the other thing that starts to get really hard, is that I'm becoming more and more convinced, and this is something that I was convinced of for the entire game. I don't think Beatrice is the one that is necessarily committing all the crimes in every single episode. I think she has a hand in all of them. I think she might even be pushing them along or puppeteering them to some degree, but I don't think she is directly responsible for all of the crimes. I think episode 3 is also a really interesting episode, because the more I've thought about it, the more it seems very evident that Ava was responsible past the finding of the gold, but I don't know if Ava was responsible for the first Twilight, because the first Twilight of that game was killing all the servants, and that also had to do with the chapel. It seems like that doesn't necessarily line up. I wouldn't be surprised if Beatrice is responsible for like the first Twilight or for like the kickoff of the game, but that she kind of lets everything play out afterwards. There's also just like a few other really random questions, which is maybe something I will get on a rewatch of this game, because I probably will watch Joseph Anderson's playthrough when I'm done with this. Is one, because I can't watch myself, that's, you know, I have a big ego, it's not that big, but one of the interesting things is like there's also just like a few really minor questions that I feel like have been gone unanswered. Like for instance, in episode 4 with Angie, she leaves the captain's place when she's about to go to Rokenjima, and she has this like massive revelation when she sees like a glass presentation case that has something in it that we never get revealed to. Like, what the fuck could it have been? I'm also still 1 more billion% convinced that those letters that got sent out after the fact were very important to not only tell either about how the Twilight is to be solved, or that it, like, there's a hint about it. The fact that it sends a letter to an address that is like unimportant, that doesn't really exist, but then now we also find out in this episode that those letters correlate to Japanese syllables, and those might actually translate into like a second ulterior, I shouldn't say ulterior, a more hidden part of the code that would have been unknown. But regardless, I'm sort of just rambling now. There's a few little things that I need answers to that I don't know if it's not someone that's ultra familiar with the mansion, aka one of the siblings, or one of the siblings, Natsui or Jessica. I guess you could also say the servants as well. I guess you could say the servants are helping them. It could implicate more people, but then the other question that I would have after that is like, okay, well, why would the servants why would they honor anybody that's not like the siblings or that's not like Natsui? Regardless. Like I said, end of last stream, 3 prime suspects right now. Jessica number 1, Rosa number 2, Kiri number 3. I don't think my suspicion on Kiri being Beatrice is as high as the other 2. I have Kiri as being... The problem is when I did my suspicion list, I identified it as being suspicious of somebody being Beatrice and not just of the person like being like question mark all around. Because if you want to talk about being like question mark all around or suspicious all around, like Kiri and Rudolph are like A1 on top of that list. But I don't really have much of a thing about Beatrice being like Rudolph or Kiri. Like, part of me just doesn't think a lot of the stuff with Beatrice really makes sense to be Kiri, but I think Kiri and Rudolph have some shit going on, regardless. Now that I will finally cut myself, I'm going to take a drink and we're going to continue reading, and I'll leave it at that. Please calm down. How could the police or an ambulance get to an isolated island in the middle of a typhoon? I'm sure the phones are out anyway, so please calm yourself. Cross and Rudolph's yells could be heard from the parlor case, so they're still alive. To be fair, it doesn't really... Huh. Who have all the victims been so far, too? It's been all women, hasn't it? This is a real misogynistic episode, right? Maria. Or not, yeah, Maria, Rosa, Kiri, Natsui, Ava. Which is interesting because everybody saved Jessica as like, those are like my prime suspects that are getting whacked here. So maybe this will have something that, whatever. We'll continue. Their shaken appearance perfectly signified the arrival of the first twilight. I gotta fucking chop, otherwise we're never getting through this. Well then, give me the victims, the locations, and a reconstruction of the situations. Those who left to take a break didn't come back, so the adults went to the parlor. Okay. Those who took a break didn't come back. This, I believe, was Natsui and Kiri. Natsui, Kiri, Rosa, right? Adults went to the parlor. I'm just gonna write this down. When they did, the door was sealed from the inside. They couldn't open it. Okay. Parlor door was sealed. That's where Rosa was. Rosa Maria. Couldn't get in. As they would learn later, the hat stand in the parlor had been used to bar the double doors from the inside. Okay. Hat stand was used to bar the inside. So you're trying to say that the door was blocked from the inside and the windows were also locked from the inside. That's it. When they went around and looked into the parlor through the window, they saw Rosa lying on the sofa in an unnatural position with blood pouring from her forehead. They then smashed the glass, entered the parlor, and discovered that Maria was also there, lying by the wall and covered in blood. I see. I'm sure there was quite an uproar. And the other crime scenes. The entrance wasn't locked when you came into the mansion because they had gone out through it to check the parlor from the outside. Okay, so that's going to be his explanation. Battler explanation. Mentioned, I mean, to be fair though, we can't trust Battler's explanation. Like, this is one of the very interesting things in this game, is that because Battler has been the main character to this point, we've been willing to trust anything that he's said in this witch world because he's never been the game operator. The problem is, though, that the way that the game functions is the game operator is going to try to convince you that it's, you know, not a certain thing. For the whole time that, you know, there's actually witches, it's not a human thing. Battler is in that same exact thing. So we now have to apply the exact same, like, critical lens that we were viewing Beatrice, that we were viewing Lambda Delta and Rika through. We have to apply that to Battler. So I'm not taking any of his statements at face value anymore just because he was the main character. Like, that would defeat the entire purpose. So I'm just going to make note. When you see that in my notes, that's just the point that I'm pointing out. Mansion door wasn't locked since that was the door the relatives exited through when they went to open the parlor to Rosa. Since the entrance was locked before the adults went through it, they thought that other people who had gone missing might be somewhere within the mansion in a similar condition, so they're now searching the entire building. Are the locations of the dead the same as in the long-winded putrid delusion of yours that you showed earlier? They're the same. Rosa and Maria were in the parlor. As of the others, Natsui was in her own room and Kiri was in Krause's study. Ava was in the rose garden. No, wait, she was moved to the VIP room, wasn't she? Yes. They discovered Ava's body in the VIP room. Okay, so this is an interesting thing. So Ava's body was found in the VIP room. We were shown her dying in the flower garden. It's one short for the first Twilight. Who's the sixth and where are they? It's you. That's the other thing too, right? Is that we have no guarantee that there's no guarantee that Erika won't just die in this episode. She doesn't have her, like, whatever she called it, detective immunity, diplomatic immunity. She shouldn't call it diplomatic immunity, that's what Sokotaro said, but Krause, the chain on this room is also set. Cut it. The culprit might be hiding in there. Goda, do it. Okay, notice these two produced guns, by the way. This is another interesting thing to talk about, that how many times have we had characters produce guns? I think we've had Natsui produce a gun, we've had Ava produce a gun. I think it's just all the siblings. All the siblings have produced guns at random times to this point, with no indication of where they have got them from. So regardless, this is another thing that when we were talking in the past about, like in episode 1, who shot Natsui, it has to be someone that had knowledge of where the guns were, because Natsui had one. It had to be somebody else that also knew where they would have been, right? And when we were talking about this in the first chapter, I had implicated Krause. Now I'm starting to think it also could have been Rudolph. Speaking of which, look, it's our two suspects right on screen. The only reason why I say that is that now that we open up that can of worms at the start of the last stream, that maybe Rudolph and Kiri are doing some fuck shit on this island. Sorry, I don't know why I get the hiccups. Well, it's because I'm drinking fucking pop, but I don't know why I get them. Probably because I'm talking so much, I get blabbermouth. That I was talking about people faking their corpses, right? And that the only thing that would have been sus about that is that Kraus had his head half smashed, right? And I never went through since the point that we got the confirmation about, you know, whose body is dead. The funny thing is, I've only ever gone through my notes. I haven't really, with the exception of what you guys saw on the theory stream, I haven't really gone back through the streams. So that is kind of disadvantaged me to some degree, because I think a lot of the things that you're going to be able to point out about the story will be very like lion level, like, oh, like, look, this character said this. So for instance, when I'm talking about episode 1, like, whose corpses were confirmed, you know? That's a big question. But regardless, to circle back, Kiri, Rudolph, and Kraus were all in the... Kiri, Rudolph, Kraus, and Rosa were in that first set of victims. It reasonably could have been any of them, although if I stick to my theory about full smash faces being the only people that it could have been duped on, then it would be Rudolph, Kiri, or Rosa. And I assume that Rudolph would share knowledge with Kiri, so it wouldn't be too surprising if Kiri was able to produce a gun. Put it this way, it could have been one of those three. Like I said, though, I think Kiri's up to some fuck shit. I don't necessarily think that Kiri is Beatrice. I digress. Rudolph and Kraus had brought rifles from Kinzo's prize collection. They yelled at Goda, who was carrying the bolt cutter, and cut the chain. See, again, like they mentioned, from his prize collection. Okay, thank you. Where does he store it? How did you get to it? Is it in the study? I thought the whole part about the study was that it was unenterable, right? I don't think the whole illusion about Kinzo has been dispelled in this, so it's just weird that they just, oh yeah, here we go. Now we know Kraus knows about this, but Rudolph? That's the other thing in this episode. We haven't really had much talk about Kinzo, which again sort of makes sense. Like, we know that Kinzo is dead in our timeline, but yeah, like in this game it still says here that they're keeping it alive. So, interesting. They yelled at Goda, who... Okay, I already read that. Victims had been found on one after another at several locations inside the mansion. The men who had lost their wives searched through the mansion in a rage looking for the culprit. This is really the anti-woman episode. We don't support this. I don't condone this. Ladies, if I was playing this game, I would make sure it was only the men who died. Amen. And can I get an amen? This was a guest room. It had previously been a room where the relatives would stay, but it hadn't been used much since the construction of the guest house. This forgotten room was locked from the inside by the chain. That's me right there. I just did that by making that moaning noise. As soon as the chain was cut, Rudolph pushed Goda aside and flew into the room. Who's in there? Show yourself. There's someone in the bed, on the bed. Let's get some lights, Aniki. And flashbang everybody if they're watching it at nighttime. Kraus pushed the switch on the wall, the guest room lit up, and the figure lying on the bed came into view. Aww. Is this the first time we've ever seen Rudolph crying? Oh! He killed himself! Oh, but he could fake his own death, but oh. But Battler, damn it, what are you even doing in here? Rudolph crumpled to his knees and fell onto Battler's body. No words could console him as he cried with a mad sorrow. In a single night, he had lost both his wife and his son. During this time, Kraus checked the window locks in the bathroom and searched the closet to find if anyone was hiding there, but he found no one. Okay, this is interesting. So, Battler is found dead in his own game. Now, once again, this does also further implicate that Beatrice could have killed herself in her own games, right? Putting that out there. Battler, damn it, Man, see, that's the thing that's crazy about Rudolph and Kiri, right? Is that even if they're up to, like, some evil duplicitous shit, it does seem like they care, you know? Like, they do love Battler. Yeah, I don't know. How sad. It's hard to believe, but just like the others, this is a locked room. What again? Yes, my study where Kiri was, Natsui's room, the VIP room with Ava, the parlor with Rosa and her daughter, and now Battler in this guest room. They're all locked rooms. Now, is this the same guest room that Natsui hid in? Because we know there might be some entrance into this guest room, you know? Again, just throwing that out there, not 100% sure, just making that point again. If you hear any banging, it's my roommates, because I just heard a big fucking bang on my roof. Just wanted to let you guys know that, of course. Huh. I just wonder if they're ever going to question why Kiri was in Kraus's study. Like isn't that like a little bit like a, You know, if we're following, like, if we follow the interpretation of the game, I was like, oh my god, she went in there with some weird, like, jutsu, shoved the stake into the thing and opened it. Like, okay, but she still, like, she still ended up in the room, and if we're looking for, like, a real explanation, well, she obviously didn't do that. So, I don't understand. Are we to believe this is suicide? Like hell it is. How could this be suicide? Battler. I feel bad, dude. I always said I like Rudolph. I don't know why I like Rudolph. I have an attachment to Rudolph. I have no good reason to. Oh, there's a surprise. To think that you yourself would be the sixth person. It's more interesting to kill yourself off every now and then. Is that a little bit of a... And now think, how many times every now and then? If it was every now and then... What chapters has Jessica lived to the end in? Sorry, I know this is like the, okay, here comes the POV, like he thinks it's Jessica again, here comes the narrowing in on her, but like, we know she died in episode 2. As far as we know, she lived in 3, she went missing in 3, I believe was actually the explanation. In episode 4, I don't remember. No, she died, she got her head blown apart, but she lived in 1. So she lived in 1. She died in 2, but, you know, again, question mark, stabbed in the back, same thing that happened with Hideyoshi. We have a few people, that's another, like, interesting thing to notice, is there's been a few people that have been stabbed in the back with stakes. Part of me feels like that might be, like, a fake corpse, or a, like, there's a party to the crime. But, regardless. In all of the crime scenes are locked rooms, I didn't mean to control there. They're murders that couldn't have been performed without magic. Okay, Beatrice, good one. Isn't seeing through that the point of this game? By which I mean the murders must be possible to commit without magic. After all, if they really could be done only with magic, this wouldn't be a game. Exactly, thank you. An interesting way to think about it. Yeah, that is sort of the game we've been playing. The game is fair, or this game is fair. The goal is to explain without magic the strange crimes that the opposing side claims to have carried out using magic. If that couldn't be done, it wouldn't be a game. In other words, just as Erika said, it has to be possible to perform the murders without magic. To be fair, though, I'm going to give a little bit of an explanation here. And this could be a defense of magic, which I am not really in favor of doing, but just because you can provide an explanation that proves that, or no, I shouldn't say that proves, but just because you can provide an explanation in a chain of events that is not magical in nature or does not invoke magic in any form, that doesn't mean that it isn't magic. It just means that you provided a counterexample. That's the only thing that I've wondered in this game, and I'd have to go back over like the specific definitions, and again, this is the problem with games as long as this, and me being as irregular as I am in playing it, that, okay, to be fair though, like I'm way better than I was with Higurashi, but regardless, that we have this sort of problem about, I don't remember if they ever specifically said it only could have been done magic, like magic is the only possible explanation. Now, I know that the game is about denying magic, and I know I made arguments in the past which I do sort of agree with, that like, to be able to provide an example at all that doesn't invoke magic sort of disproves the idea that it could be, but not necessarily. It just means you've now provided an alternate explanation. Then this gets back to the whole Braun Tube thing about like, oh, does the Braun Tube actually, like you're not making any affirmative claim there, you're just kind of like filling in the gaps. But regardless, I won't go off on a tangent on shit that I've already yapped about. To view it from the opposite angle, the witch side has a certain responsibility. They have to make a crime that can be reproduced with tricks and not magic. Yes, I mentioned this before. As long as the human side can't figure out those tricks, the witch side can use all kinds of magic and illusions. In other words, in order to carry out a locked room murder with magic, it is necessary to create a crime that is possible to carry out by human hands. See, this could be a fair example, is that you say you have like a little bit of plausible deniability in a way, where you could say like, oh look, here's an explanation. You could do it by human hands. It could be done kinetically, like on the game board. Doesn't necessarily mean it was, but it could be. And that could be part of the witch's game, is to just like blur the lines between the two. But again, it's sort of, again, I'd have to go back and see if the witch has ever made like a claim to say that, oh, it could only be magic, because that's a much more exact claim. By now I understand. I see why when I ordered the Seven Sisters to kill my classmates back at St. Lucia, they couldn't do what I told them. And I understand the meaning of Mammon's words. You mean that magic is only capable of that which you can accomplish by your own hands? Ooh, that's an interesting phrase. I forgot about that, yeah. Well, not forgot about it, but I didn't really think about the implications past the time, because they said that Angie didn't have the ability to kill someone. She didn't have it within herself to actually be able to kill the people herself and to be able to live with the consequences without magic being included in the equation, and that magic is sort of like a, magic is like derivative calculator or something, you know? It's like, it makes a tool easier. It makes it, now to be fair though, with derivative calculator, hey, you know me, and all of us that have ever done calc classes, okay, I'm going on there, I'm putting in derivatives, I don't know how to do it, I'm figuring it out through there. But the explanation that's given to this is sort of like, you know, let's say there was like a really long addition problem or a really long like multiplication problem, but the actual difficulty of each step in the equation is rather trivial. You're sort of just then plugging it into a program because it's just annoying to compute by hand, but not that like you couldn't do it. In a weird sort of, it's probably not exactly the same because, you know, but follow the analogy, I think it applies. My point being that this is something that these people are capable of, it's just something they would either rather not do, or it's a way to expedite that process, right? That's at least what it seems like. At that time, if I had possessed the determination to kill my classmates, determination, Undertale reference, no, that's not it. At that time, if I had been capable of killing my classmates, capable of going through with it, then the Seven Sisters of Purgatory would probably have pulled it off for me. They could only accomplish what I could do myself. No, that's not it either. They could take what I had accomplished and turn it into magic. Yeah, so it's saying, again, this is like a clouding thing, right? They could make it appear magical, but in the reality... So what they're saying... Yeah, so this is all just embellishment again. We're just coming back to the definition that Virgilia gave about magic being an embellishment, that in reality, Angie could have killed them, and then the Seven Stakes could have made it seem as though it was magical. But it wasn't. She was just the one that killed it, but that would have been like the magic. It would have been the embellishment on the truth. Of course, there were a great number of witnesses in that classroom, so that would probably have been impossible. Maria would call it being burned by the anti-magic toxin. However, if I had called those classmates out somewhere without witnesses and carried out murder myself, that would be when the Seven Sisters of Purgatory could carry out a magical murder. Even with magic, witches cannot do things that they cannot accomplish by themselves. They can only use magic to embellish the things that are possible for them. Hey, thank you, I just brought this up. Stop stealing my fucking lines. How interesting it is that those who accomplish something without using magic nevertheless speak of magic and call themselves witches. This Erika person has understood that since the beginning. That's why she will never surrender to witches. She is confident that it must be explainable with tricks. The old battler was toyed with so frequently because he did not possess that confidence. Once this rule is seen through, the witch loses any chance of victory. She can just stalemate, would be the best. That's why they have to make their opponents surrender before they see the truth of this rule. The longer the match is drawn out, and the more hints are given, the more overwhelming the witch's disadvantage becomes. Once again, my thoughts are spinning in circles. Why did Beato prolong this game until she lost? Because again, I fail to see exactly what the meta-narrative is, but I talked about this before, that it's hard to grasp, but she's obviously going for something that is not just the simple, like, oh, I'm gonna beat the game, oh, I'm gonna beat the game. 1 second, sorry. Okay. Because it feels like, I don't want to be rude, but it kind of, maybe this is just, people do things for rational reasons, okay? It's very rare unless someone literally has, I don't want to, again, I apologize if I word this in a bad way, but people aren't going to do things that are irrational to them, right? People are not going to act in irrational ways, like, I don't know how to word this, but let's say somebody has, like, a condition where they see or hear things, right? While talking to voices or people that you see that aren't actually there, to people who are not within that experience, it seems very irrational, but it's perfectly rational to the to the person who is in that position. Likewise, in this exact same thing, I feel like if you put yourself in Beatrice's shoes, if you, ergo, flip over the chessboard, you can sit there. Also, wait a minute, pause. Isn't it just weird that Kiri has a whole thing called chessboard thinking, and this whole fucking game has been about chess? Like, is that not like a big, like, staring us right in the face? Like, I don't want to... Regardless, I'll continue my point, that there's a really interesting thing here that I don't understand how these, like, Erika, who's apparently this intellectual rapist, this insane, like, logical fucking person, how she can't seem to put together that, that apparently you can sit there and you can say, oh, like, the witch can't win this game. Oh, we find out that magic is an embellishment. The witches can't win this game. But then sit there and think, like, well, then why would she ever play the game to begin with? Why would she prolong it until she finds out? It's like, well, then maybe, just for 2 seconds, you would think that if she's, like, thinking rationally, you have two possibilities. Either she had no choice and she had to play out the game regardless. This is like the lambda delta theory. Or she has some other motive, some other goal that she is trying to achieve that you are not obviously capable of understanding. Or both. It could be both, that she is chained into carrying out this game such that she loses, but she is trying to achieve something else within the confines of the game. I mentioned this earlier about trapping Rika and Lambda Delta in some way. How would she do that? I don't fucking know. I didn't write the game. But I'm just saying, it seems kind of silly that you have these people that are these, like, look at me, I'm a Mensa member, I'm, 170 IQ, I'm fucking sick, and then you can't seem to put together that it seems like Beatrice would be doing this game for a different motive than just trying to prove that magic is real. That was obviously all like window dressing. She was doing this to try and achieve some other goal. But regardless. Many victims have been found, and the mansion was still wrapped in chaos. Hideyoshi's group seemed to have gone to the guest house, worrying about the safety of the kids there. Kraus and Rudolph were in the hall, talking about what should be done next. So have the bodies been updated in the death log? I want to look at this. It's not yet, okay. During a short gap, this is interesting. Are the bodies ever going to get updated? Because every single time that we've ever had the deaths updated, it has been other characters finding them. I think specifically Battler, like coming across the corpse. Will these corpses ever get confirmed because Battler is now dead? Or is there going to be like a different perspective character for this game? Will it be Erika? I'm not sure. During a short gap in this chaos, Erika dashed all about the mansion. She was checking the crime scenes. Oh, now it might update right now. Normally, with the detective's authority, Erika had the right to openly investigate the crime scenes to her heart's content. However, this time she hadn't yet invoked that authority. Because of that, and with her being a guest and an outsider, there was little to no chance that she would be allowed to investigate. Dude, this is gonna sound really crazy. You know what? Who I would think this game would be like perfect for, who I'd love to see a playthrough of, is get like some like philosophy or like some crazy like let's get Noam Chomsky to play Umineko. I want someone who is also above my pay grade in like philosophy, maybe even more so like philosophy of language, or just someone who's like, I don't know, someone who's like a good like a high inquisitive intuition. I think it'd be really cool to watch like someone like that. I don't know in what field would expertise you into solving a game like this. It might not be any. Also, is this art in the background? Is this, I just noticed this, is this Higurashi CG art? It looks like the scene it like plays really early when you're walking with Keiichi's house with Rina. It looks like it. Maybe it is. I can't tell. I'm gonna be fucking really stupid feeling if this entire time a lot of the art in the game has just been like CGs from Higurashi, just like really tiny, but... So she was forced to quickly check all the crime scenes now, while she could still run about as she pleased. In the servants' room, there had been a clear folder containing a plan of the mansion's interior. Because she had borrowed that, she knew the location of every room in the mansion. Erika efficiently made her way through the mansion, dashing into each crime scene in turn. Now are we gonna get our confirmations, please? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It looks... I literally just noticed it while I was like rambling and like zoning out, but... Lady Erika, I believe you know, but allow me to warn you just in case. Yes, what is it? It is true that you have an incredible photographic memory. When you combine that with a detective's proclamation, it becomes impossible for you to be fooled by anything. Oh, I know what you're gonna say. Since I haven't made the detective proclamation, even my photographic memory could potentially be fooled. Of course, I understand. Okay, I'm gonna put this down because this is a very odd thing to point out. Since Erika has not invoked the detective's proclamation, we cannot take her memory of the scenes as being 100% correct. Still, that doesn't mean I can afford to go without viewing the crime scenes directly. After all, in the last game, my pride in that regard led me to commit a truly agonizing blunder. To take an extreme case, no matter how well you examine a person's corpse right now, the possibility will always remain that they were faking their death. It will probably be necessary to give Battler repetition requests to confirm the details of each situation individually. And I'll need to use the blue truth liberally in order to draw those out of him. I know that. Let's start with the basics. The lack of the detective's authority is no handicap. It simply means that I'm fighting under the same conditions Battler once was. Yes, this fight is retracing the old days when Battler and Beato fought so fiercely. I have no conveniences such as the detective's authority. I truly do just have to fight the same way the old Battler fought. Thinking of it this way, it may be true that I was in a very blessed, unfair position last game, just as my master said. It may be difficult without the detective's authority, which also holds my honor as a detective. But I won't let that be a handicap. I know what magic is, and I'm fully aware of how to fight with the red and blue truths. I know the way to fight in this game many times better than the old Battler did. Yeah, but he also knows how to run the game better than he had any understanding of before too, so... I quickly visited the VIP room, Kraus's study, and Natsuhi's room on the second floor, as well as the parlor and the guest room on the first floor. This time checking with my own... Okay, there we go. We got it. As I had neglected to do in the first game. The one thing as well, I saw from a very brief thing on Joseph Anderson's stream when I watched the very first stream that he played of this, probably like a week ago, maybe a little bit more ago, that this mansion is actually based on like a real-life mansion, and now I really want to go visit it. So if I ever travel to Japan, which I'm assuming this is in, I want to go see it. And before it's privately owned and you don't get to see it. Feels good, man. First off, all the scenes were made to look like locked rooms. Probably of special note in the fact that the master keys have no relation to the tricks this time. The locked rooms were all constructed without relying on elements that could be locked or unlocked from the outside by a master key or something else. What does that mean? So the keys are irrelevant. Now, why are the keys irrelevant? I know they talked about how the hat rack or the hat stand had been used to bar the door. Is it talking about things like that, that like the key wouldn't have mattered in that situation? I'm guessing that's what they're going for. The windows were locked from the inside and the doors were all locked and chained. The master key can get around all the locks on the doors, but the window locks and the chain locks are more trouble than they might appear because they had to have been set from the inside. I haven't yet used a repetition request to get confirmation that it's impossible to manipulate them from the outside, but I'm sure he'll be able to say it in red. It'd be stupid otherwise. Yeah, because you'd be opening a hole, very obviously. I understand. Right now I'm a mere human. I can't even properly confirm the deaths of those corpses. Last time I neglected to check the bodies and let a massive piece of magic get by me. I won't fail like that again. If I let that happen even once more, I won't be able to face the master I'm so indebted to. Why are you indebted to that master? I wonder if there actually is a separation between Rika and Erika, maybe? It's also interesting now that to go back and read that Higurashi quote. Okay, so it's actually kind of funny it shows them as half because we can't guarantee. Really, that's really cool. I'll have to look it up after. Did not perform a sufficiently detailed investigation, so the details and cause of death are unknown. Oh my god, bro, this is going to be a very particular thing in this chapter, I can already feel. We have checked all the crime scenes and finished gathering information. Here is our report. Go ahead. First of all of the rooms employ window locks and chain locks. Okay, we're writing this down. All rooms have window locks and chain locks. To form locked rooms in a way that would be difficult to intervene with from the outside or interfere with from the outside. The only exception is the parlor where Rosa and Maria lay dead. Only exception to this is the parlor with Rosa and Maria. For your attention, I beg to inform you of the following. Let it be known that the door was barred with a hat stand. Yes, we already followed that. It is thought to be substantially the same as a chain lock, in that it can only be set from the inside, of course. Probably his goal to construct locked rooms where explanations using master keys are made completely ineffective. The parlor has no chain lock due to its very nature, so it is natural that something else would be used in place of a chain. Okay, I follow. In that case, the interesting question becomes why he didn't choose one of the other rooms that do have a chain lock. There are several other guest rooms besides the one Battler lay dead in, all with a similar construction, correct? Yes, that is correct. In that case, it would have been more aesthetically pleasing to lock them in there so that everyone would be inside a room locked by a chain, yet he did not do that. This hat stand door bar in the parlor seems very suspicious. I should probably investigate it thoroughly with repetition requests. I agree. Also regarding the bodies, in the last game their throats were sliced wide open, to the point that the deaths could be confirmed with certainty even without the detective's authority, but was there anything like that this time around? Of course, she had checked all the corpses and all the crime scenes this time. However, without the detective's authority, she had no guarantee that she would be able to see through any fake deaths with certainty. Now this is interesting to say. They keep invoking the detective's authority this entire time, talking about Erika. And unless the game has just been presenting it to us in a way as to obfuscate what's actually happening, we've been able to confirm deaths, at least, to the degree that we thought. Again, I'm not really buying that. So I wonder if, now that we are aware of the fact that deaths could be faked, they're just showing it like this because there's no way to know. But prior, it's like it's up to the determination. I guess that's probably what it is, because it's probably very similar to how it was in Higurashi with episode 2. Interesting. With the Mion and Shion switch. The old battler had also started fighting by doubting whether the victims were truly dead. It was the same for Erika. For your attention, I beg to inform you of the following. Know that there were no corpses that could have been confirmed dead with certainty by physical means. Okay, so... no corpses that can be confirmed by certainty through physical means. All this almost even makes me start to doubt, and I'm going to stand on this, that I don't even know if I can guarantee that, like, George and them are even, like, responsible for the killings that they appeared to be that they were. Like, I mean, again, if this is all magic, all window dressing, the only thing you would say is that those events still did happen. They were just embellished, but I don't know. We'll circle back on that whenever it becomes apparent or relevant. For your attention, I beg to inform you of the following. We cannot eliminate the possibility that any one of these corpses might be a fake death. Well, even if I make a repetition request to confirm their deaths, I doubt Battler will be so quick to answer. Sheesh. Oh, also, yeah, in the other chapters we've had some statements given in red. I like Beato's chain of 6 locked rooms better, but these locked rooms are more complete, considering that master keys are of no help at all. There are 2 general ways of breaking locked rooms that Battler might be after. An illusion of a locked room or an illusion of a crime. So either the crime didn't actually happen or it's not actually a locked room. I mean, to be fair, I'm trying to think what other possibility you could even attack on that prong, I don't know if there's any other prongs that even exist, but it'll be one of those. I get the first one. That's when something looks like a locked room, but it actually isn't, right? What do you mean by illusion of a crime? That somebody's dead, but they actually aren't. An illusion that makes it seem as though a crime has occurred. In other words, are they really dead? How does that take so Lambda? Come on, was not hard to put together at all. Come on, are you kidding me? If the person inside a locked room is alive, it's no different than if they were just taking a pee. Still, with this locked room, it's pretty hard to think of any other answer. What about the endless possibilities of manipulating the chain lock from the outside? We don't know if there are secret doors, ways to kill from a distance, chances of suicide, or even whether these are complete locked rooms in the first place. I have a behind-the-scenes view of Battler's game board, so I can tell you this. These are perfect locked rooms. They can only be constructed from the inside, and there's no way to construct, deconstruct, or interfere with them from the outside. Now again, I don't want to get into the whole Erika Reddit moderator take, but I only really care about the game master saying this. You are like an agent of chaos. I don't necessarily believe that you're going to be arguing in my best interest, number one. And number two, I want that shit in red. Can you say that in red? That'd be a little too rude to Battler, so no. If you do love me, you must see my words as red truth, right? Okay, Lambda, good meme. Aww, then the locked rooms are perfect. In other words, this is an illusion of a crime. It does seem that way. If so, these locked rooms are all a ruse. I guess the whole Ushirmiya family got so fed up with Erika prattling on about being a detective and not knowing when to shut up, that they all joined together and set up a fake murder to make fun of her or something. Wait, is that the right answer? I'm like a super great detective. Unfortunately, this isn't a ruse. The victims have been thoroughly killed. Huh? And you're not talking about at midnight on the second day. No detective proclamation has been made, but she is very accurate when examining corpses. I can almost even give her examinations the red truth. Sorry, I almost misread that. So what does that mean? That they were definitely dead when Erika examined the corpses? Yeah, that's right. Well and truly. But you won't say it in red for her, right? Hehehe. And that poor Erika must want it so bad. Okay, so we're gonna put this here that Lambda, and I haven't showed my notes this whole time, but I mean, again, is there really anything that... Here, this is what I've... Interesting statement to be made about this too, though, is that like they might be dead now, but this might be another episode 3 situation, right? Where, you know, the people are dead now, but it could be that they weren't dead at the time of the other crimes, you know? So just... Well, she isn't even a detective this time around. Detective. I don't know why I don't enunciate that word properly sometimes. Detective this time around. I won't give her any red. Hee. But then, if that's all true, that's amazing. This time, Battler's really made a perfect locked room murder. Oh, perhaps he has. Will Erika be alright? It looks like an ordinary locked room murder at a glance, but this one is secretly pretty nasty. Won't this be a bit too much for Erika without her detective's authority? She is a self-proclaimed great detective. I'm sure she'll pull through. If Battler and Beato are defeated by a mere human who isn't even a detective, they'll fall apart in the most exquisite way, don't you think? And even if Erika loses, we get to play by throwing her into the worst fragment and casting her into the depths of oblivion, right? Yeah, see, bro, I said this earlier during the... I don't know if it was the theory stream or if it was some part in episode 5. I am still not convinced that Erika and Lambda are truly enemies. It seems that they've posed it this way. I just don't buy it, that that's actually what's going on. Unless one of them is, like, 200 IQ 40 chess, like, pretending that they're friends but is actually trying to fuck over the other one. I'm just not in the position to believe anything that's being presented about either of these two. Exactly. No matter how the chips fall, it won't be boring for us. You really don't have one tear to shed or a drop of blood in your veins, do you? Still, bringing that black cat out like a talon, licking up the single drop that comes out is what brings me joy. Beato's game board did entertain me for quite some time, but we've already wrung everything we can from it. It'll be over with this game. So if we're going to cap it off properly, we really must let Erika and Battler bet everything in one final face-off. Boo! I wanted to play this game with you forever. What a shame. Come now. I've spent plenty of time with you already. Go find me another interesting game board. If you do, I'll play with you again. Ah, you really don't ever let me get bored. Be like this forever, Burncastle. Seeing your face twist with anguish is the one forbidden honey I've found for myself. Lambda Delta had guaranteed that it was a perfect locked room. Burncastle has guaranteed that it was a perfect murder. A perfect locked room murder. The witches hated to be a killjoy, so they wouldn't yet say anything with the red truth. Pursuing that would be the role of Battler and Erika. Yeah, I mean, like, again, I don't think they're necessarily lying, but if she sees the, if she knows the behind the scenes, Lambda Delta that is, Obviously, she knows how everything's being set up, so. Seems like you had a pretty mad dash around the crime scenes. Satisfied? Is your inspection complete? No, is this the drum track? Don't tell me this is the drum track. It better not be. Yes, I'm satisfied. It reminds me of it. So about our war of red and blue, what are your thoughts? Shall we start right away? Or do it all at the end? I don't like putting things off. I think the same goes for you. Then allow me to get started with the locked rooms of the first Twilight. First, I'd like to check. Do you intend to respond to my repetition requests? Depends on what they are. I have no obligation to respond to all of them, and I won't reveal my reasons when I refuse. Good. Then let's start simple and confirm the definition of a locked room. Delaner, please read it aloud. Understood. We request that the following be repeated. Delaner unfurled the kind of scroll often depicted in Western fairy tales when an official reads a royal decree, and she read the contents aloud. First, the rooms with the 6 people in them are all locked rooms. Acknowledged. Of course, that's only until Goat and the others severed the chains and destroyed the locked rooms. Okay, so all the killings. So now I'm gonna put this in the notes here. The Battler v. Erika Red Statement, Red Blue War, we'll call it. Red versus Blue, you might say. Big Halo fans. Of course, it's only until Goat and the others severed the chains. Okay, stop moaning in my ear, bro. Okay, I'm writing notes. Chill. We'll continue. Singer just getting ahead of herself. Battler confirms that all the rooms were locked prior to them being cracked open, which this sort of is like a no shit. The door that was locked until I opened it. Wow, no fucking shit. At a nod from Delaner, Cornelia, who stood behind her, started taking notes. Hey, me too. Am I Cornelia? Is this what? Second. The definition of locked room implies that it is impossible to construct from the outside. Acknowledge, okay. The rooms are impossible to construct from the outside, okay. In other words, no trickery done from the outside can construct a locked room. It isn't permitted for a chain lock to be reset from the outside by a skillfully used wire, for example. Okay. This was one of the attacks I had earlier on, that I thought somebody, manipulated shit from the outside, but, okay. I didn't need you to tell me that. Delaner, please continue. Third, the definition of a locked room implies that all forms of interference between the inside and outside of the room are prevented. Okay. All forms of interference from within and without are not allowed. I believe this is going to mean like secret passages or ways to interact with people from outside, However, I won't rule out the kind of interference that you'd expect from a normal room, such as knocks, voices. Okay, so exceptions, knocks, voices, calls to inside the room via telephone, as these are regular in air quotes. Fourth, at the time of the breaking of the locked rooms, none existed within the rooms except the victims. Okay. And I believe this is... Okay, yeah. At the time of the rooms being opened, nobody else existed inside save the victims. Okay. This was a check that the murderer hadn't been hiding inside a locked room, because if the discoverers departed the scene after becoming aware of the locked room murder, and then the culprit slipped out of the room after that, it would have been possible to construct an illusion of a locked room. Because Battler had acknowledged their statement with the red truth, this possibility that the culprit and the victim had both been inside the locked room at the time of the crime, following which the culprit had hid under the bed and snuck out after the discovery of the crime, had now been eliminated. Fifth, no murder was committed after the breaking of the locked rooms. Ooh. I decline. Interesting. It's a very weird thing to decline on. Because now we're getting into the question that I had, like, the thing dancing around in episode 2, where we wonder, what is the purpose for denying a statement? Because there's an obvious implication when you deny the statement that what you were asking is true, but with how the rules of the game have been outlined, it's not. It could just be that the person is honey-dicking you. But I won't stick on this too long, but it's just interesting that he declines this, so we'll put this down. It also depends whether he means kill, like does this mean directly or indirectly? Did opening of one of the rooms cause like the possibility for one of the other people who wasn't actually dead at the time to be? I also want to know the sequence in which they went and checked all the rooms. We don't know that yet. We just know that Erika ran around in a mad dash, but I don't necessarily know the order in which she checked or the order in which they went to. It just, we know that Battler's was the last. That's it. Battler refuses to say that the victims were not dead. Sorry, how is it exactly worded? After the breaking. Were not murdered after the rooms were opened. Okay. Why? Because the victims really were alive at the point when the locked rooms were destroyed, and the culprits were actually Kraus and the others who crowded in, who committed the murders then and there. In other words, because it was a murder after the locked room was destroyed. Is that the truth behind this? Did he just leave? No, that's not it. The murders will continue to occur, so he can't declare in red that no murders will happen after this. Oh. They argue this on a technicality. I should say, Battler argues he can't confirm on a technicality. It's kind of sneaky there. Sneaky there, Delaner. That the, I'll pop my notes up while I type this. Stupid technicality. You must understand what we're getting at. First blue statement. Now I actually have to copy down Kraus's group. Cut. Excuse me. Cut the chains and destroyed the locked rooms. Then killed the people inside. I just want you to argue against this, okay? Lady Erika, the undefined plurality of Kraus's group is insufficient. You should first check to see which humans entered the room after the locked rooms were broken. Yeah, this is something that I mentioned earlier as well, that you could have had somebody that joined the group and we didn't actually, we didn't specifically outline who it was. I talked about this in the theory stream, that let's say there was like a closet in one of the rooms where somebody died. And as they discovered the body, that person walked out of the closet and entered the group and they're like, oh my god, what happened? But if you weren't really keeping track of who the people were prior to entering the room, you'd be like, oh my god, what's going on? For your attention, except the victims, the only ones to enter the locked rooms were these four. Okay, so only ones to enter the locked rooms are Kraus, Rudolph, Hideyoshi, and Goda. For your attention, this is based on hearsay. Okay. Be advised there is no proof that others did not enter. Can't guarantee only this. It's a fair point, Cornelia. Shout out. I know that already. Let's have him repeat that. After the breaking of the locked room, the only ones to enter the rooms apart from me were these four. Sure. Acknowledge. Okay, boom. Battler acknowledges in red. However, this only applies at the current point in time. However, only for the current point in time. Someone may enter past this point. It's possible that some later development in the game will cause more people to enter. Yeah, okay. Makes sense. Repetition requested. Kraus, Rudolph, Hideyoshi, and Goda are not culprits. Battler put his finger on his chin, deep in thought. This word culprit was fairly broad. Oh my god, we're gonna get some fucking, what does culprit really mean? And it might serve to greatly restrict the darkness of the witch. Why not answer? If we decline, they'll leave behind a blue truth saying that Kraus and the others were the culprits. You're right. I'll acknowledge it, but I'll make the language more strict. Kraus, Rudolph, Hideyoshi, and Goda. These four had no involvement in murdering these six. Okay, that's interesting. We will write this down exactly as it is written. Kraus. Apologize for the break to copy down the lines, but hey, you're on episode 6. If you're watching these videos, you should be fucking used to it by now, okay? Suck it up. These four had no involvement in murdering these 6. Natsuhi, Ava, Kiri, Rosa, Maria, and Battler. And that means it was also impossible for any of the other humans who didn't even enter the locked room to have been involved in those murders either, doesn't it? Who knows? Think about it yourself. If you think you can build up some blue truth for how a locked room murder can be committed without entering the room, then I'll respond with the red truth. However, I only need to destroy one of the blue truths you'll be presenting from here on out. In other words, even if you do manage to use the blue truth and explain this away with some long-distance locked room murder trick X, dude, he loves the fucking variable X, I don't necessarily have to counter that with the red truth. So the real answer would be, if you were like the Giga Brain, is you would say, hey, I'm only going to present one blue theory. Because if he can only disprove, you wouldn't want to answer, you wouldn't want to put up multiple ones because he's going to destroy the weakest one. Then he's like, okay, get fucked. So you might want to only stick to one theory. These are the rules of the witch's game. Angie checked these details with Beato in the fourth game. The witch side lays out mystery after mystery and claims them all to be impossible to carry out except by magic. The human side must use the blue truth to argue that they are explainable with tricks. And if they cannot make a counter-argument with the blue truth for even one of these mysteries, that mystery will be considered to have been done by magic. And it will be impossible to deny the existence of a witch. In other words, the witch side only needs to protect any one of its mysteries. In contrast, the human side has to fully explain all mysteries with the blue truth, and even if the human side manages to explain all the mysteries with the blue truth, if any one of those is successfully countered by the red truth, the witch will win. So you don't get a second rebuttal, basically. Or rather, it would be a first rebuttal because you would be the one making the first claim. Therefore, just like the strategy that the old Beato adopted in her final game, it is sufficient for the witch's side to put off their red text counter-arguments until the very last moment, then make a single strike at their opponent's most fragile spot. Which once again should indicate to you that Beatrice had more going on. In any event, you've declined to repeat that last one, right? Don't kid yourself. You're not entitled to have your repetition request answered. From the perspective of the witch side, repetition requests are just a supplement to make sure that the human side hasn't misunderstood the question. Therefore, they have neither a technical nor a moral obligation to respond to requests that are extremely broad. Well, yeah, because also things that are very broad would almost necessarily start to wall you in. Not bad. Looks like you can handle being a player on the witch side pretty well, too. Your experience is no match for mine. Delano. Let us continue. 6. The victims did not die by any method other than homicide. Okay. No suicide angle. The victims did not die by any method other than homicide. Of course, there were no suicides or accidental deaths. 7th, the victims. That's enough, Delano. Are you sure? There are still items. Yes, that will do fine. I've confirmed the status of the crime scenes. From here on, it's time for me to argue back with the blue truth. Fine by me. Let me hear your masterful theories. We got shot in the head, and the episode's over. Though Battler and Erika were enemies, it looked to Beato as though they were having a little fun doing it. Damn, they're gonna fucking ice us out? She was probably slightly jealous of Erika. Beato thought back on the books she had read in Featherine's archives in which the old her and Battler had fought. That must have been fun as well. Given the events of this chapter, the title of the stream couldn't be any more accurate. During a short break in the family conference, a horrible, brutal mass murder had occurred. The 6 people killed, excluding Battler, had all been women. That's what I'm saying, these misogynists, bro. The men who had been left behind went mad with rage at the cowardice of it, broke down sobbing at the sadness of losing their wives, and went back and forth between the two many times. Why were they all girls? How cowardly can a person be? Well, this is sort of interesting because if the murders continue on, this sort of does cut out the angle that I was talking about specifically narrowing in on the women in the game being the murderers, except Jessica. Right? Except her. And Shannon, who we already thought may be working together in some form or fashion. All I'm saying. Also, where's my goat Nanja? Where is he? I want him here now. Yesterday. How cowardly can a person be? What's wrong with us? Here we are under the same roof, and we're just smoking away, not noticing that members of our own family are being killed, damn it. But who? How? They were not unprotected. The chain was set for all of them. Who gives a damn about that? I don't care how they killed them. I just want to know who. So the one thing that's interesting about this, okay? Unless I misunderstood the statements. That's what I'm saying! Get Nanjo his lines! He needs them. He needs them. When I'm looking at this like red-blue war that we're witnessing here. So these are the. I'll read them. Let me pop up the notes and I'll read them as I look at them. That Battler confirms that all the rooms were locked prior to them being cracked open. Sure, who cares? The rooms are all impossible to construct from the outside. Sure. All forms of interference from within and without are not allowed. Exceptions, knocks, voices, calls. Okay, sure. Okay, never mind. I think the interference in the locked room. What I was going to say is that we didn't really ever get to the point about secret passages in rooms. I don't know if that would fall under. But I think it would, because it was talking about like ways that you would break the locked room from outside, being like having a tool that you would be able to use to unlatch the chain and enter the room. So I'd imagine that a secret passage would also not allow you. So, never mind. I was going to say that I don't know if what they said necessarily ruled out the possibility of some access into the room that we didn't know about, but it seems to be that you probably wouldn't be able to get into the room with the rules as they are laid out. If I understand interference, again, interference being pretty broad. Once again, I would like to be more specific, but it's okay. Who gives a damn about that? I don't care how they killed them, I just want to know who. Hey Genji, Goda, were the doors and windows to the mansion all locked during the family conference? Yes, there can be no doubt. In accordance with Madam's instructions, everything is always locked at the time of the night patrol. Tonight was a special case, but everything was locked up shortly after seeing the children off to the guest house. Can I put this down? Everything... I can't type, holy shit, was locked up shortly after the children left to the guest house. This is interesting too, right? Because then how do we necessarily say, like, how did the bodies get transported? Yeah, I'm not convinced these people are necessarily dead at the time that we're being presented. The only reason why I say this is that I feel like we have a little bit of a discrepancy that's been presented. Now, there might be a solution to this that I'm just being too stupid to notice right now, but the idea that everything was locked up shortly after the children left to the guest house. So, we have either the explanation, like the way that it was shown in the last chapter, was it, Jessica had gone back. Ava was technically killed outside, but then she was transported inside. The others were all killed inside. This was all happening at like midnight or later, I believe. I'm going to put in the notes here, sorry, from prior chapter. If the guest house people did kill the victims, this happened around midnight, I want to say. We don't have a exact guarantee, but the only thing that feels like a discrepancy here is that if everything was locked up, Ava I can almost see. Again, the order of these murders starts to become important, because it would say, like, if the murders all happen in a really short time period, you could say shortly after the children left to the guest house. Well, the only possibility is that they didn't actually leave, they committed the murders, again, if we want to take them at their word. The only thing is that, one, how did they get around the mansion without being seen by anybody? Two, if it was a lot later, let's say it was like an hour later after the children went to the guest house, then we also have the question of how did they have the ability to get back inside the guest house to place the bodies where they got placed? Also, I want to know, who the fuck is, like, this, like, Ymir inside the Paths Attack on Titan level shit that they're creating, like, these corpses that are so perfectly able to be passed off, or I should say corpses, these mannequins that are so perfectly be able to be passed off as though they are the actual person. All I'm saying, get this person, like, an art scholarship. But, yeah, there's just something interesting. I feel like there's a little bit of a discrepancy there. Maybe I'm not understanding something that was presented, but I feel like if we take at the word of what we were shown, again, not so much that the exact methods of what were shown were how the people died, but that it was the same perpetrators and victims. We know the victims part was at least somewhat true. Jessica, we know when she came back to kill Kiri, as it was presented in the last chapter, she had said that, oh, I was in the guest house, I came back, I think she said to get a book or something. And then Kiri was like telling her, oh, I knew something was off with your story when you said, like, why would you take this path to come back after the guest house? Excuse me. This means it would be locked. So again, this doesn't... The other possibility is that, one, the people were killed really shortly after, which I don't think is true, or it was not actually locked and or somebody else let them in. So again, it could be another situation where, as mentioned many times previous, that if the servants are present and if the servants are also in on it to some degree, not all the servants, again, I think Shannon is the one that we have the most implicated so far, it's not necessarily too surprising. I don't remember which servants left. I think Cannon definitely left because they went to go play cards, right? I think Shannon did too, though. Yeah, I think they all did. Fuck. Yeah, I don't know. There's something up with that, but I don't want to spin my wheels too much here. Let's try and get through this chapter because I gotta go to the washroom. Okay, we already read this. That doesn't make any sense. If that's true, how were Battler and Maria inside the mansion? They shouldn't have been able to... Rudolph, I was just talking about this, man, okay? I'm trying to go to the washroom. Let's hurry up. Let's skip this. Come on. If everything really was locked up properly, that couldn't have happened. Doesn't the two of them being inside the mansion prove that the building wasn't completely locked up? Right? Right? Or there's access inside the mansion in some way that we are not aware of, or that they are not aware of either? He was arguing that Gota's failure to lock up properly might have allowed a stranger to sneak in. Who said that Gota was the one that locked up himself? Could have been other people. At the very least. Also, where the fuck is Kumasawa in all this? We haven't had a single goddamn line of this girl. Where the fuck has she been? At the very least, none of them had known that Battler and Maria had visited the mansion. If those two had come inside, or whoa, come inside, had come and found everything locked tight, they wouldn't have been able to get inside. See? Look. I read up and down dyslexia. If they had rung the doorbell, Gota would probably have heard them from the servant room, but Gota said that nothing of the sort had happened. How they had entered the locked mansion was a complete mystery. You don't think, for example, what if Madame or someone happened to be close by the entrance and noticed Battler and Maria knocking or heard the bell? That couldn't have happened. You were in the servant room then, right, Gota? There's a chime that goes off in the servant room when the front door... Ooh, this is new info. There's a chime in the servant room that goes off when the front door opens. According to Rudolph, which to this point, we were unaware of. This is an interesting thing to point out. This also implies that Rudolph maybe knows a little bit more about the mansion's layout and about its intricacies than we've potentially given credit for, or maybe this is something that's happened the whole game and I'm just being a little bit of a silly Billy, but you never know. There's no way you'd have missed anyone. Yes, but you see, at the time Gota was serving drinks as you requested, so he was not in the servant room. Why was there only one servant in the mansion on such an important day? Why was someone as important as Genji on duty in the guest house? Does that make any sense? So, oh, I see. So this is in the same layout as had been set previously, where Gota is the only servant that's inside. So that's why they're blaming Gota, because Gota was serving drinks. He wasn't in the servant room, and this was like that one timeline where Kraus had sent every guest or every servant outside, except for Gota, which was the one they hired. Okay, I follow. I'm gonna put this. Gota was the only servant in the mansion. Well, I'm just gonna put in notes here. Same idea as previous when Kraus changed the schedule. I think this was in, episode 1. Why was the servant room left empty? My wife was the one who put those shifts together. Okay, that's bullshit. Didn't we hear specifically that Kraus was the one that did it in episode 1? You fucking liar. But either way, I was one of the two. She probably hoped that Gota would serve some fashionable drinks during the family conference as well, since he often thinks to do such things. Kraus, I don't like your explanation. But Kraus, this is the family conference, right? The most important day of the year, right? Why was Gota left as the only person on shift in the mansion? If there'd been just one more person, everything would be different, don't you think? Well? With a half-crying, half-enraged, jumbled-up expression, Hideyoshi yelled at Gota. Of course, the culprit who killed everyone was most to blame and the most despicable. However, even if he understood that, he needed to let off some of his emotions by hating someone he could see. Typical man, am I right, ladies? See, this is why they killed off the ladies. The ladies would have figured this out. There's one thing as well I wanted to mention in this game, okay? And this is a very side tangent, nothing to do with what we were talking about, okay? For all of these dudes being middle-aged men, or older, save Nanja. Sorry, my goat. These dudes got some fucking impressive hairlines. Like, Genji's got to be at least 60. Kinzo's is a bit chopped, okay? Give Kinzo some, you know. Norwood Reaper came for him. But, like, man, Kraus, I mean, you get a little bit of, you're covering it a bit, but like, Rudolph, my boy, 45, I'm looking at this like, hello, Rudolph, okay. I see why Rudolph has pull now. It all makes sense. Sorry, let's continue. I understand how distressing this must be for all of you, however, please calm down. I don't know whether Gota wasn't thorough enough when locking up, or whether someone let Battler and Maria in after they came back from the guest house and then forgot to lock up afterwards, but whatever the case, it doesn't necessarily have anything to do with how the mysterious culprit snuck in. After all, the mansion is massive. They might have come in much earlier and hid until late at night for all we know. I can understand the desire to suspect someone, but please calm down. Okay, Erika, wait, is this her redemption arc? Our guest is right. The culprit is the one we should hate, not Gota, who just happened to be on duty. At any rate, let's calm down. I feel as terrible as the rest of you. However, we must take the initiative now and regain our composure. Aniki. We all feel sad and devastated, and none of us will ever forgive the one who did this. That's why we all need to regain our composure. He's right. I still have George. Kraus still has Jessica. And Rudolph, you still have Angie waiting for you to return, right? It's still too soon to go risking everything to take down the killer. The culprit is still on this island, and we can't be sure that this tragic crime is over. We need to stay calm and prevent any further tragedies. Also, I don't know who it was that mentioned this to me. Not that... Somebody pointed out that I enunciate the L in calm when I say it, and that most people don't. They say, like, calm, like C-O-M, like .com, or, like, very similar to that. And it kind of bothers me now every time I notice when I say it, but I'm sorry. Erika's words softly consoled them and gently admonished them. If a servant had said the same thing, Rudolph would probably have jumped on him. However, since it had come from the lips of a guest, a neutral party, it seemed to reach their ears. Let's stay... I love this song every time it comes on. Let's stay cool. We have 3 grown men with us and guns as well. Judging by the pattern of the murders, the chances that the culprit has a gun are low. In other words, as long as we keep our heads, the culprit will no longer have any way to touch us. She's right. We can't let that murderer have his way on our island any longer. Let's find the killer. We're in the middle of a typhoon. They can't escape from the island, and there's only so many places where they can take shelter from the rain. This island is larger than you'd think. Unfortunately, it would be difficult to search the island with so few people. After all, you all look ready to shoot the culprit dead on the spot if you were to find them now. If the culprit has fled into that dense forest, fearing for their life, you won't find them easily. Right. We should just wait patiently for the typhoon to pass, have the boat call the police for us, and let them thoroughly search the island. The police are incredible, you know? They'll bring hundreds of people and pick through it with a fine-tooth comb. That forest may be deep, but they'll definitely smoke the killer out. The most important thing now is to make sure no more of our beloved family members are taken from us. Rudolph, if something happens to you, what will happen to Angie back home? Kiri, Battler. Damn it. Damn it. I never had a chance to tell you the truth. Oh, is he gonna say it right now? Wait, this is interesting. Now, I'm reading too much into this, I know, but the fact that he said, Kiri Battler, damn it, I never had a chance to tell you the truth. I know in this statement, it's probably, it's probably that he's saying this to Battler, like in his head, like, Battler, damn it, I never had a chance to tell you the truth. It's interesting that they're both included in this sentence, though. I think he's probably, Kiri Battler, damn it, Battler, I never had a chance to tell you the truth. It's just weird that he has both there, you know? Is there another secret he's keeping? But yeah, you're right, like, the songs that were, like, the suspicion songs, they've all got a little bit more, like, something added to them, more going on. Kraus. I'm sure that everyone in the cousins' room is extremely agitated right now. If you show them that you've regained your composure, I'm sure that will help them relax a lot. Would you mind heading up there? Also, I'm not throwing out the possibility that Erika can't be the culprit, okay? One of the big things from the detective proclamation that I remember was that the detective can't be the culprit, so I'm just saying, I'm on your ass, like wet on rice, okay? Erika, you're not free from this. Good point. We have to talk with everyone about what we're going to do next. Please go up with him, Genji and Goda. I'm sure that Shannon, Cannon, and Kumasawa are all very agitated as well. Interesting that she's sending everybody up except for Rudolph. She gonna, like, chew his ass out or pry? You gonna find something out here? Yes. Yes, I'm sure everyone is quite agitated. It might make sense, too, that he might be more willing to tell his secret to somebody that's, like, an unaffected party. Like, it's sort of weird, but people have, like, this thing about sharing a lot about themselves with strangers, but yet they wouldn't tell someone that's really close to them, like, important things or, like, secret things about them. But it could be as well that, you know, you don't really care, or not that you don't care, but, like, a stranger, assuming that your secret is, you know, something that's, like, personal and not like, oh, yeah, like, I killed, like, 12 children in 1948, it's like, okay, well, damn, like, maybe I need to tell somebody about that. But if it says something minor, like, or, well, I'll tell you, this wouldn't even be minor, but something that's not, like, the most criminal thing on the planet, or the most evil thing on the planet, he might be more likely to tell, like, a neutral, unaffected party that has no stake in the game, no skin in the game on what the answer is, whereas if it was a servant, if it was another family member, you know, they might hold it over him, they might use it in some way, but if it's just, like, a random fucking person that happened to be here by chance, like, huh, interesting, but we'll see. You know, I'm not saying that's what's gonna happen, but I could see that possibility. Are you certain? Is there nothing more we can help with? That's the very reason I want you to go with Kraus. I want you there to help him if something happens. I'd like for the rest of us to check that everything's locked up here. We'll head up soon, so please go on ahead. Understood. If you need anything, please call us. Ugh! Sorry, yawning. Genji bowed and nodded to Kraus. Kraus nodded to Erika, then headed upstairs with Genji and Goda. When only men are around in a time of confusion, it is easy for a composed member of the opposite sex to control the initiative. Okay, I don't know about that, but even with other detectives' authority, she was able to control them quite naturally. Erika had wanted to get rid of the servants for the time being. Oh no, Hideyoshi's still down here, my bad. Okay. In that case, let's get to checking the locks. The problem is the big window in the lounge. It looks like it doesn't even have shutters. If they smash this, we won't be able to stop them from coming in. Don't worry, the sound of the glass smashing will be more than enough warning. We'll turn them to Swiss cheese. Quiet, please. I didn't have you stay down here to check the doors and windows. Please listen calmly to what I'm about to say. I knew you were up to something. When Erika lowered her voice, Rudolph and Hideyoshi realized that she had something secret to talk about, so they brought their ears closer as soon as they regained their composure. I feel like I have a little bit of a sus on Kraus, because I think he lied about the schedule change. Are you ready? The crime happened during a short break in the family conference. In that tiny span of time, 6 people were killed without anyone noticing. I can't imagine that was the result of any haphazard crime. This crime was committed by someone who knew the layout of this mansion well inside and out. Exactly, I did say that too, because they had to be able to get around quickly. It's also probably a group effort. Or multiple separate killings. Well, sure, if they didn't know the inside well, then... But still. A short while ago, they had lambasted Gota, suspecting the servants of having made a blunder. However, they had only thought that he had forgotten to lock up and were attacking him for letting the mysterious culprit sneak in. They hadn't considered that one of the servants they knew so well might have taken those lives with their own hands. No, they hadn't wanted to think that. People can't easily suspect someone they know well of being a killer. At the time of the crime, the mansion was locked from the inside and only those involved with the family conference existed there. So what you're saying, Aniki killed Kiri and the others? Or am I supposed to suspect Hideyoshi? It's impossible. Unthinkable. I've never even considered suspecting Kraus or Rudolph. All of us siblings were happily married. True, the Ushirimiya family may be struck with discipline and money, but that doesn't mean we treasure our own families less than any other family would. Yes, of course I believe that. I wouldn't dream that any of you would kill your own wives. Yeah, but you might have killed the other people's wives. Like, you didn't necessarily need to kill your own wife, but... Erika had already received red truth proof from Battler that they were not the murderers, so there was no need to argue that point. That's true, actually, yeah. Kraus, Rudolph, Hideyoshi, and Gota, but not Genji. He was in the guest house. None of those 4 was the killer, and yet Erika said this. However, what about Gota? He was in the servants' quarters the whole time during the family conference in a position to act without anyone else's knowledge. I don't think they're saying that Gota is the killer, but that he could have been an accessory to it. Hold up, let's not jump the gun on suspecting Gota. He came to bring us drinks in the dining hall during the break. He was with us for a good long while. I can't imagine he had the time to kill 6 people. He didn't kill the 6 people though, but he might have helped. But he might have been able to let the actual... Exactly, Rudolph. Hey, Rudolph, up here. That was a bad hand clap. One more, come on. There we go. Good shit, Rudolph. I knew I liked you. Precisely. Gota probably didn't kill them himself. However, it's very possible that he secretly welcomed the actual murderer into the mansion. He might not even have known. Rudolph and Hideyoshi, stunned, looked at each other. They were all family. Even the wife of a sibling was still family. The siblings may have harbored hatred for each other, but they could never have hated each other's wives enough to kill them. Although Ava and Rosa were part of the sibling circle of hate, there could be no reason for a sibling to kill any of the others who had died, Natsui, Kiri, Battler, or the young Maria. I don't know about that. But to a servant like Gota, perhaps everyone was little more than a complete stranger. I suspect the servants on 2 counts. First, the victims are familiar with them, and there were no signs of a struggle at any of the crime scenes. I'm sure you're all well aware that none of the rooms were the least bit disturbed. I thought that too. Kiri's used to fighting, like how she get killed that easy without resisting. That woman wouldn't hesitate to bite your finger. Whoa! Bite your finger off? Okay, I'm sorry. Kiri's getting shot up the... We just heard the whole thing about this person that was apparently chained in that other room and about the witch biting somebody's finger off, and now you're just gonna say... That's just such a odd way to phrase that. Don't you have any other way that you could phrase that? There's no way she would have gone down without a fight? Like, why... What the fuck would you... She'd bite your finger off. Okay, Rudolph. What the fuck is that? I'm just putting this down in the notes, sorry. Sorry, I'm just writing this in the notes. In reference to Kiri, we know that in this episode, the unknown person chained in the room had their finger bit by the witch. Just an odd phrase. We'll leave it at that in the notes. Come to think of it, same goes for Maeva. She knows a dozen kinds of martial arts. She spends every day practically wishing for some ruffian to attack her. She wouldn't have been killed off in a snap like that. Then what about Rosa in the parlor? Do you think she would allow herself to be easily killed by a stranger without resisting while she had her only daughter with her? And this tells us something else that's important. Something important. There's more than one culprit. Yeah, of course. The short amount of time, there's no way that one person bounced around, one without getting caught, and killed 6 people. Come on. You're right. Both Rosa and Maria were in the parlor. The culprit must have killed them both at the same time, or they'd made a hell of a racket. And if they were able to do that, they can't have been just one of them. Or can't have been just one of them. When it came to Maria, Rosa was like a quick-to-anger mother bear. She wouldn't cower in fear, not even if someone pointed a gun at her. God, there's just so many weird phrases, Rudolph. I see. So it had to have been people who wouldn't rouse Rosa's suspicion until the last second. I believe you can see already that the idea of an unknown outsider sneaking onto the island is actually the less realistic. Am I slow? That doesn't really... I believe you can see already that the idea of an unknown outsider sneaking onto the island is actually the less real... When you say just get rid of the, they're actually less realistic. Whoever they are, they're familiar with this island, and there's more than one of them. There's more than one culprit and they know the island. Erika's reasoning pointed clearly at the ones they should suspect and guard themselves against. I mean, we already had suspicion for a while that the servants are probably having... I don't think the servants are the ones that are doing it, but I think the servants are probably acting, like, as an arm of somebody, if that makes sense. So you suspect the servants? Yes. Under the current circumstances, they are the most suspicious. The second reason I have for suspecting them is the fact that the locked rooms were formed with chain locks. Why do the chain locks make them suspicious? What if there was no chain lock on the locked rooms? That's not much of a locked room. Anyone could make a room like that with nothing more than a master's key. I see. So it's almost that it's made very specifically to point away from these people, because if they were just regularly locked, right, it would super obviously implicate the servants because of the whole master key. We went through this with all the first few episodes. Although, to be fair, this is sort of like a self-sealing argument in a weird way. Because then you say, like, oh, the rooms were done without chains, therefore it must have been somebody with a master key, ergo it's the servants. And then you have the exact same argument where you say, oh, yeah, by the way, these were specifically done without using keys, without having to be locked in some fashion using keys, you know, therefore, now when we look at this, it points away from people that have a master key, and it's weird that the crimes are specifically only absolving one group of people, but this is like self-sealing. You have an argument that no matter what the outcome is, you would say that the servants are suspicious, which it's not to say that the servants aren't suspicious, it's just to say that, like, your line of reasoning is sort of faulty because you're applying it both ways. To be fair, she only made the argument for the one way, but regardless. Yeah, I see. The servants had to seal them with a chain so that they wouldn't be suspected. Yeah, I don't like this line of argumentation. I don't like this. Exactly. By setting the chain, they don't have to worry about being suspected. To turn it around, if the chains weren't set, they wouldn't be able to avoid suspicion since they... I just don't like this argument. I don't like this. I don't like this argument. I don't like it. I don't like the self-sealing argument. I don't like it at all. So the only ones with something to gain from setting the chains were the servants. I'm not trying to protect them or anything, but if so, how did they actually set the chains? Is it possible to set them from the outside? Considering how they are built, I don't think that would be impossible. Have you ever heard this story? Apparently some mailmen who deliver to apartment mailboxes are known to carry loops of wire with them. But now this is really weird. I wonder if she's trying to catch one of these two. But we already know they aren't culprits. Right? The four included Hideyoshi, right? It was Kraus, Rudolph, yeah. That's weird though. Because why is Erika specifically... She might be pulling a Beatrice here. Because she's specifically arguing down a line of reasoning that she knows is faulty. Because she knows that this was already shot down. So is she just trying to, like, pry info? I'm not sure. I'm not sure what her angle is here. Yeah, I've heard of that. Apartment mailboxes often have similar adjoining boxes around them for nearby room numbers. I hear that sometimes when the mailmen aren't being careful enough, they accidentally deliver letters to the next room over. Those mailboxes are almost always locked. If you put the mail into the wrong one, you'd have no way of getting it out. In that situation, they're supposed to tell the owner of that mailbox about their mistake, have that person unlock the mailbox for them, and retrieve the improperly delivered mail. However, the resident of that apartment would often be out, and going through that process would be a real pain. Because of that, some mailmen would make a little tool out of wire with a hook at the end, and use that to fish the mistakenly delivered postcard out through the crack of the mailbox. The only thing that's odd about this is that... Never mind. I was gonna say, how does the mailman know they delivered to the wrong spot? I mean, sometimes it would be obviously like, oh shit, wrong number, but like... I feel like this is stuff that you would find out after the fact, but regardless, who cares? Besides the point. I've heard something similar from a friend of mine at a building management company. They sometimes get drunks who lock themselves in a toilet stall and fall asleep, so to get them out of there, they stick a thin metal tool through the crack in the door and undo the latch. Exactly. All industries have little tools that can easily open things that normally can't be opened. It wouldn't be particularly surprising if the servants of a mansion had something of that sort. What do they call the things that you used, like... I'm sure you guys have seen this before, I just don't know the name of them, which is why I'm asking. They're like the really flat-looking things. They kind of look like things that you use in like cooking utensils. They're really flat. You put them against car windows, and they're supposed to slide in between the gap, in between the window. I want to say it's like a Jimmy something. I just don't know the full... But like it slides against the window, and it goes in the gap between the window and the car door, and you can like slide it back and forth, and there's some way that you can... I don't know, we're Googling this, 1 second. Tool used to unlock car by sliding in gap between window and door. I want to say it's like a Jimmy something. I don't know why the word Jimmy is coming to mind. I'm assuming it would be like a wedge or like it's just usually they look like really flat and they're like metal looking. I don't think this will open. I don't think you guys will hear this. I'm looking at a video. I think this video has what I'm talking about. Okay, this guy's is plastic, but it's the same thing. Oh, actually no, this is a little bit different though. This isn't what I mean. The one that I'm showing is you usually see it in movies. And they do it from the outside. I don't know, it doesn't matter. I'll look it up afterwards, and if I care enough to edit into the VOD, I will, I'll pull it up, but I don't want to stall too long trying to find the name of this thing. Good point. Once you figured out the knack of it, you could probably set the chain from the outside by using a wire as well. Yes, we can't be sure that it's impossible. True, physically speaking, one couldn't say for sure that there existed absolutely no way to set and unset chain locks from the outside. Chain locks allow for the door to be opened a crack. If a person were to stick something through that crack, they should be able to manage it easily. It was very natural for Rudolph and Hideyoshi to think that way. However, Erika knew better. Though it might be possible in reality it had already been declared with the red truth that these locked rooms could not have been constructed from the outside. In other words, it was impossible to manipulate the chain from the outside. And yet, Erika was guiding their thoughts to put them under the illusion that only the servants could have constructed the locked rooms. Yeah, so again, like there has to be some reason for why she's doing this. What is the benefit to pushing this lie? Is there info that she hopes to gain from this? With an air of solemnly revealing some vital point, she steadily steered the situation in the direction she wanted. Everything about her serious face for the last few minutes was an act. No, to put it in her words, it was a detective technique for tricking suspects. Yeah, so she hasn't cleared these people. I plan to tell Kraus what I've told you. I'm not saying that all the servants are culprits. However, it is very likely that one of them is a culprit or has been assisting the culprit. We should split them apart and have people with guns keep an eye on them. Rudolph and Hideyoshi looked at each other again. What she was saying made sense, and it sounded as though she was calmly smoking out the most suspicious people at this point in time. With her accomplished conversation techniques, Erika was skillfully grasping the initiative. Even without the presence of the detective's authority, controlling human nature like this is trivial. Your thoughts, ladies and gentlemen. Okay. Is that the end? Yep. Wow. Good chapter. Interesting, though. The degree to which she suspects somebody is interesting, though. Oh, I love this song. Which is good, because I have to go pee. I'll let us play. I'll be right back. Let me make sure. Is my note in the correct spot? Yeah, it is. I'll be right back. Dutch. Okay, I'm back. Let me hide this. I also got a drink as well, because my other one is almost empty. Of course. There we go. Sorry, I couldn't get my fucking nail under it. Let me fix my mic again, because somehow it always ends up not in the spot that I want it. Ugh, okay. Finish this here. And off we go. Tilt my mic up a bit. Perfect. How does it feel? Oh. How does it feel when I don't click back into the game so I flash my thing? How does it feel to play on the witch's side? It feels strange. I used to think that the witch side had such a huge advantage, but now that I'm on that side, I see that's ridiculous. That's ridiculous. Terrible writing. It's almost like that party game where you stick knives in a barrel. Oh, I know that game. Huh. So is this like a really divided episode on opinion? I wonder, without spoilers, of course, you wouldn't, but what would you say is like the consensus, like most liked episodes, and then like if you say this is the most contentious one? I don't think the pacing has been too bad in this episode. I mean, I get the idea. I feel like there was, fuck, what was the one that had... I don't think any of these have been badly paced. I don't know. I feel like these people, not to be rude, I feel like these people didn't play Higurashi. I thought Higurashi had way worse pacing issues than this game has had. There's been some times where some chapters have been slow. I did criticize the study scene in episode 5. I understand the study scene's importance, holy fuck, but I do think that it was a little bit drawn out. And of course, I mean, there's some scenes that probably could be a little bit shorter, could be shaved off a bit, but I don't think they're like majorly that terrible. My favorite episode so far, probably 3. I've really liked the start of this episode so far. We'll see how it wraps up. I also thought the end of last episode was a little bit drawn out. Probably could have been shaved down a little bit. I think episode 3 is probably still my favorite. Episode 3 was like a pretty good swindle. To be fair, of course, I haven't played the last two, so hard to say, but from the perspective of the human side, it feels like trying to shoot a target hidden by mist. But from the witch's side, a random shot might become fatal. And the old me played several games just like that. Yeah, it's almost like Russian roulette. Oh, the Porter Robinson song? Even so, you stretch those games out to the limit, believing that I would eventually figure it out. It may be impudent of me to ask. The ones people like the most are 3, 5, and 8. There aren't any bad episodes, but they are the least favorite, which are... Really? One I can kind of understand, because you don't really have a lot of the meta-narrative. 2 I can also understand a little bit. I understand 3. I can see 5. I don't know if I necessarily agree with that. 8 obviously I can't speak on. And yeah, there definitely aren't any bad episodes. I mean, I said the same thing about Higurashi. Like, there was like better or worse episodes, but I would never say, like, the worst Higurashi episode was still like an 8 out of 10, you know? Like, it still was not bad. Fuck, let me think. In Higurashi, I did a Higurashi review after I played it. In like, well, when I finished it, rather. But you know, that is a very fair point. The only thing I would say, though, is that I'm going to give a hot take, or maybe not a hot take here. If you haven't played Danganronpa, this statement won't mean anything, but, I mean, you can abstract this onto anything else. This is like people that criticize the very first case of Danganronpa 1, when they're like, oh my god, the case is so easy, they tell you the person, like, right at the start. And the only thing that bothers me a little bit about that is like, yeah, no shit. And to be fair, all these people are also saying this retrospectively. You're looking back at this as somebody that understands how the game works, understands, you know, all the intricacies of it, and you also know the solutions to all the mysteries. When you're somebody that's going into that for the first time, it's not so much just the mystery that's being presented to you there, but it's also basically a tutorial to understand, like, the rails of the game. Now, you can criticize the whole first Danganronpa game on the whole and say that, hey, the whole first Danganronpa game, the cases don't really stack up when you compare it to 2 and 3. However, personally, this is my own personal take, I would say that I think the narrative of 1 is like far superior to 2 and 3 by like a more billion%. I don't think it's very close. When I look back at this, and of course I'm not done the whole thing and I haven't rewatched all of it, I think a lot of the criticisms of episode 1 I would say are semi-unfounded, because it is to introduce you to the game, it's to introduce you to a lot of the characters, it's to introduce you to literally everything there is to do or there is to happen with the island and everything. And then episode 2 is more of the introduction of the witch being like an actual main player, because while we know that the witch is like a player or is like a moving force in the first episode, as far as like the witch world and the meta narrative, as far as I remember, it basically did not exist in the first episode. It only really existed in the second and onward. And when we talk about that, I think that it's sort of it's sort of, I don't want to say that it's bad, because I do still understand the criticism that somebody could say like, well, yes, but you could also introduce the witch and not have it be so similar to the first episode, and then I would probably agree with that criticism, but for that to make it like the worst episode, I'm not entirely sure. And yeah, I would say I think Danganronpa 1 was probably my favorite of the 3. To be fair, I'm someone that I place like a far higher bar on story, I would say, as a very broad category. That's a very like not precise way to say what I want to say, but I've talked about this many times before with friends, not enough on stream probably, that I find that 2 and 3, as far as like the meta narrative of the world and the story that they're trying to tell, especially 2, is like severely lacking. And while 1 has the worst cases by far, like, of course, it also is sort of like at fault because it was the first in the series. But regardless, I'll save that for another time. It may be impudent of me to ask, but just what is it that you figured out, Battler, at the very end of your games with Old Me? It was a strange question. In the past, Beato had always been the one posing it to Battler, but now that Battler had figured it out, Beato was the one asking him about it. It's the exact opposite. In the past, only you remembered, and only I forgot. But now it's the other way around. Only I remember, and only you have forgotten. Would you mind telling me what it is? Telling you would be easy, but I don't want to tell you. I'm not trying to be mean. I just want to believe in a miracle myself just a little bit. I think the miracle that he wants to believe in is that this Beatrice will be able to remember, or will be able to come to the same conclusion / belief without him having to tell her. Or that this is something that maybe is intrinsic to her as a person, and not just of the last Beatrice. This is something that she will come to eventually. Miracle. Yes, this was the single miracle seed that Battler had preserved. If Beato could remember a certain something without being told, that would prove that Beato had revived in the truest sense. So he wouldn't tell her. This is like some Zero Escape shit. remembering shit between timelines that you didn't even exist in. It was Battler's final seed. Oh, his seed that he implanted? Oh, where are we going with this? Which existed because he still couldn't abandon his hope that Beato might revive. If you can't tell me, then I won't ask. If I've upset you, please forgive me. Don't worry about it. I'm just clinging to the past. As she watched that sad smile, Beato's chest tightened. He was looking at her and seeing the old her. Yes, I must become my former self for his sake. My older sister who gets burned by spiderwebs and I who don't must become one. Surely it's more useful to him if I go on a journey to find myself now than if I simply watch over his game. How do you feel about this game? Do you think you can win? Yeah, I believe I can. I'll win, and I'll end this eternal torture, just like Beato wanted. When it ends, what will happen to the world? Who knows? I'm really not sure, but that's not what we wished for. So no matter what the result is, I intend to accept it. I wonder what will happen to me. Episode 3 is a favorite of the questions without a doubt. It's where the fans really enjoy the work, and a curious fact is that Ryukishi made episode 3 easier because people in Japan were getting discouraged because it was difficult to theorize compared to Higurashi. Episode 3 was supposed to be even more unfair. You must have noticed with those towers and everything really came to help. This is true, yeah. There's a lot of times where in this game, you have characters that, I don't want to say characters that do it, but you have, you do have helpers a lot more in this than in Higurashi, where they kind of just like drop it on your fucking face, and you're like, okay, well, what do I do? Beato was uncertain. Even she was probably no more than a piece in this game. If the game ended, then would she, one who had been born out of the game's rules, disappear? I'm gonna wonder... I'm wondering if this whole thing with him is that... I mentioned this earlier, I wonder if Beatrice in the real... And I don't just mean now, because I said this before this Beatrice even existed. I wonder if the Beatrice of the game knows her connection to, like, the real Beatrice, if that makes sense. And I wonder if there will be like a union of the two in the same way that they're split now. And maybe they were, but in the past it would imply they were already together. I'm not sure, I'm yapping. I'm gonna shut up. The game will probably disappear, but now I completely understand magic, so I'll be able to carry you off the game board. I think that was your wish. My wish? Yeah, it was to exit the being trapped in the game board. The rest is a secret. I'll be waiting for the miracle, for you to remember all of that by yourself. So she wanted Battler to save her from being trapped. Interesting. The question is, would there be some way for her to influence the game board in the same way that Beatrice had brought Angie into the game board? Is there a way that Battler was brought in the first place too? That feels like that might be what is being said. Although then the question would become, who did Beatrice have a game with first that she brought Battler in? Because then it would almost seem like the game that we're playing is like a sub-game of another one. Or like a sideboard, if that makes sense, but... After smiling bitterly for just a second, Battler laughed and told her not to worry. I guess this could be like the whole Lambda Rika thing. Apparently it was best if she avoided talking to Battler about her previous self. Well then, I'll go check on my opponent for a bit. I can't wait to see what kind of twisted logic that idiot thinks up next. The old Battler did a lot of that too. My favorite was the one from the first Twilight of the second game when you said the culprit killed everyone by feeding them small bombs. Ah, the highlight of my dark past. Please forget that ever happened. Yes, I will try. Aww. Battler became a cloud of gold butterflies and disappeared into the darkness. Beato remained bowed until he had disappeared completely. And then she stood up and turned evil and mwahahaha. To fill in his place, a single gold butterfly appeared and became Beato the Elder. Ow, I just punched my pop filter, I'm sorry. Now you're existing outside the board too. Did you call me little sister? Yes. I want to know more about you. That is true, yeah, she does look like Satoko a lot. I mentioned that earlier, I don't know why I didn't call her Satoko, but it makes sense. Yes, I want to know more about you, and I want to know what the real me is like. I want to become like that. Of course, I also want to know about my future self. We revealed everything about ourselves to each other for that purpose. However, we did not become one. I cannot understand what we must do to become our single self. What can we do to become one? I have high hopes for the trials of Zippar and Furfur. You mean the miracle of magic given to the victors? I wonder if that magical miracle means becoming one's full self. I will be able to attain my true form, you will be able to fulfill Battler's wishes. Battler will also be happy, and all of us will suddenly have what we want. I can't get away from this trial, can I? Which means you cannot afford to lose to the other two pairs. George and Shannon, Jessica and Cannon, I can only grasp happiness by trampling over them. The conditions apply equally to all. If one of the others succeeds in love, the other two pairs, including you, will be trampled over. Why must the scales be so unbalanced, I wonder? Unbalanced? Some people will find love, others won't, so I can understand placing those two groups on the 2 plates of a set of scales, but the scales for our trial have 3 plates, and 2 must lose for 1 to win? It seems horribly unbalanced. A lot of triangle references in this game. Who knows? It might mean that successful love is worth 2 destroyed loves. Your words do not inspire confidence, little sister. If you cannot put your desire to answer battlers' expectations before your concern for the losers, victory will slip through your fingers. You're right. I won't give up our victory. I don't like doing this to the others, but there will be no hard feelings between us. If I do lose, I'll give my strongest blessings to whichever couple wins. So, I'll fight with all my heart and soul so that I have no lingering regrets, and I'll win that miracle of magic. How was it? How did the red and blue shootout over the first twilight go? I was just gathering information to start. Battler seemed pretty fired up. She had just returned from a fierce fight with Battler, fought using the information gained through repetition requests. It was the old familiar kind of fighting, reminiscent of the time when the red text had first appeared, or when the blue text had first been permitted. And the result? First, in all cases, it was the victims themselves that constructed the locked rooms. Also, those locked rooms were perfectly preserved until Krause's group broke them open. Also, I confirmed that during that period, all forms of interference from the outside were impossible. Erika reported this proudly as though it had been a great battle, but Berncastle looked bored as she listened. After looking at her blankly for a second, Lambda Delta spoke her opinions frankly. Who's Frank? Wait a second. Doesn't that mean this locked room murder was perfect? The victims had sealed the locked rooms themselves, and the state had been preserved until Krause and the others had broken the locked rooms open, and no one had been inside the locked rooms except for the victims. And Krause's group, the ones who had broken the room open, were not the culprits. Erika's battle had proceeded in this way, with her detailed repetition requests winning her several other little red truths just like these. Normally, simply collecting such vital information would have been enough. However, the witch who was her master was tired of boredom, and she had been expecting a much more flashy, argument-winning victory instead of this bland result. However, this time I don't have the detective's authority, so there's a chance that my examination of the corpses could have been an error. So if we suppose that a drug which mimics death was used to fool my examination, you mean puro pico puyo? No, not that. It's not impossible for a certain well-known drug such as insulin to bring about a temporary state that mimics death. Battler did not counter that with the red truth. In other words, my blue truth worked. I'd say we've started with a victory. To sum up Erika's report, all she had done was listen to the red truths Battler had wanted her to hear. Only the information Battler had wanted to provide had been presented, and she hadn't been able to strike at any weak points. She was like a kid who had gone out shopping, then forgotten her job and only bought candy. However, this was all the players on the human side could do. Without the detective proclamation, she could only fight by collecting dull bits of information like that. All the same, her master had been expecting more than this sort of dull fight. So, she had tried to give her report energetically to make it seem as though they were in a superior position, but no matter how much she tried, the cold expression of her master remained merciless. Her blue truth worked. You mean it was too ridiculous for him to bother cutting down? Impressive powers of deduction, great detective. I did try to examine the corpses with care to the best of my abilities. However, I don't have the detective's authority, so we can't be certain. Wait a second. Weren't you the one who decided not to make the detective proclamation? Didn't you say you wanted to raise the stakes to make up for your disgrace last time? Well... What's wrong? Are you saying you can't win against Battler without the detective's authority? Not at all, my master. I can easily defeat an incompetent buffoon like that even without the detective's authority. It's just, this style of fighting is a little different from what I'm used to, and I haven't gotten the hang of it yet. Compared to other beings, Erika would rank as extremely talented. Her knowledge and powers of memory and insight were ahead of the pack, and most likely no human could be more suitable for the role of detective than her. However, no matter how superior she might be to other humans, that didn't matter in a game of witches. In a witch's game, it's either 0 or 100. In other words, everything is either the red truth or it isn't. If a human's abilities were worth a 10, her exceptional power would probably rate a 99. However, it could never be 100. Since it was less than 100, it wasn't absolutely certain, so it didn't count as red truth. For example, the examination of the corpses that Erika had worried over in the fight just now. If she had performed it with the detective's authority, she could have said with 100% certainty whether they were alive or dead. However, without the detective proclamation, it was 99%. There was 1% chance that she made a mistake, and that overturned the foundation of the examination. The reason Erika had gained the detective's authority and become the Witch of Truth was that Berncastle had supplemented her talent of 99 with an additional 1. Just because Burncastle wouldn't give her that 1, in the world of witches, Erika's 99 was treated exactly the same as 0. Even her talented assistant Delaner couldn't be put to proper use without a power of 100. When working under an Erika who had lost the detective's authority, Delaner's red longsword lost its power. Delaner also found it vexing that she couldn't provide adequate assistance. She had tried several times to convince Erika to use the detective's proclamation, but Erika had stubbornly refused each time. Why not just do it? Make that detective proclamation. If you do, you'll be unstoppable. Delaner could even use her red longsword in the Nox Decalogue. Why not do it? If you won't. No. There was no need for anyone to explain. By now it was clear that Erika hadn't abandoned the detective proclamation by her own will. When Battler reached the truth in the previous game, this game was already finished. This isn't really the 6th game. It's a finale game. I don't know if that was supposed to... I feel like finale doesn't really... I feel like you wouldn't put game after that, you would say. It's the finale, so that Battler can have a chance to serve as game master at the end. Everything was already decided last game. Yeah, pretty much. The games won't continue forever, and I've lost my bet with Burn. In this game, Battler will prove that he's reached the game's truth, and then Beato's game will be destroyed in a big victory for the human side, and a big victory for Burn too. Well, supposedly, but you look unsatisfied for some reason. Because I am. I didn't want such a boring victory. The victory you wanted was for Beato's game board to be torn to bits, and for Beato's true pathetic form to be exposed, humiliated, and trampled on. But this victory of Battler's isn't quite like that, is it? All this about love and promises, to end the game quietly and let it rest in peace, that sort of ending would make anyone vomit. I didn't give Battler all that advice so that he could end things like that. I had his little sister turned to scrap meat behind his back, I had his parents and family killed horribly over and over again. That was all to spark a desire for revenge against Beato. Interesting that you're wording it like this. I had his parents and family killed horribly over and over again. Why would you say that, of all people? And killed horribly over and over again. It's just a very odd statement to make there. Right, move shit on my desk. And now what kind of an ending is this? Have I won? Of course not. Battler's gotten his hands on a victory that neither you nor I can stand. I came all the way out here to see Beatrice lamely and pathetically torn to bits, and I endured a staggering period of boredom just for that one purpose. I didn't come here to sip from a rotten yogurt fragment like this. Gert, yo. Ah, your angry face is wonderful too, Burn. I get it. So you wanted at least one final something to get the bad taste out of your mouth. It's all the fault of this moron piece screwing up last game. Because of you, the first game board in centuries that looked like it might be a bit of fun for me. ... is all wasted. Filth, trash, scum. My apologies, my master. I will definitely bring you a victory, so please forgive me. If you couldn't win with the detective's authority in the last game, how do you expect to defeat Battler now that he's the game master? You don't have a chance at winning even with the detective's authority, so why bother with it? Yeah, if you can't win anyway, then who needs a detective's authority? A certain loss becomes even more certain, big whoop. And therefore, if you manage to win in this even worse situation, that would be a miracle worthy of me. If and only if you can do that, I'll be able to forgive you. Yes, I will surely show you that miracle. You wish you could, disgusting puke spittle. The best you can do is take part in the worst punishment game ever for the worst game ever, with your only weapon, the detective proclamation, taken away from you, humiliating yourself until you have no dignity left, and through it all you'll roll onto your back like a dog and beg for my affection. Your purpose, puke spittle, is to make me laugh. Ugh. Sounds like you're having a great time in here. Am I interrupting? Gold butterflies gathered in the darkness and took the shape of Battler. Though he had just arrived, he seemed to realize immediately that the mood was dark. Ah, Battler. I had a look at your first Twilight. Quite impressive locked rooms. I'm sure you're more talented than Beato. It's just a rehash of the locked rooms Beato made in the past. I'll take that to be a compliment for Beato. It seems your fight with Erika wasn't bad either. Think your serial murders will move along smoothly? Who knows? My role isn't to carry out serial murders, it's to use that process to demonstrate locked rooms that are impossible without magic, and thereby achieve victory for the witch side and prove that I have fully understood this game. No, there's one more thing. What? To settle the score with Erika, since our previous duel ended in an even tie. Battler. Even tie? Berncastle noticeably grimaced. Erika averted her eyes and hung her head timidly. I know what you're thinking. That wasn't a draw. You should have won easily, so it counts as a loss. Hey, it's not polite to eavesdrop. Look in the mirror. It's written all over your faces. No way. Where? Hey, what's going on? If you tell me it's written in ink only morons can't see, then death, super death for you. That's mean. Lambda Delta pulled a mirror out of thin air, peered into it, and it made a comical fuss. She was apparently playing the fool in her own special way. Aww. Erika. What is it? That storm of red and blue from you and Delana in the last game was spectacular. Thanks. Dude, this condescension would actually make me want to kill myself. Holy fuck. What happened to Delana this time? Are you by yourself? No. I have been waiting here. Delana had just been standing around in reserve, hiding her presence in the dark shadows. Ow, sorry. Well, when she can't use her red longsword, Delana is just a useless puke spittle. There's no point having her around, so I've dropped her from the action. All I can do now is keep records of Lady Erika's reasoning. Why won't you fight with her? Why can't you use that red longsword? Erika's reasoning and your longsword? They were strong because they worked together. Delano didn't answer. She just glanced slightly at Berncastle's expression. However, that glance was the same as a clear answer for Battler now. Battler fully realized the situation. You're the one who told Erika not to use the detective proclamation. Oh? Whatever do you mean? This fight is between me and Erika. We're going to fight with all we've got. That way we'll be able to accept it whether we win or lose. There's no need for a puppeteer behind the scenes like you. Come now, I'm no puppeteer. I'm just a theater goer trying to retrieve her boredom, or relieve her boredom. A theater goer is someone who sits quietly in the stands and watches. That's not what we call someone who jeers at the stage and threatens or manipulates the performers. Sorry for being an ill-mannered patron. You might not know it, but I've already paid a huge admission fee to watch this play. Sorry, but I intend to enjoy it until I get my money's worth. If you get in the way of the game's progression, I can use my authority as the game master to boot you out of this game. If you want to, go ahead. If you chase me out, then I'll head back with my piece Erika. This game will be cancelled, and you won't be able to prove that you've reached the truth. Theatergoers are observers. A truth with no observers might as well be fantasy. If you want to end Beato's game, you need a theatergoer as an impartial witness. Our truth is between us, and that's all it needs to be. If you're going to interfere any further, I will boot you out by force. Then you can writhe around in boredom for a few centuries until you find another way to kill me. Or kill time. Then go right ahead. Erika, this game is over. Good work. You were completely useless. You weren't able to overturn the dishonor of your loss, so as promised, I'll throw you into the worst fragment, and cast you into the depths of oblivion with the empty popcorn buckets. My master, I promise I will win. I promise I can win. So please let me fight Battler to the finish. I don't want to lose and get thrown into the depths of oblivion. Well, I'd like to watch her battle until the end, but Battler says he'll toss me out. Well, any ideas, Lambda? Okay. I realize you've been irritated ever since the last game, Burn, but calm down a bit. And Battler, don't provoke Burn so much. This kid can't control her emotions sometimes. Shut up. Who can't control her emotions? Start taking a drink. Berncastle, who at one point in time had never shown any expressions at all, was now twisting her face into all kinds of displeased and ugly shapes. When Lambda Delta made fun of that, Berncastle clicked her tongue and looked away. As they say, nothing can stop poison but poison. Apparently Lambda Delta was the only one who could rein Berncastle in. Erika, you want to fight Battler, clear your name, and get Burn back into a good mood, right? Yes. Battler, you want this final game that'll prove you found the truth, to have a proper tidy conclusion, right? Yeah. This is a face-off between me and Erika. I won't let anyone get in my way, and I won't let anyone get in Erika's way either. But Battler, if both of you wish to fight, then that should be respected. Leave Burn to me. I'm the only one in the world who can calm that kid when she gets into a bad mood. No. You're the same sort as her, but at least you can be reasoned with. I don't know about that. You shouldn't underestimate me. I just like seeing Burn grimace. That's the only reason I've taken a liking to this game of yours. If you go on thinking I'm easy to handle, you'll get worse than burned. Okay, back to normal. Delana can't use her red longsword because the detective proclamation hasn't been made. If Erika makes that, she'll regain her power right away, right? Yes. When that time comes, forgive me. Erika. What? Make the detective proclamation. No. Do you really think you can beat me as I am now without the detective's authority? I can win. Lord Battler, Lady Erika is herself a piece. She cannot disobey her master's orders. All she can do is gather the power permitted to her and fight for survival. And Delana, your power can't be used at all without the detective's proclamation. In order to unsheath the red key, authorization is required. One of the preconditions for applying for that authorization is the detective proclamation. Is there any other way to obtain that authorization besides the detective's proclamation? What are you saying? If you're doing this out of pity for me, I don't need your help. Quiet. You're no challenge on your own and it's boring me stiff, so zip it, you non-detective detective. The red key has an extremely close relationship with the red truth. If only a truth... Oh, I just knocked a key off my fucking keyboard. Allie. What key was it? Oh, my caps lock key. I don't know how I managed that. I can't put it back in right now because it's gonna... Wait, let me escape here because it... Oh, nope. I need to right click here. I need to do something because this is also my advanced dialogue key and I don't want it to go ahead. There we go. If and only if a truth is provided, I am permitted to draw the red key for items that pertain to it. What do you mean by a truth? So could you make the gold truth to substitute? For example, there are Lady Erika's duct tape seals. Ah, those. Lady Burncastle has already acknowledged that those seals are equivalent in value to the red truth. Therefore, I am authorized to draw the red key for truths pertaining to those seals. Those caused me a lot of trouble last time, so I had all the sticky duct tape removed from the game board this time around. A splendid move. Erika was proud to be able to call herself the detective, wasn't she? Yes. Though her only goal was to irresponsibly reveal mysteries, it was a matter of pride for her. Then she must really be suffering now that she can't make that proclamation. Only she could tell you that. Balor took a deep breath and hung his head in thought for a time. Erika was his enemy, but she was the player on the human side, and without her there would be no game. It had been the same way with the old Beato. Balor had one-sidedly viewed Beato as the enemy. However, though Beato had thought of him as the opposing player, she hadn't considered him to be an enemy on a personal level. I will fight my rival ruthlessly in accordance with the rules. However, that doesn't mean I need to hate Fruto Erika herself. No, you definitely can, bro. It's okay. I will not misplay Beato's game. Erika, you're free not to make the detective proclamation. So, do what you want and fight me with just your human powers. I've been prepared to do that from the beginning. However, you have talented people on your side. Delanner, Gertrude, and Cornelia. You aren't alone. You have allies. Except that they're unreliable, powerless, and useless puke spittle. Delanner, just like I was supported by Virgilio and Ronave in the past, Erika needs support as well. I know from repeated experience that playing for the human side is tough. Yes, I will assist her with all the power I possess. For your information, we will too. For your attention, we are in agreement. For your attention, know that it is our job. You can't even use the red truth. Erika, I will give power not to you but to your allies. Huh? What do you think you're doing? Because it forces you to work with them. I'd rather die than receive your pity. For the trio of Delanner, Gertrude, and Cornelia, Erika, I will allow you to use 3 rooms worth of these duct tape seals, To fully seal one room, multiple seals are needed to cover all the doors and windows. If he had just said 3 seals, she would only be able to fully seal up 1 room at best. So Battler was generous and measured them by room instead of by seal. Lord Battler. As the game master, I will also acknowledge that these seals have the same effect as the red truth. This way you'll also be able to wield that red longsword in battles based around those seals. Right. Yes. But are you certain? Winning against Erika when she's less than a detective is hardly a victory. If Erika's upping the stakes, then I should have the right to do the same. Whew, what a man. Aren't you lucky, Erika? Now you can use a bit of red without making the detective proclamation and irritating your master. You'll regret this. These 3 seals will be your death. Sounds like fun. Come and kill me. Though it was only for 3 rooms, it was the red truth that Erika had been dying to use. Now she finally had enough leeway to fight as she pleased. She ground her teeth at being pitied by Battler, but her tears were not those of shame. Understood. 3 rooms worth of duct tape seals accepted. Regarding this matter, should we consider them as being accepted retroactively back when Lady Erika received the non-sticky duct tape from Mrs. Kumasawa? Erika had borrowed duct tape from Kumasawa to make seals with. However, Battler had made it so those were not sticky. If he made it so that there was never any problem with the stickiness of that duct tape, the transition could be made smoothly. Sure, that's fine. I'll rewrite the tale. The duct tape that Erika received from Kumasawa late at night on the first day was sticky enough to work as a seal. but there was only enough left to use on 3 rooms. I'll apply that from here on out. Okay, I'm gonna put this in the notes. Not that it's the most important thing on the planet, but... Battler grants the ability for Erika to seal 3 rooms worth with her duct tape, and that the non-sticky tape earlier is made to be sticky for just that amount. Or there is to me is made sticky, but there is only that much to cover 3 rooms worth. Okay. Now, when he says retroactively, I don't know if that means that she can seal 3 of the rooms retroactively with seals, or when exactly that's going to work, I guess, but understood. Lady Erika will also retroactively adjust her movements, starting before the discovery of the first twilight and taking into account that the application of this privilege is now possible. As soon as these changes affect the progression of the game, they will be reported to the Game Master. Okay, yes, she is going to retroactively, yeah. Erika is going to retroactively adjust her movements such that some of the killings to this point can be sealed by her. Or some of the rooms, I should say, of the first twilight can be sealed to this point. Okay. Letting you do it retroactively, even though you know which rooms the crime will occur in, that gives you a pretty big advantage. You won't have to waste tape on the other rooms. Seems you've grown quite arrogant since becoming Game Master. You're having fun, aren't you? Giving out charity to your pathetic opponent? Quiet. And don't misunderstand. I'm not being arrogant or going easy on her. Erika, use this weapon and fight me with all your strength, and I will crush you with all of mine. So hold your head high as you use those 3. That's all. Battler made to leave the room with a flick of his cape. As he did, he thought he heard Erika let out a strained voice calling him to a stop. What is it? If you have no business with me, I'm going. Make sure you talk with Delana. Don't listen to those obnoxious witches, whatever they tell you. As long as they're on this game board, they'll obey my rules. Thank you. I knew he's gonna... Imagine you make this, like, total prideful girl this entire time. You denigrate her so much to the point where she's, like, admitting thanks. Ugh. Disgusting. Thank you. I'll fight with all I've got. I'll come at you with all my strength, so I'll defeat you no matter what. So if you do win against me, please, crush me with all your strength. Please don't leave me a speck of me. Yeah, because she doesn't want to be sent to the worst fragment. You got it. And don't you go easy on me either. This is the final game. I'm playing to prove to be until that I've reached the truth. At this point, who wins and who loses has no effect on that. I've accepted you as a worthy adversary, and now I simply want to settle the score. In the game, let us suspect each other over everything as enemies. But as fellow players, let's trust each other. That's how this game is supposed to be played. Yes. Thank you. Thank you. We just got piss banged. We got piss flashbang there. Battler departed into the darkness, became a cloud of gold butterflies, and vanished. Erika remained behind, sobbing. Just kidding. Oh my god, they're like bugging out over here. You're easy pickings, you stupid man. You fell right for it and gave me the tape. You gave the grapefruit to Erika. Duct tape. Her greatest weapon. It was hard to imagine that the person who had been sobbing pathetically and this person now were the same individual. That's how vile her face contorted to be. The 2 witches were also cackling with ugly smiles. Oh my god, the flashbangs, chill. I totally feel him. When you become Game Master, it feels like you've become God and you get all sure of yourself, you know? It was the same for you, wasn't it, Lambda? You lost because you made a bonehead mistake involving walking corpses. Bonehead Game Masters, bonehead blunders, bonehead arrogance, bonehead beatings, bonehead battler, billions of boneheads. What she said. Bonehead beatings, bonehead battler, billions of boneheads. God, you're literally such a fucking parrot. It's unbelievable. Ah, I like the way it rolls off the tongue. Nice one, my master. Bonehead battler, billions of boneheads, bonehead battler, billions of boneheads. If that bonehead battler honestly thinks that Erika's at a disadvantage, then it was nice knowing him. A detective's proclamation isn't what you need to kill an idiot. Just a corner of tofu for them to hit their head on? Make that soft tofu. Add some gochujang chili paste and you've got a snack that'd go great with some wine. They're having a good time, okay? The 3 giggled together. It had all been an act to get the duct tape for the seals from Battler. Even though he had taken pains to ensure that the duct tape that had tormented him so much in the last game was rendered unusable in this one, he had fallen for Erika's act, and she had gotten what she wanted, even if it was only 3 rooms worth. The illusion that Erika was at an overwhelming disadvantage was just an act. A trap to trick Battler and make him hand over the duct tape. With this, I can kill Battler perfectly. I figured out his moronic locked rooms long ago. A perfect locked room? Dumbass. I'll show you a real perfect locked room, and I could cry for joy at the fact that you gave me the weapon that will finish you. My master, and Lady Lambda Delta, thank you so much for assisting with my performance. It was fun. No need to thank me. Plus, I wasn't acting. Despite getting the feeling that Burncastle had just said something a little curious, Erika was in too high spirits to care. That pudding for brains moron thinking he's done something so noble. I'll make you regret it. Alright, let's use these seals at our leisure. You were a great help too, Delanner. It seems that Battler trusts you, so he believes every word you say. Don't tell me your conscience is hurting, you little murder doll. No. Delanner looked at Erika in a slightly lonely way. Then after shaking her head slightly, her gaze turned hard, and she looked at the darkness Battler had disappeared into. You knew that this was a no-holds-barred fight, foolish Lord Battler. This is without a doubt the result of your arrogance. Mr. Battler, this will prove fatal. Okay. We'll see about that. Whoa, whoa, whoa! I hear we're back in the love trial. First of all, congratulations are in order. Wouldn't you say, Furfur? Yes, because we have learned that each and every one of the lovers possess a strong will. This is a victory for love that we shall celebrate. Everyone had long since gotten used to these two overdramatic demons. George spoke quietly with an annoyed expression. Shut up, George. We literally id-gaff about you, bro. We'll only celebrate that after we've passed your trial and someone has been given the miracle of magic. I agree. We've all passed the first trial. What's next? I won't hold back anymore. I'll do whatever it takes. Yes, we won't lose. Neither will we. Yeah. And of course, the same goes for Battler's group. Of course. I doubt anyone here is so naive that they hope to win by having the others relinquish victory. Right. Anyone weak enough to drop out wouldn't be qualified to be here right now. Even Beato, who seemed to be the shakiest one of the six, was strongly determined. The two demons nodded, taking note of the six's continued resolve. So, what's the next trial? Don't tell me you still haven't decided. Well, we thought that at least some of you would drop out. We didn't think that you all would remain. This is a happy, miraculous miscalculation due to love. Cram it. So, are we gonna play musical chairs or something to make sure someone drops out this time? Yes, precisely that. We've decided to have this trial eliminate one group no matter what. Okay, so are they gonna have something where, like, they pick a particular target or two targets that have to be murdered and then, you know, one group is just fucked because there won't be a target to kill? For this trial, we will borrow from the second twilight of the epitaph. Tear apart the two who are close. Ah ha 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 ha. You have to kill one of the other groups? I don't understand. Zipar, Furfur, what sort of trial is this? Do you mean we're going to kill each other? That's what I'm saying, Shannon. That'd settle things quickly. Though it's not exact. Doesn't this guarantee that Battler's group is going to survive? Because he's dead already, but, like, we don't know who Beatrice is. Though it's not exactly civilized. Love is carnivorous. We can't all just find happiness together, can we? This is what they call a zero-sum game. It's an economic term, but maybe you heard of it. No, are you serious? Are we actually gonna get, like, day one economics intro? In a zero-sum game, all the wins and losses cancel out to zero. It means for someone to win and someone else has to lose, yes. In order for someone to win, someone else must be forced to lose. It's the ruthless way of this world. If only everyone could be happy. But I guess there's no way an ideal world like that could exist. No, there is. That is the Golden Land. The Golden Land? What are you talking about? That's right. If you reach the Golden Land, all love will be satisfied. However, like heaven and hell, that's not a place in this world. That's an offer I would have to refuse. Love has meaning because we find it in this world. I could never support a sad lover's double suicide when we are united only after death, where we are... I could never support a sad lover's double suicide where we are only united after death. I will see my love through, alive. I won't lose to anyone. Except for the law when they find out that I was hitting on a 10-year-old. George. The door to the Golden Land is opened by solving the epitaph's riddle. It is said to be a place where love and lives are all whole and can be revived. Battler faking his own death would be like cinema. We're straying from the point. Tell us about the second trial already. Right. What are you trying to make us do with this tear apart the two who are close thing? Okay, two predictions for this. One of the other groups is going to have to die, but is it going to make it like a weird thing that you have to collude with one of the other groups to kill both members? But like, each group has to kill one in each, if that makes sense. So like, for instance, let's say Battler and Jessica and Cannon team together, and then so one group has to kill George, and then one group has to kill Shannon, you know? Otherwise, because I could see it in a weird way where it's like, oh, you kill the other two groups, but they said only one group. But to be fair, I think they also said at least one group. I don't know, we'll see. It's quite simple. The only possible way to tear apart two lovers is by the sad farewell of death. The second trial is to kill one of the 6. Of course, any lover with their partner killed is disqualified. In short, one pair of lovers must drop out during this trial. You say kill so simply. Doesn't this also imply that at this time in the game the Battler isn't actually dead? Because how could they ever do this if Battler was already dead? You say kill so simply. What are we supposed to do? You can fight to the death, or you can decide by a lottery of some sort. Like hell we're gonna choose by drawing lots. Let's have a duel, fair and square. Though if we do that, I imagine that Battler, who is the game master, and Beatrice, who is the Golden Witch, despite having no memory, will have a substantial advantage. Well, I wonder about that. Don't worry. For this trial, we have made everyone's powers completely equal. Even the game master, Lord Battler, is taking this trial on an even footing with everyone else. In that case, it's fair. Is it completely and purely even? Yes, perfectly even. In a one-on-one fight, the luck of the moment would determine the outcome. As all is perfectly equal, it'll probably take a while to finish a fight, so perhaps the trick would be to attack in advantageous circumstances. Duels that take time are, of course, wonderful too. Why would anyone leave it up to luck? Of course we want the fight to be in our favor. In that case, a three-way struggle. Wouldn't that mean we'd all be stuck? Beato was the first to notice. If all 6 of them were truly on an even footing, and they wanted to fight so that they could win, they would have to fight as pairs and concentrate their attacks on a single person. However, if they did so, that person's partner would naturally join in to fight back as a pair. In other words, it would never end up as 2 against 1. It would be 2 against 2, and a battle like that could go either way. However, if that were to happen, the third pair watching all this could team up with whichever pair they liked with no risk to themselves, defeating the opposing pair with certainty. Sounds troublesome. It means that it isn't to your advantage to move first. If you take the initiative to fight, it's a matter of luck. If you sit and wait for the others to start fighting, it's certain victory. That fight would never begin in circumstances like this. Maybe we could just have everyone fight the person next to them one-on-one. Then as soon as one fight is settled, the trial will be over. Unless everyone could abandon any naive hope for a 2-on-1 fight, this trial would never begin and never end. In that case, they could make a gentleman's agreement and have everyone duel at once, which would be no different from drawing lots, but at least it would be fair. That won't work. If we do that, everyone will just defend instead of fighting proactively. All they need to do is wait for someone to lose before they do. Shannon's point was a sound one. If both fighters just glared at each other without attacking, then neither would lose. They would only have to wait for someone other than themselves to lose first. This brought them back to the starting point. No one would fight proactively. In the end, no one will move and nothing will be resolved. Since we're in the mathematical situation where we all have the same strength, it's almost like a puzzle. True. Dueling would have been an interesting proposition if our strengths were unknown. However, since we've been told that we're perfectly even, a duel would be no different than rock, paper, scissors. In that case, why not use rock, paper, scissors to decide it? Are you crazy? I'm not going to do that. Even if someone does lose, there's no way they'd accept their loss. If they don't accept it, then they will be attacked by the 4 winners. In a world where all are equal, the losers will have no chance of surviving. True. Huh. Is rock, paper, scissors actually the most reasonable way to settle this? It is extremely reasonable. However, if you were to ask me whether I'd be reckless enough to entrust my fate to a random number generator, the answer would be no. Please do consider that problem. This is the second trial we have set for you. Think and fight to the death. Please decide who the sacrifice will be. Okay, interesting. That felt like a shorter-ish chapter. We gotta be getting close to the end if the clock is zooming in on us. A small contradiction. So we're at 2 a.m. right now in this game, and 12 a.m. in the real world. True, it isn't unthinkable. I swear to God, this mic fucking droops, man. I need to find a way to fix it. Well, no, I know how to fix it. It's just I don't know how to make it work. Ugh. True, it isn't unthinkable. The servants are the most suspicious. It isn't as though we have any physical evidence, so we can't tie them up and throw them in a closet. So we need to make sure that they are always within sight of those with guns and that we keep an eye on them all the time. Aniki, we should also gather the master keys. Only the servants could have created those locked rooms. Yeah, see, because now they're talking differently, because when they're talking about the master keys... Oh, sorry, I just hit my pop filter again. Now we're talking in a world where Erika probably sealed rooms, right? Oh. Maybe, maybe not. I'm not sure. We'll see. They must have done something with the chain locks using some tool or setup that only the servants know about. They have all served us for a long time. I mean, Gota's literally served for what, 3 years, I think they said? He said the year before last. So yeah, 3 years. This being the 3rd year. So like, let's calm down. A long time. I can hardly imagine that they would commit murder. I hear that Kinzo is not long for this world, and the inheritance problem is still very shaky. In addition, there's that story about 10 tons of gold being hidden somewhere. A possible payoff like that might be enough to convince certain people to commit a crime. I don't want to think about it, but there's also a chance that the old bastard is running some bizarre occult ritual. The servants of the One Wing are his pawns, and they might have been the ones to try to carry out the murders, or the ones to carry out the murders. How about Dad, anyway? Have you been able to contact him yet? No. We aren't getting through on the extension line either. The culprits might have broken it. And Father does often leave the receiver off the hook when he's in a bad mood. When I knocked, I only received a grumpy reply. We can't contact him, but that study is well protected. It's probably safer there, so it might be best to have him stay there. Flustered, Kraus tried to explain away Kinzo's silence. Battler, the game master, hadn't made Kinzo's death a major theme for his game, so the conversation didn't go any further. They stopped talking about Kinzo without Rudolph thinking anything was particularly suspicious. Anyway, we can't let the servants out of our sights. I just had a talk with Hideyoshi about this, and we decided to split everyone into 2 rooms upstairs and hole up in there. Why 2 rooms? Just one would be more secure. Well, if we tried to stick 12 people in one room, we'd suffocate. Plus, I want to isolate the people we need to keep the closest eye on. There's Genji, the head of the servants. There's Gota, who is larger than any of us. And though he may be young, Canon is male too. I think we need to pay those 3 special attention, Aniki. This way we can isolate the group, and you and I can keep a close eye on them. With 2 guns, the pair of us can cooperate on a moment's notice. If they make even a single suspicious move, boom. Alright, let's do that. I don't know why I read that in my mind. It's like when you hit the nuke in COD Zombies, it goes kaboom. That's exactly how I imagine. That's actually Rudolph's voice. He actually voiced all those lines. But Rudolph, we can't be certain that they are the culprits. Don't be too pushy. You're telling me not to be pushy? We must be getting old. Right now, Hideyoshi is upstairs, dividing everyone into the 2 rooms. The ones being isolated will collect into the cousin's room, and the others will go into the next room over. Ah, right. Aniki, what about Jessica? She insists on being in the same room as you. Interesting. Why would she I don't know why I find that weird, because Jessica is actually the answer. Jessica's insisting on being in the same room as Kraus. Why? We were planning to have 5 people in the cousin's room and 7 in the adjacent. If Jessica wants to go to the cousin's room, it'll be split clean down the middle. If this was a wolves and sheep puzzle, there are currently 3 servant wolves and you 2 sheep in that room. I think adding in Jessica would be a good idea to balance things out. Yeah, she's a wolf too, though. For a while, Kraus crossed his arms and thought. The cousin's room would surely be more dangerous, so he wanted his daughter to go into the next room over. However, in an emergency situation like this, he also wanted to keep his daughter where he could see her. Let's let her stay with us. We might need her there to make sure we remain good dads and uncles. Yes, I'm keeping up a pretense of rationality right now, but I can't guarantee that my sadness at losing my wife won't change to anger. Even without any physical evidence, the servants were certainly the most suspicious. During the long haul ahead for these two men, their wariness and anger and sadness could make them lose their reason and act out in anger. After thinking deeply, Kraus decided to accept Jessica's request, in part to prevent this from happening. I think that's a good idea. I'm in favor. I agree. It's enough that only Rosa and I lose children. Rudolph. Aww. Well, I mean, Rosa died too, so in a weird way, Rudolph, you almost have it worse. I don't want to say this is a good thing, but like, you know, I don't know. Sorry, I don't know why that's like what's stuck in my head, but like I feel like Rudolph probably has it worse in this situation. Of course, you know, depends on the order, but like what would be worse? You dying first and then your kid dies after without you knowing, or like your kid dying first and then you get to live. Like, you know, I don't think those are good either way, but okay. Let me take a drink here. I'm gonna have to get water after this chapter. In this way, all the survivors accepting. You could just say accept. Jesus Christ. Sorry, having a stroke. All the survivors accepting Kinzo split into two groups and holed up in two rooms on the guest house's second floor. One group was in the cousin's room. Kraus, Rudolph, Jessica, Genji, Ken, and Gota. 6 people. Okay, so I'm gonna write these groups down because it's probably gonna be important. Group 1. Group 1, Cousin's Room. This is Kraus, Rudolph, Jessica, Genji, Cannon, Goda. Which means that Group 2, which we don't know the name of, is Hideyoshi, George, Kumasawa, my goat. There should be 2 more. Cannon's in the other room. Shannon. And Erika? I'm assuming if we're including Erika in that count. Oh, look at that. Got it exactly. 6 people here too. Perhaps as a result of the killer's doing, the external phone line had been cut off. And they would this is another thing too, I mentioned this earlier, and I didn't want to get hung up on like the logistical theory stuff, but I'm getting on it again. It has to be somebody as well that would have known where to cut the external phone line, you know? Let's not get into that. And they would have to wait for the ferry boat coming the next day before they could contact the police. However, the weather report had said the sea would be stormy throughout the next day because of the typhoon. When that happens, the ferry boat takes the day off, so it would probably be 2 days before the boat came. This is another interesting thing to note as well. Well, I guess, because what is it in this game? It's Sunday in the game, I think. Yeah, Sunday, October 5th, just past midnight. It takes place on the 4th and the 5th. The sea would be stormy. I'm just wondering why the killer does it in 2 days when they technically have 3. This is another thing that I'm wondering about, but... In other words, they were going to have to spend a full 2 nights holed up in here. But they might just be including this first night that they haven't technically spent yet. While Eric and the others held their planning meeting in the lounge, food and blankets had been brought in to prepare for the long road ahead. The sudden tragedy had everybody on edge, but it was already well after 2 a.m. If they really suspected the servants, and the observers couldn't afford to fall asleep at the same time. Either Kraus or Rudolph should probably take a nap right away. Not bad. Even without the detective's authority, you've managed to control things very skillfully. A man who's lost his cool is no different from an agitated dog. If you treat them properly, it's easy to control them. Damn, that's fucked up. One of the benefits of the detective's authority was being able to take charge of the situation. This ability was the reason that Erika had been able to order a large number of adults around at will, in spite of being both an uninvited guest and a young girl. However, she didn't have that power this time. So Erika had taken charge by making good use of her natural conversation skills and techniques for controlling men. The detective's authority is the same as magic. It can't do what you can't do. So Erika's authority was only recognized because she already had that much talent. Magic is not something that is given to lazy or powerless humans. Right. On the contrary, people who can hide their great efforts are the ones we call witches. The absolute nature of the detective's authority could even act as magic. However, it didn't seem as though Erika had done nothing to earn that convenient power. I probably need to accept it. Even when she isn't given any special powers by the witch she serves, she's very competent on her own. But Erika, why did you split them into 2 rooms? I was thinking you were going to gather everyone into 1 room. I would have if I had the detective's authority. This is a move to preserve my right to investigate at will. Ah, so that's it. I see, not bad. Since Erika was being protected as a guest, it was hard for her to move about freely. In truth, she wanted to take some time to reinvestigate the crime scenes at her leisure, without being interrupted by anyone. She had probably already inspected the scenes once as she ran through the mansion, but that probably wasn't perfect. However, they wouldn't have let a guest into the crime scene, so that had been her only option back then. She wanted some time to herself and freedom to investigate more, in part so that she could check the locked rooms and causes of death more closely. How is that related to splitting everyone into 2 rooms and having them stay there? That's where her silver tongue will come into play. Watch. Yes, that's the only reason I split them into 2 rooms. Less amount of people to convince. The cousins' room was filled with a quiet tension. The room had 6 people, Kraus, Jessica, and Rudolph. And the most suspicious ones, the male servants, Genji, Cannon, and Goda, who had been forced to hole up in here. Jessica leaned against Kraus's shoulder, wrapped up in a blanket. She was drowsy, but apparently couldn't get to sleep. It was no surprise. In this bizarre situation, it would probably take a lot longer before she could accept her mother's death. Cannon thought that this was the sort of time he should stay by Jessica's side, but that looked like it would be hard to do in front of Rudolph's intimidating glare. Rudolph stayed completely silent, but his inner emotions showed clearly in his eyes. So, without even asking, Genji, Cannon, and Goda all understood that they were under suspicion. Sometimes Goda would ask if he could help in an attempt to correct this misunderstanding, but that seemed to have the opposite effect. The only good option available to him was to stay quiet so that he didn't aggravate Rudolph and sit still at the end of the sofa. In the next room over, there was also 6 people: Erika, Hideyoshi, George, Shannon, Nanjo, and Kumasawa. The format of the room and the suffocating atmosphere were the same as the cousin's room, but even so, it was relatively calm there. This is the first time we've ever seen this room. Just the art on the wall is interesting. Oh, the goat. George sat holding Shannon, who was hanging her head despondently the whole time. Kumasawa and Nanjo sat nervously as they listened to Hideyoshi explain the situation. We don't know how many enemies there are. However, we've got a gun right here, and of course, I've shot one before. I'm not talking about the Hawaii shooting center here. It's been long enough that I can confess, but I once defiantly fired off one of them occupying forces pistols. You see, back then the black market was controlled by foreign gangsters. He probably wanted to make everyone feel secure by convincing them that he could be relied upon. Hideyoshi went into one of his old stories that everyone had heard many times, and that had gotten more extravagant each time they heard it. Real as fuck. You could say it's magic, right? He's embellishing it every time? It didn't make them any more confident in Hideyoshi. Dude, this is 100% Higurashi art. This looks like the creek when they go at the one point where they say that it, like, opens up to hell. I forget the name of it. You know what I'm talking about. It didn't make them any more confident in Hideyoshi's abilities, but it did seem to calm things down a little by bringing in a sense of normality. Why has a crime like this happened? I hope the boat can come tomorrow. That seems unlikely. It looks as though we'll be staying here for 2 nights. Now is a good time to get some sleep. Oh, my goat. He's so right. Huh. I don't have the nerves to sleep soundly in a situation like this. George. The pain and anger of losing his mother quietly tormented George. Sleepiness probably wouldn't be coming for him for a while. Erika suddenly clapped her hands as though she had just remembered something. Fuck, I fucked up my clap. That one wasn't even that good either. There we go, that one was better. Then whispered in Hideyoshi's ear, interrupting the old story which he had grown very engrossed with. Of course, bro, let a man tell his story! I joke about this all the time, but like, I don't know if I've ever said it on stream, but I meme about it with my dad all the time, that I have like certain keywords I can say that just like force him to tell the same story all the time, like he's like a AI that has the same output for a given input. And I've just noticed that as I've got older, I'm like literally turning into the same thing. You say like the same certain things, and I'm going to tell you the exact same stories. Sorry, I'm just going to the cousin's room for a second. There's one little thing I need to check on with the servants over there. Can't you use the phone? You just need to dial the room number. Oh, have you forgotten? It seems the culprit has broken the telephone lines. What's this? Are you saying you found some kind of contradiction in their statements? Erika had created a strong impression with her detective-like behavior up to this point, so Hideyoshi immediately assumed that that was something, or that this was something vital to do with the crime. It'll be easy to check, but it might open up a much larger seam. I'll be quick about it. Please don't let anyone leave this room. Even if you're only going next door, it's dangerous to go alone. You sure you don't want to take someone with you? We cannot fully trust the servants or... What?! Okay, the servants I get, but Nanjo? Nanjo is fucking innocent, man. He wouldn't hurt a fly. He also... No comment. You're in charge of this room, and George is needed to support you. We cannot spare anyone. Don't worry, the detective never gets attacked. Foreboding thing to say. Erika had already worked hard to look like a sharp, clear-headed person. Hideyoshi relaxed and agreed, thinking that it was just next door and wouldn't be a problem. If I'm not back in about an hour, no. It's probably better if I don't wander around too much. I'll stay over there until morning. It'll be better if I wait until it gets light before I come back. Good thinking. Be careful. Giggle. That's what I'm saying, man. The more and more that we play, the more and more I'm realizing that Nanjo is Beatrice. I mean, he looks like her the most out of anybody in the game. Come on. I'm just going to the next room over. Take good care of this room. Please don't let anyone go outside. We've already brought everything we might need into this room to ensure there's no reason to leave. Food, drinks, blankets, medicine, towels, tissue paper, everything. The women also had their cosmetic pouches. Damn, that's a real... Shout out to him for putting that out. They really need makeup, and they need other cosmetic things for when you're locked in a room running away from a murderer. Because God be damned, if I don't have my fucking eyeliner and my mascara, we're fucked. They can spend 48 hours without being short of any physical goods. That's what I'm saying, dude. The Nanjo Trees angle is crazy. They don't understand the Nanjo Trees angle, man. We aren't just here to protect ourselves. We're also on the lookout for the culprit if he's among us. I understand. Good. Goodbye, then. All I'm saying is if you look at this guy right here, and you don't think he would look banging in that silk dress, clearly we haven't been playing the same game for 150 hours. Where are you going, Erika? We promised that no one would go outside. Oh, Erika remembered something important she had to do. She's going next door. Don't worry, she'll be fine. Hideyoshi suspected that Shannon might be one of the culprits. Since he also knew that Shannon and George had a special relationship, he apparently thought it would be prudent to mislead George about Erika's actions and motives. Yo, shout out to my glasses not hurting my head today for some reason. Normally this always happens when I wear them, that my glasses hurt my head, but they haven't today, so I'm feeling good about it. Now that I say this, my glasses will hurt my head in the next 20 minutes. Hideyoshi slowly opened the door and checked both ways down the corridor. Oh, that's good. You should always look both ways before crossing. His gun raised. It's okay. No one's there. That's far enough. For all we know, Shannon might take George hostage as soon as you leave the room, right? It's careless even just to show your back to them as you're doing now. You're right. Then be careful. Tell me all about it later. Sure. Bye then. Bang. Shoots her in the head right as he closes the door. This is like some actual like Trouble in Terrorist Town shit. Like, she's the detective. We have traitors in our midst. Everybody else is innocent. Quick. Everybody spell innocent backwards. T... N-N-E-C. I think I spelled it wrong. I spelled it wrong. Guys, I'm not a traitor. I promise I'm not a traitor. Pushing Hideyoshi back inside, Erika closed the door. She then waited for the sound of the locked room on the inside, and her smiling eyes opened wide. Innocent. I-N-N-O-C-E-N-T. T-N-E-C-O-N-N-I. Guys, I'm innocent. Her expression had become ruthless and intelligent. With this, Erika had managed to obtain a period of several hours, during which all the suspects were sealed up and she alone was free. Finally, I can investigate to my heart's content. But first, Ushirimiya Battler. Don't use my full name. Allow me to confirm the location of all characters present. Repetition requested. Of course, I'm not obliged to respond, remember? If you don't, I'll just say that someone sneaked out while I wasn't looking and that this person was responsible for the bizarre crimes that are sure to follow. If you want to show me an impossible murder, you should first confirm their locations. Sure, why not? I'll listen at least. Let me hear it. From now on, let's refer to the room next to the cousin's room as the next room over. Okay, I'm gonna put that in my notes because I have it as just room X, following Balor's thing. Next room over. Does that work for you? That's easy to remember. Got it. And when I check the character's location, as I'm about to, I'm not concerned with whether they are alive or dead. Okay, interesting. I'm gonna also put that as a very weird thing. Erika also is saying, or locations, not whether alive or dead, just location of their body. Still interesting though, because you could still get something from where their corpse is. I'm referring to the current point in time. And referring to the current point in time. We got a walking corpse. Is this Higurashi? Here we go. The 6 first Twilight victims are located at the places where they were discovered. Natsui is in her room, Ava in the VIP, Kiri is in Krause's study, Rosa and Maria are in the parlor, and you are in the guest room. Don't tell me you're already going to decline. Don't worry, I acknowledge it. Okay. Battler acknowledges all the locations of the victims. Again, note above. In the notes. In the notes. In the notes above. In the notes above. There's the notes again if you want to see them, just so you can see what I'm typing. But just, you know. First off, it was acknowledged that the victims' locations were the same as the rooms they had been shown by the Witch's Side illusion. Good. I'll continue. Hideyoshi, George, Shannon, Kumasawa, and Nanjo are in the next room over. Acknowledge. Okay. The people in the room Erika had just left had been specified. It was the role of the human side to check every one of these seemingly obvious little details. Good. I'll continue. Everyone else is in the cousin's room. Ooh. So, everyone in the other room is actually there. Now we'll see this, because this is true. This is a good catch-all statement. I like this line. The word everyone drew a slight reaction from Battler. The intuition he had built up from all his previous games told him not to answer this one instantly. I declined. Acknowledging that would mean that Kinzo's body would also have to be in the cousin's room. Ah, pardon me. It has already been shown that Kinzo no longer exists, so please remove him from the word everyone. Why are you using the word everyone for the cousin's room alone? You could just mention the names of Krause and the other 5 individually. Is this to, like, sneak in the idea that maybe... Well, no, because we know the location of the other people. This is odd. Are you trying to capture an extra person that we didn't know about? This is weird. So why are you being so vague? It'd just be too much of a pain to read out all their names. Or is there something wrong? Does using the word everyone create a problem with some trick of yours? If Battler had been told to repeat Krause, Rudolph, Jessica, Genji, Goda, and Ken are in the cousin's room, he would probably have responded with the red without thinking too much about it. Yes, normally, Erika would have mentioned the name of each person inside and had him repeat it precisely. Battler hesitated to repeat, feeling some kind of unease because of the use of the word everyone. Excluding Kinzo and me, there are 17 people on this island. 6 were killed and are lying in the mansion, and 5 are in the next room over, which means the remaining 6 are in the cousin's room. This would be the normal way of thinking of things. Excuse me. However, it is extremely dangerous to assume that because there are 17 people on this island, if we subtract 6, then 5, then 6 again, that means we're left with 0 humans whose location have not been checked. I'm pretty sure this sort of trick involving names and numbers of people caused you a lot of trouble with Nanjo's murder in the 3rd game. Yeah. Okay. Good point. That trick worked because the 18 names given didn't match up with the 18 people who actually existed, leaving room to add in an unknown person. Exactly. And so I can't feel secure just by checking their locations by name. That's why I use the word everyone. That word can prevent you from using a new trick that I haven't even thought of. I see. Pretty crafty of you. If Battler was planning a new trick like the one used for the murder of Nanjo in the 3rd game, where the names and number of people would be used to create false alibis, then even naming off all 17 people and checking their positions left a trace of uncertainty behind. And if he skillfully managed to slip somebody past the names and numbers of people... Wait, did I misread that line? I feel like I did. If he skillfully managed to slip somebody past... No, I didn't. For example, let's say that an unknown assassin X, Assassin X, is hiding on this island. Let's call him Puro Pico Man. I see. PPK Man. Even if you list everyone's names and check their locations, this PPK Man guy would fall outside the net. Precisely. Even hearing there are only 17 people on this island and here are the locations of the 17 people is insufficient. There's already a precedent for this. However, the word everyone is just too broad. Can't you word it a little differently? No, if we run away from the word everyone here, there's a chance that Erika will be able to use that as a basis for making PPK Man the culprit for everything. In my old fights with you, I also nailed several riddles with no basis other than an unknown person X. The word everyone carries heavy significance. Make sure you think very carefully first. Erika wore a full but evil smile, confident that she had made a powerful move. Players on the witch side must eradicate all possibilities that would be possible for humans. If I don't crush any chance for this ridiculously named Puro Pico Man right now, he'll be used to explain everything the witch does. That was a move I liked to use in my old games with Beato. Back at the very beginning of the fight, my counterattacks were all based on an unknown 19th person. Because of that, it had been necessary for Beato to restrict the number of people on the island and eliminate any unknown person hiding somewhere. In that case, this time is the same. So just like Beato did, I need to get rid of any leeway in which that X can exist. The number of people on this island has already been declared, but since she's suspecting tricks involving the names and number of people, saying the same thing again won't satisfy her. In that case, I have no choice but to respond to a repetition request and use the word everyone. The word has a disturbing ring to it, and though I haven't figured it out yet, it feels like there's some kind of demonic killer move hidden within it. Damn, after insulting Beato so much and saying that the witch side had a huge advantage, I'm feeling this much pressure from just a single repetition request. This is giving me like the vibe whenever people play like fighting games, or I guess you could say like any multiplayer game, where anytime you lose to a character, you just talk about like how broken that character is, and then you could play that character and lose to the character that you were just playing, and then you would talk about how the other character that you happened to just lose the exact same matchup, like the same mirror match with, was actually the broken one, because in reality it's just like the side that you're on you always view as being worse. But is he going to... Destruction, right? You mean the chess term? Yes. It's a technique of putting pressure on an enemy piece, forcing it to move and making them weak in their own position. I'm threatening you with the board and powerful piece called everyone, pressuring you to move. With this, you will be able to perfectly guarantee the alibis for all the survivors, and it'll probably make it possible for you to trap me in the later impossible crimes. What are you so afraid of? Shouldn't this be a powerful move for you? But it's a move that you're pressuring me to make. You're trying to make me weaken my own position in some way. No matter how good a move seems, it is a bad move when it is what the opponent wants. However, it will be hard to avoid the word everyone here. Hey man, that's just how it goes. I say the same shit with Dota. I'll be playing like a Dota game. I'm playing against Spectre. And I'm like, man, I'm playing as Terrorblade. I'm like, man, Spectre's so broken. Then I play Terrorblade against Spectre and I lose. I'm like, man, Terrorblade is so broken. Or I think I said that backwards. You know what I meant. I was playing Spectre against Terrorblade. Whatever. Point made. The red truth can cut the weak reasoning of the human side apart over and over. In the past, I feared its ruthlessness, although, you know, just to settle the score here for any of the Dota listeners, Terrorblade does beat. You know, okay, I don't know about the exact current meta at this given point in time, but Terrorblade is the Spectre counter, okay? He clears over her. One of the only counters. In the past, I feared its ruthlessness. However, I quickly learned that it could be used as a basis for a counterattack. The red truth is a secret weapon, a treasured sword. Now I'm painfully aware of how Beato felt. It can kill with ease, but it's not something to be used with abandon. Using it carelessly can corner the witch side instead. What will you do? You can defer the decision if you want. No. Okay, I acknowledge it. I acknowledge that everyone else... Okay. After mulling over the use of the word everyone, Battler says... I acknowledge that everyone else is in the cousin's room. Good. Thank you very much, Battler. What a beautiful, decisive move. Oh, I'm in trouble. If a letter from the witch were to appear in this situation, why, whomever could I suspect? Your own peace. Dun dun dun. I still am not throwing out that possibility, even though it could be a little bit finicky and a little bit silly. That there's some weird, like, double play where somehow he has some amount of control over her peace. You know, I know this is total bullshit, but, you know, I'm just saying, don't leave it out there. She hasn't confirmed the non-guilt of her own peace. She said she was in trouble, but her face didn't look troubled at all. On the contrary, she looked as though she had just succeeded in making a very important foundational move. Well, because you also just denied the outside person, but we kind of already knew that, but it's okay. In the Witch's game, because now, even if they do a name swap, you know that the person that operated under the name swap has to be in one of those rooms, right? Other than, of course, her character. In the Witch's game, even a single mistaken move is fatal. In both chess and shogi, you can't take back a move once you've made it. That last exchange had left a bad aftertaste, as though flesh had been torn and bones broken. Yeah, man, you're not playing 3 houses, okay? You can't just press that rewind option. That should be enough of confirming everyone's position. Shall we continue the game? Yes, we shall. Delana! Yes, Lady Erika. Let's get started right away. Let's use the privilege our merciful game master has given us. Yes, understood. Gertrude, Cornelia, we will use 2 rooms worth of the 3 sets of seals we were given. Are they going to seal off these 2 rooms? She's not going to use it on those? This is actually like a giga-brain play, actually, to seal both rooms now that she's not in it. For your attention, we hear and obey. Oh, good Warcraft 3 line. I hear and obey. Seal the cousin's room in the next room over. This means that everyone other than the victims has been sealed. No matter what happens after this, the humans within the seals won't be— Oh, this is a fucking god move from Erika. Holy shit. Lisa Dot? Talk about the god move, bro. This is the god move. Come on. I don't know if I got his last name right, but, you know, the guy that made that move against the Go AI. You know what I'm talking about. You know what I'm talking about. Erika puts 2 seals worth in the cousin's room and the other room to lock all the people, save the current victims in. Okay, wonderful. I should say, and herself. Plus herself. Sorry, just putting this in the notes, okay? The notes are important, even though at this point we're almost getting up to the point where I don't think the notes will matter much anymore. I imagine if it's like Higurashi in episode 7 and 8, I don't know how much note-taking there will need to be, but we'll see. By the seals on the doors and windows, the complete sealing of both the cousin's room and the next room over has been guaranteed. Okay. Complete. Let me put a dot in front of this. The complete sealing of the cousin's room and the next room over. This is going to sound sort of weird, but since I'm playing on the Umineko Project version, this is going to be a random rant here, I guess. Since I'm playing on the Yumi Project version, there's something that I wonder if there's been, like, I'm sure that with how much of an undertaking this probably was, there's probably multiple translators that worked in this. But one of the things that's kind of funny is that when you do writing, there's like a style guide that you should— I don't want to say that you have to follow, but that is generally followed. Like, you can look up the AP style guide, I think there's 20 points for it. And one of the things they always talk about is if you have a word that you're trying to show like possession of, like cousins here with S, you always add the extra S after the apostrophe just to avoid any weird confusion or just, you know, anything like that. You just always do it. Just to be a cleaner, more consistent look. And it's funny because sometimes they follow that rule in this game and other times they don't. So I'm wondering if this is like in my head, this is just an internal thought, if that's what's going on. But for just an instant, that red longsword had returned to Delaner's hand. She had been given permission to draw it, thanks to the red truth that she had finally gained. When the fight concerned these 2 sealed rooms from now on, Delaner would be able to use the merciless blade, the red key. This overwhelming power could slice even the game master in half. For a while, Erika and Delaner grinned at each other, entranced by the ruthless red light that was burned into their eyes. Senior Aide, allow me to ask a question. What is it? It is my understanding that the players on the human side are to interpret the problems posed by the witch as the work of humans. You are not mistaken. Then why are Lady Erika and Supervisor Delaner fighting to lower the number of humans who can commit crimes? Cornelia's question was very simple. Those 2 had made this move boldly and treated it like a powerful one, so it almost made it seem as though this move would greatly damage the witch. However, if you thought about it, Erika was just strangling her own neck. We still do not know what sort of crime will occur in the future. Would it not be more advantageous to the humans if there are more people whose locations are not specified? hard to say here, because I kind of understand if you're trying to actually, like, blow off the cover off the game. I think, like, put it this way, what Erika is doing right now for me is nice in determining, like, who is actually the culprit in this given episode, but I understand what she is saying in the sense that by sealing these rooms, you are now sealing more humans away, which locks off potential opportunities or, like, a fog of war that you could use to describe as humans. But that's also not really what the game... I don't know. It's hard. I get what she's saying, but for me, okay, for trying to figure out who Beatrice is, I feel like this is sort of a good move for me, or for who the killer is, but... Be advised that now is not yet the time for the lady or the commander to reveal their thoughts. I apologize for my idle chatter. It's a fair point to bring up, but Cornelia looked like she wasn't satisfied. In the previous game, in order to help Kinzo escape from his study, Battler had made desperate efforts to crush his locked room using a variety of methods. As a result, Kinzo had escaped into the darkness of the night, and it had later been possible to treat him like an elusive phantom. In other words, locked rooms were advantageous to witches and disadvantageous to humans. Witches proposed locked rooms and humans destroyed and denied them. Those were meant to be the standard tactics of this game, so she's saying, why are the roles reversed? Reverse the roles! Trainwreck is like jumping in his seat. Reverse the roles! Yet Erika had created locked rooms herself and sealed a full 11 people in them. In other words, this was the same as abandoning the right to use those 11 people. When explaining all of the later tricks... Oops, my mic is falling. Battler had also once sought to confirm the locations of certain people, but that had been to check whether certain pieces existed with which he could break locked rooms, a completely different situation. Why had Erika taken these 11 people who were supposed to be her pieces and sealed them in a locked room? Cornelia didn't have enough experience out on the field to understand this move, which only looked as though they were trapping themselves. She's looking for a complete victory, okay? Not like a halfway one. A disturbing move. What on earth is Erika planning? It isn't necessarily an attack. It's the same in chess and shogi. She's making like a choke point. Strengthening the guard around your king is a valid strategy. In other words, the seals around those two rooms aren't an attack but a defense. That seems likely. Thanks to that, it's hard to lay a hand on the survivors. It'll be tough to carry out the second Twilight. Ah, I see. The witch side has an advantage when more mysteries are presented. Yeah. After all, if even one mystery goes unsolved, the witch wins. Each new locked room we present increases our advantage. The mysteries that the witch side sets up are equivalent to attacks. The human side must perfectly intercept all of those. It's almost like a penalty kick face-off where conceding a single goal means defeat. So the witch side wants to increase its number of attacks. The human side wants to lower the number of attacks. When Battler had fought on the human side, he hadn't thought of the survivors holding up in a room as being particularly useful. However, from the witch's perspective, this strategy was simple but effective. What made Beato incredible was the way she had bluffed and sneered at that as though it was useless. On the inside, she must have been very worried about how to break down all of those barricades in each game. Right now, I'm sure of that. I see, so strengthening your guard to make it hard for a crime to occur is one of the ways for the human sides to fight. I butchered that, but it's okay. However, that's a simple move. The great detective Rudo Erika wouldn't have looked so proud of herself after playing a move like that. Would Erika be happy after playing a defensive move? Though this move looks as though she's restraining herself, it's also extremely unlikely that Erika, of all people, played a defensive move. I'm sure that this is an attack, not a move made for defense, though I don't know what kind of attack it is. Next is our move. What shall we do? For the moment she has, at least apparently, spent her turn on strengthening her guard to stop the second Twilight instead of reasoning about the first Twilight. If they push, pull back. If they pull back, push. In that case, it's time for us to attack. But how should we attack? The guest house is well guarded. Yes, it appears as though the entire area of the guest house is now under Erika's control. However, there are certain pieces, like bishops and knights, whose specialty is cutting behind enemy lines. Some guy who's like never heard of chess somehow and doesn't know how any of the pieces move, he's like, what does that even mean? Battler snapped his fingers and a single gold butterfly appeared from the darkness, and then flew up to the chessboard, trailing gold dust behind it. It landed without a sound and then transformed into a black piece representing the witch's darkness. X-ray. That's also a chess term. Yes. It's when a square seems to be under an enemy's control, but you observe that your own pieces do actually exert enough influence, so you attack. That's a high-level technique. Yeah, I'll pretend I know that. Erika, if you really believe that you can defend against my next attack just by sealing up all the survivors, that's a naive idea. Battler raised his new black piece, I thought it was a blade, black piece high. His target was a single open space deep behind enemy lines. How will you handle it? This is my response. Exploding my fucking eardrums was your response? Chill, man. Ah, now I can finally stretch my wings. First off, let's take a midnight stroll in the mansion. I wonder if there's going to be some way that he tries to intercept this so that she doesn't get to, like, move anyways. Like, she still doesn't get to search around. Because that would still be a way to, like, wing clip her. Like, okay, cool, you still satisfied. Because, like, in that way it would still work. Cool, you can guarantee that, like, nothing happens for the future Twilights, or you'll be able to describe everything that happens for the future killings. However, you won't be able to ever describe the first Twilights. Ideally, this would be the idea, but you never know. You would take a stroll in the middle of the night to an eerie mansion where a killer might be hiding. You must be very eccentric. By no means. I had to wait a long time to be free like this. I feel it's free time after a swimming lesson. Oh, I remember those. I took swimming lessons up until I was like 12. Now the burnt castle was nowhere in sight, Erika was regaining her high spirits. She wasn't exaggerating when she said she could spread her wings. Delana knew that she was staking her own destruction on this game. And she was not in a favorable position by any means. Delana could do nothing but assist Erika so that she could fight to the best of her abilities. Alright. The locks on the first floor of the guest house are perfect. The entrance is sealed up with a chain lock. Before leaving the guest house, Erika did a check on the first floor, making sure that nothing was out of place. Then she found a flashlight. I am so sorry, and I don't know why I read that as flashlight. I'm sorry, I don't know why, I apologize. I don't even know why I'm saying this right now, but I'm just letting you know. An umbrella in the servant room next to the entrance. Then let us go. Yes. We at least have to check the cause of death for all 6. She unset the chain, unlocked the door, and opened it. The freezing outside air poured in. It appears to be quite windy still. Well, this body is just a cage of flesh to me. I don't care if it gets wet or cold. Let's go. When Erika dropped her gaze to open her umbrella, she noticed something lying at her feet. The letter. Oh, you fucker. He is going to do that, what I was saying. He's going to try and introduce some fuckery right now. It's one of the usual letters. It was one of those letters sent by the witch with the seal of the one-winged eagle on it. Okay. Letter placed under the mat outside the guest house entrance. As though someone had predicted that Erika would eventually come this way while heading for the mansion. Due to the guest house's large eaves, the envelope had avoided the rain entirely. So it's here already. Almost as though it was waiting for me. She bent over and picked it up. She then tore it open recklessly and pulled the letter inside out of it. The message had been written in neat handwriting. Welcome, Fruto Erika, it says. Oh, so it's calling me by name. They totally saw this coming. What does it say? It's an advance notice of a crime. Well, a post-factum notice, technically. Apparently they have taken Ushirmiya Battler's corpse. They're asking me to try looking for it. Okay. Note directly addresses Erika and claims they have taken Battler's corpse. So it's a little bit odd here, too. It's not too odd that they know with Rika, because we had the whole scene of her, like, flexing her intelligence at the start of this chapter, so it's not the most surprising that whoever it is here knows about her and her being smart, but... So this isn't to tear apart the two who are close to the second Twilight. It's like a self-contained mystery. While disappearing corpses happened a few times in Beatos games, too, there's nothing really new about this. Erika shrugged and scorned the letter. However, this letter was a real attack. All the survivors were sealed in the rooms on the second floor, and after Cross and the others had gone around checking doors and windows, Erika had personally made sure there was nothing at this spot. So this was an attack, saying that someone who shouldn't exist had placed the letter, and that this someone was a witch. That doesn't mean anything, though, what? In the entire time you were fucking around, we already said that Battler only gave confirmation of the bodies at the time. So it could still be one of the victims, but... There was also an attack that the old Beatoad often used. Interesting. Ah, sheesh. If the way you show it is the same, please tell me the actual trick isn't the same too. Delana, please call Battler here. Understood. Lord Battler, we wish to take our turn. Got it. Let's have it. I'm ever so sorry. I actually don't have a new move to announce. Because it's an old one. She's replaying another one? The truth is, this is an apology. There's something I need to apologize for. Apologize? Battler and Beato's eyes went wide. However, though Erika said that she wanted to apologize, she had a confident look on her face as though even that apology would be a new move. So Battler glared at her dubiously without letting his guard down. It's about those retroactive seals. I had actually already sealed one place. Ooh. Let me guess. If I was going to seal any of the victims, I would have sealed Kiri's room. To be honest with you. I apologize for taking so long to report this to you. You already sealed something. In other words, you've already used up all 3 rooms worth. Yes. I promised that I'd report on it right away, but I completely forgot until just now. You have my sincere apologies. You don't look like someone who's sincerely apologizing. Well, that's fine. I'm the one who gave you that privilege. So, where and when did you place the seals? Delaner? Allow me to report. Battler's guest room was sealed at the time of Lady Erika's inspection of the corpse. Okay. So Erika sealed Battler's room at the time she examined the corpse. So now the question is, was this sealed prior? Well, it would have to be after, right? Because sealing it before wouldn't mean anything, because then they would crack the door open and break the seal, right? Vito tried not to let it show on her face, but Erika didn't miss her eyebrows twitching slightly and her gaze flicking over to Battler. Normally I would have liked to seal all 5 of the locked rooms, but I didn't have enough duct tape. Out of respect for the game master, I sealed only the room with Battler's corpse. So you were kind enough to close the lid on my coffin. I remembered a short while ago, and I was planning to tell you when we reached the mansion and investigated the guest room with your corpse in it. However, when this letter appeared, I figured I should report it right away. Why did you think that? Well, after all, Battler has been playing this game not knowing that his corpse was sealed in the guest room. Because of that, I thought, possibly, that it might change things regarding the appearance of this letter. The cousin's room and the next room over are currently sealed. Sorry for the late report, but the guest room with your corpse in it is also sealed. And there are 17 people on the island, excluding Lady Erika. The existence of the 18th person has already been denied in a previous game. So when I thought about the person who could have placed the letter and erased your corpse, I thought that maybe, just maybe, things might be different. Erika laughed nastily while staring into Battler's eyes to see if he was panicked or disturbed. So I'm trying to follow. I think I get what she's saying. Battler's been playing the game not knowing that his corpse was sealed in the guest room. Because of that, I thought possibly that it might change things regarding the appearance of this letter. Okay, we'll see. Battler's just chatted up. No fucks given. Battler. Stay calm. Erika has just made her report a bit late. There's nothing to be nervous about. Erika had suspected it since the beginning. It was possible that Battler actually hadn't been killed and was still alive, and if he was alive, then the letter that had suddenly appeared was easy to explain, even though all of the survivors were sealed up. Judging by Beto's faint agitation, maybe Erika's guess had been right on the mark. Battler had played dead and somehow misled Erika's examination, and then when everyone had holed up in the guest house, he'd snuck out of the guest room. He'd placed a letter about the disappearance of his own corpse at the entrance to the guest house, and then he'd gone into hiding. If that was the truth, then the seals that had placed on Battler's guest room at the time of Erika's examination were now very significant. Not sure if I'm following. At the time of her examination, so they mean at the time that she actually examined his corpse and was deceived. Fuck, the problem is I don't remember the timeline. I'm trying to remember if she did that. Well, obviously it had to have been after everybody discovered all the corpses, because she was running around examining everything. The only thing that I don't understand about this, or that maybe, because the thing that's popping out of my mind is that couldn't it have very well have been that some other person came in, like, let's say it was one of the other people, right? Like, it wasn't Battler that actually, like, was faking his death. Let's say Kiri, just because I was saying that earlier. Let's say that Kiri wasn't actually dead. And she went and she moved Battler's corpse, then went back to faking dead in the room. Would this not then also still satisfy the exact same thing? Unless, I'm obviously messing something up with the timeline, but I don't feel like this proves that it was Battler. Right? I mean, if they all hold up, I don't know. We'll see. I feel like this because, well, I get that the room is sealed, but it doesn't really mean anything. Like, the fact that it's sealed, I mean, well, we're gonna find that the seal is broken, right? Like, that's not really too surprising. The room will be broken, sure. I get that part. Well, what's to stop them from breaking the seal? The seal is just taped to let you know that somebody has broken in, not that the room is, like, impossible to enter, right? In short, if he had used this trick, then Battler would have broken the seals when he left his guest room. The trick would not be workable without breaking the seals. Since the survivors were all sealed in the guest house, breaking the seal in the guest room would mean acknowledging that at least one of the victims was alive. Yeah, but my only thing about this is, like, I guess what she's saying is, like, technically true. It just feels weird that the game is narrowing in on focusing on Battler in this particular example. All this is doing is proving that one of the people isn't actually dead. Or multiple of them aren't actually dead. Which I follow, I get that part. I get if that's the point they're trying to make, I follow, but it feels like the game was very specifically trying to talk about Battler, and I'm just a bit odd why they're singling him out. all it proves is that somebody isn't dead in that group, but okay, that doesn't really get us... Regardless. We know it's not any of the people inside the thing. The only possibility is that Battler himself isn't dead, placed the letter, you know, moved his own corpse, hid somewhere, or alternatively that this was done by somebody else that wasn't Battler, that was one of the people inside the house. But I don't know. Maybe I'm reading too much into this. If Battler had known about the seals earlier, it was likely that he would have advanced the game in a very different way to avoid this. In other words, it was very likely that an announcement about the seals would have a large effect on the rest of Battler's game. Erika was saying if Battler, playing the part of a corpse, had remained inside the guest room to avoid breaking the seals, then perhaps the plot would not have included this letter. If the truth was that Battler was actually alive and had placed the letter there, then, now that Erika's seals had come into play, there was a chance that he would find a contradiction in his trick somewhere down the line. I had to pull this back. Sorry, I'm just reading this here. Because she's assuming that she has placed the seal and that he has the game set on rails to go in a very particular way regardless of like her presence. And that now that she has been granted these seals, which she didn't grant before, that he would have performed the game in a different manner than he would have otherwise performed had he known that she had the seals, because now she can catch a contradiction in the statement. I follow that to this point. The cousin's room and the next room over are currently sealed. Sorry, blah, 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 blah. When I thought about it, the person who could have placed the letter and erased your corpse, I thought that maybe, just maybe things might be different. Erika laughed nastily while staring into Battler's eye, blah, 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 blah. It's possible, yeah, I guess... I follow what's happening, I'm a bit confused why specifically like this statement. It's possible that Battler, yeah, it's possible that any of the fucking people inside the mansion aren't. That's like the whole point of this, is to narrow it down. But I feel like, maybe this is me being slow, maybe I'm not understanding something and it will become clear later on. But to me, if you have sealed everybody inside the mansion to this point, right? Or inside the guest house, inside the rooms, and the body goes missing, how on earth is that? I guess the only way would be that if the seal was broken, it wouldn't really narrow down to a specific... But it doesn't narrow... I don't know. I'm confusing myself here. I'm going to lay down from top to bottom my understanding. Battler has this game set out... I'm closing my eyes, by the way. Oh! Okay, now I see what you're saying. Because he has to... Okay, sorry. No, I understand now. That makes more sense. Because I forgot that Battler's... Okay, yeah, sorry. My fault was that I forgot that Battler has now taken up the role of, like, Beatrice. And he's taken up the role of having to accept that magic exists. And then having a seal broken anywhere provides the explanation of a human having done it. She doesn't even have to prove that it was a specific person. Okay. My fault. I understand. Sorry, I don't know why I missed that part. That sort of contradiction is called a logic error. Yeah, I just committed one of those. A logic error? I think we heard about that really early on in the story. It's an illegal move, the greatest and worst form of error, and one the witch side must never commit. I remember. Because it's a self-denying thing. Okay. It was something about the two sides of the tale not matching and creating a contradiction. Do you remember the part about the magic for making candy appear inside an overturned cup? Yeah. Maria and Erika were fighting about that. It was just a sleight of hand where someone slipped the candy into the cup while One-chan had her eyes closed. That's right. Since Maria did not observe the process of the trick and was only given the result, she accepted the magical fantasy that the candy had appeared by magic inside the cup, and magic was established. Okay, so a logic error would be a trick that has become impossible. Meaning that, of course, the way the trick was performed had to be wrong, which, applied to this game, means that if he's trying to use magic, he has self-defeated magic by this. Thinking back, the time when Erika and Maria fought fiercely about this magic with the red and blue truth was really the opening battle of this tale. I mean, I feel like Maria kind of got BTFO'd in that, but let's try to remember that exchange. The heartless conclusion was that it had all been a trick. Making the candy appear in the cup by magic had been nothing more than Beato's claim. Magic can only do things that one can accomplish. In other words, the only result that magic can leave behind are those that can be accomplished without magic. I mean, again, I feel like I've said this for a while, and maybe it's just because the game is presenting it way later. The very claim of how magic works as an embellishment, I always right-click when I mean to scroll up. Then when you say this, when you say, in other words, the only result that magic can leave behind are those that can be accomplished without magic, is necessarily denying magic itself, in the sense that magic can't be used as an explanation for something. There are two general types of magic. Oh. If you summon giants and make towers grow from the ground, but when the lid is taken off, nothing has happened in the rose garden. That's one type of magic. That is just fantasy, an illusion. Yep. It's a lie with no observers, taking place only where there is absolutely no anti-magic toxin, to use the words of a witch. Yes, this is what we've been talking about for the whole game, where like we have unreliable narrators and observers where we can't necessarily trust what we're being shown, because there's no way that we have anybody that can act as like a impartial observer. We have only partial tellings, we have only the most clouded view. Magic that doesn't have to produce a result is the easiest kind, and it is light. This is the kind that we've been contending with for most of the game, but that I would say kind of died around episode 4, because we're not in a position, again, this could all be turned on its head in episode 8 when we finally get the curveball thrown, that it's like, oh yeah, by the way, it was magic the whole time. But currently, we have this idea that, yeah, magic is a lie, which we kind of got to the bottom of, that, regardless, I want to rehash the whole argument. And then we had a more sophisticated explanation that was given, I believe, starting in episode 5, where magic was an embellishment. Magic was something that is not to create things that cannot happen or do things that somebody cannot do, but is to obfuscate, is to dress up, to make things look different. That isn't really a lie, it's kind of just like a fog of war. It's just concealing what is already there. It is the same as a worthless delusion, a fantasy, a daydream. Even battlers saw through it partway through the 3rd game. Then there's another kind which we might call true magic, magic with results. The cup trick is an example of magic with results because the observer checks and actually confirms the cup is empty, a candy does appear inside the cup, and the observer is actually able to obtain that candy. I have noticed that unlike the magic of illusions, magic with results must follow one big rule. The rule is that only the unobserved process of what you accomplish can be yeah, we've already talked about this. Delaner literally said this, that magic that conceals a process is fine, but not one that changes the result of something. So it's fine if you use magic that conceals the way that you did something. Again, the whole tea set scene about she's actually making tea in the shade, but I have no reason to like blow it apart and, you know, blow her claim of her saying that it was magic, because, you know, what is the utility in doing that? I still get the tea still tastes good, etc. But that's not even really saying anything. It's just that magic is just a fake window dressing to make things seem nicer than they actually are and covers the process of what really happened. I'll say it even more plainly and ruthlessly. In short, all forms of magic are tricks. The only result of magic are things that can be accomplished without magic. Ironically, this also proves... Yeah, I was going to say. I said that earlier. But out of respect for the witch's game, let's call it making the game solvable and fair for the human player. So this time around, the candy in the cup is a mysterious letter that appeared in front of Erika. In other words, it has to be a trick, a sleight of hand. By claiming that the witch set the letter there by magic, Oni-chan is trying to create magic with results. Correct. Since all the survivors are sealed within the locked room of the guest house, it is possible to embellish this suddenly appearing letter and say that it was a strange magic, or that it was strange magic and only a witch could have placed it there. But even so, it must be a possible trick in the end, aka the people inside the mansion currently. In order to break through the trick with the candy in the cup, Erika had countered with the blue truth, saying that the candy had been snuck in there while Maria's eyes were closed. That was the correct answer, so Maria hadn't had any red truth that she could use. But what if she had used it? Well, she would be basically breaking the logic of the game. For example, what if Maria had used the red truth at the time to say, until Maria lifted the cup up, the locked room of the overturned cup was preserved? Yeah, exactly. But then that would be false, and then, yeah. This is like saying... Fuck, I'm trying to create like a prop logic statement that would follow this, that would make sense, but I can't create it in my mind because I'm too slow and stupid. It'd be like saying A cannot equal B, and then the next statement in the line would be A equals B. It's like, well, you have a contradiction contained within the exact argument you are making, and it defeats your own argument. So there's no point to even engage with it. I don't have to engage with it. I don't have to provide anything. Your own argument defeats itself. The red truth can only be used for the truth, right? If you could lie with it, it'd be a massive... Well, yeah, exactly. What would be the point of it? Because the whole point about the red truth is that you can state things that are true that don't need a required explanation behind them. So if you could then lie with it, you would be breaking the axiom of the red truth, which is, it is to tell a truth. True. Denying your own trick with the red truth is a large violation of the rules. However, if you instantly switch over to another trick that doesn't violate the red truth, although slightly unfair, that red truth is admissible, which has been happening the whole game with, you know, fudging with words, or using the red truth in such a way that you're not exactly referring to the situation on hand, or, you know, like dancing around things in a really particular way, you know what I mean. So in that case, in order to avoid contradicting the red truth, that the locked room inside the cup was preserved, the witch side would need to immediately propose a different trick compatible with that red truth. Like the excuse of a politician when he keeps backtracking as new evidence is shown to him. Yes. Well, for a red like this, she might be able to get away with some painful excuse. Maybe there was some device in the table, or maybe it was a trick cup with a fake bottom, but if those possibilities had been denied and read beforehand, they would not work either. The more red truths there are, the harder it is to talk your way out. Exactly. I talked about this, or I think I talked about this literally the first time that the red truth showed up. Rewind the tape to episode 2 at the chapel scene, where I said that the thing that was driving me fucking crazy about Battler is that he was asking questions in such a way that he was not actually narrowing down his target. He was just like shooting down stupid shit, but in a weird way, well, okay, in a weird way he was doing what I wanted him to do, but he wasn't doing it in the most effective way that I wanted him to do it. Like, let's say that there's 4 doors and we know the answer is behind door 3, but it's like, I would like him to ask questions that would get us right to door 3 right away. Of course, I know there wouldn't be a game if he did that. I'm not saying this is an actual criticism. This is just like, you know, from the observer perspective. That when he's like, oh, I denied 1, and then he's like, yes, I denied 1. It's like, okay, but you didn't really prove that it's 3. You kind of just said it's not 1, but congrats. But what she's saying is that, well, still though, even if he shot up a wrong lane, even if he went down a wrong path and was totally wrong about it, he did still block off a path that the person could use to escape. And if you do that enough, eventually you will lead to the one path that is left, which has to be the answer. It's a process of elimination. Of course, when you don't actually know all the possibilities, it's harder to block all of them off, but that's why you use really broad statements, which they don't answer to, so which is why they don't have to answer. In actuality, the candy had been put in the cup while Maria's eyes were closed. However, if when Erika saw through that, Maria had used the red truth to say that the locked room of the cup had been preserved, the witch would have to rush and revise the scenario to a new trick that still worked logically after the new red. Revising the scenario is an unfair move that would never be allowed in mysteries. However, the very act of revising the scenario takes place inside the witch's head, which is an unobservable world. So she could claim that she'd been using the trick with the fake bottom cup from the beginning, and no one could deny that. Well, because it's one observer, right? So even if it really was a trick done while One-chan's eyes were closed, as long as the new witch leaves herself a way out, she can even switch between truths, i.e. tricks. Rather than calling this an action allowed to witches, it would probably be better to say that it is only allowed for the game master, the one who creates and writes. But even still, the new trick must not contradict any of the previously stated red truths. I feel like they're very over-explaining this in a way that's almost making it more confusing, but I understand what they're saying. If the red truth makes it so that the trick no longer makes logical sense, then there will be a mismatch between the two sides of the story. The illusory result that the game master claims was done by magic and the true result that was brought about by a trick. There will be a contradiction and things will no longer make logical sense. We call this a logic error, and that means the destruction of the witch's game. Of course, I know that it is a game, you know, I want to say this, when I come off saying, like, random critical things, I'm not saying this to actually be critical, I'm just, you know, voicing silly concerns. So this is not like, I'm not like, oh god, it's so bad. It's just like, you know, it's pretty long-winded here. They could definitely make the same point in much shorter time. This world is a game that is possible to explain with humans, but, you know, this game might not have its touch and its charm if it was very, like, blunt and straight to the point. In other words, it must be possible for all the magic to have been done by tricks instead. If it's impossible to do with tricks and the human side has no move, and we get a stalemate. No, that's wrong. That is precisely the fatal and worst possible illegal move known as a logic error. If the witch side commits such an error, the game is instantly destroyed and they suffer a fatal defeat. And why she's saying that's the most thing is because if you accept to it, which this is the thing that we're trying to prove, in a weird way kind of is the logic error, because we want to destroy the witch. However, they don't want to whittle themselves into a corner where eventually they are, like, forced into the logic error. Like, that is sort of the end state of the game. That we have presented information in such a way that it necessitates that magic cannot be real. Or that your explanation of magic cannot be real. So when you look at this, where it's like, what she's saying here, this is the worst possible move for a witch. Because if you commit this error and say that, oh, all the magic has to be done by tricks, okay, congratulations, you've just disproved magic. So you lose the game. Erika has probably seen through to Oni-chan's trick. Without the detective's authority, Erika can't perform a proper examination of the corpses. I read that wrong because I thought it was corpse. Because of that, he continued to play dead, snuck out of the guest room, and placed the letter at the entrance to the guest house. However, because Battler was so overly gracious in giving out those retroactive seals, things went wrong. Stupid Oni-chan. Panic is unwarranted at present. It is yet to be specified with red truth that the seals around the guest room are intact. He is free to break the seals. If he does not, then he can probably have it so that someone other than Battler was alive. Exactly, that's what I was saying, you know, that it was somebody else in the mansion. But that doesn't really help you too much more, again, because you're still then in the exact same position. It's just you've swapped the person. If he does not, then he can probably have it so that someone other than Battler was alive and swap them in as the person who placed the letter. That's right. It's not just Oni-chan. The other corpses haven't been confirmed dead with the red truth either. So far, there wouldn't be any problem if they were all faking. Exactly. It is not yet the stage to get flustered. He merely has to change his moves so that Erika's seals and the placement of the letter don't contradict each other. You know what? That is true. I really can't fault the guy. How many times has he watched his family get totally destroyed? You know, I'll give him a break on maybe not asking, like, the most exact questions and you know, with, like, some clinical precision. You know what? I'll give him a pass. Honestly, though, we all know. Let's be honest, okay? Let's all, as adults, or maybe not adults, but almost adults, depends. I don't know how old everyone is. Let's all sit down and let's all accept. If Nanjo was the main character of this game, there'd be 2 episodes, because the first time the witch showed up, he would win. Let's be honest. Let's be honest. And revising the plot without contradictions is one of the moves available to the Game Master. However, taking a scenario one has imagined and revising it partway through, exactly. So what he's saying here, Featherine, don't misgender. What Featherine is saying here is that Battler, like I said earlier, he set out a story prior to the introduction of the tape because his initial story it excluded tape as a possibility. Now that he's done it, he probably had a plan initially where he wanted himself to have a fake death. But now that the tape has been introduced and the room has been sealed, now he can switch the story on the fly. He can say, okay, well, it wasn't me, so that everything still lines up, there's no logic error. But then the problem is the rest of the story that was on rails prior might not match up, you know? It's gonna sound sort of weird, but this is sort of exactly the situation. Let's say that you were an evil person, okay? And you were cheating on your spouse. And you tell them a story when you get back home that isn't actually what you did, of course, because that would be admitting to cheating. And then the problem is that person actually had more knowledge. Let's say they had, Life 360 or they had an AirTag on you, right? They knew where you were going. And they say, huh, that's interesting. So why were you actually at this random house or why were you in this parking lot for a few hours in a row? And then you have to sit there and you have to think, fuck, well now the story that I had on rails for my explanation of how I was actually out with the boys, getting drinks, we stayed a little bit late, oh, John got sick, so we stayed longer. Okay, now that story doesn't really add up anymore because you weren't at the bar, bro. You were in a random parking lot or you were at a random address that I don't know the address of anyone, so can you explain to me where you were? And now the problem is, you might be able to come up, maybe you're like god tier master manipulator, Darvo enthusiast, you find a way to change the situation, you try and find a new explanation for it, and even if you find an explanation that does work, the problem is now, the rest of the story that you had set up in your mind on the track for your explanation for the rest of the story, it just might not line up anymore. And now you get caught in multiple contradictions, and obviously every continual contradiction looks worse and worse and worse. This isn't like a witch game where the logic error instantly implodes the game, but it might implode your marriage. Okay, let's continue. It would be a very painful move to make when the first Twilight has only just ended. It would seem that Battler was the one with an enemy piece deep behind his lines. This hidden piece will probably cause him pain and discomfort with each step from now on, like a pebble caught in one's shoe. Now this is where we find out though that he's actually like 4D chess playing the entire time. And he actually expected this to happen. This single pebble might kill Battler. I don't know if I read that. This hidden piece will... No, I think I did. I have to pee again. This still isn't quite a logic error, and we are at fault for the delay in reporting that we had sealed the room retroactively, so I have no problem with letting Battler retroactively rewrite the plot concerning this letter. Retroactively rewrite the plot? I see. If I placed the letter there, then that would be impossible as soon as I was sealed in that locked room. Almost, this is going to sound sort of weird too, but isn't like wanting to rewrite the plot on his side, doesn't that almost in a weird way kind of like doubly... I know that like it doesn't technically because he would change the outcome, but doesn't that also kind of create a logic error if he were to rewrite the game, because then that would also prove that that was a trick that he used? Like, am I thinking too deep into this? I feel like that kind of follows, right? Like, if he does change his story, is she gonna get into like some meta argument where she's gonna start arguing, well, the very fact that you chose to rewrite the story means that I knew the trick that you used, meaning there is a logic error in what you did. But then I don't know if she would even be able to argue that because the game has changed, but regardless. I see. If I placed a letter there, then that would be impossible as soon as I was sealed in that locked room, in which case this letter shouldn't have appeared there. Here, sorry. Correct. So I thought you should have the chance to revise that small contradiction. We have discovered this letter here. We are saying that we do not mind if you want to undo that, or if you want to use a revised scenario. All it takes is the presence of a letter and some duct tape, and a move like this becomes trivial for Furuto Erika. Your thoughts, ladies and gentlemen. Damn, what a dirty move. Well, what else should I expect from Erika? And I also made a promise with Delana to play an all-out merciless game. Yeah, it's true. I'd been planning to make Battler actually be alive, and then have him slip out of the guest room, resulting in his disappearance and the placement of the letter. However, if I revise the scenario now that my move's been spotted, it'll be the same as admitting that it was spotted. Even if I have to be stubborn about it, I don't want to admit that I was seen through here. I don't want to acknowledge a pathetic plot change where I try to sneak out of the guest room and end up breaking the seal. I want to change over to a different trick, so the letter will be placed and my corpse will be hidden, while still preserving the seals on the guest room. But now it's like, man, she has a read on you though. It doesn't really have to be me who places that letter. I can still revise the logic without contradictions. But Battler, even if you can place the letter somehow, how are you going to make your corpse vanish afterwards? The guest room is sealed. If you don't find a trick to erase the corpse from that locked room right now, a logic error will occur. I still have time. Let me think until the last second. Damn it. With a painful laugh, Battler unconsciously scratched at his head. Jesus. Anyway, we'll leave the letter like this. I can't say, oh, sorry about that. Having the guest room sealed makes a big contradiction, so I'd like to... That's what I'm saying. You can't do that. Exactly. That's what I'm saying. You can't do that. I feel like a ninja hiding above the ceiling. Even though I was noticed and stabbed by a spear, I still withstand the pain, wipe up the blood, and act as though nothing happened. False courage works well enough. I can't let her know that this one hurt. Battler. Hey, Beato. What does my face look like right now? I'm sure it's the same expression you have when I managed to hit you where it hurts in the past. Damn it. Beato couldn't think of anything to say. Useless words of comfort would only get in the way of Battler's thinking now. What would the old you do? The old you who created all the locked rooms that tormented me so much in the past. What kind of trick would she use to erase my corpse from a locked room? Beato trembled and groaned. The old her had been an expert at locked room tricks. If only that memory, that power, could revive, she would be able to help Battler. There's still time to think. There's still time to think. Nice going, Erika. That was a dirty move. Okay, perfect. Wonderful timing. I'm gonna go pee and get water, and we'll be back. Like I said, we're beating this fucking chapter tonight, okay? We're beating this whole goddamn thing tonight. So nut up or shut up. I'll be right back. Okay, we're back. Let me hide this. Jesus, the music is going crazy. I apologize. I didn't realize the music was going so fucking hard while I was gone. You guys been listening to like some fucking EDM jam. Okay. Got my water. 1 second, let me take a drink. Okay. The entrance to the mansion was locked, but Erika had a master key, so she opened it without any trouble. Fuck, I knew I didn't tap back into the game. Oh, embarrassing. Everyone laughed. She had gotten Kraus and the others to take the master key from the servants, and at that time, she'd use a little sleight of hand to pilfer one of them. Pilfer? What are we? Pirates? Let's go. I guess she did come here on a boat. We have never seen the shot from this angle, have we? Except for maybe really early on? This room is so much bigger than I thought it was. Well then, where shall we go first? Why ask? Let's go and hear Battler's answer. Also, this chapter had a logic error. I saw that I was taking my headset off. Grinning, Erika cut across the entrance hall, passed by the dining hall, and headed deeper and deeper into the mansion. She headed for the guest room Battler had lain dead in. Battler could put off deciding whether the seals would remain intact or not until the moment right before Erika witnessed them. However, once she did witness them, the game master would have to show what had happened to them. In the witch's game they were in now, the simple act of going to check the seals around the guest room was intact. Are you ready, Lord Battler? Yeah. Or as you would say it, come step forward. Good. And allow me to examine your response. So let's see. Are the seals broken or are they not? Has the locked room been preserved? Or has it not? Sorry, the hiccups. The piece Erika held high in the air was the White Queen, which represented herself. Her target was Battler's territory. She cut straight in. Some might say the king is the most powerful piece because if you lose it, you lose. Erika dashed down the hallway with a sickening smile and clung to the guest room door like a spider. Then she closely examined the seals she had placed retroactively. Are you sure? Are you sure? Battler-san? I'll say it for once. Is this alright, Battler? Yeah, I can't back down here. After all, even if I'm sealed in here, there are ways of placing that letter. But Erika is probably about to enter the guest room, and then she will observe your dead body. What are you gonna do? If the body is there, then there's no problem. The letter's prediction will have missed, but it's not as though there's a penalty for that. But you intend to fight this head-on? There are times when a man is challenged head-on that he has to respond no matter what it is he's up against. I must not pull back here. I'll take this challenge. I can search for a way out all I want to later. I managed to do that with Kinzo's study last time. It'll be fine. I can do this. I can do it. Well, it wasn't really you, though, that time. I mean, it kind of was you, but, like, not really. It was, like, someone piloting you, but not really you, but whatever. Do your worst, Erika! We have confirmed that the seals to the guest room are undamaged. Since the time Lady Erika confirmed Battler's presence, this locked room has not been preserved. Or has been preserved. I don't know why I added not. My bad. Okay, let me add that. Even though we knew this was going to be the outcome, because he literally couldn't have it any other way. That the seals to the guest room are undamaged. Since the time Lady Erika confirmed Battler's presence, this locked room has been preserved. Okay, wonderful. Good. I'm breaking the seals. Rip tear. Hee 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 ha. Erika destroyed the duct tape seal on the door in ecstasy. It looked as though the intellectual rapist had finally laid her true nature bare. Okay. I'm opening it. Show me. Battler. Your naked scenario. I'm imagining for this chapter to be called Logic Error, I'm going to think that the body will not be here. Like a ruffian pushing down a... Ooh, I don't like it. Pushing down a weak girl, Erika mercilessly and gratuitously threw the door open. And then finally, the inside of Battler's guest room was observed by Erika. Battler had to show it. Was there a corpse or wasn't there? Come on, Battler. Ah, here's my response. Battler grabbed the black piece from the board and raised it high. Ah, that piece. Beato had no memories of the time she had been an expert at this game, and yet for some reason she realized that this was a move from which there would be no coming back. Once a piece was moved, it couldn't be taken back. Wah! She grabbed his hand. The guest room was covered by a silent darkness. It was pitch black and nothing could be seen. However, there was a light switch just off to the side of the entrance. If that was pressed, the room would be lit up and everyone would see whether or not there was a corpse on the bed. Should I turn on the lights? No. Wait a second, please. Battler, I have a proposal. Let me hear it. I think you already know. Is she gonna ask for, like, more duct tape? But this time around, I am not after the classic sort of victory of identifying the culprit. My enemy is not the lowly culprit killing the pieces, but my opponent. You yourself. I know. So you're after a logic error. I'm seriously regretting it now. You were acting so miserable that I fell for it completely, and I gave you a ridiculous privilege. It was your arrogance. It will cost you dearly. Damn it. So what is your proposal? With a firm voice, Beato urged her to continue. Until just a second ago, she had remained behind Battler's back, a bit flustered. However, she was steady now. She saw that Battler had let his emotions take control and had been lured into making a bad move, and realized that it was time for her to stay cool and support him. Erika's proposal couldn't be anything good, and on top of that, Erika was sly. She probably wouldn't make a proposal that would be easily rejected. In a moment, I will turn on the light. The top of the bed will be lit up, and it will be decided whether or not Battler has disappeared as the letter predicted. If he's there, great. There's nothing strange at all. The letter's prediction would just be wrong. Of course, the argument would probably switch over to then who put the letter there, but for the time being, the location of the fight would move outside this locked room. And if he's missing, Beato already knew. She knew the move that Battler had made a second ago. Battler had already disappeared from this room. Therefore, they would need to prepare a different disappearing trick. One other than he was actually alive and left through the door. The situation is simple. First, this was a locked room. Also, Battler's life or death status has not yet been confirmed. In other words, it would pose no problem if he was alive. Under these conditions, they had to make Erika think that Battler disappeared. He could escape from the room, or if that's impossible, he could hide somehow and wait for her to leave, making her think he disappeared. Inside this tiny room, I will begin our endgame. The chase after the king. It will be over in just a few moves. You'll be unable to construct the logic needed to allow Battler to escape from this room, and the tale will be destroyed. Game over. Fighting to keep that from happening is our job. What is this proposal of yours? An endgame fought over a logic error should be a bit more precise. Once again, we will fight with that red and blue truth. Or with the red and blue truths. But we need a judge on the same level as the game master to observe and see that he doesn't create any logic errors with the red truth. That seems reasonable. There's nothing special about this. Back when the old you was the game master, you were under the observation of your guardian, Lady Lambda Delta. She judged all of your red truths to be valid. So you're telling us to show Lambda Delta our cards? I've been looking at them since the beginning. It's okay, don't worry. I'm impartial in my judgments. Can you say that with the red truth? Yep. I swear that I'm impartial in my judgments. I was very impartial in the last game, wasn't I? It's true, she was. That goes double for trials where things will be interesting either way, doesn't it? Accept her challenge, Battler. Erika is going to corner you. Understand? She will duel with you and kill you in this room. If you're a man, accept the duel. Sure, fine. We won't get anywhere if every single impossible murder I present is accused of being a logic error. It's true that we need an impartial observer to guarantee that the game is legitimate. Then I'll come around to your side. Let me take a look at your hand. Lambda Delta understood what Battler had up his sleeve, and she confirmed that Erika's first move had indeed gone straight through his heart. Just as Erika had guessed, Battler was alive, and after Erika had examined his corpse, he had slipped out of the room, placed a letter by the guest house, and hid himself somewhere. Once the duct tape seals were retroactively placed on the guest room, he suddenly became required to show that they had been torn. However, if he had done that, it would have been the same as admitting that he had been seen through and that he had lost. Unwilling to admit that, Battler had claimed that the seals had been preserved with false courage, and was now rushing to revise his logic. True, he could still escape for a few moves, however Erika was planning to corner and kill him here. Battler, you're fighting with some pretty incredible cards here. Cards? Does this game of chess look like a card game to you? To me, it's always looked like you were playing a game of poker. So by moving to this side and looking at the cards you hold, I understand everything. This is an awful hand. 7-2? It's basically the lowest ranking hand there is. And Erika knows that's exactly what you have. She knows you got that 7-2 split, man. What would you do? I'm the judge. I can't give you advice. But let me tell you my impressions. No, that's okay. This hand gives me the tingles. You're intending to use this nothing hand in a big wager. To bluff? Erika into full. I knew he was going to say to bluff. Now, the real answer here is, okay, you can always get a suck out on a terrible hand, okay? If it's poker, it's a game of chance, which isn't, like, there's obviously an element of skill, but at its core, it's still a game of chance. Now, knowing that, does Battler plan to somehow play the dog-ass shit hand and somehow still try and suck out against someone who actually has a better hand and who is playing it better? Do you think this is something that he's actually going to try and do? I don't know. I think I can see him trying to do that. Also, what chapter are we on? I know where it's logic error, but what is it 14 or 15? It's 15, okay. We're really in the endgame then. She's not going to fold, you know. If anyone should be surrendering their chips and folding now, it's you. Thanks for the advice, Battler. I agree with her. Let's back down from the fight in this room. We don't have any winning cards. Are you hoping for a card change to turn this hand into something half decent? But you're playing chess, aren't you? In the world of chess, if you rely on luck, you die. By hoping for a card change, she meant relying on luck and hoping that even though he couldn't think of anything now, he might later be able to think of a good plan for how to make this locked room trick hold up. Battler, if you start this battle without a trick up your sleeve, you're marching to your death. If you ever plan to back down, it has to be now. When Erika presses the light switch, you just have to be lying on the bed. That's all there is to it. Lambda, I don't understand what you're talking about, but you're chatting too much. A judge needs to be impartial. True. Then good luck, Battler. I'm hoping for a precise chess-like battle. You aren't playing poker, remember? Are you ready, Battler? Yeah, I am. Turn the lights on whenever you want. For the rest of the fight in this room, the progression of time will be stopped. This way all the moves for both players will be made at the same time, and the first move made will be treated no differently than the last move. It might be difficult to understand what I mean, but this is a rule to protect the logic, and it will protect you as well. At the same time, okay. I see what she's saying. So it's just that there's no actual, like, passing of time, so that anything funky can occur. It's, you know, we're frozen at this point in the argument. From here on out, you will be rebuilding the trick in this room using all the twisted logic you want, and that means it's possible that you might think of a good idea partway through the fight. Normally, it's unfair to revise your plot partway through. In order for that to be acceptable, you need a world where logic thought up after the fact does not come too late. A world stopped in time where everything happens at once. Of course, Erika can take advantage of this rule as well. If you revise your trick to be a new one, she can deal with that in a different way. It's pretty complicated. I mean, not really. It's simple. It's like a corrupt politician's war of twisted logic. You lie shamelessly. When evidence is shown revealing your lie, you retract it. Say that you just remembered wrong and then change to a new lie that doesn't have any contradictions. The fight goes between a lie, then evidence exposing it, then another lie. Like a fight between two snakes spinning around trying to eat each other's tails until eventually there's a lie that somebody can't counter. Good. Or you get all your lies countered and you lose. Just think of it as a world in which you're allowed to use twisted logic based off of your opponent's moves as often as you want. I used that myself when sealing this room, so I thought it was only fair to let you do the same. You have no shame, do you? Okay, then both players begin. Erika goes first, right? No, maybe we start by checking the bed. See what Battler's taking on this. Let's start by checking the bed for Battler. Erika, begin. Odds are he's going to be missing. Leave it to me, my master. Light on! This is more interesting if he's missing. It's kind of a boring example if he's on, right? Because he can just retreat to some position and just say like, oh yeah, well it was somebody else and blah blah blah. With a click, the sound of the light switch rang out and the bulb turned on, lighting up the room. Battler's bet on the bed was Delanner. Confirm it with the red. Yes. Ushirmia Battler is not here. No, it's my move. I'll say it. Yeah, Ushirmia Battler's not. He wouldn't be. It would be a boring ass chapter if he was. Ushirmia Battler is not on the bed. Okay. I'll put this in the notes, even though I don't. gonna put this a break in the notes here. Logic war. We got Ushiromiya, battler, is not on the bed. Of course he wouldn't be, because it would be boring otherwise. Good. You did well not to run away from the fight. I'm impressed. It's a high-stakes battle, so it'll cost you a lot if you're the one who loses. I hope you're ready. No one would raise the stakes unless they felt confident in their advantage. Yeah, or they were an amateur. Delana, keep a record. As you wish. At Delana's nod, Cornelia, who was hanging back, started taking a record. She wrote down that Battler's corpse, which should have been on the bed, was not, and also that Battler hadn't backed down from this locked room game. As previously announced, Battler's first move is to have the corpse vanish. Now it's Erika's turn. Go ahead. I present the possibility that Ushiromiya Battler is alive and hiding somewhere in this room. I proclaim this with the blue truth. Invalid. If you want to use the blue truth, give me a specific location. In the last game, Bieto did that in Kinzo's study, and Delana made Swiss cheese of it, right? I guess this is revenge. Before I start searching, I have one blue truth I can use without a search. There is a possibility of a hidden door X that is impossible to discover. He's hidden behind that, so it is impossible for me to find him. I'm gonna write all these down, and it's gonna make this go really slow, and I'm sorry, you can get mad at me, but it sucks to suck. There is a possibility. If you want to see my notes, okay, where's my keybind for my notes? There you go. You know, this is where we are. Woohoo, notes. Okay, just so you know. There is a possibility of a hidden door X that is impossible to discover. He's hidden behind it. Maybe I shouldn't write all these, because they're just going to counter them instantly for me to find him. Maybe I won't. Because he's probably about to say, there's no hidden door. Instantly. Nox is there. Yeah, so. And right. No hidden places that are impossible for Erika to find exist inside the guest room. Nox's third valid. Okay. Maybe we don't write all these down. We'll see. I'll write down the ones that seem interesting. Good. Now let's get started with the search. Erika slowly began to walk around the room. Until the endgame had started, Erika had been energetic, jumping about impatiently like a hungry dog. However, now that it had actually begun. This was a stifling battle of wits where each breath made her tense. Even the quiet sound of the rain was distracting. They cut the rain from the track. Now that I've searched the room, I request a description of its layout. The guest room is divided into two rooms, the bedroom and the bathroom. Currently, you have searched the entire bedroom section. There is only one exception. I'll leave that one place for the time being. Is it under the bed? Or the closet? So were there any irregularities discovered in the bedroom? There were none. Except for one location, there is no one to be seen in the bedroom. Okay. What's this except for one location business? Stop being annoying and make it public. There's a reason a face down card remains face down. I'll turn it over if it's needed to look forward to it. Okay, so I will write this down. Although it's going to get revealed. It's probably going to be like the closet or under the bed or some other fuckery. Except. Jesus, I can't read. Except for one location. There is no one to be seen in the bedroom section. I'll just put bedroom, but we all know what we mean, okay? After thoroughly checking the bedroom, Erika headed for the bathroom door. Since he wasn't in the bedroom, it was natural to think that he was in the bathroom. And since the guest's room was made up of two rooms, if Battler wasn't in the bathroom either, it would mean that he had managed to vanish from the locked room. Except for that single location which Erika had intentionally left unchecked. I'm checking the bathroom. Lady Erika, the sound of water can be heard from inside. Also, there is a faint heat. Oh, don't tell me he's taking a shower. Is it locked or anything? No, it isn't locked. Go ahead and open it. And then if you'll excuse me, does he introduce a dead person here somehow? Slowly, Erika put her hand on the doorknob of that bathroom door. She tried to push it open, but felt a strange resistance. Of course, it wasn't the resistance of the lock. It felt as though it had an unnatural load on it. Dude, I actually wonder if that's what he's gonna do, and put like one of the dead bodies in here or something, or kill one of the people in the guest rooms would be a fucking crazy angle here. And another crazy angle would be fucking flashbanging me at 2 a.m. Out from the slightly open crack poured the hot air from the shower. However, it was unlocked, so there probably wasn't anyone taking a shower. After letting a dumbfounded expression rise to her face, Erika slammed into the door with her whole body, knocking it open. Yeah! What? As soon as she opened the door, a tempest of hot air and water blasted her. Erika was thrown for a loop, unable to understand what had happened. After falling backwards on her butt, she realized that boiling hot shower water was spewing out at her and hard. Damn, he turned on like the garden hose thing on the shower head? What is this? What a screwed up prank. Cursing, Erika wrapped the blanket from the bed around herself and tried to enter the bathroom once more. This time, this is like a fucking... Honestly, Battler, this is a pretty expert move if you really think about it. As a Reddit mod, turning on a shower is probably a fucking terrifying angle for Erika. I also noticed there's barbed wire around this shit. What the fuck? This time she was able to figure out what was going on. It was an elaborate prank. A wire fixed the shower nozzle in place so that it pointed at the entrance. The pressure and heat were turned up to the max, so that anyone who went through the door would be met with a wave of hot water. The pressure was very strong, which probably accounted for the weight she had felt when trying to push the door open. How fucking strong is this shower head, man? My god. She tried to make the nozzle point in another direction, but not only was it fixed in place by the wire, it was also fixed in place high enough that Erika couldn't reach it with her height. She tried to turn off the pressure, but that was also held in place by wires. She couldn't manage anything with her bare hands. She would have to get a tool that could cut the wires. However, when she glanced into the bathtub, which was filled to the brim with very hot water, she saw a bundle of wires and a pair of nippers that had been used to cut them lying at the bottom. Okay, so this is interesting. There are wire cutters in the tub and wire scraps from the barbed wire used to fix the shower head. Or I should say to... fix is not the correct word. To set the shower head in the direction it was pointed. And at the pressure slash heat. If she used those, she could turn off the pressure. Wow. I thought she literally said, like, not even a chapter ago that she didn't care if this body got hot or cold. Fucking tighten up. The blanket she had used to protect herself in the shower became more and more drenched with boiling hot water. At this rate, she'd get burns even through the blanket. She needed to turn the water off quickly. Looking next to the bathtub, she spotted a long-handled body brush hanging there. Perfect. Erika used that skillfully to scoop the nippers up off the bottom of the tub. Fortunately, it was a shallow Western-style bathtub. If it had been a deep Japanese one, it would probably have burned her badly. Making sure not to touch the hot metal part, she carefully took the nippers and cut the wires around the faucet. Take that and that. And just like that, the Reddit mod avoided a shower. Classic. She finally closed the faucet and the heat from the hot water storm died down. For a while, Erika was forced to cool her almost burnt arms under running water. What a calamity. Would you like a bath? I can wash your face with this brush. Allow me to pass. Oh, that's a shame. Erika had finally regained enough of her composure to be abrasive. Or did I say abusive? I always right-click instead of scrolling up. It was abusive. She closed the faucet completely and silence returned to the bathroom. After that, all that remained was Erika's heavy breathing. And dead body. She turned on the fan to get rid of the hot steam. She left the bathroom for a moment until that was finished. It was pleasant, like stepping into an air-conditioned room on a hot summer's day. Now that was a ridiculous trap. However, that wasn't here at the time I examined Battler's corpse. Therefore, the appearance of this trap proves that Ushimiya Battler was alive. Well, I never thought he was dead anyway. He merely decided to openly reveal a card that had already been exposed. Let's check the inside of the bathroom. Was Battler seen? No. No one was seen in the bathroom. Good. With this, we have confirmed that except for one location, Battler does not exist in any place inside the guest room, so I'm gonna just change that. I should say no one exists in any place inside the guest room. Give that a rest. Just where's this one exception? A coffin. Ushimiya Battler's coffin, that is. Ashes to ashes, the dead to their coffins. The fuck? This room is where you plan to finish me off, right? Fine. Let's have it. The previous period of silence, complete except for the rain, was suddenly replaced by the overpowering smell of a burning fuse and by this weird EDM track that nobody knew where it came from. Bum, 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 bum. Though it was extremely quiet, the room was filled with tension, as though you could be sliced in half if you relaxed for an instant. A cloud of gold butterflies gathered on the room's round table and turned into a witch's chessboard. Oh, the game within a game. It was finally time for the siege. It's a really elaborate way. 100 plus hours for a fucking Rainbow Six Siege advert. Blue Truth. You did not vanish from this room. You just hid yourself to make it seem as though you disappeared from a locked room. The place you are hiding is the one exception that I haven't investigated yet. As Erika lightly raised her right hand, a single gold butterfly appeared from the darkness behind her. Flitted between the index finger and middle finger of Erika's raised hand and became a white piece. Then she lifted it high into the air. This is the one exception. The walk-in closet next to the entrance. Okay. So I'll put this down here. The exception Dot dot dot. The walk-in closet next to the entrance. This is where we find out that this entire time it's been all walk-in closets. And so when I was talking about the room, did it actually include the closet when we were talking about that Jessica murder all that time ago? Bang. Like a white bolt of lightning striking the earth, the white pieces honed in on a weak spot in Battler's territory and slammed onto the board. Yes, it is here. With a crash, the door to the closet, which was just off to the side of the guest room's entrance, was impaled by a spear that represented the blue truth. Delana had spun around and thrown it. The door was completely pierced, and the spear stuck in so deeply that if a human had been hiding in it, it would have struck through their chest as well. Its still quivering handle was a testament to the force with which it had been thrown. It's going brrrm, like a door stopper. There are no places in which to hide other than this. You are currently hiding in here. What do you say, Battler? Have you been stuck through the heart in a single blow? For a literal, smothered mate. Well, time to switch plans. Battler. It's our move now. Yeah, I thought it would be like that, Erika. You intentionally left one spot open so you could stuff me into that coffin. It's the same move that trapped Kenzo in Natsui's room last game. I saw this move coming. Oh, did you? Then let's see your response. You should know, bro. The typical thing in chess, you're never just thinking one move ahead. Come on. But let me make a prediction. Let's hear it. This is the real blue statement. In 2 more moves, I will have you checkmated. That's my prediction. Then I'll make the same prediction. And we're never going to play the next moves. I'll checkmate you in just 2 more moves. Sounds interesting. These predictions contradict each other. Who will be the liar, I wonder? The air crackled and sparkled. The silence would hurt one's skin. Then go ahead. It is your turn. It's useless. Your lowly coffin won't be able to trap Battler. Here's my response. Slowly, Battler held his hand over the chessboard. A gold butterfly that had appeared from the darkness rested on Battler's finger and became a black piece. That black piece was the king, which represented Battler himself. You assert that Battler is hiding in the closet, and this is my response. Take this. Assure me a Battler does not exist within the guest room. There are no exceptions, including the closet. Okay. I don't really feel the need to write this, okay. Like a black bolt of lightning this time, Battler slammed his piece down on the white piece of Erika's that had cut deep behind his lines, smashing that piece completely. As gold sprayed everywhere and a faint cloud of gold dust hung in the air, Erika's piece melted beautifully into the darkness. I see. So he hid in the closet at first, and then slipped out of the room while Erika was occupied by the shower. It's the same technique he used to let Kenzo escape from the study in the last game. Distract the observation of the observer and disappear into the darkness. Good. Of course you'd say that. Of course you would. I'd already foreseen that move. Next was Erika's turn. A gold butterfly fluttered in front of Erika, and she grabbed it right out of the air with a swipe of her hand. She then lifted that hand into the air and raised the white piece high. Let me announce a retroactive move. This occurs back in the very beginning, right after I broke the seals and entered this room. At that time, I immediately closed the door, reset the chain, and sealed the room. Objection. Goda severed the chain back when the crime was first discovered. Since the chain lock is not functioning, it is impossible to use it to create a seal. Objection overruled. Erika repaired the chain lock. See? That's impossible. How could she have repaired a brass chain? It's possible to repair. Have you forgotten, Beato? The duct tape seals. Erika used that duct tape to join the 2 cut ends of the chain together, sealing them. In other words, the chain was repaired by the duct tape, and this room once again became a locked room, locked from the inside. I'm just going to write like little things down here. I'm not going to copy down the whole statements because it'll take forever, and I don't know if necessarily the exact verbiage of this matters too much. Erika retroactively claims that the room was locked and sealed as she entered after breaking the seal initially. Objection. Erika has already used up her duct tape seals, hasn't she? She shouldn't be able to use them anymore. That's actually a good counter. Objection overruled. The use of the duct tape wasn't limited by the number of strips, right? It was by the number of rooms. That's actually fair. The only restriction was to limit it to the only 3 rooms. Erika chose this guest room to be one of these rooms. She's actually right. So Erika has the right to seal as many places as many times as she wants within this room. That's right. I gave her permission to do that. This is the price you pay for your arrogance. pity is the evil liquor that the arrogant most prefer. So, with this retroactive move, I proclaim that the chain lock has been repaired by the duct tape seal and has regained its original functionality, and thanks to that I locked the room upon entering it and made the guest room form a locked room from the inside once more. The question is, does she include in the red statement that she would have known if somebody were to break it at that point? I guess you wouldn't really have to hear somebody exit, you could just see, but... What piece Erika held aloft represented the seal formed by the chain lock. This move would draw out Battler's king and drag it to the guillotine. Die, Battler. I don't know why my left pinky hurts. The piece for the chain lock was slammed down on the square of Battler's king's throat. Repetition requested. The lock created by the chain is currently intact. Battler's face contorted. Beato, who was watching from behind, grimaced even more. This move was very painful. If his logic was that he had hidden in the closet until Erika passed by, and then used the uproar in the bathroom to escape, then the chain lock must have been unset. In other words, he couldn't respond to this repetition request. And if he didn't respond, Erika's very next move would be to use the blue truth. She would say you hid in the closet, then use the disturbance in the bathroom to escape. Since you then couldn't set the chain lock from the outside, you left it undone. And she would be right. That would be checkmate. As Erika had predicted, she would strike the finishing blow on the second move. And on top of that, she would probably use the disappearing Battler to fully explain almost all the tricks behind the crimes that were to follow. Losing the battle over this locked room would steal a major deciding piece from Battler. But what if he was able to respond to the repetition request? What if he could say the lock created by the chain is still intact? That would be fatal to Erika. It had already been shown with her red truth that this guest room could only be made into a locked room from the inside, so this hopeless locked room would instead become Erika's coffin. Yeah, that she locked herself into. With a riddle this tough, Erika would probably be forever unable to solve the mystery of Battler's disappearance. And even a single unresolved or unsolved riddle would mean victory for the witch side. Battler wanted to respond to this repetition request if at all possible, so he basically has to find a theory that would fit with the facts that she has laid out. However, if he responded, if he answered by saying that the chain was still set, he would have to abandon the logic saying that he had escaped while Erika wasn't looking. Because after his escape he wouldn't be able to set the chain lock again, the new riddle would put Erika in a much more difficult situation, but it would require him to construct a different escape method. Even a move such as him leaving the closet during the chaos in the bathroom and hiding in another place, say under the bed, wouldn't work because he had already proclaimed that Battler does not exist within the guest room. True. If he could construct logic that allowed him to escape from here while leaving the chain intact, then Erika would be the one facing a fatal blow. But then you also kind of start to disprove the idea that the chains work at all in any of the other mysteries, right? Because can you say that the exact same trick? Well, I guess it depends in the matter or how it was done. However, if he didn't have that logic, if he failed, it would be a logic error, and the worst and most abominable illegal move that would instantly end the game in his defeat. He would have no way to recover. For Battler, deciding how to respond to this repetition request was a very advanced and difficult decision. Either way, Erika would probably corner Battler. In that case, the choice is obvious. But Battler, there are already many red truths guaranteeing the locked room status of this guest room. How do you plan on escaping from this? If I can just do something about the chain lock, if I can just do that. If I can somehow deceive the chain lock, I can make Erika have to deal with a terrible locked room. It'll probably finish her off. But in order to do that, I need to make a trick for escaping this room, which remained sealed until Erika returned to it, and which was sealed by a chain immediately after Erika entered. And on top of that, I have to make sure that the chain can only be set from the inside, remains in place, yeah. Because now you have more and more things that you've stacked up from prior in the game, yeah. If I can do that, if I can figure a way out, then it all ends here. But I still can't think of that trick. Right now, Erika is asking me to repeat whether the chain lock is still set or not. I need to decide whether I'll take that challenge or back down, and I need to do it right now. If I have a certain win trick, then this is where I should fight. But if I don't have that trick, I should just acknowledge that I slipped out of the closet, undid the chain and escaped, and back out of this fight. If I say the chain was set without a trick up my sleeve, then it's impossible for me to escape. In other words, it's a logic error. Even if we lose the fight in this room, there will still be chances left to us. We've still only started the second day, haven't we? We have plenty of time to construct another impossible murder. No, that's no good. If I admit that I fled from this room, it's the same as admitting that I'm the culprit. If I back down from the fight in this room, it's the same as accepting my defeat in this game. Battler's point was a valid one. If Battler was the only one alive and free to move while all the other humans were locked in the guest house, Erika would probably name Battler as the perpetrator for all the following impossible crimes and base her blue truths around that. If Battler wanted to forcefully turn that around on her, he would have to rewrite his tricks and logic so that someone other than Battler would be set up as the perpetrator. To fix up one flaw, he would have to create new flaws. Yeah, this is like what I was saying earlier. the whole analogy of like cheating on your spouse, that like then you need to make more lies to cover up one initial lie, and then every single one of those lies is also open to cross-examination as the first one was, so it's better if you're going to lie, not that you should, that you have an ironclad first one. And the flaws might eventually pile up and kill Battler. Even running away would mean tightening the noose around his own throat. The first truth, that Battler is the culprit, has already been hit upon. But I'm still going to stubbornly refuse to give in, and somehow fight to get out of this. I need to fight. This is the make or break moment. This is the Umineko. I've definitely become cornered into a dangerous spot. However, if I can nimbly switch gears, everything might turn around at once. If I can just make this chain my weapon, I can kill Erika. Wait, are you actually going to respond to a repetition request? Do you have any logic for how you can escape without undoing the chain lock? No, you don't. If you respond, that's it. You'll lose instantly from a logic error. Let's think, are there ways that he could escape? If he doesn't exist anywhere inside the room, the problem is he can't... Yeah, he has to use a chain lock, because anything else, like, even if you were to say, like, oh, he escaped through the window, well, then it's the exact same thing as saying that, like, oh, like, he reset the chain or some other, like, fuckery, right? Because if you can say that he reset the chain, it also just proves that it was him. It's clear which choice you ought to make. Yeah, it's clear. No matter what move I choose, it'll turn for the worst just as Erika wants. If it's horrible either way, I'd like to choose the move that has the biggest reward if we win. Real. You're going to call even though you have no logic for escaping and no trump. Dude, he's going to try and suck out. He's going to suck out on the 7-2 split. You're planning on accepting her repetition request and taking her on. I might not have so much as a single pair in my hand, but with just one more card, this hand might become a straight, a flush, or even a royal straight flush. Well, if you have a 7-2, you know, the straight ain't happening, but... Hey man, maybe the flush. If hell waits for me after both options, I'll take the one that'll finish her off if I win. That's an insane move. Sometimes when madmen jump into the path of death, a miracle will occur. It's impossible. How are you going to escape this locked room without removing the chain? There's only one difference between heroes and madmen. It's whether they win or lose. If you're going to bet big, I'll be watching with interest. If I can finish things with this move, then as I predicted, I can kill Erika on my second move. I still can't think of a trick for escaping this locked room. However, there has to be something. There has to. And once I think of it, I can make a magic illusion of me changing into a butterfly, and slipping like smoke out of the crack in the chain-locked door. If I have even a drop of that mad mage's blood in my veins, if I can have just a shred of that glorious miracle he was able to bring about, share it with me now. Kinzo! So, Battler, let's have that second move that you predicted you would checkmate me on. Please provide your answer to Lady Erika's repetition request. Will you respond, or will you decline? Slowly, Battler's hand stretched out to his king piece on the board. He lifted it up and slowly held it aloft, tracing a large circle in the sky. Would Battler respond, or wouldn't he? Would the lock caused by the chain be preserved, or wouldn't it? Would Battler's king crush the piece of the chain lock that stood right in front of it, or would it slip away like a ghost and escape? This is my response. As predicted on my second turn, you're through. Here it comes. Fruto. Erika! I knew he was gonna say that. One second. I'm getting a phone call. I don't know why I'm getting one at 1 a.m. I will be right back, team. I'm gonna flash this. I'm not going to the washroom. It'll be like 2 minutes probably. 1 second. Okay, my back. Sorry. Or my back. I'm back. Sorry. We're good. Okay. Battler's king became a black lightning bolt and crashed down onto the board. Where had it gone? On top of the piece of the chain lock, or past that piece? I will respond to the repetition request. The lock caused by the chain is intact. Okay, so let's put this down. Why is my fucking shift key not working? Sorry, there we go. Lock caused by the chain is intact. Okay. And then we are going to say that Battler is gonna try to suck out on the theory that he didn't remove or unset the chain after it was sealed, and somehow still say he escaped the perfect locked room. Get ready for the suck out of all time. Battler's king had left the chain lock piece in its place and had slipped past it. Yes, it sure would be cool if you could say that the chain lock was still set, wouldn't it? That certainly would be cool, I admit. But do you know what they call someone who's so full of himself that he jumps into the path of death just because it's cool? No clue. Ushur me a battler. That's what they call him. Oh, that's what we call him. Fool! Dot. I file a motion for a logic error. With that last red truth, you have just cut off your own logic. May the impartial judge issue a judgment on the matter immediately, please. Great Lady Lambda Delta! Motion received. Lambda Delta, does this make logical sense? Your inspection, please. Motion received. Battler, show me. Let me see your cards. Battler. It is a royal straight flush, right? If you've got nothing, you won't get out of this with just a sorry, okay? Yeah. I have no intention of apologizing. If it's a logic error, the game board will be blown away. You inherited this game board from Beato. It's the one memento you possess of your precious Beato, so you'll never be able to accept a logic error. Logic error only becomes established when the witch admits to it. As long as they keep thinking about new logic by which they could escape, they will not die. Cannot die. However, that is like being imprisoned in an endless living hell of the mind. Even if you do manage to crawl around forever after falling into the darkness of thought, you'll just be eternally trapped in a hell where you constantly think of ways to escape the locked room while denying the logic error. Are you sure? Are you sure? This is the next worst thing to the depths of oblivion, you know? It's like a difference between falling from the roof of a 10-story building and falling from the roof of a 100-story building. Oh, so it's only 10 times worse? Okay, you're gaming, that's easy. Lambda. Battler has already finished making his move. Players can't take back a move once it's made. Act as the impartial judge you swore to be. Carry out our motion, and see whether or not Battler's escape from the locked room is logical, and whether there has been a logic error or not. Be slow, accurate, and meticulous like an archaeologist. And be as fast as a guy at an ice cream shop when he forcefully and skillfully scoops out that sweet, fragrant vanilla soy sauce ice cream. Yes, I know that. Battler. I'm taking a look now. Move my mic here. It's stuck on. Dude, I always have something that's under my fucking mic stand. Okay, I'm gonna fucking move my mic back because I'm sitting it back a bit further from my desk. Battler. Beato, do you think I'll lose? I don't want to think that. You fought with the old me many times. And finally reached the miracle that I so wanted you to find. So I'd like to believe that you'll accomplish a miracle. Once again. Oh, the woman called Beatrice, she fought on the same border between reason and madness. The whole time. She fought with a mixture of anger, sadness, and several other emotions towards me that can't be described with words. And in the very last game, she conceded. At the very last moment, she managed to seize victory. Question mark? It might have been the rank of the hand in Beato's grip as she fell. Beato passed away without realizing that she had already won. She had a winning hand, but she didn't know how to play it. In that final game, the true victor was Beato. She entrusted me with this game board. That's why I'm gonna win. So I need you alone to believe in me, Beatrice. If believing will bring about a miracle, please, I'll believe in you, Battler. This is pissing me off. Please just check it already, Lady Lambda Delta. There is no valid logic. There doesn't exist any way to get out of this locked room. You were overeager, Battler. Sure, if you could win with this, that'd be cool. If you managed to disappear, even though the chain was still set, that'd be amazing. So cool. How mysterious. Hold me. Squeeze. Like hell you can. Like hell you can do that. If you could do that, you really would be a witch. If you could vanish your way out of this locked room like a puff of smoke, I'd have to acknowledge it. It'd be the work of a witch. Quiet, Lady Erika. Lady Lambda Delta is conducting her inspection. This when you find out the judge isn't impartial. She's gonna cause a logic error in herself. Pass through. One move. Go back. Corner. With sweat gathering on her forehead, Lambda Delta inspected the movements of the pieces from Battler's side. Sorry, I'm raising my mic a little bit. There we go. Tilt it up a bit. Perfect. She was as accurate and meticulous as an archaeologist, just as Castle had told her to be. After gulping stiffly, Lambda looked between the formation of the pieces on the board and Battler's face, which remained tense but steady. Lambda, I have finished my inspection. There's no way the logic worked, of course, you know. I mean, there's 2 more episodes, bro, so, you know, maybe I was playing this while it came out to be like, holy shit, what an end to the game. But of course, everyone knows that's not gonna happen, so let's find out how he did it. Please, God. Funny for a witch to pray to God, aren't they, like, friends with demons? Well, I guess Virgilia had friends in heaven. Erika. Is this gonna be the ultimate bluff for him right now? Where he's gonna say, I'll give you one opportunity to back out of this shit, and he actually did commit a logic error, and this is like the ultimate double bluff? I'm very sorry. Which way am I supposed to take that? It was fun. Now this is the end. For hell's sake, which way am I supposed to take that? Silence. I have finished inspecting Battler's move. The verdict is... It was Nanjo. Valid. Oh. Valid? You lie. I judge it to be valid. He's presented logic that doesn't violate any of the red truths, and I finished checking it. The move by the player on the witch side and the red truth given in response to the final repetition request is valid. Battler, for the first time I have to say I think you're incredible. See? In your game a miracle will always occur if you believe. But, Battler, I'm sorry. If only I believed more strongly, you wouldn't have been cornered like this. Pieto flew onto Battler's chest, sobbing. Erika staggered backwards, shaking her head back and forth dizzily. In Burncastle, her face was like an expressionless mask. Then slowly it became a smile, and for some reason it seemed the sign of some horrible emotion. Well done. To think that you escaped the room without removing the chain. Simply splendid. With her small hands, Delana slowly started to applaud quietly. She was followed by Gertrude and then Cornelia, and then by Beato and Lambda Delta 2. Applause filled the room. Hooray, yippee, congratulations, yippee. Oh, the little clank for her clapping. Oni-chan, how did you... I see. Yes, a move that cannot be seen by one whose thoughts are trapped within the locked room. Impossible. I'm impossible. As Lambda Delta watched Erika, who was stunned and moaning in shock from despair she couldn't accept, she had to take her hat off to the strength of Battler's heart and intelligence at this critical moment, and to the power of his miracles. Incredible, Ushirimiya Battler. I was so wrong to think that your power and Beato's would cancel each other out and bring an eternal draw. I've suffered total defeat. And Byrne, who realized your true strength, but thought she could get you to do what she wanted, well, she suffered total defeat too. Byrne is the witch who waits for miracles. You are the witch who summons miracles. You are not Byrne's piece. In this moment, without a doubt, you have surpassed Byrne. The fact that you only took a moment to think up a trick to escape this locked room really is nothing short of stunning. As Erika predicted, Battler had been hiding in the closet. Then, during the chaos in the bathroom, he had snuck out of the door. Erika had guessed this much. She retroactively set the chain lock and sealed it to prevent Battler from doing this very thing. The chain lock cannot be reset from the outside, so it should have been impossible to escape from the locked room. However, by thinking outside the locked room, Battler broke through. We can use anyone to explain it, but let's go with the piece of Kiri, his mother. Just like Battler, the other victims of the first Twilight have not been confirmed dead with the red truth. Are they going to say that it was like an accomplice thing? That I always right-click when I mean to scroll up. The lock cannot be reset from the outside. I'm trying to think if you could do like some weird twisted logic to say that not only did Battler escape from outside the room, like not only did he leave, but one of the people who we thought was not dead, or one of the people who we thought was dead was not dead, went into the room, sealed the door, then died in the room. Somehow. Like, I mean, that would technically satisfy it, although it would be a little bit goofy. Just like Battler, the other victims of the first Twilight have not been confirmed dead with the red truth. In other words, just like Battler, the other victims, including Kiri, can still move. And their locked rooms are not sealed, so they can go out as they please. Kiri came to save him. Kiri followed behind Erika and waited in the hallway while the latter entered the guest room and sealed the door from the inside. Then after Battler undid the chain lock and escaped, she entered the room in his place. Then Kiri reset the chain lock from the inside and hid in the closet. Oh, so she doesn't have to be dead, she could just be hiding if she doesn't check. And if she checks, then it was somehow she died in the closet. Yes, it is true that Battler isn't inside the guest room right now, however that doesn't mean that no one else is inside it. Kiri took Battler's place in the closet, the one exception that Erika left unchecked, and is there still. Kiri, save Battler. Okay, well, any piece, not just Kiri, but... Ushirimiya Kiri cannot save Battler. Interesting, okay. Battler argues that one of the people... I should say Battler puts forward that one of the people who is dead swapped with him in the room and locked it from the inside and allowed him to escape. And then we have this statement: Ushirimiya Kiri cannot save Battler. Is this gonna be, or rather, she wouldn't save Battler? Huh? Oh, the red sword. What do you mean? Ushirimiya Kiri cannot save Battler. Why not? There's no red saying that Kiri can't save Battler. Wait a second, how are you using the red truth? It's valid. Delano's red truth is valid. Applying for authorization to unsheath the red key. Granted. Delano, do it, please. So we find out that she fucking somehow... If she sealed 3... How could this apply? But again, with Kiri, like, couldn't you just swap in? Okay, I'm gonna wait because it could just... If it's not... I mean, they use Kiri as a placeholder. It doesn't have to necessarily be Kiri. How? How can you authorize that? It's valid. I guarantee this red truth by impartial judgment. Without telling us your reason, we'll reveal that soon. Very soon. But Battler hasn't proclaimed Kiri dead with the red truth yet. It's allowed for Kiri to be playing dead. And the duct tape has already been used on 3 rooms, making it impossible for you to seal Kiri's room. Is this going to be some bullshit where she says, actually, I sealed Kiri's room, I didn't seal one of the guest rooms? So how can you use the red truth to say that Kiri can't save Battler? That red truth has no basis. We'll tell you its basis soon, but more importantly, Lambda, the logic with Kiri has ceased to function. You should probably find another piece to switch places with Battler, don't you think? And then they're just going to knock them down piece by piece? Yes. There's still pieces that can save Battler. Reconstruct the logic. All we need is someone who can switch places with Battler. It doesn't have to be Kiri. Say Natsui next. You're gonna say Natsui next. I'm on your ass like white on fucking rice. I know it. Then let's switch to Natsui. Ushirimiya and Natsui switch places with Battler. Delana, do it. As you wish. Is she just going to, like, say that she's constantly changing what room she put tape on or something? Delana's red longsword smashed Natsui's piece into little bits. How? How can Erika deny this logic without the detective's authority? Sorry, big yawn. Then Ava. Ushirimiya Ava. Oh, the animation, wow. Very high quality, not a PowerPoint transition. Ushirimiya Ava cannot save Battler. Then Rosa. Maria. Oh, Smash Bros. Reference. Save your breath. Neither Rosa nor Maria can come to his aid. Death, death, death. Death, 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 death. Die the death. Sentence to death. Great Equalizer is the death. Blue truth incoming? Why are you showing, like, blue arrows or whatever the hell that was supposed to be? You're just gonna tell me a red truth, come on. Objection. Erika doesn't have the detective's authority. How can she use any red except for the duct tape seals? Objection overruled. The lack of the detective's authority does not imply that no red truth can be used whatsoever. There is a way, isn't there? Yes, there is. There are a few exceptional red truths that even humans without the detective's authority can use. That's crazy. There's no way something like that exists. Yes, such a thing cannot exist. However, there is a certain action permissible only to humans without the detective's authority, and it can become a truth of such overwhelming credibility that witches can easily raise it to the level of red truth. A certain action permissible only to humans who aren't the detective? You don't mean... Erika, you didn't... I've got it. Yes, if I'm right, those red truths are valid. I don't understand. Was there some power that could only be used without the detective's authority? There is. There is just one. So you finally realized. That's right. It was for that reason, and that reason alone, that I abandoned the detective's authority this time around. You told me I could make the detective proclamation whenever I wanted, right? Well, unfortunately, I'm no longer capable of making that proclamation. Nox is... Which one was it? Nox is 7th. It is forbidden for the detective to be the culprit. But that's... What? Finally, Beato realized everything, so the claim is going to be what I said earlier, where I said I'm not ruling out that she was the culprit, is that Erika was actually the one that committed the murders on the first Twilight, so she's saying that there's no way that any of these people could have come to help, because she was the one that personally guaranteed they were dead, because she killed them. Finally, Beato realized everything. Yes, the Detective's Authority bestows several powers that are useful for reasoning, but it eliminates one single privilege. That is Nox's 7th commandment. It is forbidden for the detective to be the culprit. Man, they're kind of behind the times with this, because it's a pretty common thing in a lot of mystery things, that the person is the culprit. In this game, it is impossible for humans without the detective's authority to examine corpses perfectly. So, there have been several tricks where the dead have all been faking and walking around where they please. You probably thought you could use that logic to create several impossible crimes after this. When I said that I wouldn't make the detective proclamation, somewhere on the inside you must have said I've won. You're pretty sly yourself. You gave me the duct tape seals, seemingly out of mercy. That was because you planned to have all the first Twilight victims survive, band together and carry out the crimes. That's why you gave me only 3 rooms worth, which wouldn't cover all 6 people. No matter which rooms I sealed, at least one of your pawns could move freely. Then you must have been plotting to use that to corner me. But too bad. Your naivete is deeply tiresome. You stupid man. I admit it. I admit that I fell for your monkey show, and that in my pride I tried to show you some mercy. That's right. Even without the detective's authority, there is a way for a human to make sure that a corpse examination cannot fail. Is the human lying in front of you alive or dead? You can answer that question by examining the corpse. With just a quick glance, your chances of being right are 50-50 either way. Hey, this is like the classic meme that everything in life is a 50-50 chance it either happens or it doesn't, so... Various bits of knowledge and experience can be used to obtain a more precise result. However, no matter how much you do that, while you can reach up to 99%, you can never reach 100% accuracy. That's what most people would think. However, there is one way. One perfect way to conduct a perfect examination. Kill them yourself, Freddy. It's as simple as that. Erika? Without the detective's authority, I can't tell whether the victims are dead or faking, so I need a way to be sure. And if possible, it would be preferable if they were removed from the game board, so that they couldn't make a mess of things later on. So I dashed all over the mansion, visited all the crime scenes, and I killed everyone all over again. Okay. Second, I'm gonna edit my notes a little bit here. The only thing that's odd about this, could Battler just like, I'm trying to think of a way to counter this play. So she's saying, I'm the culprit, I killed them again. The only way this works, though, I think, as a defense, is for you to say that you killed them the first time. Because killing everybody all over again, even if you're saying they're faking dead, that doesn't really answer the problem. We already know there's people that have faked corpses, so if there was fake corpses that were already presented, right? Then it becomes a little bit more of a question mark. So, like, sorry, let me construct what I mean from the top down. In this example, we're assuming, let's just assume that the victims had, like, marks as they did in episode 5, in the cousin's room, where they had, like, the slices across their neck. And then they were like, oh my god, those people weren't actually dead. We never got a confirmation until, like, midnight that they actually died because those were, like, fake corpses or whatever. In this exact same scenario, the only way this works is, let's say that Erika was not the culprit, right? She goes up to the bodies, maybe some of them are dead, some of them aren't. And then she goes up and she takes like a knife or something else when nobody else is around, because she did run around away from everybody else, and she slashes all the throats, and she makes sure that any of the people there are dead. The only way that this works, though, the only way that you can say that you killed everyone is if you were the first person to kill them. Because if not, we can just use the exact same argument from the last episode and just say that those were already fake corpses that were planted. Then all you did was mark up a mannequin, right? Like, unless I'm misunderstanding something here. I feel like that's a little bit of a hole that you could push through. The only thing then is that she could seal up a certain amount of... Although I don't know if she can retroactively change the seals. I don't know if she can change the seals off the people in the guest room, because you're actually making more possible people the culprit by switching it. She has the maximal amount of people right now of not being the culprit. Because if she were to move those to be other rooms to like lock down who might the culprit be, if you're moving off of the cousin's room in the other room, then those people could then be culprits. So sorry, I'll restate what I'm saying just to make it ultra clear. If Erika killed everybody the first time, let's say she was the actual culprit of the first Twilight, right? Then it all lines up. It all makes sense, you know. She actually was the person that killed all of them, but that doesn't really sound like what they're saying. What it sounds like they're saying is that one of the people who wasn't actually dead was faking dead, laying on top of that. And then she went over and she made sure that all of them were dead at that point. Like, she sliced up the throats of, like, the people that were already presenting as dead, such that if any of them were faking, she would have then killed them at that moment. Now, the only thing that is a little bit sus to me about that is I don't understand how you could not use the same defense that we used, or that was not used, but that was used against us in the prior episode, or I guess it kind of saved us, that the cousins were not confirmed dead until the midnight of the second day, and that there was a big, like, fog of war time period that they could have been killed under. To me, that seems to assume that we know they were dead the first time, and we never had an exact confirmation. So, we'll see how this plays out. I understand the line that she's taking here. But if any of the corpses that were presented were just fake corpses already at that point, killing them all over again doesn't really mean anything, because the real person could be somewhere else. I digress, let's continue. What on earth? Of course she couldn't just kill them however she liked. It had to be a perfect way. That is true, but in episode 5 she had the detective's authority and she doesn't in this one. Because in episode 5, we could say that if she saw the cousins' corpses... Well, yeah, because in episode 5, she didn't see the cousins' corpses, and we know that the detective can make exact, she would be able to tell 100%. I follow with that part. But this time, she doesn't have the detective's authority. She doesn't have the 100% accuracy on guaranteeing that the corpses that she's going to are dead, as far as I understand it. Because that's the whole point of why she also got rid of the detective's authority, is so that she could potentially be the culprit. Which means that her assessment of whether the people were alive or dead, now we had Rika say in white text that, like, oh, her thing is so good, there's no way that she could mistake someone as being alive or dead, but now we're getting back into the thing of, like, do we only trust things that are said in red? Do we trust Berncastle, I should say, do we trust Berncastle's statement that her assessments would still be so accurate that even without the red, they might as well be the red? I mean, that depends if you want to trust what Berncastle is saying. I don't know. We'll see. I won't stall content. Of course, she couldn't just kill them however she liked. It had to be a perfect way of killing, good enough that their deaths could be determined with the red truth. Erika made sure of that. The manner in which they were killed differed. Each were killed differed, but afterwards she completely severed the heads of all those she killed. Okay, sure, again, this doesn't really... I feel like we're not getting anywhere on this. So she 100%... Okay. Later stated... She decapitated all the bodies she came across. That method of killing is solid enough to be called a red truth, right? Lambda. It's valid. No human could survive after being decapitated. Could you have severed all the heads without getting any blood on you? Okay, why are you even arguing? This is so stupid. You could, for example, take a large trash bag from the kitchen and grab the knife through it. Then if you cover the entire corpse with the trash bag as you work, you can block nearly all of the blood spatter. Naturally, I prepared a separate knife and bag for each person I killed and left those items at the crime scene. Of course, I didn't humiliate myself by walking around with them, leaving blood in the hallways and dirtying my clothes. There will probably be trash bags left at the crime scene with my fingerprints on them, but since the game ends before the police come and the bags won't be used as evidence of anything, they can just be left there without a problem. Are you insane? What kind of mystery would ever allow something like that? I can't believe I'm hearing that from a witch on the fantasy side. Oh, and don't worry, I didn't kill you. I found you last and didn't have time to sever your head, so I just sealed your whole room with the duct tape you gave me. I'm gonna put that here. She didn't decapitate Battler. Then again, that might have been because I knew this would happen and wanted to watch you flounder. Oh, that's right. Just like I can say that I killed them in red, I can say one more thing. Now this might be important. If she confirms that they all actually are truly dead, then okay. Then I can calm to everything. At that point, Erika stopped for a second, and still, is she really capable of an expression even uglier than all the ones before? With that greatest of all faces, she spoke. All 5 people I killed were very much alive until the moment I killed them. Everyone faithfully played dead as best they could until the moment just before I killed them, okay? Okay, see, now she's covered all possible things. Because now she's saying if they were faking being alive... I don't know. I get a little bit more on this. I still feel like they could fake being alive by presenting a fake body that they pass off as theirs, but maybe I'm doing a little bit too much reaching on that one. I might be reaching a bit hard. But she says until the moment I killed them is like... sort of implies that she killed them. So I'm going to take it for the belief that they were actually faking being dead and there wasn't a corpse swap. Maria was quite the little trooper. After all, even though her mother had already been killed in the same room, she kept on playing dead without even noticing. Hee hee hee. Yep, Burncastle having a good laugh. They're devils. Up to now, many witches and demons have appeared in this tale, but this is the first time I've seen a true devil. You bastards. You bastards! At last, Beato understood the entire plot of this tale. This tale was just the story of a prank. Someone must have come up with the idea of playing a slightly harsh trick on their inconsiderate guest, who loved to show off her intelligence and act the part of a great detective, and several people had agreed to go along with it. The ones who had played the victims went into their assigned room, set the chain and lock from the inside, and played dead to create a fake locked room murder. And then she actually came around and said, okay, bet, and killed them. If you think about it that way, the rooms chosen for the corpses seem to make more sense. The only thing that's odd about this is she didn't... I don't want to get into the witch game. She didn't technically specify the people she killed, if we want to be really pedantic about this. She just said that the people that she killed... I don't know. Oops. Smack my fucking pop filter. We'll take her at her word, but, you know, again, I'm just leaving doors open for myself. If you think about it that way, the rooms chosen for the corpses seem to make more sense. It was only natural for Natsui to die in her own room. If you're gonna play dead, it's only natural that you'd want to lie down on your own bed. Ava's vanity is strong, so she must have volunteered to die in the VIP room. Kiri was in Krause's study. That was probably well air-conditioned and comfortable. Rosa and Maria were in the parlor. A soft sofa would have been a great place to play dead. Maria had gone the extra mile to make it look more realistic by lying dead alongside the wall. Battler was in the guest room. The temperature here was also nice. The bed must have also been fairly pleasant. Yes, the victims for the first Twilight had all died in comfortable rooms. In the past games, the corpses had often been found exposed in the courtyard or under the rose garden arbor, in the cold gardening shed or in the boiler room. This time there were no victims in any such inhospitable environments. This is probably the truth. This was the story of a prank where no one was dead in the first place. And then, this devil turned it into a genuine murder case. You do have the right to speak ill of Lady Erika. However, at this moment, you have the obligation to present new logic that does not lead to any contradictions. So again, the only lines I can think that you could say is that she didn't specify who died, or that again, the earlier thing that her saying that she killed the people was not specific enough, although the last statement does seem to imply that they were alive up until the very second that she killed them, which would mean that they couldn't have been fake, because if she killed a mannequin, how the fuck were they dead after she killed a mannequin, you know? Unless they're like soul linked to a fucking mannequin. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust, corpses to corpses. So, Battler, let's continue this game. Please present a different human to switch places with you. If you don't, your trick will become a logic error. There's now no one who can come to the rescue. Eric has killed every last one of them. Damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it. Okay, I'll turn on, you know what? I'll honor it. I'll turn on the voice acting, I never turn it on. We'll do a little, like, how loud is this? Whatever, we'll try this. Battler, please calm yourself. Now's the time to wipe our tears away and fight. Even if you've lost 5 pieces who can save you, there's still 11 in the guest house. Well, now you can't, yeah, because they're all sealed away. You're right. Krause, Hideyoshi, Rudolph, George, Jessica, Shannon, Cannon, Genji, Goto, Kumasawa, Nanjo. Dude, he's fucking... Stop stealing my lines, bro. It doesn't matter who, as long as someone comes here. Somebody. Help. But there's no way. Wait. Take a look at this. Gertrude Cornelia. I keep forgetting to read. Of course, the rooms are sealed. We already knew this. Sorry, I have to read the lines now. See, there's voice acting now. Battler Swan. You gotta see this. What's the deal? Erika, who was now so excited that her pronunciation was tumbling all over the place, pointed at 2 doors. It was the hallway on the 2nd floor of the guest house. They were in front of the cousin's room in the next room over. Look, here. There's something stuck to the door. Was this? Hey, do you know, Gertrude? For your attention, know that it is the duct tape seal of the cousin's room. Was about this thing on this door. Be advised that it is the duct tape seal of the next room over. God, the music is like so loud it's almost cucking her. 1 second. I want to hear the... Okay, you two. All of you watching at home on your televisions, please have a look at the duct tape seals on both doors. So, what do you think of them? Are they broken? Are they not broken? Please, the red truth loudly so we all can hear. For your attention, I beg to inform you of the following. Know that neither is broken. Know that an unbroken seal is proof that all have hitherto been denied passage. It needs no second telling, but be advised that passing through without breaking the seal is impossible. That's what I'm saying. Good des. Battler, it is as you see. There no longer exists anyone who can come to your aid. The victims of the first Twilight have all been killed, and the guest house is still sealed. No one can come to the rescue. What he said. Erika has anticipated this moment all that time ago, and that's why she had made the strategic move of suddenly sealing these two rooms. This resolved the confusion Cornelia had felt back then. Why wouldn't the human side player want as many free humans as possible? That was a natural, simple question to ask. However, once you seal up all of the humans, there is no room for magic to intervene, so this was her angle, was because she actually had killed the other ones. And so then because of that, the fact that the other 11 were still sealed means that literally everybody was accounted for. Why is magic magic? Because the people who saw it say that it was magic. Then, is it possible for magic to exist in a place with no people? There's no problem with that because there's no anti-magic toxin, right? Wrong. Magic in a place that isn't being witnessed is no different from a delusion, a daydream. Well, yeah, because there's no observer for it. Magic with results must be carried out by human hands. If all humans are sealed off, then magic cannot be created. This was Erika's strategy for this game, and her beautiful checkmate. We'll keep the voices till the end of this chapter. Or, yeah, this chapter. Well, now. Who's going to come save you? Please tell me who the real person is who switched places with you, remained in the guest room, in your place, and set the chain lock from the inside, if they even exist. Well, Battler, you have a broken thread of logic. Who could have come to save you? You are currently in the middle of a logic error. Wait, I'm still thinking. Battler, you have 2 rights and 1 obligation. Your first right is the right to build a new thread of logic to reconstruct your locked room trick. Your second right is the right to come clean and admit to your logic error, and your 1 obligation is to choose one of those 2 options. There is some mercy. There's no restriction on the amount of time you have to make that choice. Hehe, that's right, your time is endless, eternal. I'm sure there's still some way. Some twisted logic or loophole or... Anyway, I'm sure there's still some way. I'm still thinking about it. What about you, Beato? Let me know if you find anything. I'm sure the old Beato could have managed something. She built up several locked rooms like this. Beato felt awful. Why was she Beato and yet not? Surely the old her would have thought up a trick under these restrictions. If only she could do that, she could guide Battler to victory, but she couldn't do it as her current self. Hehehe. Yes, I'm sure you'll think of a good trick. Eventually. Surely. Probably. Maybe. Pretty sure it's impossible, though. What she said. So then, Battler, let's go back to the guest room. From now on, that will be your world. I have to go pee again. Once again, they returned to the slightly chilly guest room. It was the same room as before, of course, but it felt as though an unsettling darkness had crept in. Here's the room you'll spend your days in from now on. You just need to escape from this room by any means you want. However, there are conditions. As I believe you know, these are all things you forced on yourself. First, this room is a locked room created from the inside. Yep, the seals on the windows are intact, so there can be no escape from there. Of course, there is no way to escape by leaving through the bathroom. I'll make it simple. There is no exit to escape from except for this door. However, the chain lock on this door is set. You can unset and reset it all you want, but you can only do so from the inside. Furthermore, you are free to go out through the door, but leaving while the chain lock remains unset will not count as an escape. You have now to show, or you have to show that you can escape from this room with the chain lock still connected. I'm trying to think here. So it doesn't count that. Well, yeah, because yeah. But he couldn't possibly do it. He made this locked room himself. We have set up just one exit other than the door. That one's in the bathroom. My merciful master has arranged for a last way out if you fail to think of any trick to escape. Please listen up. Burn Castle guided Battler to the bathroom. Is this going to be like the same meme that we got sent to early on with the... Oh my god, wait, you know what it is? The chain from earlier. Was that just Battler, like, in the future? Was that, like, the whole meme? Because she's going to point down to the drain in the tub, right? Because that was, like, the one meme that the person that was inside the room mentioned. Although the only thing that would be weird about that is the person saying the witch biting their finger off is a little bit odd. But I guess they never specified that it was the witch of the forest, although they kind of implied it. Because if she says the only way out is through the bathtub, I don't think it makes sense for it to be anybody else. Of course it will be somebody else somehow, so, you know. Fuck me, am I right? Burn Castle guided Battler to the bathroom. It was just a normal bathroom. The setup intended to surprise Erika by Battler time was no longer working. However, the bundle of wire and the nippers that had been used to prepare that trap still lay in the empty bathtub. Are you saying that I can use these to help me escape? Yes, please feel free. It's a present. However, no matter what you use, you can't lock the room from the outside. And you can't fool the seals either, okay? Yeah, because he could maybe try and argue that he snipped the chain, but then that wouldn't work because he would be breaking the seal. So in what way could he use the wire and the chain, and he still can't lock it from the outside, so he can't then fashion the wire into some way that he can reset the chain from the outside while keeping everything else possible, and entertaining some weird idea that he, like, perfectly went behind Erika as she went into the washroom, and then when she came out he perfectly slipped in and then swapped again when she went back. He couldn't follow that, even if it would be really hard to believe. You can't fool the seals either, okay? The tools aren't here to help you pull some trick with the chain lock. They're here to help you escape from the room in a more direct way. How am I supposed to use these? Not bad, Burn. I see that your mind's as grotesque as ever. There's an exit that leads directly outside from this bathroom. Can you find it? You don't mean... Did you figure it out, Beato? Please tell me. That's... impossible. Please, where is it? Tell me. We can't let the game end like this. I mean, to be honest, I had Battler's voice in my mind being a lot more whiny, but it's okay. There. Huh? Where? Under the bathtub? Can't you see it? There's a round hole that leads straight out of this room. It's a bit small, though. You don't mean... That's what he's gonna say. You... He's constipated. It's a drain right there at the bottom of the bathtub. You can get out through there without touching the chain lock. Oh my god, and so that was the whole thing, dude, is that because he had... It definitely is him that was in that room, too, because the whole point that they said earlier was that he has an infinite amount of time to be able to get out. Or, not to get out, he has an infinite amount of time before, like, he doesn't have to say that it's a logic error. It just ends whenever he says it's a logic error. He provides another alternate explanation. But he has a undetermined amount of time until he can do that, but then that also means that he's trapping himself potentially endlessly. So that 100% was him. But your body is a bit too big to get out through this exit, or at least it's someone that has a fucking, like, analog to him, like, one-to-one. That's why I decided to lend you those tools here. You can snip yourself up, escape through the drain. How? She couldn't mean using those nippers for 100 years to widen that hole, right? Battler and Beato had already realized. They had figured out this demonic way out that the demons were proposing. Just use those nippers and cut your body into pieces that can fit. Pinch, rip, snip. You can sit back in the tub under a hot shower and start from your toes. Snip then wash, snip then wash. Just keep doing that and oh, what do you know? You suddenly managed to escape from the locked room. Oh, what do you know is right, my master? Oh, what do you know is right, my master? It looks like both siblings are going to end up the same way. I was gonna fucking mention that and she cut it off. That's not a laugh. Oop, 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 oop. But burn. If he does it that way, the hand holding the nippers will be left at the end. That's why we have the wire. Beforehand, the battler will have to wrap the wire around his wrist, then stretch the other end out into the corridor through the crack in the door. You should be able to fit just a wrist through the crack left by the chain lock. If you can make yourself that small, I'd be happy to pull the wire from the hallway and save you. My master, if you do that, I want it. Battler's wrist. And what would you use that for? But no, I've already decided to use it as a back scratcher. When the time comes, I'll scratch your back with it. What do you say? Yes, my master. Master's going to scratch my back with Battler's hand. Yeah, with what she said. Finding them annoying, irritating, obnoxious. Don't worry, it'll get quiet real soon. Until you can escape from this room, all noise to disturb your thoughts will disappear for all eternity. That's a relief. I'll be glad of the quiet. Here's some advice from a survivor of hell. Enjoy the liveliness while you can. Even the annoying insults you hear now will be useful as fond memories to preserve your sanity in the depths of eternal silence. Do you hate Bern and Erika? Then, that's their parting gift to you. As long as you have hatred, you will be able to avoid giving up. Giving up has a completely different meaning here, okay? Once you give up, still can't escape, and realize that hell is eternal, you'll wish you prepared yourself earlier. Did you just call yourself a survivor? Then, you also. Is she actually supposed to be Satoko? You know, every once in a while, that terror comes back to me. I wonder whether I really have escaped from that hell. What if I actually lost my mind a long time ago, and I'm still in there, just having delusions about being here and chatting happily with you all like this? That nightmare still terrifies me, and so I need to constantly feel, truly feel, that this isn't a dream. Hey, are you guys really real? You aren't just an insane delusion I'm having inside that hell, right? Right? It was something in Lambda-Delta's pleading expression that sent shivers down the spine. It was probably more terrifying than any threatening words she could have used with even the most vile expression on her face. It was time for Battler to realize, a logic error isn't so sympathetic that you can just stick out your tongue, ask for forgiveness and say you'll be more careful next time, even if you feel that that fight is at a point where you can never back down. Risking a logic error by leaving things up to chance is never a risk you should take. It was time for him to pay up and understand the true risk and terror implied by the words betting one's life on a fight, which must sound so exciting for a man. Battler, hang on in there. I'll think deeply upon it as well. I'll devote everything I have to thinking of a trick to escape this room. I will come to save you. Bieto. Oh well. What if the whole time, man, he was just really, really constipated? I'll definitely think of something. Just you watch. Well, regretfully, it's time for us to leave. We mustn't get in the way of his job any longer. See you later, Battler. Or like you'd say it, see you again, right? Have a nice day. I'll replay this because the sound effect is so fucking loud too now that it's cucking her. Later, Battler. Sorry, well. Later, Battler. Good luck. Lambda being a little bit, like, nice. Battler, don't give up. You'll definitely think of a trick. I'll think as well and I'll come to save you. God, I have to pee really bad. This needs to hurry up. Bieto. Before he could finish saying Bieto's name, they had all disappeared. They hadn't disappeared in a golden spray or turned into butterflies and flown away. As if there had never been anyone but him in this room to begin with. Battler blinked once and everyone was gone. I wonder if him escaping the room will have something to do with the biting of the ring finger off, right? Because if you imagine that actually was Beatrice and it was not another witch stand-in, is there something that she was trying to convey to him in his, like, mental prison that he's now trapped in that has something to do with, like, removing a part of his body? Nothing remained. Not their voices, their presence, their warmth, nor even the faint perfume Bieto had worn. The frigid air of the room was wrapped only in the lonely sound of the wind and rain. I wonder if you could, like, can you pass off the gamesmanship or the headsmanship of the game, like, halfway through? I'm not sure. With that overpowering feeling of isolation, I finally began to realize how horrible a punishment this would be. Damn those bastards. It can't be that hard to get out of a room like this. I mean, rooms are made so that people can come in and come out, and it all makes sense now too. That's why him trying to sneak out and, like, cheat the lock doesn't work, because they have these stipulations that were set up beforehand, so he can't just cheat the lock and use a tool to reset it and leave. That's why the chain pulls him back. If they can't do that, you wouldn't call it a room. This is stupid. It's easy to undo a lock and chain from the inside. Damn it. For some reason, I've always been clumsy, and undoing chain locks always gives me trouble. Haha, it's off. What a stupid puzzle. Look, now the door opens freely, see? He's gonna get the collar around his neck. Hey, what's this cold feeling on my neck? Wow, look at that. We put it together 5 minutes before they revealed it to us. Please, I know. You are all very impressed. Please keep it down. I know, hush. We have a stream to continue here, okay? What the hell is this? Oh, do we get to see the 3D animation of the chain? It's my favorite part of the episode. Why is there suddenly this iron collar around my neck that's attached to a chain? Damn it, who would do something like that? Oh no, they didn't play it! When I reset the chain lock, it disappears. And when I undo it, it comes back. The chain is pretty long, so I can make it a little way out into the hallway. But I can't go far from the door. Then if I close the door, stand on the outside and stick my hand through the crack and just somehow set that chain... Why have I always been so clumsy? I'm not really clumsy, it's just that me and chain locks don't go well together. Damn it, I hate chain locks. I hate chains. Why won't it work? There's gonna be like some weird like lore where he was like, when I was younger, my dad used to whip me with chains. Why can't I set the chain lock from the outside? Damn it, damn it, damn it. Ugh. Dot dot dot. Dot dot dot. Battler. Hang in there. Hang in there. Oh damn, okay. Can't get out. I thought he was gonna say something else there, but he just stopped after that one, but it's okay. Vito called out to Battler repeatedly, shaking his shoulders hard, but by now Battler's eyes were blank. The words didn't reach him. Berncastle and Erika had already left. The game was officially suspended until Battler could think of a new trick, but it was doubtful that it would be resumed even after 1,000 years or more. Hey, but this gives the time for Beatrice to become the evil person. Okay, I'm heading off too. So long, you two. Is this where we find out that the whole time that Beatrice's miracle was to, like, in the first game was actually to help the Battler escape in this game? Is this what we're gonna find out? Okay, I'm heading off too. So long, you two. I kind of have a new respect for Lambda Delta, although she could be honey dicking and she's actually also insanely evil. Also, that's like quite a few bows. Do you really need that many? I never really noticed how many that you have. You got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 that I can see. There's no need to say so long. We'll think of a trick in no time and the game will resume. Oh my god, wait, it actually kind of makes sense too. It kind of perfectly fits if this is the reason for why she became evil. We already talked about like there's no way the sin is so meta that it's like it was something that actually already happened in the game, because then you just get like a recursive game that always had to have existed. I don't believe that. We won't take up your time, so stay here a little longer, please. Although this might be impetus such that the Battler, or such that the Beatrice in this game can become equivalent to the one in the last one, where she's gone through like a sin, not the same sin, but a similar sin, and it causes her to become the Beatrice that he wanted, you know? I don't think I read that. Sorry. There's no need to say so long. We'll think of a trick in no time and the game will resume. We won't take up your time, so stay here a little longer, please. We've drawn those same words out of many a witch's mouth in the past, and I've heard of hardly any who've actually managed to resume their games. As far as I know, the only two are me and Bern. Interesting. Well, that would make it weird, unless... I mean, I feel like that makes it that Lambda isn't Satoko? Unless you would say that, like, they were from the same game, which I guess they would be in that case, but then we'd have to find out if Satoko had, like, a witch thing going on. I don't know. Regardless. I'll look into that after this game's over. Why would a person who knows about the hell throw another person into it? Because it's the rules of the game, bro. Just because you're bored? Is that all? It's the rules of the game, man. Yeah, that's all. It's to escape from boredom. Because when we get bored, we remember. We remember that hell. And you know, by throwing someone else down into that hell, we realize that, oh, we're the ones on the throwing side. Oh, ho, 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 ho. And that means we aren't in that hell ourselves. If we don't keep doing that, then the fear of that hell will overwhelm us. So it's not actually the boredom. This is Lambda, Delta, and Rika doing this to other witches is like the equivalent of the spinning top in Inception, kind of. I haven't seen that movie, I'm totally fucking capping. But it's like the idea if the spinning top keeps spinning or falls, you know? It lets you know. That's the only thing I know about that movie. If you two manage to get out of it, then he can as well. I will save him, for certain. For certain? You stand before the Witch of Certainty, Lambda Delta, and swear a certain outcome. Yes, for certain. Oh my god! I feel like the game is looping, though. I feel like it all makes sense, too, because this is how you could say then that this girl gets her witch powers from Lambda Delta. This is how Lambda became her guardian, is through this happening right here. But then it also makes it... This is gonna be like some Steins Gate shit, man. Where we need somebody from within this, like, grandfather paradox to find a way to break it. I might be totally smoking crack, but yes, for certain. If she says that she's going to give Beatrice the power to be a witch here and run the game in some way, then 100% that's like the meta angle. Very well. I was a guardian for the former you anyway. Though the current you is different, I'll do you one last favor. I'll give you a parting gift. Oh my god, it actually is going to be. We're getting into the meta loop. And what is that? Hope. The hope that as long as you hold on to your certainty, your wish will definitely come true. Listen. The old you was the endless witch Beatrice. You used to love detective novels that depicted impossible crimes, and you used those to make the claim that a witch existed, to make many people believe in magic. And on your stage, as one stage on your path to becoming a witch. Detective novels. I'm gonna give you a bunch of detective novels. Here you go. Yep. The old you was an avid reader, a lover of detective novels and locked room murders, and a super expert on impossible crimes. After devouring book after book and reading through countless locked room tricks, you hit upon the ultimate single origin trick, and you used it to form the core of the system of your system of magic, which is belief. Oh, love. Battler told you, right? He told you that the old you would definitely have thought of a way out of this predicament. I'll acknowledge that. I guarantee it by the name of the Witch of Certainty, Lambda Delta. The old you would definitely have solved this locked room trick. That's my parting gift to you. Goodbye. You have sworn certainty the Witch of Certainty, so I won't say farewell. I'll see you again soon. Oh, it's such a good line! Yes. We'll see you again soon. Oh, that's such a good fucking line. Lambda Delta vanished into thin air. Lambda ascending the tier list in real time. Do you hear it? And left behind in the witch's tea room were the two who had held the title of Endless Witch. One had empty eyes, the other supported the first by his side. Ironically, it was the exact opposite of how their relationship had been in the previous game. I love a meta angle, that's all I'm gonna say. Wow. Okay, look, I gotta go pee. Like I said, this chapter's finishing, or this episode's finishing tonight. That was, perhaps, okay, one of the best sub-chapters of the whole entire episodes so far. And definitely the best of this game so far. What she said. That was really fucking good. I really like the exchange at the end there. I'm gonna go pee. I'll be right back. And we will continue. Mwah. One sec. Okay, my bad, I'm back. Apologies for that break. Let me fix my mic in a better spot. That scene did have good voice acting, I will give you guys that. Like I said, that was an amazing chapter overall. Me. Bing. Bing. Okay. Ah, Zapar. What's this important announcement? Listen, Furfur. Our image song is getting released on CD. This is probably like a really big deal at the time. What? Not on Spotify? Just kidding. We were just so bored of showing up the same way every time. We thought we'd change our style a bit. We are entertainers. And the stage is alive. You've got to ad-lib every now and then. Yeah, we could have done without that, you jackasses. I can't speak, jackasses. Thanks for helping remove the tension, you two. Sorry, but we're still talking about what to do in the second trial. We'd like a little more time, and if possible, some quiet. Sorry, George. Actually, we have a truly important announcement regarding the second trial. It's good news for some, and perhaps bad news for others. Those for whom it is bad news have probably already figured it out, which is Battler and Beato. If you don't know what we're talking about, then it's good news for you. Beatrice? It's nothing. 5 people were there, only Battler was missing, and Beato's expression was dark, her head hanging low. Everyone realized that something must have happened to Battler. We'd like to announce that Battler has retired before the second trial, which automatically means that her thing is over, right? But well, maybe the stipulation was only that one of them getting killed. Everyone murmured, just what had happened. The witch's game will wait forever for him, but a pair of lovers cannot wait forever. Love is like ice cream. It's sweet and creamy, but if you don't eat it quickly, you'll lose it. Our game isn't so gracious that it'll wait for him to return. So that's what you mean by good news, or meant by good news. Heh. Well, I'm glad our rivals have gone down in number. But if you thought I'd applaud another person's misfortune, you're totally wrong. The Battler, the one we thought of as our greatest enemy, I won't ask why. If the demons in charge say so, then that's how it is. Then what will happen to Beatrice? Seems I will lose the right to take this trial. Yo, what's up? After all, this is a trial to test the bonds between lovers. Battler isn't currently capable of doing that, so his pair is disqualified. How truly saddening. However, she is one of the participants in this three-way trial of love, so I think we should let her watch the trial as an observer. They are two demons. So, if that's your type, then maybe. The one on the right, I believe... Well, I won't say what gender they are. It just said that they were of an opposite gender to the one on the left. So, interpret that as you will. A splendid idea. She does have the right to bless the pair that does overcome the trial. Are you okay with that? Yes. I want to watch until the end. And I still believe he will come back quickly, regain his eligibility, and continue this trial with me once again. If you ask me, she has the right to be an observer. No objections here. There's no need for us to be cruel. The only thing that sucks about this is that I feel like this sort of disqualifies... I don't know, I have a weird thing with this whole... With the whole, like, love angle that they're taking. The only way it could still be Jessica if I'm, like, addicted to the Jessica theory and trying to make it fit that it's her. Then it would have to be that Canon was, like, a second love and that Battler, like, shot her down at some point in the past. I don't know. We'll see. There's no need for us to be cruel. That may be, but as bad as it sounds, the loss of a powerful rival is our gain. Sorry to do this to you and Battler, but I'd like to settle this trial right away. Ah, that's George for you, a pedophile. I'm rooting for you the most on the inside. The coldness with which he furnishes that love makes its heat stand out all the more. At any rate, we've now gone from 3 down to 2, and the three-way deadlock has been resolved. We weren't able to fight proactively because we were afraid of a 1-against-2 situation. Now that it's 1 against 1, it's just a good clean duel. I thought it didn't matter. I thought only one had to be removed. He didn't have to defeat 2, but... So in the end, we find that we should have just done this from the beginning. The 4 people stood up, as though responding to some invisible summons, and faced each other glaring. Only Beato was off to the side, watching the course of the young lovers' fight in suspense. Each pair of lovers has an unbreakably strong bond. Diamond is unbreakable? Then isn't that enough? Their love is already the real thing. There's no need to test it. But if so, then why must they fight? The victorious couple will be bound together by the magical miracle, and the defeated couple will fall apart. Why have the demons promised us that we will fall apart without a magical miracle? Why is a demon's game like this even necessary? I don't understand. No, they aren't important right now. I have to think of an escape trick as soon as possible, so that I can save Battler from that locked room. I heard about Battler. It seems that things have gotten quite troublesome. One-sama. I would like to save you, as you are both my dear sister and a part of my full self. I am tackling Battler's locked room in my own way, but it is difficult. It feels almost as though an ordinary chain has been made to look like a wire puzzle. I heard from Lambda Delta. She said that the old Beatrice could definitely solve this trick. Don't you have any ideas? That old Beatrice is our completed form after we become one. Even I am not but a part of her. It stands to reason that I cannot solve it. By this, she meant that we wouldn't be able to figure it out no matter how much thought we put into our incomplete forms. Dude, I think I called my shot earlier and I think it was right. They're gonna have to fuse into like an equivalent of the old Beatrice, even though that's not exactly the same. They're gonna have to get to basically being the exact same thing. Even if it's... I don't know how to describe it. Like, you can get the number 12. Let's say that they said that the old Beatrice was made by adding 6 plus 6. There's an infinite number of ways that you could add or subtract or do certain, integer operations to get the number 12, right? As long as they end up at the same number, it's good. They just probably aren't going to be able to do the same solution just because of the differences in upbringing and etc, etc, etc. think I might have called my shot correctly. I think that's kind of the vibe. Although I don't know if that's going to be the overarching thing of the whole game, because Lambda did still make a distinction between the two, but it's hard to say, obviously, at this point. I do love a time loop narrative, but... She was saying that neither the elder nor the younger sister could ever be expected to solve this riddle. Bito shook her head, chasing that thought from her mind. I won't give up. I'll set right to work on that locked room. Unless I can give Battler, or save Battler as soon as possible, his heart will be crushed. Of course, I have no reservations about lending my own wisdom. However, even I cannot make anything out of this locked room. If we put our heads together, I'm sure we'll find the same answer that we would if we were joined. Please lend me your wisdom and don't give up. I still cannot fathom why you are willing to go so far for Battler, but I shall do as you ask. After all, it is a request made by myself. I will add my wisdom to yours. Look, Furfur, the two Beatos are thinking together. I wonder if those two can really save Battler. Oh, they can. If they have the miracle of love, that is. That's right, Sapar. They can certainly do it if they have the miracle of love on their side. Are they going to say that they have to engage in the game as those two separate halves? Can they take over, like, can the elder Beatrice take over the spot that Battler once had and they can be, say, Furfur? Do you think they'll realize that we're giving them a hint for solving that locked room? The two Beatos put their heads together, and straining their minds with all they had, they searched for a plan to save Battler with. It was as though they couldn't even see the four people glaring at each other and solemnly discussing the manner of the duel. They'll realize, if they have love, they certainly will. They were the demons of love. Love is the single element, the source of all miracles. Could the miracle of love provide an answer for a locked room trick? There it is again. Without love, it cannot be seen. I understand how that catchphrase can describe a certain concept, but locked room tricks are pure, unfeeling mathematical puzzles without a fragment of affection within them. Just what kind of hint could these demons be talking about? I already have a certain answer. What these demons have said supports that even further. Yeah, okay, you're incredible. You always know the right answer, and you'll never let me hear any of it. Going by the rule of the observers until you tell me about it, it's possible that you're just lying and pretending that you know. Yes, I believe I do prefer a bad-mouthed Miko. You please me, child of man. To me, Amiko's sarcasm and abuse is like a ceremonial dance in my honor. Which is true because Riko was also, like, super disrespectful to her. You're a real irritating master, stupid Oni-chan. Why did you make a locked room like that yourself? Think, child of man. Thinking is not only a job for the characters within the tale. As a reader, you too have the right to enjoy thinking, and I enjoy watching as you do. I'm willing to make a bet. Your last Miko ran out of patience and ran away from you, didn't she? You are free to enjoy yourself by scolding me. You are also free to consider the problem like the two Beatos, unless you think the tale will not continue. Why? I'm a reader, right? Can't I just stay quiet and read? Obviously not. Oh, we transform back into the real world. Is this all another thing for Angie 2 Electric Boogaloo? Is she gonna be the key? No. I want you to think. Not just the characters. You, the reader. Oh damn, chill. Yo, I have a lot of notes. I see. You're a pretty unpleasant author, aren't you? Angie was, of course, still only halfway through the tale. However, there were only a few pages left in the manuscript she was reading from. Where was the manuscript for the rest of the tale? It should continue much further than this. There should be many more pages remaining. Those were inside a different brown envelope, which was in Hachijo's hand. With a grin on her face, Hachijo waved the thick brown envelope about. If you want to read more, do what I tell you. Cool. Looks like she got you, Missy. Ha 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 ha. Letting you read only so far for free, and then stopping when it finally gets to the good part. Amakusa couldn't stop laughing at this underhanded approach. I want to hear your own opinions, your own theories. If you tell me those now, I'll hand over the rest of the manuscript. Quit mocking me. You think I'll just do whatever you say after something like this? Come on, Missy. Calm down. I want to read on too, so please just chill a bit. About the rest of the manuscript, Hachijo. It contains the answer to the locked room trick and the truth behind a bunch of mysteries, right? Of course. However, I haven't written it in a way that will be understandable to those who fail to think or consider. One of these days, you're gonna get stabbed by an obsessive reader of yours who's very upset with you. I understand that, which is why I don't go out in the open, child of man. Anyway, this is what Hachijo's trying to say. First, tell me your answer. After that, I'll let you check it. Correct, young man. I am not trying to be mean. I am asking because I want you to truly understand the tale's conclusion. Amakusa, you're really enjoying this, aren't you? Yeah, come to think of it, you always take those TV quiz shows totally seriously. It looks like you enjoy life much more than I do. so, but Miraculous Trick could get Battler out of the locked room. I feel like it would have to be like some outside interference. It's either going to be through love, such that the two Beatrices, using their love for Battler, can fuse back into one, and their love for Battler forces her to go into like some sort of, I don't want to say like solitude, but she basically damns herself to becoming evil and committing basically this game ad infinitum forever, forcing herself to stay locked in this game on the miracle that Battler will be able to hopefully one day break out of the game, and what Beatrice's wish is, which is what Battler said at a certain point, to break the confines of the game and then save her too from the game. The only thing as well is that I wouldn't be surprised if it's not just the two Beatrices that are in the game board, but if we also see it through Angie. The only thing that becomes weird is that Angie is sort of in a time beyond time sort of way. Like, she's kind of in a weird spot because we know that the Angie that we were following the perspective of in episode 4 died at the end of episode 4 with the whole events of everything that happened. Obviously she's here now, but they aren't like really here. This isn't like a real place. But I think the way that she's trying to phrase it kind of sounds like the reader, potentially the reader meaning us to theorize, but the reader also meaning Angie literally. The Angie might once again be the key to get him out of there. And that maybe in some way, if Angie can realize some way that she can enter the game and get the thing back to him, it's possible. Although I do think there might be something to be said about the fact that the two Beatrices coming together to reform into the true Beatrice, causing the game to loop forever, that this is a fate that the Endless Witch isn't that she was like, had control of like thing, blah blah blah, more so that she damned herself to an endless fate, much in the same way that now that Thing is an endless witch, and he is now potentially in an endless fate of being trapped in that room, that Beatrice, or not Beatrice, Angie, rather, because if we go to the thing, she's called Angie Beatrice, right? And I think she was supposed to be the last Endless Witch, and the reason why she would be the last Endless Witch is because she could potentially be the one to break the cycle. So I think it's sort of like a double meta saying when she's saying like, oh, readers, as in people playing the game, to like break the fourth wall and say, okay, like maybe you guys should consider, versus then maybe Angie herself, who is now currently the reader in the sense of how it is saying in the game, that she needs to become the final Endless Witch, and the final Endless Witch is actually going to be the key that they will use to somehow break the endless cycle. And now, I think I called my shot earlier, and it's probably going to be wrong, but it gives me a pretty heavy vibe that the whole story so far has been kind of this potentially infinite loop, or maybe this is the first loop of maybe infinite loops, that Beatrice is creating these games in such a way to groom Battler up to this position, hoping that if she treats Battler or trains him up in a certain way, that one of the Battlers which succeeds the game after her will be able to break the game. Or, unfortunately, most of them will then end up in this exact situation that we've ended up in, where Battler gets stuck in the locked room, a new Beatrice gets born after the past Beatrice dies, and then the goal would be that another two miracles would occur at the same time. We got Miracle 2 Electric Boogaloo, where not only does the miracle of some outside interference entering the game and breaking the game open so that the endless nature of the game ends, but also that Beatrice, who commits herself to trapping herself in the game for the sake of Battler, then becomes resurrected after the fact into the new Beatrice, despite the fact that she isn't supposed to be. Yeah, I mean, it's a little bit like the Zero Escape vibe, I guess. I mean, I don't think this is right, but it's sort of the vibe I'm getting, a little bit. But I also kind of don't think that's it. But at least with the info given, I feel like this is also where they're trying to lead me down, which kind of also seems wrong. But this is a very big Zero Escape vibe. I'd say it's sort of like a comparable thing to, spoiler alerts for Steins Gate, that you have like actually it's not really the same at all. Well, no, it kind of is. It kind of is and it kind of isn't. That in Steins Gate you have like this infinite setup that's constantly there based on what world line they're in, and certain world lines force them to exist in two unfavorable timelines. You have a timeline where, oh my god, why am I for a red-haired girl? I want to say Mitsuru, but that's because I played Persona. It's not Mitsuru. The other one is, Mayuri. Why can I not think? They call her Christina. I don't know why I can't remember her actual name. She's Amadeus in Zero. Holy fuck, why can I not remember her actual name? I gotta look her up. 1 second. It's actually bothering me that I can't remember this. Steins Gate, red-haired girl. I know it starts with a K. Kurisu. So that you have like those two timelines where you have one, the alpha timeline where Kurisu always dies. You have the beta timeline where Mayuri always dies. And then you have what they would call, like, he's searching for Steins Gate, where they're looking for the one world line where you basically break both and you find like you thread the needle in the haystack to hit like the good ending basically. However, weirdly, in that game, it requires one Okurin in the future to basically destroy his life, to go down the bad timeline where everything is shit and everything fucking sucks. He basically damns one version of himself to like infinite despair because Kurisu is dead. And the knowledge that is gained in the zero timeline is then used to reference back to break like the paradox, the grandfather paradox, so not really the grandfather paradox, but like the bootstrap paradox they have themselves stuck in at the start of the game, where you can't have both options at once. And you basically, in Steins Gate, spoiler, I'm spoiling the whole show, so apologies, that at the very end of the show, he finds a way to like trick the world line in a weird way to convince I don't want to say like convince the world, but make it seem as though all the things that were true of that first loop still hold, in the sense that like the people who we thought were dead did die at that given time, blah blah blah, etc. But that actually results in everybody living and in a good outcome by tricking the world in a sense. I don't think that's what's going to happen here, but I think we're going to get like a different flavor. Like these might be like ice cream, but like of two different flavors. Although it would be although anime games love time travel shit. I love it too. So maybe. But I think there's going to be something like that. Although, I will say, in a way, I hope it's not. Just because I want it to be different, to stick out more. I'm okay if there's elements of that. I'm just trying to think, in what other way? Because in this case, the way, I guess, to use the analogy, in this case, Beatrice has basically set herself up to be Okurin in Steins Gate 0, where she's set up in this, like, as far as the actual locked room, well, that's the weird thing, is that I have the one boring answer, which fits into this theory, is that if love is going to be the key in some way, there's going to have to be... Okay, so for the current theory, I would say that we have some idea where you have outside influence of some kind, where like Angie or the two Beatrices that are on the board fuse back into one, and then that Beatrice has some way to get him out of the room. Although the only thing that's weird is if it was only the Beatrices of the world to get him out of the room, and I'm following the same theory that I just put forward, it would feel like that is insufficient, because I feel like there's no reason why, if we consider this like a weird like infinite loop that's been trapped, you know, Ouroboros style, it feels really weird that would be the solution, because you think that yeah, probably. I mean, you guys I'm probably just way overthinking this, but as far as the answer to the locked room, I feel like there could be some weird outside influence. Like, somebody finds a way to get a message to him somehow. Like, I said earlier, I think there's something that's significant about, if we assume that all those things that happened earlier in the story of this episode, where we have, like, him walking around and he gets, like, his ring finger bit off when he tries to, like, get out of the window and the windows regrow and etc, etc, etc. It would feel really odd that if he was supposed to be trapped in this room, that you would have, like, some kind of outside influence through the witch biting his finger off. There's some idea in my head of thinking about him potentially transferring the ownership of the game to somebody else, but then I don't really follow too far what would happen after that. This is probably something I'd have to sit on for, like, a really long time and, like, fucking feather through the notes again to try and figure everything out. Let me think for a second. Let me open up my notes. Scroll through them a little bit. Because this is the current layout of the game, right? Is that he's in the locked room. Nobody that's on the board currently, because this is my thing. The only thing that's confusing to me about this is that let me think here. Because, like, okay, so this is my current understanding. I'm closing my eyes, and I'm activating the paths to my mind. And the paths to my mind are telling me, so this is my current understanding of the locked room. As it was set up, he's in the locked room. The 11 people which were outlined... I opened my eyes again for a second, I'm lying. The 11 people that were outlined here are trapped inside the room. In the guest house, sorry. Those people are trapped. They can't go anywhere. Then... we have the explanation that Erika went through and killed all the other people. If they were all faking to be dead, if it was true that it was all a prank, like ha ha ha, woo hoo hoo, she actually went through and she killed all these people who were setting up like an elaborate prank to test her detective skills. She kills them all, such that if Battler was in the room, he couldn't call upon Kiri or any of the other 5 people who he thought were faking to be alive, because Erika kind of hijacked his game, killed the people, took it over, such that he couldn't use one of the rules that he wanted to use, because even if she could confirm that one of the people could, like for instance when they were talking about, oh, like Kiri couldn't come save him, and then he's like, okay, well yeah, I can just do the next person. It's like, okay, well then that doesn't really work, because Kiri, she actually did this to all of them. It wasn't just Kiri. So the chain is set, and it had to be set on the inside of the room, because initially the explanation that was given was that if one of the other people hadn't died to this point, that you would have somebody who swapped. They saw that with Kiri, where Kiri would come up, she would say, hey Battler, walk out of the room, I go inside, I set the lock, I hide in the closet. Okay, sure. The only thing that I still have from earlier, which doesn't really work anymore because of the red statement, was I had that thread about potentially there being like a mannequin corpse, that there was some way that they could potentially have passed off somebody that was dead that wasn't actually. The only thing is, Erika's red statement about the fact that the people were dead right up until the moment that she killed them, or sorry, they were alive right up until the moment that she killed them, sort of implies the fact that there couldn't have been a mannequin corpse, because then there would be like somebody that's like fucking soul linked, like we're doing chakra chains in Naruto, that somebody would like chop off the head of a mannequin and that somehow that would fucking kill the person that was connected to it. That doesn't really make sense. So then the question becomes, without love, you can't see it. So if there has to be like a love element to this. And when you're talking about breaking the Nox rules, the only thing is like generally, like it probably would, because you would assume that that's like an outside influence. So I need to think, because the boring answer is like, if you break the Nox rules, the outside influence is just like an explanation and it sucks and it's kind of boring and it's sort of unsatisfying, because it kind of just, it's like, oh woohoo, look, Deus Ex Machina, someone from outside the game board came and saved it. So if we persist and we only think about things that would be possible within the game board, is there a way that Battler would be able to escape out of this room? Because they already invoked the Nox's rules is the other thing too, because the only other answer that I could maybe try and weasel out with is I could say, well, oh, maybe the Nox rules just don't apply here. Maybe there's certain Nox rules that don't work. But they invoked like the whole thing about secret passages and whatnot. So it seems like we're still operating under the, at least that one is there. Let me think. We know he can't walk out by unsetting the chain, because unsetting the chain breaks the red statement that was said about how the chain was set from the inside. So then we have to ask the question down here. If we were to say, if we were going, well, maybe I won't type it, I'll just say it out loud. But if we need to find a way, he would still have to have some ability to set the chain from the inside, or to not unset the chain to escape. So he needs to find a way to get out without unsetting the chain. He can't leave through any of the other, like, more obvious answers, because if he were to unlock one of the windows and leave, or if he were to just undo the chain and leave, the answers don't really make sense, because then it just further proves the fact that it wasn't magic, because we're still trying to, we've almost taken on the, well, no, not almost, we have taken on the reverse position that we're trying to establish that there is magic happening, or at least to appear to be so. I'm just trying to think what it would mean for love to be. Because to me, the thing that just keeps coming back to me is that if we look at like the Nox's rules, which I have them somewhere here, you won't be able to see when I type Nox here, but let me find, I think I wrote them somewhere at one point. No, I guess I didn't. I'm gonna Google the Nox rules real quick. I know the 5th one got omitted because it's racist. Nox rules. 10 Nox rules. Okay. I know these are not actually exactly the same as they are in the game. They're like kind of slightly different. But we have the criminal must be someone mentioned in the early part of the story. Not anyone whose thoughts the reader has been allowed to follow. All supernatural or preternatural agencies are ruled out as a matter of course. Not more than one secret room or passage is allowable. I remember this was something that I put in the notes, which I think if I even go through here, I'll find it somewhere that I put that it was defined differently. Real thirds and no more than one secret room or passage is allowable, aka it's a trick you can use once. No hidden door in the statement. This was talking about the study where they mentioned that, sorry, I have to keep my chat up on the thing. Yeah, the version they use is different. Because I did notice this, that in the game, let me save real quick. The problem is I think the tips doesn't show anything, unfortunately. You have to go back to the main menu. I think the tips are listed for episode 5, so I'll pull it up. Because that was the big thing. Noxus Decalogue. So if we look at this. It's forbidden for the culprit to be anyone not mentioned in the early part of the story, yeah, so it doesn't have the second part with thoughts allowed to follow, of course. It is forbidden for supernatural agencies to be employed as a detective technique. It is forbidden for hidden passages to exist. So yeah, so it's different in that regard. Again, this is the only weird thing is they said it's forbidden for hidden passages to exist. However, in that scene in the study, they used it in such an odd way. It is forbidden for unknown drugs or obscure scientific devices to be used. It is forbidden for accident or unaccountable intuition to be employed. It is forbidden for the detective to be the culprit. It is forbidden for the case to be resolved with clues that are not presented. Observers are permitted to put forward their own conclusions and interpretations. See, it feels like that's going to be the answer. Because if we talk about observers, it's forbidden for a character to disguise themselves as another without any clues. Have we had any belief to this point? Sorry, I didn't hide my notes. That's my bad. We haven't had anybody hide, as far as I'm aware. Let me think. Because supernatural agencies just means, as far as I'm aware, things that you would be unaware of that were presented to you directly. So like for instance, in episode 5, they tried to argue that Nox's second would be invoked because he had the red truth from Virgilia, but he didn't have any reason to know why the red truth was real. So basically, it's like you can't just give the answer on like a math test. You have to show your reasoning to be able to get there. Well, of course, yeah, if something is foreshadowed, the Nox's rules they aren't implied. We know that. Because they already said that. The only thing that they said is the bathtub thing. Is there some way that he could? Like, the only way that I could think that you could argue, and this would be kind of goofy, is literally what Thing said, where she said, oh, like, you could carve out a hole. Because that was something that he said. You could carve a hole in the bathtub. He has eternal time. The only thing is then you would have to find some explanation as to how he carved out a hole big enough that he could escape through, because that would still be sort of a Also, it's okay if I don't get this. It's fine. You guys don't need to hint me towards the right way. I'm not saying you are, just, you know, just as a general thing. I'll give up whenever I feel I've ran my head against this long enough. Let me think. Because as long as it's foreshadowed prior is going to be the big deal. Because most of these Nox's rules won't apply as long as you, well, for a lot of these rules, it doesn't even make sense if something was foreshadowed, because for you to say that there would be a hidden passage would by virtue make it not Nox's third. And for you to say that, you know, there was a drug that you invoked earlier that could do a certain thing, well, then that wouldn't be an unknown drug because it would already have been presented before you, or at least have been referred to. I think there's something to mention about the 9th, that they're permitted to put forward their own conclusions and interpretations. Because the only thing that's weird about that in particular... Sorry, I just don't want to leave dead air. I'm just trying to think of things to say. The only thing that I'm rocking in my brain right now is we have a little bit of an explanation. We know that she gave him snippers and the wire. Maybe I should have wrote down the red statements for the fucking windows, because now I'm wondering if there's like some fucking way that you could leave through one of the windows and then... but how could you... Nah, I don't think you could. I feel like it's going to be a foreshadowing to do with... something to do with the bathtub. The only other thing is that... I'm trying to think if there's any way that it could be possible that the Battler that she witnessed... Because we know she didn't decapitate Battler. She decapitated everybody else. Obviously, she didn't decapitate Battler. The only thing that would make me wonder... I'm trying to think if there's a line that you could follow where you could say what I was saying about the other bodies, where I was saying that they were... Where I was saying that they were not Okay, let me start from the beginning. When I said earlier, we had the idea that there was like the mannequins. We know this was used in the last chapter, and we know that in this chapter that was kind of like a thing that I was floating and saying like, oh my god, well what if the other people actually were dead and they were mannequins? Like, how could she even guarantee that when she killed them that she was actually killing a real person, blah blah blah. The only thing that we know is that we later got confirmed that all the 5 people that were killed were actually killed, because the second that they were chopped and they were killed, they were alive up until that moment and then they were dead. So there's either some faulty logic in the statement that she gave, which I believe I put down exactly. Let me see here. Sorry, I gotta go all the way back down to my notes. I don't even know where the fuck I am in my notes. Where I said, I killed everyone all over again. Later she said she decapitated all the bodies she came across. She didn't decapitate Battler. All people I killed were very much alive until the moment I killed them. Okay, so we follow through on that part too, that all the people that she killed were alive to the moment they killed them, which does sort of, unless there's some fuckery in that statement. To be fair, this is like, one, there's a little bit of a goofy statement to this. There's like a bad faith interpretation I could take there and say that all the people I killed were very much alive until the moment I killed them. Well, it could just be that you didn't kill them. She says she killed everyone all over again, which you would think would capture that, but sorry, to circle back to what I was saying earlier, the only thing is she didn't decapitate, so she didn't kill everyone all over again, because she didn't kill Battler, because she left that angle open for Battler. So the only thing that I can imagine is if that Battler in particular was not real, because Battler had set up a rule initially, or he had set up the game rather, to play out in such a way that he was going to be the one to you know, like they explained it in the game, like, oh, Battler was gonna actually not be dead, but you know, she sealed the room, so he had to change the story. The only way that I can think that she could change it is that, let's imagine that we have a Battler real Battler in our game right now, we don't know where he is, because the body that they came across in the guest room wasn't actually him, it was a mannequin of him, because the mannequin excuse doesn't work for anybody else, but it would apply for Battler because he wasn't decapitated, so the red statement wouldn't apply to that Battler. Then at some point, the only thing that I don't know is it could be that she sealed the room directly after, but I believe it was said that she did it in the room directly after she killed them, right? That she sealed the room that way. The only thing that I'm wondering is if there is some fuckery that he could have done where the initial Battler that was in the room when everybody walked in and they broke the chain that was set, they found the Battler that was dead on the bed. That Battler was actually not him. He was not him. And then at that point, Battler, in some form or fashion, again, the timeline's a little bit fog of war in my head, but that at some point he found a way to not only then move that body such that there is an appearance that he is dead, but then after he would have to have done it in such a small period of time. It would have had to have been in the time that they all left from his room where they found him, and from then when Erika came back after they went to the guest house and she ran around and well, actually it wasn't even that long, it was actually before that, where she ran around and she killed everyone. So my only thinking is that the Battler body that was laid down was like a mannequin initially. He wasn't actually dead because he is the only one that would not fall under the red statement that she gave. He found a way to swap the body or remove the body at that point. Then the only question becomes, if he was able to pass that off, we get into a situation where now I have to think about the locked room, because she's in the locked room. The chain can only be set from the inside, because that's the other thing that we start to get into, like a little bit of a fuckery. Because right now, the whole claim is supposed to be that Battler gets placed in the room, because the description that I've put forward sort of explains why the initial Battler wasn't Battler. The only explanation that I could think... Because look, actually I'll open up my notes here. So like the only theory I'm thinking right now is that initial corpse was not actually Battler, but a mannequin of Battler. Let me scroll down here so it shows better for you guys. In between the time which the corpse was discovered and Erika came, that's how you spell came to check his body. Because this is the other thing too, right? Fuck, the Problem is my brain is seizing up here. Because when Erika came and checked his body would have had to, there would have had to been something there. And I think, yeah, and it says right here, she sealed Battler's room at the time that you can't see this actually because it's right off my notes, but she sealed at the time. So we have a weird half and half here where we have to make the following, sorry, let me put this down here. We have to make the following facts fit. One, the following things must fit. One, Battler was in the room when initial corpse discovery group showed up. Battler was also in the room when Erika sealed it after examining his corpse. The chain in the room was set from the inside. He's not on the bed. So we know that it's also weird that they would initiate that. Because there's only two ways that we can attack this, because we're being implied that he had to have been in the room at this point. Because she retroactively changed the rule. When she came into the room initially, I don't think it was fully locked, but then she locked the chain afterwards, because the idea was that she was going to say she came into the room, she unlocked the door, everything got unset, right? Because the chain got snapped when they initially went through, is the idea, right? She came in, she did the whole thing with the tub. Battler would run out and leave in that exact time period that she was getting, fucking sprayed by the water. And then it would be like, oh, well, he was hiding in the closet the whole time. Okay. Interesting. Which doesn't really work after, because she said, oh no, actually I'm gonna retroactively change the truth because we're both, we're at this moment where we're all fucking with it, and I'm actually gonna reset the chain. I'm gonna reseal the chain closed right after I entered the room. Inside after Erika entered it, after leaving the guest house on her own. All the people in the guest house cannot leave without breaking the seal, which obviously they won't, because it would totally defeat the purpose. None of the other first Twilight victims can be the culprit. Because the big thing that you would have to ask is there some way that you can make... Maybe I'm just like 200 IQing something that you don't really... Because I feel like the idea that you could explain would be that the initial Battler wasn't real. It was a mannequin. The only thing is, these two rules become... Because these two rules together... Because normally you can make these two work, right? Well, sorry, you can make this rule work pretty easily. You can say, oh, well, it was a mannequin at first, he came back, he took Battler away. Well, the problem is you can't say that entirely, because he had to have been in the room when she showed up, because there was a body there. And then she sealed the door afterwards. So now the door is sealed with a body inside. So because a body is inside, it's not like you can just be like, oh, LOL, it wasn't actually sealed. Damn, he actually threw by giving up that tape, huh? Let me think. Let me think. And we know she specifically didn't invoke the detective's authority because she needed to be able to be the culprit. unknown drugs, obscure scientific devices, for hidden passages to exist. I'm just trying to think. Because the only thing that I can think back to, there's two things. Because I mentioned this in episode 5. That when Hideyoshi got attacked and killed, the only thing is I don't know if it was the same guest room is the problem. Because the only other defense that you could use that would work is that when Hideyoshi got attacked in episode 5 and he was killed when Natsui was hiding in the closet, that was like showing that there was some way that you were able to get... Actually, wait, no, that has to be it, right? That has to be it. Because we talked about this in the last episode, that we don't know... Wait, no, that's 100% it. That's 1,000,000,000,000% it. That has to be. Because we talked about in the last episode, the only way... the thing that was confused... I'll pull it up in my notes. 1 second. Sorry, let me find it in my notes here. And you can't see this, but there's a menu here. Where did I put it? Did I put the Hideyoshi room thing? I know I did somewhere. This is all after the fact. That actually has to be it. Yeah, right here. Hideyoshi, while being attacked, stated, Who are you? How did you get in here? What's that? Wait a second, wait, gets killed. Indicates the person has a concealed impairment. We don't really care about this part. They got into room A, silently such that it wasn't noticed by Natsui or Hideyoshi because they were both in the room, or B, there is another entrance into this guest room, maybe other room, secret passage that we do not know about. This has to be the explanation, and this is the foreshadowing for it. Because we know that we knew he set the chain. They very specifically mentioned, this has to be it. I'm gonna call my shot on this. This has to be it. Because this is the one mystery from episode 5 that didn't make any sense. I don't fucking know where the secret entrance is. They keep sitting there saying like, oh, the hidden passage doesn't exist, blah, 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 blah. Okay, sure, right. But we had this whole thing, and the only thing is the same guest room. That's the only question that will come down to. The other thing that was noted was that they found one of Natsui's buttons in the closet in the last episode, which was also a little bit odd. So because of that, I feel like this has to be it. The other explanation is that, because I think that the other theory that I was going with, I don't think makes sense. Oops, I just totally clicked out of my window. So if we go back down to here, let's say that we put it like that, right? Actually, no, 100%, this gotta work, right? So, let's lay it out like this. I'm gonna say it out loud, because I don't feel like typing it. That when she initially went to the room, whether it was Battler or not, whether it was a mannequin or whether it was actually Battler, doesn't really matter at all. We have some foreshadowing from the last episode, because we never got an answer to it, of how Hideyoshi was able to be killed in that room by somebody, how they had access to that room without going through the door, because even if they went through the door, there would have been some kind of noise, right? We know that Hideyoshi set the chain in the room. We heard him do it, right? Now, I will say, this whole theory hinges on the very fact that these are the same guest rooms. Because if they're not the same guest rooms, it doesn't really make sense. But let's assume that they are. Don't kill my vibe. Don't punk my vibe. The idea being that if it's the same guest room, we know somebody in the last episode had a way to get into the room that wasn't through like some false thing with the closet, which wouldn't really make sense because the way they describe it is it's right next to the door, so that wouldn't really work. There has to be some way to get into the room that neither of them would notice, so it had to be some kind of secret entrance that was quiet enough to be able to get into that room from. Yeah, no, I know what you're saying. I'm just saying that that's like one of the only things that I can think of. Because the other theory right now is that when we look at Battler being in the room, if we assume we don't know where the secret entrance is, we would assume, because the only other way that this would work too is that whoever like the game master is would have to be the person that was responsible for it. Because if we imagine, we look at this, right? If Battler is the game master, he must have full knowledge. See, this is the only thing that's a little bit odd to me, that feels like a little bit like a, you want to talk about a logic error. Unless he's really playing stupid or he just forgets in the moment. If this was the exact, sorry, let me just say the theory. So The theory would be that Battler was faking being dead just like the rest of them were. Whether he was dead or not, didn't really matter. Or whether he was dead or whether it was a mannequin of his body, sure. He then, after everything happens, up to the point where Erika examines his corpse because she didn't decapitate him, right? He uses the same secret entrance that we saw that was in episode 5. He escapes out, you know, Bob's your uncle, who gives a fuck past that point. The only thing that's a little bit odd about that, or that, because the other theory, my initial theory about it being like mannequin or not, it doesn't really work because there would have had to still been something on the bed when Erika went to seal the room. So there was something there to begin with. And then if she seals the room, the only way that he could get out is there has to be an exit that we don't know about. That literally is the only possibility because every other exit has been closed off. It's either the stupid fucking drain meme that somehow there was like a hole that was carved through the bathtub. I mean, those are the two possibilities, right? I mean, it could actually technically be the same thing, that there actually is like a secret passage under the bathtub. Be kind of goofy, but I mean, I could see it. Because otherwise, yeah, I mean, and that's the other thing. Like, it couldn't be through the closet. It probably wouldn't be something that would be very... That's the only thing, is it probably wouldn't be something that's very noisy. The only thing is could you say that the bathroom was quiet enough that you wouldn't be able to tell? Regardless, I won't waste too much time, but that's going to be my theory as far as we go for... The only other explanation will be that, but I'm going to assume that it's the same guest room, and I'm going to assume that it was the same passage by which whatever person got into the room that killed Hideyoshi. The only thing that's really odd to me about this is that I don't understand why Battler would be... Well, I guess the idea is that he's not aware of it yet. The only thing that's a little bit odd is that if he knows the layout of the mansion, you would imagine that he also knows all the secret passages of the ones that do exist. So it would seem really odd that he would then be stumped for this long. Maybe it's just that he got too caught up in everything. But regardless, I won't waste any more time content cucking. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. So be it. I've been wrong many times before. And I will be wrong many times in the future. So what miraculous trick could get Battler out of the locked room? Please give it some thought yourself. I want to give the rest of the story especially to those. No, only to those who have thought. See, at least I thought about it. My goat, Hachijo. Oh, we're back in the chapel. In the Witch's Cathedral. No, considering everything that's gone on in here, maybe it should be called the Demon's Abode. Erika, who wanted to savor the memory of her perfect victory, stood with the whole vast cathedral to herself as the flush slowly left her cheeks. Then, on the balcony that she had thought empty, a shadow came into view. And this was the whole meme at the start of the thing about them getting married together, right? Yeah, he's gonna have to, because I don't think there's any other angle that you could attack from. It was Lambda Delta. Oh, it's you, Lady Lambda Delta. It's not often one finds you alone in a place like this. Oh, you. Congratulations on your big victory. That's funny. I think I remember saying the same thing to you right here at the end of the last game. She was probably trying to be sarcastic, however Erika was in such a good mood that even those words sounded like a compliment. I happened to hear what you said a short while back. What? I heard that you have also had the experience of being toyed with as a piece on some great witch's game board, then sealed away in some awful hell. Erika had an unpleasant, triumphant look on her face, as though she had managed to pry into some embarrassing memory of another's past. However, Lambda Delta didn't look in the least bit flustered, and instead looked down from the balcony in silence. Yep. I wonder how many years I was shut up in there. Maybe I should have been like Byrne and counted them. No, it's probably best that I didn't. Counting the years is what broke her. True. It is. Are you saying that my master also fell into the hell of a logic error at some point? She did. Though she wasn't the one responsible for that logic error. Because she wasn't the game master. This is where the whole game of Higurashi gets spoiled. That's right. At that time she was still a small piece that wasn't even self-aware yet. It was her master, the game master, who committed the logic error. My master was also a witch's piece? Yep. That kid's master? Oh yeah, she was a bad one. Though she created the game herself, partway through she lost sight of what her goal was. She created something like a broken game of backgammon, where the start and the goal were connected like a donut. What do you mean she lost her goal? I'm talking about a logic error. She couldn't describe how to reach her desired goal, she couldn't drop the logic to her backgammon game, so the game remained broken with no goal at all. She should have settled down and thought of an answer herself, but instead she despicably left even the thinking entirely to her piece. Burn. Have you heard of the infinite monkey theorem? Of course. It's a theory that if a monkey hits random letters on a typewriter for an infinite amount of time, it'll reproduce the writings of Shakespeare. At some point, the string of letters might end up exactly the same as Hamlet by sheer coincidence. I'd rather call it an absurdity than a theorem. I mean, why would that be an absurdity? We're talking about countable versus uncountable infinities. If there's an infinite amount of them, that it necessarily has to be true. This isn't like a question to debate. Wouldn't that be a horrible hell? Byrne was forced to type randomly on that typewriter for an eternal period of time without even knowing the meaning of what she was doing. The goal eluded even the game master herself, so she tried to get Byrne to create it for her. Could Erika even imagine how horrible a hell that had been? A job that you have to do 100 times and a job that you had to keep repeating until it succeeds with a 1 out of 100 probability? It may look very similar probabilistically, but the difference in cruelty between them is great. When you have to do a job 100 times, you steadily approach the end, get more efficient as you become more used to it, and eventually you can finish. However, when you have to do a job that succeeds with a 1/100th probability, the hard work of the individual doesn't translate to even a slight gain in efficiency. Everything is left to luck. If luck isn't on your side, even the task of flipping a coin until you get heads can last more than 100 years. Okay, I feel like they should have used a bigger number for this analogy, but I understand what they're saying. How many keys are there on a typewriter? Well, let me count how many are on mine. If we look at just the alpha keys, I don't know, like probably like 40 something? Okay, well if you count everything, yeah? About 100 maybe. What do you think the odds are of hitting those at random and getting Hamlet? I can't even imagine. They must be truly astronomical. That's right, a virtually infinite amount of time. For that mind-bending stretch of time, that child was made to keep pounding on that typewriter until she typed out a miracle. And that's why she's the Witch of Miracles? If she wasn't a witch, no. If she hadn't been able to become a witch, she would probably still be a black cat strapped to that typewriter for eternity. That child was blessed by a miracle, succeeded in typing out a miracle, became a witch, and returned from that hell alive. The hell was so long and harsh that her mind and heart were completely broken. That's why she became such a mean and heartless witch. Aw, look, we're getting lore! We're getting lore! Guys, we're getting lore! Higurashi lore! Given the choice, even you wouldn't have chosen a master like her, right? That's not true. I am honored to be my master's piece. My master is strong. My master is strong, an oppressor of others. Trampling over the weak is her natural right. You mean she's a human on the bully's side of life? Do you know how to create the greatest bully ever? No. Create the greatest bully ever. I don't know, bully them when they're young? It's easy. For just a short time, bully them horribly, then suddenly stop and give them power instead. If you do that, then no matter who it is, they will be reborn as a grade A bully. And what's even more incredible is, even if that person was only bullied for about 3 days, they'll reign as a grade A bully for 1 billion times longer than that, believing themselves the victim all the while. Why is Lambda Delta spitting so many facts? Holy shit. What does that have to do with my master? You don't understand anything about Byrne. No matter what kind of ruthless, cruel, horrible puke spittle Byrne may be, I want to be the one person who knows what she's truly like. And it's the same for me. I think that kid, as a fellow survivor from hell, is the only one who can understand what I'm truly like. It sounds like you're jealous of the relationship we have, but give it up. The hell you think you've trudged through is nothing more than a blink compared to the one we crawled out of. I don't know if she's trying to say, because like, the implication earlier in the game, sorry I have the hiccups, was that Lambda was the game master for Higurashi. That was like the implication from earlier. Maybe I misunderstood it, but that's what I understood from that. So, maybe the idea is that they both got trapped in the hell together, but I kind of don't think that's what she's saying. I think she was trapped in a different hell, but regardless. Lambda Delta was probably mocking Erika back, and the discouraged expression on Erika's face clearly showed that she couldn't accept Lambda Delta's words. If you'll pardon me for saying, I think it's the depth of hell that's important, not the length of time spent there. Oh? You're not afraid to talk back, are you, Witch of Truth, Erika? I don't know what kind of hell you were in, Lady Lambda Delta, and I'm sure the time I spent in hell was nothing more than a flash compared to yours. However, I don't think the depths of my hell were any shallower than yours. In celebration of your victory, I'll hear you out without arguing back. From my point of view, both the hell my master fell into, which could only be escaped by a miracle, and the hell you fell into, which presumably could only be escaped with certain willpower, were hells made to be escapable. Really? That's a bold thing to say. I am the Witch of Truth. In the depths of my hell, there was nothing more or less than the truth. When faced with the harsh reality of truth, no sort of willpower or miracle matters. I reached this place by overcoming that truth. I don't believe my power to withstand the truth is in any way inferior to yours, or my master's. Yeah, I definitely have to watch that anime at some time, because I have not. And what is this power to withstand the truth? Those who don't know cannot understand. Perhaps your inability to look that in the face is the reason you two couldn't become the witches of truth. Look at that face, she's pissed. I'll forgive you for those impudent words. Letting them pass with a slight nod is my present to you for your recent victory. Hee. Thank you very much, Great Lady Lambda Delta. Oh, that's unusual. It's rare to spot you two getting along. At some point, Burncastle had appeared on the opposite balcony of the cathedral. Erika, noticing her, cried, "My master," happily, and dashed over. Lady Lambda Delta was telling me old stories about you. A tale of miracles fitting for my master, the Witch of Miracles. I'll forgive you just this once. Huh? Never speak of my past again. A grimace rose to her face, blasting Erika's good mood away. And so Erika understood, Burncastle was also a witch running from boredom, because if it ever caught up with her, she would remember. Those never-ending days of hell. This is proof that even my master still hasn't gotten over the pain and fear of hell. It seems that she lacks the power to withstand the truth. For the first time, Erika felt just a little disdain for her master. My apologies. More importantly, what brings you to a place like this? I was looking for you. I wanted to give you a reward. A reward? Really? Thank you very much, my master. Oh? Well, I'm jealous. What are you gonna give her? First, I acknowledge your ascension as a true witch, not just a temporary one. I'll be your guardian, Witch of Truth, Furudo Erika. Thank you very much. All you did was remove the temporary bit. That sort of reward can't be very pleasing. She really deserves something better, don't you think? No, that's not true. I'm very pleased. Of course, on the inside, Erika did want another present. Taking a cue from Lambda Delta, she waited patiently to see if there would be any other rewards. I do have one other. Burncastle snapped her fingers. It's a sex slave. What? We are witches, aren't we? Oh god, wait, I was joking. As she did it, this is the whole marriage ceremony that we saw at the start of the thing. A cloud of gold butterflies gathered and summoned Battler sitting in a throne at the center of the cathedral. Of course, his eyes were blank. He was still an invalid, his heart trapped in the locked room that he would never be allowed to escape from. The man is your reward. My reward is Battler? Oh, I see. She's saying she'll make it so that you inherit all this game board's territory. That's right. Look at Battler's finger. He's wearing the ring of the one-winged eagle, symbol of the territory lord. If that becomes yours, you'll become the official lord of this territory. I see. So then maybe this was also had something to do with the biting off of the ring, and that's what like might wake him up from the everything that's going on. Could be that his love of Beatrice wakes him up. That the very fact of her trying to steal it away, as evidenced by like the biting on his finger, is what shocks him to wake up out of like his catatonic state. I don't mean you'll be under my charge. In name and reality, the territory will be yours. So I need to take that ring off Battler's finger? Hee. Don't be silly. There's only one ceremony where a woman gets a ring from a man's finger, right? Erika, take Battler as your husband and become the wife of the territory lord. Marry Battler? Yes, that's right. If the territory lord is never to wake again, he'll need a partner to serve by his side and act as his proxy. In other words, you will control this territory. And he's gonna go, no, I only want to get married to Beatrice. And we'll hold a wedding where you exchange rings. Battler's territory lord ring will become yours. And in exchange, you will put a ring of servitude on Battler's finger. For eternity, you will rule him, debase him, and use this territory and game board to weave whatever tale your heart desires. Furudo Erika, you will be the territory lord. Any tale you wish will come true. The territory lord is a god. Congrats, you'll be the god of this small but wonderful world. Is that true, my master? Will I become this world's god? That is the final reward I will give to you. Take Battler's ring and create your own world. When that happens, you won't be my piece anymore. You'll be your own witch, and a splendid one at that. Congratulations, Lady Erika. And one day you must welcome me when I come to visit just like Beato once did. One of that implies that she went through a ceremony with like Kinzo or something? Never know. Yes, my master. There could be no greater honor, and I'm starting to like this marriage to Battler thing. If you think about it, there could be no greater disgrace to this game. After all, the Beatrice was apparently born out of a desire, or that Beatrice was apparently born out of a desire to serve Battler and be liked by him. In the world that which created, I will marry, defile, and humiliate Battler. Cackle, cackle, cackle. Oh yes, I understand. I so understand how painful it feels to have the one you love stolen away from you. And now I'm finally the one dealing out the pain. Truly, there could be no greater honor. I'm glad you like it. I knew it was the one present you'd like the most in the world. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, my master. Now we're gonna get like a flash forward to what happened. Erika leapt down from the balcony and walked briskly towards Battler. Then she peered down at the rewards she had been given. The ring. Now isn't that a wonderful finale? You'll hold a wedding ceremony. Of course. A magnificent one. It's the perfect way to end Beato's game. Obviously it's gonna. Of course you'll send Beato an invitation too, right? I only hope she actually comes. Alright, things are gonna get busy. We have to prepare for the ceremony, make programs, send invitations. Don't forget the wedding dress and a cake. And you need to get things ready for the reception. The two witches disappeared cackling. Only the two who were to be wed remained in the cathedral. Could you hear, Battler? Do you realize what's about to happen to you? Damn it. Battler's consciousness wasn't completely gone. It was very distant, but he was slightly tethered to reality. And that was what made it cruel. It was as cruel as though the spider called Erika had wrapped Battler up and was eating him while he was still conscious. In fact, she might have been more like a certain kind of wasp, paralyzing her prey and keeping it alive so that she could eat it later. In short, her cruelty was very similar to that of a predator. Oh, so it's like George. I see. Okay, it all makes sense now. You won't be able to get out of that locked room. After all, you used all that red truth to show that it was a locked room. So stop worrying and just let yourself be trapped in there forever. While you're spending time in there, I'll take my time to file your body. Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh my lord, she's getting kinky with this shit. I'll have her bedroom lined with mirrors. That way you can see just how you're being humiliated with your own eyes. And then let's have a bird cage hanging from the ceiling. We can stick your beloved witch Beatrice in there. What do you think? Wonderful, isn't it? Ah, I can feel it. This is how sweet it is to be standing on the other side. Ha 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 ha. As he listened to this mad laugh, Battler couldn't even bring a distressed expression to his face. His heart was still trapped in the locked room he had created, and his body and soul would soon be trapped within a new locked room of Erika's. A locked room called marriage. Damn. Ain't that real, man? Don't get married, man. It's gonna take 50% of your game board. Hey, did you hear, Furfur? I sure did, Zapar. Lord Battler and Lady Erika are having a wedding. They said it was so much of their usual frivolity that Beato had to ask them to repeat it again. Oh, are we gonna get wedding crashers? What is happening? As you know, the lord of this territory has had his heart sealed away and cannot speak. The beautiful Lady Erika is going to become his wife and support him in his work. The two demons explain the situation in a very simple yet dramatic way. I know what's going on. They're planning to take advantage of the fact that Battler's heart is sealed away and use marriage to lock up his body as well, so they can steal everything from him. At this rate, Battler will have his position as game master and his territory lord's ring stolen away. He needs a prenup, man. He needs the prenup right now. Get the prenup, man. That damn homewrecker. She thinks she can do whatever she wants. Let's steal him back. He may be of little importance to me, but matters that affect you are my business also. It's no use just to steal his body back. After all, the great Lady Burncastle has already signed the marriage certificate as a witness. With the Great Witch of the Senate serving as a witness, no one can dispel the union except for those who are part of it, so he has to wake up to the love that he has for Beatrice. Then it's as I thought. Unless I can rescue Battler's heart from that locked room, there's no way we can save him. She's gonna bite off his finger and steal the ring, so they can't get married. Then find a way to rescue him from that locked room. You're going to steal away the bridegroom? Ah, how wonderful. If you can do that, it would make for a tale beautiful enough for the opera. However, this locked room sealing Battler is quite difficult. The only way out is the door, and if the chain is unset, his escape won't be accepted. And on top of that, the chain can't be set from the outside, and now there's no one left to switch places with him. No matter how you think about it, we're stuck. If we give up, we won't be able to save him. The only thing we can do to save him now is to keep at it and keep thinking. Though Beato looked as though she was about to burst into tears, she clenched her fist tightly. She was so frustrated with her inability to think up any brilliant plan that her heart felt as though it would burst. Zapar and Furfur, you two are known as being among the most powerful of demons. They say your magic can make the impossible possible. Could you not use your power and knowledge to work out a plan for crushing this impossible locked room? Yes, love can accomplish any impossible thing. If you can't accomplish something, it means you lack enough love. Hearing that hurts. But we are moved by the strength of will that prevents you from giving up. Because you have that, we're sure you can bring about a miracle. Can't you at least give us a hint about that miracle? We've known each other for no short span of time. Will you not at least give my little sister a hint as a parting gift? A hint? We are always giving out hints. Without love, they cannot be seen. If we could see them, I would not have asked. These two are always like this. It staves off boredom, but they can become very irritating at times like this. Zapar and Furfur certainly were demons who possessed a great power. The power of love that they bestowed had created several miracles in the past, miracles so great that they left a mark on human history. However, those miracles were never given easily. They would give trials, tell riddles, and sometimes help the truth be realized, so that those who desired power could create the power themselves. No matter how pitiful their eyes that looked up at them, the two demons would never lend their power out of pity. As it is with God, it is with demons. They help those who help themselves. I understand. I'll think about it myself. I swear I will free him. Look upon her, demons. When last did you see a girl so pure of heart? As a demon of love, don't your hearts ache even a little? Come, let's have a hint. Surely you could give us a hint to a hint at least. Zapar and Furfur looked at each other. Of course, there was no pity on their faces. However, it could be seen that though they did find the problem amusing, they were considering what they should do next. What will we do, Furfur? Maybe a hint to a hint would be okay. Yes, even that would be welcome, so let's have it. Okay, here's a present from Zapar and Furfur. A hint to a hint of love. But please, you cannot see the answer, because you don't have enough love. I told you, not a hint like that. And if you don't have enough love, why not observe couples who have it in abundance? Yes, and as luck would have it, we have two loving couples right here. Why not stay a while and be a spectator to their fight for love? You should watch our trial from the position of an outside observer. Will you listen? Not a hint like that, I said. Beato the other yelled at them, asking for a more tangible hint. However, Zapar and Furfur just giggled and ran about like rats. Beato, on the other hand, took their hint to a hint seriously. Now that she was out of the running, the second trial was between George and Shannon and Jessica and Cannon. Tear apart the two who were close. In other words, defeat one of the members of the opposing team. They were allowed to use any method they wanted. It could be a duel or it could be rock, paper, scissors. After alternating many times between speaking as a group and discussing things as couples, finally the four of them seemed to have reached a decision. Zapar, Furfur, do you have a second? Oh, they finally called out to us. What is it, George? Have you decided the format for the duel? No matter how much the two demons baited them with their facetious tone, the couple's serious expressions did not waver. Yes, we decided to have it as a single duel. It will be a duel between Shannon and me. Ooh, okay. Tough shit. I got Shannon. That's surprising. For a one-on-one duel, we would have thought that George and Jessica would have fought. These guys really wanted it to be them, and they wouldn't listen. As a man, I find it frustrating that all I can do is watch. However, Shannon's resolve is firm, so we have no choice but to respect their decision and believe in them. Cannon. Thank you so much for believing in me. I've always thought that if the day ever came when we had to fight each other directly, then we shouldn't shy away from it. And we've realized that that day is today. Of course, we might have been able to avoid this day. However, now that this day has come, however, now this day has come, so we will not run from it. That's right. I'll stay right here too. Me too. I believe in Shannon, so I won't say anything more. And even if Shannon is the one fighting in the duel, our power is one, so we'll be fighting together. Yes, that's right. I'm just speaking for the pair of us. It is a decision made by those in love. Even demons will not object. So, how would you like to settle this duel? You don't mean that you want to have a real duel, do you? At once, both Shannon and Cannon nodded. Watch it end in like mutual finish where they both fucking end up killing each other at the same time. And the method. It doesn't matter as long as it's a fight to the death. If possible, we'd like it to be peaceful and painless, and we would like to avoid wounding each other unnecessarily before one of us dies. Zapar, we should be the ones to oversee this noble duel. True. Very well, you two. We propose a noble duel, one that will honor your noble spirits. When Zapar clapped loudly, a case with an old design appeared in the air and landed between Shannon and Cannon. Burfer nodded at them, urging them to open it. Cannon crouched down and opened the case. There were a pair of antiques inside. They would have looked splendid hanging on the wall at some classy coffee shop. However, they were not mere decorations now. These are... I see. Just perfect for a duel. Oh, flintlock pistols. Inside the case was a pair of old-fashioned dueling pistols, like the kind used many centuries ago. Centuries? I don't know about... Oh, sorry, centuries. Yeah, I was like, centuries. And I was like, that's 1,000 years. And I'm like, oh wait, dipshit, that's a fucking millennium. I was sitting here like, bro, we are smoking on some shit, because that sure as hell is not a millennium. Yes, this was a dueling pistol case, which was only permitted to be opened by those who wished for a fight to the death. They have 1 bullet each. In accordance with your request, we have imbued the bullets with magic. No matter where on your body they hit you, the magic bolts will bring certain Dude, this guy used to play one shot, one kill in COD, bro. I would have fucked y'all up. I was crazy at one shot, one kill. Thank you very much. You are most merciful. And what if we both miss? Normally that would be a draw, however such a thing is not allowed in our trial. If you both miss, you will come back and we will give you new bullets. This will repeat until one of you is dead. I have no objections. Me neither. I'm glad. This means we can finally... I'd fucking shoot her now, bang! Settle this. Right now, see, if it's a one-on-one duel, if it was gonna be like magic ability, I would bet my money on Shannon. With this now, it's harder to say. I feel like Shannon has been in love for a lot longer. So I feel like if we're going to try to put love on a scale, which I'm not really sure that you can do, that I would probably still wager towards Shannon. The other thing too is my understanding is, and I would have to go back to the original episodes, that Shannon has a human heart put inside of her. And that Cannon's is a human heart, but it's like either half human or like it didn't go as proper as it should have, so he didn't end up reaching full strength. Now I don't know if that will translate to this in particular. All that to say, I got my money on Shannon, although, to be honest, I kind of want George to lose more than I want either one of them to win, necessarily. So if she loses, it's still a win for me. If she wins, I'm right, and if she loses, I feel good. Ushirimiya George, I recognize you as the witness for Shannon. Nay, Sayo. Understood. Ushirimiya Jessica, I recognize you as the witness for Cannon. Nay, Yoshia. Sure. We are responsible for this duel. It is our responsibility to see that this duel reaches a decision no matter what. Do-do-do-do-do-do. And we got piss banged again. Piss flashbang. When Zapar and Furfur cried these words out, the whole area was blanketed in a gold-colored light, and when it cleared, it had become the rose garden where golden roses bloomed. A duel over love, is it? How old-fashioned they are. I have seen many duels with pistols during my 1,000 years, but I have never seen one like this. Because it's being overseen by demons? No. A duel over love is usually a fight between two people both in love with the same single person. However, here we have a pair of lovers fighting over another pair of lovers. That's not what it said at all. Fighting another pair of lovers. This is quite odd. Yeah, he 100% is, except the only thing that I would say about that is that, like, at least Skylar, I can look back and, like... Okay, I don't want to be the Skylar White defender. Skylar, I think, is more defendable than George. So that's the only thing that I would say, is that, I think Skylar was actually kind of right in some ways. She was just whiny while being right, so it made people dislike her. But George is kind of... He's approached... I mean, man, he was fucking... Again, like, pick your poison. He was either macking on a 10-year-old or a 12-year-old. Like, damn, so do you want me to, like... What is the pick here? Like... Pedophile or pedophile? Like, I mean, like... I'm sure that's because they want the miracle of magic. It seems we cannot succeed in love without that miracle. Also, the other thing, too, is, like, they try to make George seem cool. I mean, like, Skylar didn't have that many, like, insane scenes, although the Ted birthday singing scene is, like, really painful. Does George being a pedophile outweigh the Ted birthday song scene? That's tough. Do you know the minimum number of people needed to create a universe? The answer is 1. No, I don't. It's gonna say 2. There needs to be 2 people to recognize the other's universe. But I'd say 1, because I'm fucking schizophrenic. I got my friends with me. Shannon and Kenny each took a pistol out of the case, returned to their respective witnesses, and checked the weapons over. Then, after they had both determined that there were no problems, the two were asked one final time whether they were prepared to duel. And both of them nodded. Imagine this duel ends because one of the guns like misfires. If there are no problems, the duelists shall stand back to back, then walk a predetermined number of steps away from each other. Then the duel will begin on our signal. Zapar, how many steps should they walk? We'll go 20 paces. 20 is a good number. Good question. Well, maybe we should choose a number that is closely bound to this duel. A number closely bound? What number is that? Is it going to be 4? Because it's death. It is a number we know of well. It is the number which has been repeated over and over again since the time this tale begun. 110, or sorry, wait, it's the Leon code. 110, wait, what was the Leon code in the thing? It was 11, I'm trying to remember the Leon code from thing. I know it ended in 7. Was it 11047? I think that's what it was, in Danganronpa. So the code is either going to be the Battler code, which there's no way they're making them take like 100,000 steps, so it's probably going to be like 2 or 4. We'll see. 19, okay. Never mind, apparently. That's my favorite number, so I'm okay with this. I'm just slow in the head, I guess. That's an interesting number. I like it. It's a good number to settle everything with. 19. It was a number used to refer to the witch each time the illusion of a 19th person had been seen on this supposedly 18-person island. It was the length of time it had taken to create this tale. Length of time it had taken... Oh, because it was 19 years. It was. I forgot about that. It was the length of time leading up to this inevitable day. And it was. The age of the true territory lord of this world. They'll stand across from each other, then walk 19 steps and shoot. I feel like that's like a massive hint they just dropped here. It's like... I'm just going to put that down in my notes. Feels like that's just like a massive hint to just... That's pretty far. At that distance, the first one to shoot won't necessarily be the winner. Dude, the crazy part about this game, and I know this is true of literally every mystery story of any fashion, it's gotta be so crazy watching this back and like all the ways the game is literally like fucking whacking you on the head and telling you who it is. And then when you have someone like me, you're like, oh my god, this fucking Canadian, he's so stupid. If one of us shoots first and misses, that will probably be the end for them. And if it hits, this easy game can be won without even getting a scratch. This is the other thing too I want to ask, no spoilers of course. In Higurashi, there was a very obvious point at which you had like the final time to theorize. Is there going to be like a semi-obvious like final time to theorize and call my shot? Although in Higurashi, I kind of already had it done. Like, is it going to be like, oh, like end of episode 7? Is it going to be after this episode? Like, I mean, I'm assuming most of you guys have played the game. You know how it plays out. When would you guys say is like the good time to, before the game makes it like obvious? What time would you say that is? Just because I want to make sure that I stop at that point. Is it like after this episode? Is it after 7? Or, you know, what's the breakdown? Okay, after this episode? Okay, fair. Then we will probably have a theory stream in between 6 and 7. Okay, awesome. Look at that. You guys are all in unison. How beautiful. How wonderful. And if it hits, this easy game can be won without even getting a scratch. Are we going to have the Giga theory stream? First we had the 8-hour theory stream, and now we're going to have the 16-hour theory stream where we go back and we reanalyze every murder from every single case. Well then, duelers, stand with your backs together. Shannon and Cannon slowly walk towards each other, facing each other. Wait, what? Oh, fate, because then they turn. I was about to say, you're supposed to have your backs against. Okay. Once they turned away, the next time they would see the other's face would be the time that they killed them. So this was the last time they would face each other. That background you just saw is going to be the thumbnail for this episode, by the way, just so you know. Actually, it might not be, I'm not going to lie, but I liked how that looks. Thanks for everything. Having a little brother like you made things fun. Thank you for letting me be me. Okay, can I give a hot take, too? I don't want this to be a hot take. I find Canon a little boring. Not like, okay, when I say boring relative to the rest of the cast, okay? I don't hate the guy, but he's kind of just like, you know, if you took like the average like black-haired protagonist out of every like anime through like the early teens, which I guess he predates it technically, there's just like that archetype, which is like the black-haired, like edgy. He gives me that vibe, and I don't like that vibe. Thank you, exactly. He is the edgy safe. Thank you, exactly. I just find it like very bleh. That's not his fault, To be fair, he was written before a lot of the other edgy characters that I don't really like. Although he definitely wasn't the first, but regardless. Thank you for letting me be me. Thank you for showing me the color in this world of gray. I can't wait to do the character tier list when this is done. Holy fuck, it's gonna be so fun. Why were we born, I wonder? It would have been better if we had died at birth. Okay, chill on that one. I was a premature baby. I almost died at birth. Chill on me. That is our father's sin, isn't it? Look, okay, I mentioned this earlier in the game that I thought that the sin of this game was going to be related to Rudolph and Battler, and I'm not saying I'm right. It could be totally wrong, but I said there's going to be some sins of the father, sins of the son type shit. All I'm saying. Yeah. So you can just die. Let them all die. I mean, they aren't literally siblings, right? We already said this. Yeah, everyone will die. Okay, thank you, fucking Nietzsche, for coming into the game. It'll happen very soon, and right after everyone will revive and we'll be able to see them again. We won't be birds in a cage anymore. This is kind of a cool allegory to the poem, or the poem. Is it the poem? The play, whatever it is, that the Bluebird, the Maeterlinck play, given that it was supposed to be a brother and a sister, although I don't think these two are technically siblings. They are like, I mean, I guess you could say because they grew up together, they might as well be, but they aren't literal siblings, you know what I mean. It's okay. We'll finally leave our cage and fly off to our separate worlds. I should have had this duel with you long ago. Surely today, I should have killed you long ago. Surely today is the day. Yeah, it's today. October 5th, 1986. Dude, do you think Umineko fans every October 5th celebrate? They're like, it's Umineko Day, or I guess they have the 2 days to celebrate it. The fated day. The day that one of us will die. Or maybe we'll both shoot at the same time and both. That's what I'm hoping for, kind of, not gonna lie. Oh, that might happen too. In fact, that's not so unlikely at all. Right. Even if that happens, our loves will surely be made complete. Do we really need to duel? We do. You said it yourself. We should have done this much sooner. Right. Because to me, you are the obstacle on the path to my love. Just in the way. Oh, it's so fucking cool. I got Shannon. In order of likelihood, I got Shannon, then I got them both losing, then I got Cannon winning. For the first time, the intent to kill flashed through the eyes of both. Why? For what reason? Because they had something to fight for! Why must this day come for this pair, who are connected by a bond different from romantic love as though they were real siblings? It's a great mystery. And also a great mystery is the question of how this can be the key towards unlocking Battler's locked room. Because they have something they're willing to fight for. If I watch over this duel instead of running away, will I find the key towards solving that locked room? I will, right? Is it par? For look, you're willing to literally put yourself in the line of fire and die for the person that you love. Come on. Come on now. It kind of works out because I'm going to have a few days break in between this and starting episode 7, but the cathedral was beautifully decorated to be the place of the wedding between the territory lord, Lord Battler, and his wife to be, Lady Erika. Now we're back at the start of the episode, guys. Wow, holy shit, it's like we didn't play 20 hours. Oh, okay, what is this like? This is a new track. Okay, I see you. I hear that strings. I hear the strings. All I need is like Lotus Juice to come in and rap all of a sudden on this beat. A crowd of guests wearing goat masks filled the cathedral, waiting for the arrival of the bride and groom. Fitting for a demon's wedding, it was not solemn or quiet, but cheery and noisy, brimming with activity. So it was Italian weddings. I knew it. I wonder what Beato is doing. I'm allowed to say that. I'm Italian, okay? Here she has gone to seize Zapar and Furfur. With the power of love, that powerful pair could even force the Demon King to retreat. They are bound to be of some use, or at least I would like to think so. Oh, my goat, you're back. I know all about those two. I think you know as well as I that they won't hand over their power easily. True. However, that is why they are capable of granting a miraculous power. At any rate, if we can just free Battler's heart from that locked room, we should be able to manage something here. Locked rooms are your favorite, aren't they, Gap? Can't you think of any tricks? This is a nasty one. Battler and Erika have locked it up tight with all kinds of red truths. I can say for certain that a solo escape from the inside is impossible. I can say for certain that a solo escape from the inside is impossible. So after all, the only way is to have someone else trade places with him and set the chain. If that someone does appear, it should be easy to save Battler. There are 11 people, right? Those 11 are sealed on the second floor of the guest house. If we could somehow slip them out of there. I see. Solving the problem. The only other thing, I'm going to say there is one thing that they mentioned very briefly, that I am kind of now reminded of her saying this, for some reason, is that they mentioned how Erika has like photographic memory, but they made a very clear point early on to say that Erika's memory could be fooled because she doesn't have the detective's authority, so there's no guarantee that she could say that the crime scenes were not tampered with from the time of when she first analyzes them to afterwards. I just wonder if there's some way that you could, like, fucking break another seal and then replace the seal. The only problem is that it doesn't have anything to do with the seal on the door. It has to do with the chain. But I guess you could say that it could have been one of the 11th to swap with him. And that there was some way that they replaced the seal in the guest house room. I'm not really sure. The only other thing I'm wondering is, like... Oh my god, we do have lyrics. Ooh, the guy's on, like, the organ? Or some kind of synth? It sounds like an organ. Sorry, I'm getting, like, caught up in the music. There's something to be mentioned about that little thing that they dropped earlier. Regardless. Solving the problem of Battler's locked room is equivalent to solving the problem of either locked room on the guest house second floor. Exactly. Limiting your thoughts to just Battler's guest room is like being trapped in a mental locked room. The locked room we need to break open to save Battler isn't the guest room. It's the locked room's in the guest house. Ooh, interesting. That's a nice hint to give me, thank you. Most unfortunately, we of Eisner and Jungfrau have been placed in charge of those two rooms. You guys specialize in seals and barriers. I must admit I'm impressed, Miss Gap. It's quite an achievement to realize that the locked room you should destroy to save Battler is within the guest... Okay, so what they're saying is, hey dumb fuck who sat there the whole time. Huh. In the guest house. I know my note gone jokes, I can't speak. My goat Nanjo, he could figure this out. What would he do? Because how could you break those two rooms? Because the problem isn't getting out of the guest house. Getting out of the guest house past that point is pretty easy. The hard part is... The hard part would be getting past the seal and making it so that the seal remained apparently intact, despite not actually. The only thing I'm wondering is if there was some foreshadowing with like a passage between the rooms inside the guest house. Huh. This mystery is so above my pay grade, holy fuck. Let me think. Sorry, I'm just thinking here. I'm trying not to leave dead air, but... The ceremony will probably begin soon, but shall we reconstruct the scene as a way to kill time until then? Oh yes, please! Let's go! Wait. Doesn't this violate the obligation of confidentiality you have as Lady Erika's piece? That is no problem. I am sure that if you first confirm the seals around the scene and fall into despair, we will all be able to celebrate this ceremony more sincerely. How confident. I'll take that challenge. Is my goat Gap actually gonna pop off here? Leah, let's have ourselves a little snack before the ceremony. With that, dear ladies of Eisern, we humbly ask that you reconstruct the scene for us. For your attention, we hear and obey. This is the cousin's room. The next room over has the exact same layout. Please investigate as thoroughly as you like. This room has Genji, Gota, Cannon, plus Kraus, Rudolph, and Jessica for a total of 6 people. The next room over has Hideyoshi, George, Shannon, Kumasawa, and Nanjo for a total of 5 people. Okay. Come on everyone, don't be stupid. It doesn't matter who's here. We need to find out how to escape from this room. You're right. The door and windows are sealed, so we must somehow escape from some other place. You know what? I know all about how you heaven people specialize in pressing ahead to hide inconvenient facts. It's not a locked room, is it? This room. For your attention, I beg to inform you of the following. The locked rooms in our charge are perfect. You were in charge of the window seal of Kinzo's room last game, right? Just how did Battler get Kinzo out of that room again? Because it was actually broken. Cornelia was not at fault. The blame rests on me as her superior. This is exactly the same as Kinzo's study. It's the windows. This locked room can be broken by the windows. It's clear as day how you people operate. How? Lady Erika sealed the entire room, right? That means the entire room is sealed, including the windows. I see. It would seem that we have been misinterpreting the definition of these seals. A locked room sealed by duct tape is not impossible to break out of. It forms no prison. That's it exactly. Yeah, seal proves that a room is a locked room, but it doesn't guarantee that the room will remain sealed. All it does is prove that the room is a locked room as long as the duct tape isn't broken. I mean, yes, so far. We're not trying to deceive you in any way. As long as the duct tape is intact, it is guaranteed to be a locked room. Yeah, that should be true. That is all. Then why the windows? Why is it that we can break the locked room by the windows? Is it gonna be like some stupid meme that you can fucking break the window? without having to touch the seal? But that would be stupid, because then you obviously could tell that's how they got through, right? It's simple. We just tear the duct tape apart and jump out. I don't know what the outside wall of the guest house is like, but that girl crawled up it and stuck duct tape on the outside without anyone noticing, so it must have at least enough footholds for that. That's fuck, they're right. She did say that because she said climbing around. If you break the duct tape, we will immediately know that the seal has been broken. And we've already proven that the seals were intact at the time of Battler's logic error. True. It's true that at the time, yeah, but that doesn't mean anything, right? It doesn't mean that at the time it was logic error, because this is the exact same shit as the Nanja thing. This is obfuscating the time that something happened. It's true that at the time you proved that the seals weren't broken. That's how you tricked us into thinking that it was a locked room. A seal doesn't necessarily imply a locked room. Is this literally just gonna be episode 3 shit all over again? Is it literally just gonna be that somebody broke it? Somebody convinced the exact same way as prior to leave? Who would be the person that would know Battler was gonna go out? Somebody was going to break out. They knew they were going to break out. The only thing I can think is like Rudolph, right? Would he be the only other person that would... Because he's the only other person. Maybe he figured something out. Maybe he just wanted to go see Battler's body one more time and he heard what was going on. He goes, he gets out. He just tells somebody else, like, oh, I need to do this, right? Because I don't think Hideyoshi could have left. Because if Hideyoshi left in the other room, then there would be nobody that was left with the gun. So he would have to leave. Rudolph, that is. I'm just going to put Rudolph as a placeholder. It doesn't really matter who it is. It just seems to me like Rudolph would be the most likely. Rudolph would leave. He would tell somebody else to replace the tape in the exact same way that it was put. The seals were intact, because it doesn't say... Like, the seals were intact, but it doesn't necessarily mean anything. It means that you could peel the seal. The only thing is, though, they had said in the previous episode they would know if the seals were removed and then replaced. There'd be no way to know. Or, they would definitely know. Seal doesn't necessarily imply a locked room. Gap was the demon who specialized in putting an end to locked room mysteries. She drew herself up and looked down on the short Delaner as though a challenge such as this was like taking candy from a baby. Delaner looked up at her with a bold expression and sparks flew between them. Is Gap gonna get the fucking honor of being on top of the thing? A seal doesn't imply a locked room. That can't be. Remember, Leah, which seals did Erika and the others show us at that time? Which seals did they show were still intact? The ones on the doors. I see. This is the sort of falsification that the Great Court of Heaven likes to practice. I cannot let that remark pass. What is your complaint? Come on, I've been saying it the whole time. It's the windows. It's true that you sealed everything with those seals. That included the windows at that time, and you proved that at the time they were sealed. So far, so good. But you know what? Obviously, there's a period of time in between, right? After that, any one of the people inside could have done it. Who was here again? Genji, Goda, Cannon, Kraus, Rudolph, Jessica. Any one of them could do it. All they had to do was tear the duct tape on the window, slip out from there, and save Battler. But at the time of the logic error, it was proven the seals were intact. Yeah, so they gave the tape back to the person to seal it afterwards. Incorrect. At the time, Lady Erika only proved the status of the seals on the doors. That's true! She didn't go back to the windows. Never mind. Because she went around and she was going, look, look! And it said she pointed at both doors. Oh, and here I am talking about Hidden Room with Hideyoshi. I'm still banking on that theory, though, by the way. It's wrong, because they're going to talk about this, but I'm still banking on that. Gotta take my moral victories where I can get them, okay? Lady Erika only proved the status of the seals. Okay, is Gap gonna get herself the thumbnail for this episode? For popping off? Come to think of it, at that time Lady Erika just showed the doors of the 2 rooms and claimed that the seals were intact for each. She never mentioned the seals on the windows. That's correct. It's probably true that the seals on the doors and windows were perfect at first. However, at the time of the logic error, only the status of the seals on the doors were confirmed. In other words, since the time Erika left the guest house, it was not forbidden for them to break through the windows and leave whenever they wished. I feel really dumb that I didn't think about this, but... Well, I've got you now, haven't I? This is how you people do things. Heh. If Gap actually just rolled her that fucking quickly, it's actually crazy. Supervisor Delana, it's nearly time. It seems the bride and groom have arrived. This ends our chat. We will meet again later. Dude, Gap is actually the GOAT. With an amused grin on her face, Delana turned around, but that had to have hit her where it hurt. Gap had no intention of letting her get away. She grabbed Delana's shoulder. Wait there. Confirm whether or not the seals on the windows were preserved at the time of the logic error. If you don't, it's possible for anyone in that room to save Battler. And who do you think such a rescue would be possible for? It doesn't matter who. Then just by personal preference, I'll name Cannon. Why, bro? Personal preference? Why do you have a preference for Cannon, Gap? Come on. It should have been Rudolph. It feels like it would have to be somebody that would be willing to die for Battler, right? Because if the risk was that they would be found out, and we already know Erika had the capacity to kill, I think it would be Rudolph. I think for Rudolph, it fits the most. Because you could even just give like the stupid explanation to be like, oh, Rudolph wanted to see his fucking son again. Oh no, his only child. Well, actually not his only child, I'm sorry, I lied. I'll name Cannon. He seems agile and hiding his presence is his specialty. He's a perfect person to follow after Erika and quickly change places with Battler. We also know that Rudolph is athletic, okay? They gave us that hint in the last episode. They were like, Rudolph is surprisingly athletic. Cannon, you say? Hee. And she's gonna attack the Cannon thing. It's impossible. Cannon never left the room. Cool, you're dodging the question. Impossible? Come now, we can't trust what you say with normal words. Use the red truth. Swear upon the red longsword of yours. Miss Gao. A sacred ceremony is about to begin here. You asked me to draw my sword in a sacred place such as this. I believe that would be inelegant and rude in the extreme. This song reminds me of like a Persona 4 song for some reason. Let us do this some other time. If you would excuse me. Blue tree time. Oh, the counter. It is possible for Cannon to save Battler. After Erika sealed the room, he left by the window, switched places with Battler in the guest room, and set the chain lock and hid in the closet. That is impossible. The seals on the windows were also intact. Of course, this is at the time of the logic error. That doesn't mean anything. Gab's blue wedge and rapid reverse roundhouse crossed with Delana's red longsword and both pointed at each other's throat. The once peaceful mood of the wedding broke apart. Several goat guests whispered to each other, wondering why those two seemed to be fighting. Okay, so you can counter that. Why don't you just say so in the... Wait, am I slow? This doesn't fucking mean anything. The seals on the windows were also intact, of course. This is at the time... Yeah, she just stipulated the same... Did she not just restate the same fucking thing that you said? That, oh yeah, they were there at the time, but not the whole time. They were intact. Oh, does intact mean not modified? I mean, that doesn't... Okay, regardless, we'll continue. Oh, so you can counter that. Why didn't you just say so in the first place? We thought that Beatrice might eventually reach that thought. Then barge in on the wedding with that as the key for Battler's escape. I did not think that you would press us first and force us to show our hand. You do fight dirty, don't you? You were trying to lay a trap for Beato, you're right. They did say in the previous game that they would know if the seals were tampered with, because that's what I was just mentioning. You were trying to lay a trap for Beato, making her suspect the windows, drawing her out, then turning the tables on her. Okay, wait, I'm actually the goat. It's the Hideyoshi secret room. What else should a human who guards the bride be expected to do? Are you satisfied now? A hellish wedding truly is vulgar and barbaric. Now excuse me. You tried, my goat. Hit one more. Hold it right there. You haven't fooled me yet. You were talking about the seals blocking Cannon. The ones on the windows of the cousin's room, right? Then what about the windows on the next room over? Ooh, okay, Gap, I see this line of attack, I like it. All you've done is show that the rescue could or would have been impossible for Cannon. There's still a chance for the humans in the next room over. How very persistent. Her with like the librarian glass look fucking kills me. Oh, the Chester. We apologize for our rudeness. We are the Chester Sister Imperial Guards in charge of security at this ceremony. I'm afraid I must ask both of you, both for your stamped invitations. Delana Knox, I am with the bride's party. Here's my stamped invitation. Also, here are my credentials as bodyguard to the bride. Confirmed as Chief Knox. Welcome to Lord Battler's wedding. I'm Gap. I'm with the groom's party. Here's my invitation and... Oh no. You didn't get it stamped at the reception desk. I came here directly so I didn't go by the reception desk. Haven't got a stamp yet. Why do you always have to mess something up at times like this? To be fair, that red truth didn't get denied. Gap, my apologies, but we have to ask you to come with us to a different room. Delana watched, shrugged, and turned away. Wait there, Delana. Respond to my blue truth. Actually true. If you want the opinion of the Great Court of Heaven, please fill out an application in accordance with court procedures. For your attention, know that the ticket window is open from 10 to 5 on weekdays. Lunch break runs from 1200 to 1:15. For your attention, be advised that the use of whiteout or strike-throughs is not permitted when filling out forms. Okay, thank you. Fuck you guys. There's a rumor that a certain event I won't name refuses applications for the same thing. That's an urban legend, probably. I will provisionally accept that blue truth verbally. It will be put on hold until the proper forms are received and multiple submissions are not allowed. I don't understand. Can you respond to my blue truth or can't you? If you fill out the application on Monday, we should be able to have an answer for you by the end of next month. Multiple submissions are forbidden, so the blue truth you just spoke will be unusable during this wedding ceremony. This is in accordance with the official Great Court Registrations Article 214-15 prohibition of multiple submissions. For your attention, I beg to inform you of the following. Know that it is forbidden for blue truth to be used if based on the argument that the window seals in the next room over were torn at the time of the logic error. Okay, so they're forbidding this argument. That doesn't really attack the validity of the argument, though. You're just saying that you can't question it. For your attention, I beg to inform you of the following. Be advised that there can be no obligation to provide an answer to said blue truth. This is the biggest fucking scam I've ever seen in my whole life. I'm gonna put this down in the notes. Gap argues there was some window seal fuckery since Erika only confirmed seals on the doors to the rooms. Delaner confirms that in the cousin's room, the windows were sealed. We're gonna need a gold truth for this one, lads. And then, let me copy this. Know that it is forbidden. I'm gonna say when asked about the other room, she's interrupted. Forbidden for blue truth to be used if based, so you can use non-blue truth for it. Hit that gold truth, come on. To be used if based, also it says based on that particular argument. On the argument that the window seals of the next room over were torn at the time of the logic error. Let me copy the next one down here too. I have to pee so bad, I hope this chapter's over soon. Be advised that there can be no obligation to provide an answer to said blue truth. To said blue truth. All of a sudden they're gonna start saying blue chew and you're gonna be like, man, who needs it? Cowards. Hey, let go of me, rabbit band. The Chester sisters led Gap away. Just when she had thought they'd reached the core, they had underhandedly refused to respond. However, this was a big clue. There was a chance that the window seals on the next room over had been broken. In other words, it might be possible for Hideyoshi, George, Kumasawa, Shannon, or Nanjo to save Battler. And yet just now that option had been sealed away. The use of any blue truth based on the window seals on the next room over might have been broken, had been prevented. Okay, so use red or gold, let's go. It was now impossible to claim that the 5 who could have saved Battler were the ones who did it. What the hell? That's load. Isn't that the answer? I also noticed that they hadn't proven that the window seals were intact, but if that can't be used for blue truth, what are they supposed to do? Yeah, I know. You're gloating again because you alone have discovered the answer. My apologies, child of man. I am stuck on this just like you are. Huh? What are you saying? I also realized that the windows of the next room over were left available, however I never imagined that the use of that argument would be prevented. Doesn't this completely violate the rules? I mean, how can a quiz be fair if you can't say the right answer? Isn't this a logic error for the other side? We can also view the fact that the tale is continuing as proof that it wasn't a logic error. In other words, there's some other answer completely unrelated to the windows of the next room over. Or it may be possible to explain without discussing the windows how one of the 5 in the next room over could have come to Battler's rescue. Not discussing the windows means getting out of the room without using the windows. That would make this next room over a locked room again. Yes, that is why I am also stuck. Because of these strange seal proclamations, the 2 rooms have once again become locked rooms. Most likely. Most likely what? If you're so vastly intelligent, what kind of answer have you found? Are we getting into more secret room memes? Or secret exits meme? There is no answer. No answer? What do you mean no answer? There's no way out except for the windows of the next room over, and yet we are not allowed to include those windows in our reasoning. There probably is no answer for this locked room. Then what happens next? Since no answer exists, defeat is absolutely certain for whichever player is burdened with the responsibility of explaining. But then they're out of moves to play. In other words, that statement of Delaner's was, in a way, the final blow. It means it's checkmate. No, one move does exist. However, that move is one that can never be used again because Battler's fucking catatonic. It's the gold truth! And it is also a part of Byaku's heart. You mean one of the greatest mysteries of this tale? Precisely. If he uses that, there may be a chance. Featherine sighed deeply. It was something she hadn't done at all before now. I see. So it's finally time for the curtain to close on this long, long tale. Every time I hear this song, by the way, it reminds me of like a Paper Mario song. I don't know why. Revealing that mystery means, finally, killing Byaku. Battler is probably the only one qualified to do that. If he weaves that tale as the game master, no one will be able to stop it now. Very soon, the greatest mystery of this tale is likely to be revealed. Oh. I feel stupid that I don't really have any inkling at all. A deep sound reverberated through the cathedral. It was the sound of dozens of heels being stamped in unison, originating from the honor guards, members of the Chester Sister Imperial Guard who were lining the cathedral. It brought about total silence even before the demons running the ceremony spoke. Let us have silence, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the wedding of Lord Battler, Territory Lord and Golden Sorcerer, and Lady Erika, the Witch of Truth. Zapar and Furfur had appeared in the center of the cathedral. It was a great status symbol to have those two demons invited to host the wedding. Though they had asked for silence, the attendees who packed the cathedral welcomed the two demons with enormous applause. Oh, it's Zapar and Furfur. Then what about Beato? She may have already snuck in. They searched for Beato in the crowd of several hundred people, but they couldn't find her anywhere. I wonder if Beato found a way to save Battler. If she managed to gain Zapar and Furfur's power, then I'm sure she has. There is no miracle that cannot be gained after receiving their power. And if she didn't, then the goat's biting its handkerchief over there is probably her. Or then that goat. And now let us welcome the bride and groom. Please give them a grand welcome to celebrate this new chapter in their lives. Come out, bride and groom. Walk the path of the shackles called marriage, which will bind you until the grave. The big doors in the back of the cathedral slowly opened. And then the territory lord and his beautiful bride came into view. Arm in arm, the pair slowly began to walk down the path to the grave lined with red carpet. Beatrice, please! The Chiester sister honor guard stood at attention along either side of that path, raised their adorned bayonets with mechanical precision, and made sure that no evil could block the path that pair walked down. Chiester sister troops that weren't part of the honor guard were stationed all over the cathedral, hiding behind pillars and so on, and keeping an eye out for any intruders. 00 calling 45 and 410, any irregularities? Ceiling snipers, no irregularities. 410 and 45 could be seen on top of the massive chandelier hanging from the cathedral ceiling. Oh, Persona! Several other sniper pairs could be seen stationed on top of the other chandeliers, or like LA Noire memes. This seemingly festive cathedral was actually being heavily guarded in places that attendees wouldn't notice. Currently we are targeting 36 attendees suspected of being Lady Beatrice, as well as 131 who are located in positions suitable for a surprise attack. Surveillance in progress. Don't let your guards down. Lady Beatrice is certain to stage an attack on the wedding. That'd be so cool. Breaking in to steal the bride. Yeah. 410, he's not the bride, he's a groom. I said what I meant. The Chester sniper teams on the chandeliers were using extremely high capable surveillance agents to track the movements of the several hundred attendees. If any one of them made any suspicious movements, the Chester sisters would immediately be given permission to fire. The one on the chandelier is Chester 127. That overworking monster sniper could pulverize a human target from 2 kilometers away. Of course, Kyle. The one on the chandelier across from that is Chester 20. Her firing rate is 6,000 shots per minute. However, she's using a portable magazine this time. She'll use up her shots in about 2 seconds. That lazy bum can barely do her job for just 2 seconds. Slowly, and making a show of it, the two walked down the red carpeted path. Battler's eyes were blank. If you looked closely, you could tell that Erika was dragging him by the arm she held. In other words, they weren't walking together. This was a ceremony for Erika to show off to everyone that this man belonged to her. Behind the bride and groom walked the 7 Sisters of Purgatory, who held long ceremonial staffs in the shape of the one-winged eagle. I'm gonna fucking yawn. That moron Battler. What's he lazing about for? This is why people call him incompetent. I can understand Beatrice's pain better than anyone else. It's all because that stupid Battler caused a logic error. Stupid, stupid, stupid. Beatrice will not fall to sloth and let this wedding go on. Of course. Beatrice is greedy. She won't let someone else take away her favorite toy. She'll definitely show up. I hear the reception's gonna have tons of delicious food. I want to wear a wedding dress now. Burn Castle and Lem de Delta were in the nobles' seating on the balcony. They sipped questionable-looking carbonated cocktails as they looked down upon the show. What a splendid wedding dress. This sort of thing's not bad. This is just the opening performance. That's pretty cruel. What event are you expecting to be the headliner? Burn, you don't really believe Beato will come, do you? You know as well as I do that Battler's locked room is perfect. There's no way that Beato could win. Fuck, I'm sorry, I'm yawning so much, I'm not even tired. Ugh. Right? You must have heard too. There's a chance that the window seal on the next room over has been torn. It seems that Delana has managed to seal that off for now, but she just denied the concept instead of sealing the actual window. It'll fly out the window again, this one-winged eagle. Want to make a bet on whether Beato will come? I bet she comes with certainty. I bet she comes miraculously. This isn't gonna work, because you're betting on the same outcome. The Witch of Certainty and the Witch of Miracles were both sure that Beato would come. However, they were very interested in exactly how she would break the locked room and take Battler back. You had to look behind the scenes, so you already know, don't you? The trick. More or less. But Erika's done a hell of a job, so now even I'm stumped. Liar. Oh. I'm sure you found the answer already. There is one, isn't there? A trick that can save Battler. There is, but it's tough. And if that move is used, part of Beato's heart will be exposed. Okay, this is fucking... part of her heart will be exposed. Is that right? Oh, so you do know. Hey, wanna change our bet? To what? To whether Beato or Erika wins. Sure, if you're willing to bet on Erika. You're on. Oh, you're betting on Erika? What makes you think you can win? If this trick is a part of Beato's heart, then Battler the Game Master will hesitate to expose it, and so they cannot win. It will probably be a draw. I'm sure they'll confuse matters and run away. Battler's sworn to lay Beato to rest. Burn, you're being too naive. The bet was made, based on the assumption of the certain miracle that Beato would come. Oh my god, I keep fucking yawning! Regalia, who was standing in the front row, tried to call out as soon as Battler walked by. She tried to tell him that the window sill in the next room over hadn't been confirmed, hoping this would give him a hint. However, she had been marked perfectly. The instant she tried to lean forward, two Chiester sisters right behind her grabbed her arms. It was a powerful force preventing her from going forward. Unable to move, she was forced to stay there and watch as Battler walked past. Battler. Even now, he is fighting that locked room all by himself. However, he cannot get out of that locked room by his own power alone. Unless someone comes to save him, he cannot get out. Unless that child comes to save him, Battler will be trapped. If there is a key to that locked room, I am certain Milady will find it. Milady, I'm sure you have gone through many trials in your life, but please, this is one trial that you must overcome. I am certain that you can do it. I do not doubt that in the slightest. The bride and groom slowly processed down the path to the grave and reached the altar. Though walking slowly was ceremonious and proper etiquette, it was also tiring. Erika glanced over at Battler. Of course, his eyes were blank. His heart was still inside that locked room. Once more, the sound of the Chiester honor guard stamping their heels rang out loudly. Silence returned to the cathedral. Now the wedding ceremony would finally begin. People live for the sake of love. Therefore today you have fulfilled the purpose of your lives. Oh, how great is the power to live, the power to love. I pray that the brightness of this day blesses these two for all time. Come now, you who love one another, make the oath of love. In the place of the husband who cannot speak, let the wife deliver the vows on behalf of both. Battler swears to Erika, and Erika swears to Battler to support each other both in sickness and in health. Ugh. I didn't catch that, Battler. If you have some objection, please say it a bit more clearly in a loud voice. Damn it. If you have anything further to say, please get yourself out of that logic error locked room first. Don't worry, I'll support you forever until that day comes. You have heard the couple's oath of love. Oh, let this oath be eternal. Thunderous applause celebrated their marriage of servitude. After the oath, they would physically signify the bond. It was the exchange of the rings. The Territory Lord's ring, with the one-winged eagle engraved on it that sat on Battler's finger, would become Erika's. By this, she would become the ruler of this game board. And in exchange, Battler's finger would be given a diamond ring that Erika had prepared. At a glance, it just looked like a ring adorned by a large diamond. However, this cursed ring would force Battler into eternal subservience and brand him as another's property. Yes, let the pair exchange rings. Since the husband's fingers cannot move, let his wife support him. Erika respectfully took Battler's left hand, then slowly pulled off the Territory Lord's ring that sat on his finger. That was the ring Beato had entrusted him with. Erika stole it away. This is the ring that woman left to you, right? How does it feel to have it stolen away by a woman like me? To hell with you is what he's gonna say. Huh? I can't hear you. Please say it one more time. Go to hell. Oh, is that all? Well, then there's no need to worry, Battler. Erika pressed her lips up against Battler's earlobe as if biting it and told him that where they were. We're already there. Hehehe. Then slowly she took Beato's ring, which she had stolen from Battler, and slipped it onto her own left hand. And now the bride may put her ring on the groom. This one's pretty incredible. It's the shackle that'll hold him in place for all time. Hehehehe. Yes, it's custom made. Even Battler's blank eyes could see the diamond ring Erika held. It was like Erika herself. On the outside it shone beautifully and possessed an absolute hardness that would bend to no one's will. And on the inside, to symbolize never letting go of the prey it had latched onto, it had 8 sharp thorns pointing inwards. Owie. If they had been growing out of the outer side, it would have looked like the collar of a hellhound. However, whoever heard of putting those on the inside? She turned the diamond until it clicked and the thorns retracted. In other words, if she twisted it after putting the ring on his finger, the inward-facing thorns would bite down, never releasing until the end of time. Then, even his soul would be trapped, and his body, mind, and soul would be forced to serve Erika for all eternity. Are you kidding me? Who the hell would wear a ring like that? He couldn't even finish speaking that simple phrase, and furthermore, those awkward words were the only way he could resist. She raised Battler's left hand and stroked his ring finger hungrily. Fuck, I can't read at this point. Erika held the ring of servitude against the tip of his finger. A ring can hurt if it's made to fit too tightly, and it can even become impossible to take off. True, he's gonna have a ring avulsion and just fucking deglove his ring finger. However, the ring was never intended to be removed for life anyway, so its inner band had been mercilessly narrowed. Even without the thorns, forcing a small ring like this on would hurt. This ring will seal away your body, heart, and soul for all eternity, and you'll become an eternal living puppet, and I won't even let you die. I'll defile and humiliate you endlessly, and every time I forget the heady taste of victory, I'll use your body to remind me, over and over again. If you're gonna bite off your tongue, now's the time. Once this goes on your finger, you won't be able to do even that. You won't even be able to do that. Yeah, actually though. Battler didn't even possess the strength to bite his tongue, and even if he had possessed it, he didn't want to give up before finding a way to escape the locked room, so he could never bring himself to commit suicide. However, once this ring was forced upon him, he would never be able to even think about escaping from the room, much less killing himself. Stop. It... No. Here we go. The fingers, going in now. It hurts. It wasn't just the pain of having his finger forced through the tight ring. The curse of the ring fiercely tormented Battler's body from the inside. That pain would always torment Battler, but fortunately for him, the ring's power would also steal away the mind that could understand the pain. Erika kept screwing on the demonic ring that was far too small. It hurts. ... It's... impossible. There's no way. Okay, let's calm down with this suggestion. Don't worry, it will fit, no problem. Okay, let's chill. With an obscene laugh, Erika let a silver thread drip from her mouth and wet his finger and the ring. Just relax. Okay, stop. I'll stick it in all at once. Please don't waste your energy resisting. It'll hurt less if you don't resist. Oh my god. Look now, it's sliding right on. No. No. Slowly, Battler's finger went deeper and deeper through the ring. He was pushed through the iron ring of pain and humiliation, which would never be removed again. Oh. Look, see? It's okay. Now they know what they're doing. I mean, they knew what they were doing. It's in all the way to the base. It hurts. Take it off. The demonic ring squeezed his finger so tightly that it seemed the finger would snap off along with the bone. Wait, this is perfect. This is how you take off the finger. You gotta get Beatrice to get in there and bite your fucking finger off, boy! Could Battler's hazy expression of anguish really communicate how unbearable this sickening pain was? Okay. Now that it's on all the way, let's add the final touch, okay? Now you will be mine. Forever. Erika touched the ring's diamond knob. If she twisted it, the thorns would bite in and never let go again. No. Stop it. Sure. Just say, spare me, Erika, and I'll stop. Really? You're a fucking fool. Spare me, Erika, please. I swear to spend the rest of my life as your dog with a collar around my neck, so at least spare me that ring. If you can say that, I won't make you wear the ring. Yes? I can't really hear you. You go, shut the fuck up, bitch! I'm misogynistic now! Screw you. I'll never forgive you. For making you suffer like this? No. For defiling Beato's ring. I will never forgive you. Though Battler's eyes had supposedly been forced into a clouded state, they looked strong for just an instant. However, it really was only for an instant. Battler had used up the last of his fleeting resistance just to say those words. In his dim consciousness, he had even bitten his own tongue to stay alert, so that he could complete his words of resistance. Of course, it seems that you aren't the kind of dog that can be tamed, but that's what I like about you. Erika smiled. Then she turned the diamond. The instant she did, Battler let out a voiceless scream and threw his head back. Ah! His howl had no voice and could be heard by no one. However, it still rang out throughout the cathedral. Damn. Huh. The Duel of the Lovers. Okay, we're actually gonna get to see this. Okay, I'm gonna go pee real quick. And I'm assuming we can't have that much left. Fuck, I almost wanna... To reveal her heart is like the thing that I'm gonna think about this while I'm peeing. We'll be right back. Hopefully this is the last pee break for the rest of the stream. Like I said, we're finishing the whole thing today. I don't fucking care how long it takes. Because I don't have time tomorrow or the day after to do it. So I'll be right back. Okay, holy fuck, I like ran for that one. I got another pop as well. And hopefully we can finish all this relatively quickly. Oh, my ears. Let me raise my mic a bit. My glasses have not hurt me, but they're starting to get a little bit sore now. But you know what? They lasted a little bit longer than I thought they would. So it seems like something about this duel should reveal to us what we want to know. As Battler is having very uncouth, unconsensual things done to him, which we do not support on this channel, okay? And we are allowing ourselves to be misogynistic against Erika for this. I love all women, especially my girlfriend, but we don't like this woman. I've liked this episode a ton so far. This has been a very good episode, I would say. A desolate wind blew through the golden rose garden. Oh, and see, once again, a desolate wind blew through my fucking mind because there's no brain in there, considering I always never click back into the game when I come back. A desolate wind blew through the golden rose garden. Shannon and Kenan had already finished walking 19 steps and their backs still faced each other. It's gotta be Shannon, right? Shannon's gotta dog his ass. Like I said, money on Shannon. Next bet, side bet on both them losing. Third bet, I guess, the Kenan. I'm not even gonna bet on Kenan winning. Fuck that guy. At the signal of the demons responsible for this trial, they would both turn and settle this. Each of them held one of the dueling pistols that the demons had prepared. The bullets promised certain death no matter where on the body they hit. One shot, one kill. This duel would not end until one of them died. George and Jessica just quietly watched the ones they loved. They had already entrusted all of their thoughts to them and their fates. Just watching over their partners was now the only way they could show their trust. Oh, damn, okay. Oh, the side profile? Hello? They couldn't do Kenan because he has no chin. Shannon and Kenan stood quietly with their backs turned. This kind of fire. They'd already put the emotions of the many days they had spent together behind them. The next time they laid eyes on each other, nothing would be asked of them except pulling the trigger. That trigger. The only one who's... This is really sad, though, as much as I... Oh, don't make me emotional. The only one who still had no determination or resolution with regard to this duel was Beato. The closer that moment came, the less she understood. The love between George and Shannon wasn't standing in the way of the love between Jessica and Kenan or vice versa. Why, when both sides could find happiness, were they forced to kill each other? I don't understand. I just can't understand. Also, so much for these fucking servants having two masters serving Kinzo and serving Beatrice. They ain't serving fucking anybody but themselves. What's going on? Little sister, we're not permitted to do anything but watch. Zapar, Furfur. Why? Why this duel? This is no trial of love. You really are demons. You just want to enjoy watching one of the pairs fall apart. Quiet. You'll get in the way of the lovers. You're the only ones getting in the way. Or you're the ones getting in their way. One will fall. The one who loves that person will grieve. If only you two weren't around, no one would be sad. That is not true. If we hadn't set up this duel, then both pairs would have fallen apart. This duel is necessary. I haven't been able to accept that since the beginning. Do you think love can't succeed without a miracle of magic? The only thing needed for love is two who love each other, isn't it? This duel is meaningless. So stop, you two. Shannon and Kenan both. Why do you have to fight each other to the death when you were once as close as true siblings? I just can't understand. Everyone should have been able to hear Beato's yell. However, no one's expression changed. No, that's right. I'm impressed that you noticed. That is the truth of love. What is? Love needs nothing more than two people who love one another. Yeah, we said this already, what? Therefore, where there are not two people, we must use a duel to make that number become two. It's very exact to say nothing more than two people. So you have to whittle it down to two every time? Is that the point? I could understand if it were a duel between two people fighting over one woman, if it were a duel to reduce the awkward shape of a love triangle down to a pair. But they are two and two. The world formed by each pair is complete, isn't it? There's nothing compelling them to fight. The minimum number of people that can create a world is two. Only when two people are together can a world be born and love fulfilled. That is why this duel is necessary, so that they can reach that number of people. Are you saying that furniture is less than human and doesn't count as a whole person? If it's only two people, if they were equivalent two people... I'm starting to think they're both gonna die here. Correct. Furniture is less than human, so furniture and human cannot add up to two. That's insane. If two people love each other, their circumstances don't matter. Oh yes, they do. Do you really think that the circumstances of two in love don't matter? It is permissible to fall in love with a man who has a wife. It is permissible to fall in love with a woman who has a husband. I mean, it's permissible. Is it, like, right? Is it, like... I mean, it's kind of fucked up, but... Hey, man, love is love. Is it permissible to fall in love with your... Okay, Jesus. Is it permissible to fall in love with your children? Okay, well, it depends what kind of... You're talking about, like, romantic love. You can absolutely be in love with your parents and be in love with your children. It just doesn't have to be, like, a romantic sexual love. It could be a platonic one. We mentioned this earlier. Obviously, in the context of this game, they're talking about romantic love, but that's why they say romantic love right there. There are many situations where circumstances forbid romantic love. Then just what is furniture? Why mustn't furniture fall in love? Because their soul amounts to less than a full person. Shannon Cannon and the piece that you are as well. All of you are furniture, subhuman beings who do not possess a full person's soul. There is only one thing necessary to love as a human, a heart. Oh, never mind. That is a possession, whatever, close enough. Possession of a full person's soul. That is why a pair in love can create a world. For example, do you think a man with a wife has the right to love another woman? Of course not. If he loved two women, neither would get a full person's worth of love. A man such as that would not be qualified to love. See? There are plenty of people, in plenty of circumstances, who have no right to love another. But they still do, in spite of that. Even if they have no right to, what? As long as both people feel love, nothing else matters? That is a comforting lie of naive love. We cannot forgive humans who falsely pretend that they have the right to love. We cannot permit the love of subhuman beings, of those who do not make up the minimum number of people to create a world. That is the purpose of our trial, to allow sinful souls to regain the soul of a whole person and become capable of true love. Interesting. That feels probably important. I'm gonna put this in the notes. As far as the duel goes, that is the purpose of our trial. To allow sinful souls to regain the soul of a whole person and become capable of true love. The best part about this is they aren't even referencing to these two furniture, they're referencing to Beatrice. Sorry, I don't even know why I flashed the notes there. Zipar, Furfur. Our hearts are ready. Please give the signal to start the duel. I mean, Shannon's gonna win. She has a heart, right? She has a full human heart. They said this earlier. Now, that's, to be fair, that's magic shit, but the pair bidding farewell quietly asked for the signal to be given. Zipar nodded silently, then walked to a place that could be seen by both of them. Furfur spoke in a voice quiet enough to avoid distracting the two duelists. Watch. Watch the duel to see which of the lovers will fall apart. No, this isn't a duel to see who falls apart. This is a duel to make true love succeed. I don't understand what you two are saying. No, you must understand. This moment marks the birth of a human who is truly capable of loving another person. Huh. The problem is, I don't know if they're referencing this in reference to those two or if in reference to Beatrice. I feel like weirdly this is in reference to Beatrice. I don't think this is in reference to both of them. I don't know. I don't understand. No matter which of them wins, please congratulate them. This is the moment when their days as furniture come to an end. It is the Golden Land as well. Interesting. The signal is simple. I will count to 3. When I reach 3, the duel will commence. Understood. Same here. If both of you miss, the duel will be temporarily suspended. You'll be given bullets again and we'll start over from the beginning with your backs to each other. Yo, I hope they dome shot whoever wins. I guess it'll repeat until it's all settled. Is it par? Have you seen this sort of duel many times before? Of course. I've seen it many times. Usually how many times do they need to face off before it's over? Just one if they really want love. In almost all cases, it is decided in the first round. Everyone must be really good shots. That's not it. If one side misses, the other can corner them at their leisure and shoot. Miss with that first bullet and there's almost no chance of winning. Okay, then just don't miss the first bullet. Omega lol. However, if you take too long, you lose before you can even pull the trigger. Look, I'm a big fan of the first mover advantage, okay? If you have the option to take the first move, you should. If you're gonna lose anyway, you'd at least want to have pulled the trigger first. That is a good mindset, you two. Now, here we go. Beatrice, open your damn eyes. This is important. This is for you, not for them, actually. We know this. It's gonna be for you, too. One. I'm assuming it's on 3. This kind of hype. 2. Now you say draw. Three. In the Golden Rose Garden, when the number 3 was yelled, the sound of gunfire rang out once. Damn, did the other not even shoot? Even the people watching couldn't tell whether that was a signal, or a single gun firing, or the sound of both going off at the same time. No shot! You fucking won, bro! Cap! I don't believe it! No fucking shot, he won! No shot! I don't believe it! I don't believe he won! In the midst of the stench of gunpowder and white smoke, there, with gun raised and smoke trailing from the barrel, was Cannon. Shannon was lying on the earth face down. Damn, did she sack it at the end by not doing it? Dude, what if one of the people on the other side, like regardless of the outcome, they're like, I can't believe that you would actually kill. Like I can't love a murderer. It's like, if you could kill your sister, you'd be able to kill your wife. Shannon, no. Shannon dropped before the gunshot. She's faking. She dropped to miss. Get fucked, bro. You didn't win. You stink. Jessica's distressed expression was enough to explain what had happened. Shannon! Wake up! Slowly, Shannon stood up. Dude, so she baited. She didn't even... Oh my god, Cannon, you fucking suck, bro! You got so fucking baited. You're terrible. Holy fuck. Oh my god, there was no bullet wound. But now George wins. Oh god, it's so bad. There was no bullet wound anywhere on her body. At the time of the signal, Shannon had thrown herself to the ground, dodging the bullet. It had been a gamble. If Cannon had turned around and taken the time to aim carefully before shooting, then he wouldn't have shot her as she lay there. However, if Cannon shot as soon as he turned around, she would be able to dodge it. That's what I'm telling you, man. She had her heart for longer. She had a bigger heart. It's over, bro. You can't. Cannon had also gambled. He did not underestimate Shannon's skill with a firearm. He was fully aware that hoping Shannon would be timid enough to let him shoot first could result in him losing before even pulling the trigger. This song's going fire too. Going fire makes no sense. Fucking smack me upside the head. Going hard. So he decided to shoot right away, and he had predicted that when he shot, Shannon would reflexively pull the trigger too. Dude, this is like when you're playing Counter-Strike, you're playing like Valorant. My experience is mainly in Counter-Strike, and you crouch down, and a guy misses the shot, and you like fucking one-tap him, and he goes, oh my god, fucking crouch spammer. And you go, hey man, it's just the game. Since he was already planning to shoot right away, he was sure that his readiness would allow him to shoot with greater accuracy than her. If Cannon had cautiously turned around and Shannon had shot instantly with the strength of her will, then Cannon wouldn't even have been able to pull the trigger. Dude, please walk up and fucking execute him. Like Anton Chigurh style, just walk up, gun to forehead. So it wasn't the Cannon. Watch her kill herself. Watch her. If she kills herself, I'm literally not playing. I'm closing the game. So it wasn't that Cannon had acted hastily. The two had simply given it their all, left their fates to the heavens, and reached this result. If she fucking shoots herself, we're never getting to the end of this game. I didn't imagine that my quick-tempered sister wouldn't shoot at all. I'm surprised too. I didn't think that old prudent Cannon would shoot as soon as he turned. As Shannon quietly pointed the barrel at him, she slowly walked forward. She planned on cautiously closing the gap until she reached a distance from which she could hit with even more certain accuracy. Did they ever say they only had... I think they only said they had the only one shot. Sorry, that was gibberish. Did they say they only ever had one shot? I think they did, yes. And Kenan had already lost any means of fighting back. He could only try to dodge Shannon's bullet and place his bet on the second round. They both had that same view of the situation, which meant one could be taken by surprise. This isn't over yet. Disarm her gun. Try and take it. Kenan dashed forward like a tornado, bent over so low that he was almost crawling over his shadow. This duel could be settled by a bullet, but he wasn't the only one who had a bullet. If he could steal Shannon's gun away from her, he could turn all this around. And if Shannon could calmly shoot through Kenan, it would be all over. Or it would all be over. The odds that Shannon would miss are that he could get close enough to her before she fired. Kenan bet all the chips he had on these. Shannon could draw Kenan in until the last second, then shoot him from a closer distance. She could also pull the trigger just before he reached her, and they would start over from the beginning even if she missed. Shannon kept her gun pointed at Kenan's forehead as she compared these options until the final moment. She led her shot, calculating the distance he had already moved and the time it would take to pull the trigger. Lady Luck smiled impartially. Rah! Damn it. In a flash, Kenan leapt to within striking distance of Shannon as she missed the final moment to pull the trigger. He swung his hand up and smashed the gun she held upwards. No fucking shot. That strike sent her gun flying into the sky. At the same time, Kenan's gun also flew from his hand and soared into the air. The two guns danced a rondo through the sky, reached their peak, and began to fall. By the time neither one of them knew which gun was theirs. Bullshit if he gets to fire 2 shots, you cheating ass bitch. The two guns were exactly the same. Everything about them was identical. There was no way to tell them apart. However, there was one difference. One had a bullet. Okay, fuck you. The pair raised their hands to the sky, trying to grasp their fate, their miracle. It was as though they were trying to grasp the wings of a descending angel of miracles. The pair looked up at this brilliant sky and entrusted everything to Lady Luck. Then they each grabbed one of the guns out of the air, and after dancing a momentary rondo, their arms crossed each other. It's gonna be CG of this, right? Damn, no shot. Even that was like a dance. And the barrels of each of their guns came to a dead stop against each other's forehead. And they both said ellipses to each other. Even they could not know which gun held the bullet. When they both pulled their triggers, one would die and one would remain alive. The match would end. George and Jessica had no way of knowing how it would turn out until that moment came. However, was it really impossible for the two holding the guns to know? The barrel of Kenan's gun, which had already been fired, must have been warm, and the barrel of the other gun, which Shannon hadn't fired, should have been ice cold. So perhaps the pair of them did realize which gun was which. And yet both expressions were as solemn as could be, showing that they would hold total belief and zero doubt in their own fates until the moment the trigger was pulled. Don't be sad. We'll meet again soon in the Golden Land. We should have done this much sooner. And that way we wouldn't have to see each other again. It's alright. Considering what day this is, even this duel is just a farce. You're right. If we're just going to revive in the Golden Land anyway, it really is just a farce. Then I'll see you later. Yeah, you too. So long. Shannon wins, right? Come on. Tell me she put that dog down. Tell me she old yellered him. Oh! He did that slimy ass trick and he still fucking lost. Now, the real question about this is gonna be... I have like a crackpot theory in my head and I don't know if it makes sense. The question is, do I want to say it and be totally wrong and then look even more stupid? Or do I want to guess it and be Nostradamus and probably still be wrong? I wonder if there's going to be some fuckery with whoever it is that loses the duel being the impetus for getting Battler out. I wonder if there's some way around the red rule that involves the person that lost this duel. And I don't know how it would make sense, okay? I don't know how. But there's some way the person that died to this duel has some way to skirt around the rules. The other thing too, because Kenan is the one that died as well, if it's to be like the signifying that there will never be love between those two, I feel like this also further kind of my own theory that it could be that Beatrice could be Jessica because her one love was denied. That part I don't really care too much about. Put that to the side. But I feel like there might be some fuckery that's going on with one of them being dead because I just don't understand how or why. Because this is the thing, they're right, it's a farce. It's 100% a farce. There's no reason, we already know this entire time that they're getting, like, fucked around, right? It's probably not real. But the thing that's weird about this is how on earth would this ever, like, manifest as like mattering, I guess, because there has to be some greater significance. We already knew this. I already said that I thought this duel was a message to Beatrice earlier, and I think that is the case. But then the question becomes, in what way? If you get to the end, you get K. This has to be something with somebody who's dead. It has to be. Like, it doesn't make sense. Because how would it be? The only, The only thing I'm thinking is similar to Higurashi, okay? I mentioned this prior. I mentioned this actually in the last episode. And I wonder if this is going to be a similar thing. We said in the last episode, and I put out the theory, that I had some kind of belief. Now, I mentioned Hanyu. I don't know if the observer necessarily has to be her. It could be somebody else in the game. That if there's somebody in some way that exists in the game board but is not human, I mentioned this many times, that you had very, very, very particular things that were mentioned in this game. What I mean by that is that we had a lot of red statements that were put forward that specifically said things about Rokenjima, but they always had really weird qualifiers that were attached to them. It was always like, oh, on this Rokenjima, oh, there's humans, you know? It was like very weird wording of that. And so I posited in the last episode that maybe we had a similar situation that happened in Higurashi, where in episode 2 of Higurashi, you had the idea that there was observers that were present in the game, because you had Hanyu. Now the only thing is, Hanyu didn't really have an effect in Higurashi. The only thing that she had was she had the one time that was in episode 2, I think it was, of Higurashi, where they were in the torture implement thing, I forget what they called it, and she like stomped and made a noise. To be fair, that was only to the degree of which she interacted. She didn't really interact like actually moving things. I'm just wondering if there's something that has to do with dead people, or not even dead people, probably like a particular dead person. Like, it just doesn't. They were also saying up here, I fucking do that every time. I have it in my notes. I also just put it right in my notes. The purpose of this trial to allow sinful souls to regain the soul of a whole person capable of true love. That is like literally saying it right there, that we are like exodiating somebody. We are exodiating somebody. I want to see the statement before. I don't give a fuck about the dual part. And we know that they said this whole time that something to do with this duel had something to do... Sorry, I keep moving my mic around because I keep moving how I'm sitting. Sorry, I have to take my glasses off too. Why mustn't furniture fall in love? Because their soul amounts to less than a full person. So they're not a full person. So if we have to think, there has to be something about this duel, whether it's a revelation or something that gets told to her in this duel, but we know it's in this duel. Something happens with Beatrice that qualifies her, number one, to be in love, because we know the game is based on love. We already heard about this earlier, but love is the key to everything. You need to have love to see it. The problem is Beatrice can't see it because she doesn't have love yet, so she has to be able to obtain it. But the question is how, and how would both of them have anything to do with it? We just saw that Canon died. The only thing that I'm wondering is if they both died somehow. The only thing is I don't really know how it would make any sense. I don't think it would be. I imagine it's just Canon that died, because like I was thinking about some weird way. Like, is there some weird way? Like, no, probably not. There's probably no way that they could both die. Oh god, let me think. I want to read these statements. I can understand if a duel between two people fighting over... Okay, blah 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 blah. It was before. I'm just reading this. This is no trial of love. You really are demons. You just want to enjoy watching one of the pairs fall apart. You'll get in the way of lovers. You're the only ones getting in their way. One will fall. The two who love that person will grieve. If you two weren't around, no one would be sad. That's not true. If we hadn't set up this duel, then both pairs would have fallen apart. This duel is necessary. So, okay, so then it's thinking. So if they're saying that these two duels would have fallen apart, it's because each person is not... Each person that is the other half of the duel. So if we say that Jessica and George are both one person, right? That you have like 0.5, let's say, on the other side. Let's just use that as a number. You have 0.5 on the other side. That is a good way to put this. If this is a magic interpretation, what is the reality? Because this is a magic interpretation, because we're being shown magic and other fantastical things, guns that can kill people in one bullet no matter where they hit you. Do you think love can't succeed without a miracle of magic? The only thing needed for love is two who love each other, isn't it? This duel is meaningless. So stop it, you two, Shannon and Cannon both. Why do you have to fight each other to death when you were once as close as true siblings? I don't understand. That's right, I'm impressed you notice. That's the truth of love. Love needs nothing more than two people to love another. Therefore, there are not two people. We must use the duel to make a number become two. So there's only two ways to view this, is that... Because the problem is, this entire time I'm viewing this... I'll worry about the magic interpretation after. I just want to try and see if I can wrap my head around what's happening in this scene. Because the idea being... Because in what... Like, this is the only thing I don't understand. If both Shannon and Cannon both know that it's a farce, they both know it's fake. And... They both know it's fake. Because they're talking about being reunited in the Golden Land. If they know it's fake, they know this isn't for them. You need two people. So there's some message that will be conveyed here that converts the Beatrice that will either combine both the old one into the new one to create one, because that's sort of what they were kind of implying earlier, that if you take the two halves, you make the whole. So something here will help us combine the two. But in what way? Oh god, I have a really sinking suspicion that I don't like. Let me check my notes. I want to see what the group of people were that were in the other room. Oh, it is too. Anyways, how does that make sense? Because what I was just thinking is, if this is supposed to be a farce, and we imagine that Shannon winning is what makes her whole, if her becoming whole is also what causes the two Beatrices to come together, there's only two ways to think about this. Like, it comes down to Shannon and it comes down to Jessica. Because now Jessica is without her love, so she is open to love now. Because the person she loves is gone. Or alternatively, it's that Shannon has become whole and now she has the capability to love. The requiring one of them to go away was like the thing that was required for the other to become human enough. The other thing that scares me about this, the thing that I should pop up my notes, the thing that I was checking in my notes here is that we know Cannon is in this room, and this room has already been guaranteed, but we have no guarantee in this room, right? And then if we look at everything here, Shannon's in this room, which means that if there was anybody that could escape from this room, it could be Shannon. There's no way I was so wrong. There's actually no way. I just... I don't... If Cannon... Why would Cannon dying matter? Like I said, there has to only be two things to this. It's either that him dying and being dead exists so that Jessica then has nobody to love. Oh, dude, I feel like I'm too mind poisoned from my Jessica theories from early on. That's what I mean, though, right? Because, like, let me lay out what I'm thinking, sorry. Maybe I'm not describing it properly. Let's assume Shannon wins. I don't know. Maybe there could be some fuckery when I press space, you know, maybe Cannon didn't die. There's two possibilities here, though. It's either that Cannon died, And so because Cannon died, well, think about it like this, right? I said this before. Let's imagine both pairs as 1.5, right? Both pairs are in proper fractions. It's 3/2, right? We needed to get to either 2/2 or 4/2. And the only way that we can do that is by subtracting 1/2 from one and adding it to the other. So if we assume that both Jessica and George are like 1, and both the furniture are a half, and we remove the half from Cannon, assuming that he loses, and we add it to the other side becomes full. Let's say that makes Shannon become human. There's two ways that we can interpret this. It's either that Jessica becomes open, because now there's nothing there. Her love is dead. Or rather, you would say that her love maybe potentially didn't ever exist in the first place. Maybe there was like no way it was ever going to work out, blah, 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 blah. And then like the other interpretation is that I just don't see how, because George and Thing are already engaged. That would be like the craziest fucking heel turn of all time for Shannon to be like, oh yeah, by the way, like LOL. Like I just don't see that happening. I don't believe it. What we know, okay, this entire time, and I mentioned this, I said this earlier when Battler first got locked in. I said that the time when he needs to lock in, he is not locked in, when he got trapped, is that Battler being trapped is probably going to be the impetus for Beatrice to become old Beatrice, right? Something is going to happen here that causes this revelation. I wonder if the real thing all along, because this is the thing that's bothering me, okay? This is the thing that's bothering me. Somebody said it in one of the previous streams, okay? I'm closing my eyes because I need to put my words together, and if I read chat, I'll be stupid. In one of the previous streams, somebody had made like a little joke about the whole thing that, because I was saying that like, we have a few people that I had suspected as being Beatrice. We had Rosa, we had Jessica, and we had Kiri, and it was really Rosa and Jessica were like my two big suspicious people, and my theory was that Shannon was helping Jessica the entire time. Now if I think about it from that perspective, let's just assume that it's Jessica and that it's Rosa. The way that we're viewing this and the way that they're talking about love is romantic love, right? And if we imagine that Shannon is blocked off because she's with George, the entire time, I don't know if I said this earlier in the episode, you guys can remind me if I did or not, but I said at a certain point that I don't remember, or that I thought that it was weird. I think I said it this stream, that I thought it would be weird, and maybe I never voiced it, I'm sorry, my mind's racing, that maybe it would be weird if Jessica was Beatrice, because the fact that she was in love with Cannon would almost preclude, I don't know if that's the right word, but it would almost remove her from the equation of her being able to be in love with Battler if we are assuming that the love is romantic love. Let's get past all the family weirdness shit, okay? There's already a lot of family weirdness going on here. But if that was like the thing that we were thinking, or that I was thinking, I was saying, oh, it's really weird that we even have a trial where Jessica is like fighting for her love with somebody else that's not Battler, because in my theory, if she is Beatrice, and the love between her and okay, because there's two theories. The idea that I have in my head is that whoever Beatrice is has like a romantic inclination towards Battler, okay? That's like the belief that I have in my head right now. Now, the only thing that's weird about that is that, for one, it feels like it doesn't really line up with Jessica, but then it also doesn't really line up with Shannon, and I don't really feel like it lines up with anybody else if we're talking about romantic love. Again, the only thing is it comes back to, like, Rose is dead. But, what would killing Cannon have to do with recognizing and turning her into old Beatrice? Because then the only other explanation I can think is that it's not that she's actually in love with Beatrice. It's not that she's actually in love with Battler. It's that she's in love with Cannon. Maybe that's the line. The line is that she is still Thing. But I was gonna say, okay, look, I'm gonna say it out. I know this doesn't make any sense. You have the torturing of Battler by Beatrice and of all the other Ushiromiyas. And the reason why this is happening, I had posited, or we had talked about before, like, oh, well, with Jessica, it's weird. Like, could she be in love with Battler? It seems like she's in love with Cannon. Well, the only other thing I could think, but they said she didn't do it out of revenge, so it doesn't even make sense. My only other thing is thinking, like, would she be doing something Oh my god. I just don't... I don't... I don't get it. Like, what is the... Well, the problem is we didn't really try and figure out, like, the Battler's Sin thing was, like, a really tough question for me because my idea was that the Battler's Sin had something to do. So this was the thing. We had talked at some point that there was no Beatrice. Like, we had the Red Truth. I don't know if it was in episode 4 or if it was in 5, but it was in one of those two. And the Battler's Sin was that there was no Beatrice, sorry, this isn't the sin, but the prelude to me telling what the sin is, was that there was no Beatrice prior to the 6 years, right? There was no Beatrice prior to the 6 years that Battler was gone. And my initial theory for the sin was that there was because of the Battler swap. But more and more I'm thinking like that doesn't make sense. What I mean by the Battler swap was that there was like true Battler, which was like Asumu's Battler, or again, with some of the events, I mean we had like these 3 theories about the Battler swap and like the identity of what even happened there, so I can't even like say that for certain. The question is, there's 2 things. It's either if there's 2 Battlers, or there was 2 Battlers, there's definitely only 1 now, but if there was 2 Battlers, then one of them got replaced with the other. The only thing is if that didn't happen and there was basically only one for all time, then the date that was given was the date of the sin. Because if we're talking about Battler's birthday being July 15th, and then the date of the sin being, it was either, let me find the code, it was 0715. 1129, right? Sorry, I have to zoom up because the scale is not the same on the stream for my notes. That we were looking at this with a magic circle where it's 0715 1129. So the initial theory that I had posited was if there was 2 Battlers, and if we're talking about the whole Asuma thing, it didn't really make sense though. I never even really thought about this when I thought back. Was that if there was 2 Battlers, we knew that if it was Asuma and our Battler, well, actually, well, we don't know that Battler's Kiri's kid. That was just one of the theories. Fuck, I'm like confusing myself more as I go. I still think it's Jessica. I have no clue. Part of me just thinks it's Jessica. And the only thing... The sin is either him coming to the island, which sets off a chain of events. The only... Because... The thing that's bothering me is I'm stuck between 2 ideas, and I know that the one can't be right, but it feels like it's more right in terms of like fitting as an explanation, but like it doesn't work. Because the thing that fits more in my mind is the idea that Battler coming to the island initiates Jessica losing her love, and then that is why she takes on this game, and she is Beatrice. But then the other thing, there's just like so many other little things that don't make sense, and we already know she didn't do it for revenge because we had the red statement in the past. Oh. I'm gonna go for a few more lines in the game, and we're just gonna see if anything jogs my memory. Hey, what's going on? Hang in there. Suddenly, Ken fell to the floor as if he'd had an attack of anemia. It happened without any prior warning, so everyone rushed up to him in alarm. What they saw surprised them. There was a single strand of blood across his forehead, making it look as though it had cracked open. Huh? How? What happened? What's going on? Trying to get a look at the wound, Goto wiped Ken's forehead with a handkerchief. However, his forehead was perfectly smooth without any trace of a wound. And yet almost as though it was seeping through his skin, blood was pouring out. What are you doing? Stop the bleeding already! I would, but there's no wound. But the blood won't stop coming. Hang in there, Cannon. Cannon! Yoshia! Seems like Genji knows what's up, too! What is this face, bro? Cannon's face was pale, and though his eyes were open, they had lost the light of the living. Just as though he was a puppet whose strings had been cut, he passed away. Yoshia, Yoshia. So long, Canon, and thank you. Jessica dashed up to Canon's corpse, held it, and pressed her forehead against his. And her own forehead grew wet with Canon's still warm blood. She wailed. Shannon. George. I won. And now, I have the right to love you. At last. Shannon leaned against George's chest as though the strings holding her up had been cut. George held her in silence. Yoshia! Yoshia! There was nothing in the golden rose garden except the wind that carried gold flower petals, and the sound of Jessica's heartbroken wails. Is your trial for us finished now? It is. Congratulations. You two were the ones who remained. Wait. The one who remained. Wasn't that said in the epitaph? There was something about people who remain. I think I circled around here because I'm trolling. I'm going too quick. Those who remain shall praise my noble name. Remain. It's just weird. It says remain twice. I don't know, maybe I'm seeing something where there's nothing. You two are the ones who remained. We will give you our blessing, but please don't forget, you are now responsible for nurturing your love. Please take good care of the seed of love that this miracle has created. Of course. I swear to her and both of you. And now let Shannon have the miracle of magic. Now your soul will become human. You will become a full person. Come together, incomplete souls. Become one and know love. So they're taking the two of them, like I said. When Zapar and Furfur faced the heavens and yelled, the miracle of love gathered the souls around Shannon. It came from the losers of the trial, from Canon who had been defeated, and from Beato who had been dropped out. Oh. Oh, so Beato died. They took it from her. Oh, yes, because it's supposed to be a three-person duel initially. Slowly, the bodies of the two began to break down into flecks of gold dust. What's going on here? No one ever said that the losers would disappear. As she yelled, Beato the Elder supported the body of her fading little sister. However, the two demons were smiling quietly. Canon disappears because he died. Beato was born to love Balor, so without that right, she too will vanish. It is very fair. If you had survived, the other two would have vanished instead. Hang in there, little sister. Hang in there. Weren't you going to solve Battler's locked room and save him? What are you doing biting the dust in a place like this? You call yourself a part of our complete form? Why was I born for the sole purpose? This is the good question, I don't know, of loving Battler. Why do I like him? The truth is, I don't know why I fell in love with him. The only thing we know that I can think of is that the creation of Beatrice has to do with Battler, which was the whole thing about no Beatrice existed 6 years ago. But that doesn't really mean anything. She could have been created in the time since. What? You want to talk about that now? After all, when I was born, I was told to love Battler and be loved by him. That was the purpose of my birth. So, I don't really know. why I like him. People don't need a reason to fall in love. Don't disappear. If you disappear, who will save Battler? Little sister Beato. Beatrice! Why is it that I like Battler? Mother? Well, you know, I'm not really a big fan of the domestic type of girl. You know me, I'm a rough around the edges type of guy, right? I just can't handle acting politely in front of girls, ladies first and all that stuff. So if I had to say what type I liked, you know, maybe... Okay, bro! Come on! What's going on here? Maybe a Jessica type girl could be just my thing. If I'm crude, why shouldn't she be too? Is the whole thing that he fell in love with her? Or he caused her love and then he disappeared and he came back and maybe it wasn't the original Battler? Because that was the whole thing that I said the sin was a swap. That could be it. But then we have to explain the MK Ultra mind control. Because that makes sense. That makes more sense. That makes way more sense. He returned to the island. Jessica looked for love while he was gone. It wasn't the same. And then when Battler came back, he wasn't even the same. We even saw Jessica calling on the phone to Battler at the start of this episode. This is so fucking on the nose. If I'm crude, why shouldn't she be too? A rough, relaxed relationship with someone who can cuss and joke around with me, so we're not always thinking about how I'm a guy and she's a girl. That could be just perfect. So if I ever could get a girlfriend, I'd like someone I could joke around with all the time like I do with Jessica. Huh? What would she look like? I'm not too picky about that. But if she did happen to be one of those blue-eyed blondes with big boobs you see in Western films, that'd be awesome. I'd love to rub those boobs. Bro, the game is like fucking telling me this can't be. Beatrice. And that was the creation of Beatrice, was him saying that on the thing. Who else would be able to fulfill that mold other than Jessica? I feel like it has to be Jessica. Beatrice, listen to me. And this makes even more sense. With Canon dying, it has to be. I'm giving you my love for Ushirmiya Battler. You are to become the kind of woman Ushirmiya Battler desires. You will have the golden hair he likes. You will have the big blue eyes he likes. You will have a personality that matches his. And then you are to love him in my place. Oh my god, wait. It actually is. It has to be. I gotta be. No spoilers in chat, please. Nothing. But, like... And if fate allows it, be loved by him. I can no longer love him. I can no longer love him. Please take these desires I could not bring to fruition. These feelings too great for me to bear, and see them through yourself. From this day forward, you are no longer the Rokenjima ghost who lives only to play pranks. From this day forward, you will be the master of this island, waiting for the day that he comes to fulfill his promise. From this day forward, you will do this in my place. So from this day forward, you will no longer be me. Oh my god, it makes so much fucking sense too! This is like massive, I would say, I don't want to say spoiler territory, but we're getting a lot of info here, Mythic. So I would be a little bit careful if you haven't caught up. Please forgive me for pushing all my troubles onto you, while I alone tried. And it would make sense that that's why she went for Canon. Dude, I feel like it has to be. From this day forward, you have the right to hate everything. From this day forward, you are the Golden Witch, Beatrice. And one day, you will destroy everything, revive everything, and bring blessings to all lovers. When that day comes, I pray that you and I will both have found happiness. From this day forward, you will no longer be me. From this day forward, I will no longer be you. The two of us will split a single soul and share it. And though, of course, that won't amount to a complete soul, I'm sure our dreams will be more numerous than most. Let us be blessed, my darling Beatrice. No one else can see your form, but I can. And if you're loved by a lot of people, I'm sure they'll all start seeing you too. We can all see if we have love. This kind of feels like the right idea that we had earlier, that you had whoever Beatrice was, and that Battler leaving the family register and never coming back probably caused the split. And then this person had a wish, but then Battler coming back maybe potentially made the wish possible, but maybe not anymore, because then the idea of like someone being in love can love another, then we have like the whole triangle thing. It's like whoever this person is abstracted their love for Battler onto somebody else. Okay, I'm writing all this down, sorry. This is going to take a moment, but I'm going to have to write down this whole, like, passage here. This song is actually fire. It makes sense too that the person that is Beatrice is separate from the one that rules the mansion. And it makes sense why the one in the mansion wouldn't go away, because the one in the mansion existed prior. We already know that. The one in the mansion existed prior to what was happening. Because we have the whole story of everything that happened with Rosa, with all the kids being told about Beatrice, because she was like an urban legend. It sounds like this person projected their feelings onto this person and personified her. You're actually... You know what? How did I not think about that? You're fucking right. It's fucking Nanjo. All along. You will have the perfect white mane that he likes. You will have the perfect balded scalp that he likes. You will wear the perfect, crisp lab coat that he likes. Holy fuck, this is way more words than you think it is once you start typing it. Because it makes sense, too. It makes sense. It makes sense if Jessica was in love with him and then he leaves for 6 years. That he finds out... It makes sense that the date of the sin, the creation of Beatrice, would be later after the family thing, because he went to his last family conference, and then for whatever reason, you find out why he never comes back, and then she's like, oh my god, I can't do it anymore. Like, I literally need to have my love personified into somebody else, because I literally cannot take it. I cannot take it. I cannot sit with unrequited love. And so then the person that is not the combined person falls in love with Canon, and then if Canon's out of the picture, now if he's gone, I don't know, I'm smoking crack, call me fucking Rob Ford. Dude, we're gonna have to do another theory stream. Oh my god. Do I have to scroll down so I can copy this? I also want to know if this dude wrote this while he was writing Higurashi at any bit. And the reason why I say that is I feel like so much of like the greater outside world of this game adds more to like what happens in Higurashi. But I also can't imagine writing both these at the same time. I probably will, and you're all gonna see it because this stream ain't stopping until we do it. I'll be up here at noon, okay? I don't imagine there's very much left though. It feels like we're close to the end. I don't know if this chapter will be the end or if there'll be another after this, but from this day forward, you will be the master of this island. To fulfill his promise. I know this was written after Higurashi, maybe I didn't word what I said correctly, or maybe you're also confirming what I did say correctly and I'm being stupid. I mean, like, I wonder if he wrote any of it while he was, like, in the process of writing Higurashi, like, if any of it was done partway through. I know it was released after, because I remember looking up the release dates. I guess it makes sense if it all happened after, though. You will do this in my place. So, from this day forward, you will no longer be me. Please forgive. Well, the thing is, we don't know the details of the promise, but I'm imagining that the breaking of the promise is probably what the thing is going to be. Please forgive. I lost where I was. Please forgive me for pushing all of my troubles onto you, while I alone try to find happiness. Because it makes sense, too. If she says, I take all the bad parts that I can't handle, I abstract it onto you. You're gonna take it. You're the leader of this island, or leader. You're the lord of this island, lady, whatever the fuck you want to call it. You take it. That's all you. I'm gonna go do my own thing. She goes and does her own thing. Now at the very end, it all makes sense because now canon is being ripped away, too. Holy fuck, there's so much to write here. This is so long. It doesn't seem like long when you read it, but... And she has the right to hate everything because then the promise is abstracted. And it's the reason why they said that it was created in the 6 years that he was gone. Because it was either something about him not returning that was the breaking of the promise, which I'm assuming was more so the notice of him leaving the family register. Sorry, I'm trying to type this down quickly so that I don't stall for content anymore. And I think the reason why she wants to destroy everything and revive everything and bring the blessings, bring blessings to all lovers. When that day comes, I pray that you and I will both have found... How do we fucking square this circle when we're talking about... When we talk about, like, the Beatrice that Rosa saw. If Rosa was still alive, I'd have, like, a... Split a single soul. Yeah, Higurashi definitely does not follow the Nox rules. The only other thing that I can wonder is if... Is Beatrice like a fraction of the servants? But the only thing is then there would have to be like an original... And then it wouldn't make sense why Shannon gets to become human. I don't understand that part. I feel like if they both died, I could maybe understand the idea that it was like Beatrice separated herself out into 2 parts. I'm sure... Well, I'm sure our dreams will be more numerous than most. Let us be blessed. Probably the Rosa stuff, though, is just in reference to whoever the initial person was that the legend ended up being based on. No one else can see your form, but I can. If you're loved by a lot of people, sure. I feel like this is going to be a story that when you look back and you know everything that happens, of course it's going to be good, but it's probably going to be really sad. We can all see. If we have love. Holy fuck, that was a long type. I'm sorry for that. That was a huge break. Yoshia. Are we dreaming? Insane. What kind of joke is this? Well, Dr. Nanjo. I'll go call Dr. Nanjo. The only thing that I can see here now is that they're about to go out when this happens. Could they argue, I'm going to call this right now, potentially, maybe not. Could they argue that this going out to get Dr. Nanjo, this will cause a break on both seals on the doors? The only thing is, we know the whole thing is going on with him inside the room right now, but are they going to be able... no, I don't think it'll work. I was going to say, could they try and worm out of this by saying, like, oh, look, the seals on the doors are broken? Goda, that is enough. Genji fucking knows something, man. Genji, who had been calm and silent through the whole thing, finally spoke. And those were the most reasonable words spoken. If he called Nanjo here, then what? Not only was there no arm to take the pulse of, there wasn't even a forehead to feel the heat of. Like the last unmelted snow greeting the warm sun of spring, Cannon's form. There was no longer even a trace. And then Cannon and her dying in the other... I don't know! There was no longer even a trace. His form had sparkled with a spray of gold and vanished completely. Where did he go? Where's Yoshia? Yoshia! So long, milady. No, Jessica. Cannon. No one's eyes can see us any longer. That means we are no longer in their world. However, we are right here. You're right. We are here. For us, a body is nothing more than a cage made of flesh. There's no need to be sad. But I do feel sad for her. Jessica. This is all my sin. This is why furniture isn't supposed to love. What will you do now? Though I have lost my form, though I can no longer talk to her, and even though if Jessica ever talks to me, I can do nothing except nod behind her back, I will be by her side. I think that's wonderful. What will you do? I want to save Battler from a locked room. A locked room. After looking a bit taken aback, Cannon laughed gently. Beato, who hadn't expected to be laughed at, looked a little sour. Why are you laughing? This is very important to me. But it's a locked room. That's only a problem for humans who have bodies. Huh? We've already been released from our cage of flesh. How could a locked room hinder us? Are you sure about that? I mean, there's a chain lock and duct tape seals and red truth. I see. So you weren't from the world of pieces, but a being from a higher level world. That's probably why your limitations are different from ours. Ah well. Cannon stretched. It looked as though he was about to head out somewhere. Cannon. Seeing as you're a fellow loser, okay, I'll go for you. I'll go to the guest room in the mansion. What the fuck? Let Battler out, set the chain behind me, and hide in the closet in his place. How about that? I'm glad for the sentiment, but even if you wanted to leave the cousin's room, Erika's seals mean... Unlike the next room over, the cousin's room where Cannon had been guaranteed to be a complete locked room, even counting the windows. Not only did he have no way to save Battler, but he couldn't even escape himself. In that case, use your magic to give me power. My magic? Yeah. Use your magic on me. Wait, I don't even know how. Aren't you Beatrice the Golden Witch? I am a witch, but I don't even know about locked room tricks, much less magic. Good grief. Okay, listen up, Beatrice. I'll only tell you this once. This is what a witch is. What a witch is? A witch is not the one who solves puzzles. Not the one who solves puzzles? Yeah, that's right. If you're a witch, why are you clutching at your head because of someone else's puzzles? That's not a witch's job, right? Then what is a witch's job? Creating them? I mean, fuck. That's why you've done the whole fucking game. The Golden Witch I know used insane magic to create puzzles that baffled everyone and sneered at their confusion, creating a horrible riddle that no one can get, spin everyone around and badmouth them. You aren't supposed to clutch your head agonizing over your opponent's puzzles. That's their job. Agonizing is my opponent's job. Don't worry about how to get Ushimiya Battler out of the locked room. A room locked by a chain? What a joke. You need to create a much more spectacular ultimate locked room, and make it so that they're the ones agonizing. I'll even lend a hand. I'm not the one who agonizes. That's for them to do. It's about time they recalled the true terror of Beatrice the Endless Witch, the one who can create endless locked room tricks of the most horrific kind. Tricks that can make even the demons of hell prostrate themselves in shock. A locked room even more horrific than Battler's. We've already gotten our hands on one, haven't we? A horrific locked room. Are they gonna say that she made it to crack it herself? Ah. In the back of Beato's mind, images she remembered began to flip by, one after another. The layout of the mansion, the guest house, the rose garden. Hey, I remember these. Trick, mistake, mislead. Taunt, trap, laugh together. Do you know about this trick? It was in a book I read once. Beato's eyes opened wider and wider. Countless lights circled around her, swallowing her up. And one more thing. What? There's no way for the Witch of Locked Rooms to talk. Then you think I should go for Wadawa? Or that's no way. I think I said that. Let me put my glasses back on. I'm not that blind. It's only like -1 in each eye, but I'm trolling. Okay, we're in the next chapter, Red and Blue Truth. Oh god. I'm just gonna let it ride. The marriage ceremony ended without any problems, and the reception was held inside the cathedral. As the goat demons partied raucously, Delana could be seen leaning against a pillar trying to escape from the noise. Then Gertrude appeared and whispered some kind of report to her. Is that true? For your attention, Assistant Inquisitor Cornelia is currently heading towards the scene. I suggest that Lady Erika be contacted as well. Understood, I will tell her. Gertrude, contact the head of ceremony security. Prepare for battle. As you wish. I apologize for interrupting your chat. I'm in charge of security for this ceremony. Huh? For me? Oh, what's going on? I told you that you were going too far. Champagne Tower bowling was always a bad idea. Time for scolding. Giggle, giggle. Hey, Burn. Fine, what is it? Did I do something wrong? The reception desk has received an envelope from an unknown sender addressed to Lady Lambda Delta. I always ignore anonymous calls and letters. Just throw it away. Well, you see, this one's a little different. What the? Have you told anyone you received this? No, only the two sisters at the reception desk and I know. I've already issued a gag order. The instant she saw the envelope, Lambda Delta snatched it away and lowered her voice. Berncastle had walked away and was apparently making fun of Erika. Erika was drunk, of course, and Bern was getting that way too. If they were left alone, they'd probably forget about this. It was true that the envelope had no sender written on it. However, the seal done on it in gold leaf fulfilled the same purpose. That seal was... Lambda Delta hid behind a pillar, ripped the envelope open, took out the letter inside and read. Her eyes instantly started to glint, and she grinned like a kid who'd just gotten a naughty idea. What is to be done? The sniper team is carrying red warheads. If you give your permission, I will give the order to load them. What are you talking about? Do you realize how important these guests are? If a stray bullet hits one of these attendees, all the new Chiester sisters will be sent straight from the factory to the guillotine for the next 10 years. Understood, ma'am. We will intercept with regular warheads. Shall we post lookouts around the Seven Sisters of Purgatory? Why would we need those? After all, the Seven Stakes are battlers, and now Erika's furniture. Why would we post lookouts around our allies? Lambda Delta is fucking covering! Just make sure security is nice and tight. Yo, shout out Lambda Delta. I think she's pulling one over for us. Just now we received a recommendation from Senior Assistant Inquisitor Gertrude suggesting that we make preparations for battle. Her reasons are unknown. From Gertrude? Then follow that recommendation. A party's more fun once you liven things up. Understood, ma'am. 00, calling Chiester 17, Chiester 38, Chiester 45, issuing code R alert. Standby level 2. 17, copy. 38, copy. 45, understood. Would've been cooler if you just said copy. I panicked. Right, 45. Come over here a second. What is it? Hey, we're on duty. Stop, don't play with my ears. Your ears. Better fold them down. What did you say? You're kidding, right? That's impossible. Cornelia is heading there now. The odds of Beatrice attacking here are extremely high. I recommend suspending the reception and evacuating. What's going on, Erika? Something go wrong with the entertainment? No, my master. Please continue to enjoy the reception. Hey, someone. Let's get Lady Berncastle some more dried plum wine. The question had come too fast for Erika to hide her agitation. When Berncastle saw this, she knew that their final late guest... fuck! Would soon be arriving. Lucy, I hear there's been some movement in the guest house. The guest house? Who cares about that game board now? Well, they're saying that Cannon disappeared from the cousin's room. What? Are you a moron? The cousin's room is a perfect locked room with the doors and the windows perfectly sealed. It's impossible for him to escape. No, I've investigated that claim as well. There's no mistake. Kenan has disappeared from the cousin's room. He's probably hiding somewhere in the cousin's room, or else he's managed to trick everyone since the beginning and was never in that room to begin with. That's impossible. It's been guaranteed that everyone is in the cousin's room except the specific names Lady Erika read aloud back then. It's impossible for him to trick his way out of here. Out of there. How did he get past the Jungfrau seal barrier? Now, first off, where on earth is Kenan? Find him at once. At that moment, the cathedral suddenly went black. The surprised commotion of the guests filled the cathedral. She's here. Oh, the aura. 00 calling all Chiesters. Code R alert. Chiester 17, can you repair the electrical systems? Negative. Communications with the management staff have been severed. All Chiesters code red. Rock and roll. Copy. 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 Understood. Copy. The sniper teams and the chandeliers all released their safeties at once. The entire security team down in the hall loaded their ammunition. Lady Erika, let us evacuate to the waiting room. It is dangerous here. What's dangerous? I'm the territory lord of this world. Why should I have to run away in fear? Gertrude, set up a VIP guard barrier. Call Cornelia back here at once. For your attention, this is underway. A barrier? I need to be wrapped in one of your pitiful, pathetic barriers while I'm wearing a wedding dress. How insulting. This disturbance made even Battler groan as he sat in the next seat like a doll. Even with his soul sealed, Battler probably realized that something strange was going on. She took her time. Right, Lambda? Totally. She sure kept us waiting. What was that just now? A love letter from someone. Oh, a love letter. Fan letter. From the Lambda Chan fan club. Lambda Delta played dumb and munched some popcorn. Then the lights finally turned on. It was clear that during that blackout, Beatrice had snuck in somewhere nearby, possibly even inside the cathedral itself. The Whispering Goat attendees all realized it as well. Whose scheme was this, and what were they doing? Though it may have been imprudent, they were looking forward to this, and an excited chatter filled the cathedral. Oh my goat. Looks like she came. Yeah, they let you come back too? Come on, putting me in jail is meaningless. True, boo-goo-goo-goo. But, Richie, Battler's locked room, the cousin's room, and even the final possibility, the next room over, have all been sealed. How are you planning to save Battler? Let us suppose that Milady has found some trick X. If so, she would inevitably have to march in here to thrust that in Lady Erika's face. But against all of these Chiester troops, I can't believe this many of them were hiding here. It's impossible. She'll be stoned to death. Rabbit ears could be seen poking all around the hall. Out all around the hall. It was incredible that such a large number of them could remain hidden and unnoticed. If she can just get close enough to challenge Erika, she should be able to get herself an even fight. I see that. Move. However, does Milady have that item with her? After all, she hated dealing with them and disliked it every time I prepared them for her. Dear me, she remains a troublesome one to the end. To have that item with her. I don't know what that means. I mean, the crowd Ronove took something out and showed it. When Virgilia saw the object in his hand, she understood its meaning. Is it gonna be like a spirit mirror? That's my only guess. True, with that, it should be possible to stop the attacks from the Chiester troops. Well, if it doesn't work on Erika, we're through. The problem is getting her right in front of Erika, if only for a second. In front of her for a second. The Chiesters will probably prevent that with all they have. Leah? I bet you could give her time to do that. Virgilia gave a small nod. However, the problem was the two Chiester troops standing at her back. Since the time she had tried to jump out in front of the procession, she had been marked constantly. It was possible with Virgilia's vast magical power to momentarily take out all of the Chiester troops in the cathedral. That would only gain a short bit of time, but it would be enough to confront Erika. The Chiester troops knew this, so they kept a close eye on Virgilia with tense faces. At that moment, the great cathedral door was blasted to bits. Oh, and my goat enters. The fragments became bright gold butterflies which danced across the room in a beautiful blizzard of gold leaf. That golden storm slowly faded away. Then, at the entrance to the red-carpeted path to the grave, stood a calm, majestic figure. Guards, shoot to kill. Negative, conducting identity comparison. Delena ordered the guards to shoot the intruder right away, but Chiester 00 didn't comply. Was it because she had been warned about shooting these guests and was afraid of the consequences if she accidentally shot a drunk guest who had disguised themselves as Beatrice as some sort of prank? I thought the one Chiester sister was dead. I don't remember which one it was, though. No, 00 was just coolly and calmly carrying out. No, it wasn't 00, and it's not 45, and it's not 410. I'm trying to remember which one it was that died. Oh, my goat. Oh, what a surprise. You know, I thought you weren't going to make it. She's aura farming. The pair faced each other from either end of the long red carpet. However, in between them stood several dozen Chiester honor guards. It took you quite some time to come here, most honored guest. You had us all quite worried, but I'm glad you managed to make it to the reception at least. Oh. One second. Okay, you know what? Normally I'm not the voice acting type. I'm gonna put voice acting on for this. Because why not? We're gonna do one of these. Beato laughed. That chuckle made Battler's eyes quiver slightly. You. Oh, the pose. And the eyes are back! She's back! Did I keep you waiting? Yeah, that person. I'm here to celebrate. She's back! My goat is back! She had an overpowering and evil presence about her, strong enough to make anyone shiver. Was it still necessary for her identity to be confirmed? Who could possibly mistake this overwhelming presence? What she said. See you in hell is a favorite parting line of mine, but... Identity confirmed, it is the great Lady Beatrice. It seems we are here already. There you go. At that moment, the two Chiester troops standing behind Virgilia slumped over and fell to the floor. Ronove had touched the bases of their big ears from behind. It was clear that he had applied some sort of magic. Someone find a doctor. These girls seem to be ill. All Chiesters open fire. Well, she said it in English. Beato, now. Just an instant before the Chiester troops could fire, Virgilia raised her arms to the heavens. Hey, the stained glass, it's gone. Her magical power, which was more than enough to remind all present what her name had been at the height of her strength, became a spirit wave and exploded throughout the cathedral. The impact made the stained glass windows shatter and colorful glass shards poured down everywhere. Spirit particle warfare defenses, hurry on recovery! However, all the Chiester honor guards who didn't have spirit particle defenses toppled over like dolls. The ceiling snipers who were defended, were able to avoid their systems going down completely, but it would take several minutes before they could recover. That span of time would be enough to reach Erika. However, Erika couldn't be defeated in just a few minutes. There was no way they could carry Battler away in that time. What should they use this precious time for? Beato dashed down the red carpeted path. She ran down the path to the grave, which was lined by Chiester troops lying there like corpses. She had called this place hell. In that case, running from hell to the grave was actually going backwards. Beato's figure dashing through the corpse-ridden path truly symbolized her resurrection. Milady, take this. Got it. As she dashed, she snatched something white from Ronove's outstretched hand. There was no longer anyone blocking her path to Erika. Also, I apologize to anybody who, of the small percentage in the future, understands Japanese natively. Because it's probably really annoying to hear me talk over it, but hey, such to suck. However, that instant, a golden thread came from in front of her and rapidly sewed through the red carpet towards her like a sewing machine. Oh, we have a meddler. Reloading complete. Requesting data. Firing radar targeted. Data linked to 410. 410 was clever. She had predicted that Virgilia would go for a spirit particle attack and had folded over her ears in 4-5s beforehand. So they were the only ones that weren't taken out. Firing. Once again, the golden sewing thread chased after Beato, weaving like a sewing machine. It was as though an undulating golden snake was shooting after her. Impudence. How dare you interfere at a moment so invaluable for my showdown with Erika? Beato jumped sideways away from the red carpet and ran across the top of a long table covered with beautiful food. The gold snake chased her, sewing through the pure white tablecloth like a sewing machine and scattering dishes left and right. The goat attendees ran about wildly trying to escape. The cathedral was wrapped in pandemonium. I can't believe some of those rabbits evaded the spirit particle attack. This is bad. With them in that position, there's nothing we can do. A pair of snipers attacking from high above on the chandelier were much further away than Erika was, too far for Byato to reach. Furthermore, their position couldn't have been worse for Byato with the entire cathedral inside their range of fire. Too bad, yeah, Beatrice. The trials of love are harsh. 4-5 new magazine. This? Oh my god. Gab handed her the magazine. 4-5 always handed them over the wrong way around, so 410 was a bit confused to have one handed to her the right way up. What's she saying? Let go. Yeah, that. No matter how distant a position they might take, it was no problem for the elusive Gab. Gab twisted their long ears up, then tickled them with her thumbs. The Chiester's greatest weapon was also their greatest weakness. The two doubled over with laughter. Oh, she has the hottest voice, I'm sorry. I've handled these two, but how many seconds do we have? The other Chiesters will be reactivating. On the other chandeliers, even more powerful Chiesters were slowly starting to move again. It would be impossible to buy any more time. Ah, Gab. Thanks, I'm in your debt. Don't forget to thank these guys too. Byato, good luck. Hang in there. It's nice for Gilia. You don't have much time. I don't think I need to say that one. Byato cut through the crowd of scampering goats like Moses. Her goal was straight in front of her, the place where Erika and Battler were seated. Just then a red barrier was created, blocking her path. It was the VIP guarding barrier that Gertrude had set up. She stepped forward and laid out a last line of defense to block Byato's way. For your attention, know that you will not be allowed any closer. You think a wall like that can stop me? How long until the Chiesters reactivate? Within 30 seconds. As the eldest of the seven sisters of Purgatory, Lucifer stood in waiting behind the bride and groom. She wanted to save Byato. If she could just distract Gertrude for a moment, the wall would disappear. However, the seven sisters were furniture. They served the territory lord, so they couldn't move to help Byato. Delena glanced over at Lucifer. There was a coercive tint to her eyes. You are not allowed to move except by the orders of your master. Who's our master? It's Erika now, idiot. No, our master is Battler. True, Erika only speaks on his behalf. That's right, One-sama, whose furniture are we? It's just too delicious. I'm gonna have a nibble. That's nice. She didn't break or she couldn't hold the rules. That's nice. The red absolute barrier flickered for just an instant. Beelzebub's stake had pierced Gertrude's shoulder and her concentration had wavered. But it didn't break. Oh my god, they're about to kill her. Chill on Gertrude, what the fuck? Slowly and expressionlessly, Gertrude turned to look at Lucifer. By whose orders? No, the Lady Erika has made no such order. We do have orders. The orders of our master. How can a master who cannot speak give orders? Even without a word spoken, understanding a master's will is the job of furniture. Then it cannot be helped. The seven stakes shot at Gertrude at once. Gertrude had chosen to take all of those direct attacks, refusing to abandon the barrier until the last moment. Though she was resilient enough to do justice to the name of Eisern Jungfrau and took no damage at all, the attack was more than enough to make her flinch and lose control of the barrier. Iron Maiden. Is that what that's supposed to translate to? I don't know in what language, but... It looks like German, but I'm not sure. Good work, my furniture. Byato shot through the scattered red fragments of the barrier, and she was finally right in front of the bride, her rival Erika. However, there stood the final shield protecting Erika. Death sentence Delana. You are late. Time is already up, Lady Beatrice. Chester 17 data link to all Chiesters. Incoming data from Archangel satellites. Homing format. Verdict model conceptual guidance. Chester 20 reactivation complete. Chester 127 reactivation complete. Time's up. What she said. Stop that. No. Ricci. Good luck. Oh, a little bit of his soul's coming back. There you go. She said it too. Look, dude, they're doing my work for me. Fuck, I should have turned on the voices before. Back off, Delano Enox. This is not your fight. I have received a red truth denying you from Lady Burncastle. I am afraid that this will become your grave. I don't know what Burncastle has allowed her to say, however I don't need to sit around and let that longsword tell me. I'll play with you all you want later, but for now back off. There's no time, the Chiesters have already finished reactivating, I'm only living on a bit of borrowed time. You will be the one to retreat. You are the pitiable actor who has chosen the wrong time to appear on stage. Yelena's red longsword cut a large arc of absolute denial, which headed right for the crown of Beato's head. She's gonna block it with her pipe. Pow! Gold truth incoming. However, in that instant there was a thunk and the sword was knocked slightly off course. Beato didn't let this good fortune go to waste. She slipped past the longsword, knocked Yelena aside, and finally stood right in front of Erika. This time not a single person stood in her way. This is... popcorn? Where did this come from? It's gotta be Lambda! For your attention, urgent request from the bride security detail. Chiester Sisters Imperial Guard, fire at the intruder immediately. Dude, is Lambda Delta... I'm telling you, man, Lambda Delta, she's a little bit of like a troublester. I'm starting to get something that she might be a little bit on our side at this point. The commotion quieted. However, no one fired. Why? There was no one to fire. They could have fired if they wanted to. All of the Chiester troops had her fully in their sights and had removed their safeties. Of course, all of them had finished reactivating. However, they hesitated to pull the trigger. Why are you not firing? Ceremony guards, immediately! Wait, look at that. Delana's expression grew grim. Then she quietly put her red longsword away. After all, Erika would have to make a decision. If she decided to ignore the thing in front of her, they could shoot to kill. However, if she picked it up, doing so would be unforgivable. So they couldn't pull the trigger until Erika decided. Was it the ring? Why won't anyone shoot? Look closely. See what Beato just threw at Erika? Lambda Delta pointed, still chomping down popcorn. It was hard to see from the balcony. Beato had thrown something like a white handkerchief at Erika. It had fallen to Erika's feet. Is this like throwing the gauntlet down? Are we gonna, like the velvet glove? Are we dueling? What was that white thing? She really knows that girl. She knows what it means to be the main character. Dude, Lambda's fucking popping off in this episode. How interesting. Or is it like a bridal veil or something? The thing that had hit Erika in the face and fallen to the floor, the item Beato had gotten from Ronove was a white glove. Yeah, you're throwing the glove down. Let's go. Hitting someone with a glove like that could only mean one thing. Duel. That was. Oh, Zipar. What's this? What does it mean? This is a request for a duel. If she picks up the glove, it means she's accepted. But if she doesn't, the Chiesters will do the dirty work for her. Why there's no need to pick it up at all? She can choose not to. However, I imagine that we and all the demons present would spread the word far and wide that she dishonorably ran away from a duel. She would be known for eternity as a coward who ran away from a duel of love. Beatrice waited firmly and composedly. If Erika just kicked it away, then that very instant, the Chiesters would probably all fire at once, turning her into golden embroidery. So Erika did not have to pick it up. However, she could not afford to be afraid of picking it up. After all, she was the true victor who had defeated Battler's locked room, trick, and logic. If she was the victor, she should have nothing to fear. So, if she was afraid of doing it, it would prove that she still felt a tinge of doubt about her victory. If I don't pick it up, I can kill you without getting these clothes dirty. That would probably live up to your reception. However, you will pick it up. Oh, and why is that? I have brought a wonderful wedding gift just perfect for you. You will want to know what that is, therefore you'll pick it up. Not interested. Goodbye. You will pick it up. For the locked room I have brought you is one to put Battler's guest room to shame. A locked room that is simple, basic, and absolutely unsolvable. And you will want to hear about it. An absolutely unsolvable locked room. I know that you desire to accept my challenge. I know that because you are a Reddit mod! A detective. Oh, the new outfit, or the old outfit's back? Erika threw off her wedding dress as though it was a cape. Yes, though she was a bride, a piece, and a witch. Before any of those, first and foremost, I am a detective. I acknowledge you as my opponent. However, are you not qualified to participate in this game, or are you? You have managed to fix the logic error, I assume. If you pick that glove up, I will prove that I have fixed it in my fight against you. As a... Good though. Oh, the cathedral filled with noise. Erika had picked up the glove. A duel! A duel! The cathedral was wrapped in a bizarre excitement. At Erika's nod, Delana pushed the crowd away, leaving the pair alone. People were permitted to witness the duel, however no one would be allowed to hinder it in any way. Bro's just like coming right now. I don't know what's going on with him. Don't worry, my love. Aww. She turns into the other one talking to him. It's alright, Battler. I've already found a way to save you. How? Did you? I'm gonna save you now. Please endure just a little longer. Biyuto's resolute expression turned, and she grinned boldly, looking down on Erika. Yes, there could be no doubt. This was the expression worn only by the Golden Witch, the majestic presence of the Master of Locked Rooms. A shadow dashed through the stormy rose garden. It was incredibly light and swift. The raindrops never touched him. He made no splashes in the countless puddles. His feet left no tracks in the mud. The rushing figure was Ken. Then he ran up the stairs to the entrance of the mansion. He did not slow down in the slightest to open the door. He ran straight at it as though trying to break through and leapt into it. Though the door was shut, even that couldn't stop Cannon. He slipped through the door, fell into the entranceway, and slowly stood up. His body wasn't even wet. And as he recalled those nostalgic days spent serving the Ushirimiya family, which would never come again, he ran once more. He was heading for Battler's guest room. He ran past the servant room, through the entrance hall, and past the door to the parlor. Then the doors to the kitchen and the dining hall came into sight. All of it brings back fond memories. This is his fucking, like, I don't know what word you would call this. It's like his send-off. Fucking requiem for a dream ass here. There was the honor and discipline of serving Kinzo directly. However, that man wasn't strict all the time. Oh, look who it is, though. You think I give a fuck about Kinzo? Get his ass out of here! It's Nanjo! When the family was out of sight and he didn't have to preserve that air of majesty, his face could turn unbelievably childish, and he would sometimes ask me to take part in strange pranks. The master let me shoot lots of guns, didn't he? That was pretty fun. Krause was actually surprisingly kind. He must have gotten the impression that the master bullied me a lot. Whenever I was the only one around, he would talk to me in a very familiar way, almost as if he was a classmate of mine. Aw, I sort of regret that I held back and never did anything but nod in return. So this is 100% the death of Cannon. 100%. He's getting sent off for good. Madame was a really strict person. Ever since a rumor spread about her being strict on female servants but soft towards male servants, I get the feeling she viewed me as an enemy. However, she was also a woman to be pitied. On many occasions when she was alone, I saw her shoulders sagging from her burdens. Aw, it's my goat. There were a lot of servants, weren't there? Some lasted a short while, others longer. Genji is the one person fit to be called my father. I am both grateful and resentful towards him over many things. Over time, all those feelings mixed together, cancelled out, and left me with a neutral emotion. That's kind of how I feel about Genji. In that case, Kumasawa could probably be called my mother. She helped me out so many times. I always wanted to repay her someday, and now I've lost that chance for all time. Shannon is my big sister. Without her, I wouldn't have been able to be me. Thanks for teaching me the ocean is blue. Aw. I don't really like Cannon, but this is kind of sweet. Goda? Fuck that guy. Yeah, that's what I'm saying! I hate that guy. Still, when I complimented his servants too, he would sometimes turn red and tell me there was enough for seconds. I didn't dislike that part of him. I wonder why such strong memories popped up in the short time it took me to ran past the dining hall. Be a run, but yeah. And then my memories of Jessica. Aw, they're in color. That's so sweet because he has love. Oh, that's really sweet, actually. Oh. So you're a boy servant. How old are you? I think those were the first words she spoke to me. Come to think about it, she was probably interested in me ever since then. We really did have enough time to build up a love that could have competed with the love between George and Shannon. But since I could only see the gray sea, I wasted almost all that time. What does she like about me? What do I like about her? I get the feeling we were never really able to clarify that for ourselves. No, she told me. There's nothing wrong with spending more time together to eventually find that out. The Ava fucking statement. The reason for love could have come later on. It took me far too long to realize that. Now I think I can accept it. I know why Shannon won the duel. God must have been watching. You had so much more courage than I did, and God didn't abandon you. I reached the hallway with the guest rooms. There was someone lying on the ground. It was Battler. He was lying just outside the guest room, a chain tied to his neck. He'd probably struggled to do something with the chain lock from the outside until he lost consciousness. His fingernails on both hands had been torn off, and they were stained with blood. I could tell at a glance just how hard he had tried until the final moment when his heart had died. The collar binding him wouldn't disappear unless the chain lock was set. Bro, that was not what I expected your voice to be, even though I've heard it before. I don't know why. Battler. It's alright. I'm gonna save you now. Bro's actually gonna be the sacrificial lamb. Battler responded faintly. He probably never imagined that help would come to his eternal locked room. Okay, so I was kind of right when I said it had to be someone from the outside. He was so scared that this might be an auditory hallucination brought about by his fleeting delusions that he couldn't be easily roused. Cannon grabbed Battler from behind and dragged him into the room. Come on, we gotta solve this puzzle. The inside of the room was terrible. The windows had been brutally shattered and the wind and rain had made its way into the room. All kinds of tools and furniture lay broken there. However, Battler hadn't smashed them out of rage. Frustration? The curtain had been removed and torn to shreds which had been twisted together. Oh, he was trying to kill himself. He had turned it into a rope, probably while experimenting to see if he could use it for some trick. He had tried using everything in the room, exploring all possible options of escape. The traces could be seen throughout the room and even in the bathroom. The empty bathtub was stained with just a bit of blood, and the nippers lay there on the bottom. To protect this tale, he had nearly been prepared to accept Berncastle's brutal method of escape and cut himself into pieces while washing himself down the drain. He was even willing to tear apart his own body. To protect the game Beato had entrusted him with, he had probably questioned himself over and over in this bathtub, wondering if there was any other way out. By the clock of the game world, not even a single day had passed. However, just how many years had that lasted in the locked room at the Logic Error? 6 years, of course. When faced with an endless span of time, any way of ending it, no matter how cruel is tempting. However, he had rejected that until the very end. And even in the last moments, when his heart had died, he had wanted so much to show his iron will to escape from this locked room that he had chosen to fall here in the corridor with the chain still around his neck. Battler. It's Cannon. Please come to your senses. He wiped Battler's face with a towel wetted in the sink. In response to that cold sensation, Battler's heart slowly started beating again. It's like that one Joe Biden quote when he's at the speech, and then my heart started beating again. Cannon. Is that you? Yes, it's me, Cannon. You did well to endure until today. Looks like I slept in just a little too much. Me before every stream when I don't stream on the days that I don't stream. Battler realized that the feel of the towel on his neck meant that the cursed collar and chain were gone. There's no longer anything binding you here. Come on, please head back quickly. But if I unset that chain lock, that chain will come back. Don't worry. No longer does any chain exist to bind you, Battler. I will remain here. Dude, he's actually Illidan. He's gonna fucking torture himself. What did you say? By now, Battler knew the terror of this eternal locked room better than anyone else, so his happiness at being able to leave was overwhelmed by his shock at the determination of this room's new prisoner. I will be fine. There's no need to worry. But, Battler, isn't there still something you have to do? Go back quickly. There is someone fighting in your place, and there is someone awaiting your return. It has to be Jessica, or it has to be. Will you do it again? Not come back? Exactly, then not come back. Dude, it's gotta be. His stern words and gaze shot straight through Battler. Are you sure? Yeah, that will be fine. This way I can repay my debt from back then. Debt? Do you... owe me something. No, bro, the dead is giving him a chance to love because if Battler never left the island, he never would have had the chance to love Jessica because Jessica would have stayed in love with Battler. It's gotta be Jessica. Debt, do you owe me something? It isn't a debt I have with you, Battler. It's okay. So go. I don't like keeping debts. Okay, Canon Lannister, I see you. Go quickly. You must not keep her waiting this time. So quickly. Battler couldn't argue back anymore. He silently bowed his head, unset the chain, and opened the door. Canon had remained in the room, so no chain appeared about Battler's neck. He could leave this locked room just by running out. The happy-sounding voices that he had heard at the far end of the corridor had been replaced with an excited chatter. There must have been some sort of strange disturbance going on. As Canon went out of the corridor to see me off, the merciless collar and chain had already captured their new prisoner. He would remain inside this eternal locked room, in Battler's place. Canon. I feel the same. About what? I don't like keeping debts. I'll definitely repay you. And I'll do it soon. I hope I can count on that. Go on. Run. Run to the one you love. And please never get lost again. Bro, I'm getting so honey-dicked if it's not. Battler would not turn around any longer. He ran with everything he had. He ran out into the corridor whose warmth he had cursed so many times. That cursed chain no longer bound him. This song is so good. I'm sorry, I want to turn the background music back up. This song is so fucking good. I love piano music. I'm so biased towards piano music. Oh. He ran to the end of the corridor and beyond the light. Oh. Cannon, still connected to the chain, watched him go, then quietly returned to the guest room. Of course, after I turn the music back up, it switches tracks. Now he only had to worry about his own job. Stay in this room and fix the error in logic. Now, I set the chain lock. As soon as he set it, the chain disappeared from his neck. Now if he hid in the closet, the one place Erika hadn't checked, the broken logic would be fixed. The closet door opened slowly. It was well oiled and opened without a sound. It was cramped inside and dark. This tiny space is the final place for me. As long as I remain hidden in here, the logic will be preserved. That's an easy job. Easier than caring for the roses. Aww. Cannon entered the closet and closed the double doors from the inside. As soon as he did, a small gold butterfly appeared, melted into the darkness of the closet and vanished. It must have been a sign that the logic had been fixed. The witch's game had already stopped, and the clock of the world of the pieces would never tick again. So for all eternity, no one would come to save him from this place. That's okay. 30,000 yo, good timing! This way, I've paid back my debt. Beatrice. Yeah, dude, this is like the first canon character development besides being an edgy boy, but it's a little bit late, but it's okay. The power of the gold butterfly brooch taught me about love. In the third game, it gave me some quiet time alone with Jessica. I get the feeling it did many other small things for me. At any rate, now I've paid back all of my debts. Actual trophy jump scare, though. 30,000 clicks, yo, what's up? I owe nothing to anyone, and no one owes anything to me. That music tape Jessica lent me? I never gave that back, did I? That's okay, isn't it, Jessica? I like that one. Can I keep it as a present? No, but you'll make a copy for me? Oh, that's really sad, though. Slowly, Cannon's body began to melt into a cloud of gold butterflies. I mean, he is dead, right? I mean... And after the inside of the cramped, dark closet glittered like a golden planetarium. It faded away like the light of fireflies and was painted over with a pitch blackness. For all eternity. Aww. Okay, back to the cathedral! I knew it, come on, easy. In the cathedral, the goat attendees were all jostling around either side of the red carpet. On the red carpet, standing across from each other, were Beato and Erika. In their hands were the dueling pistols given to them by Zipar and Furfur. Hey, I said this earlier, flintlocks, aren't they? How old-fashioned. Pay it no mind, demons are very particular about style. Its form was similar to an actual old-fashioned gun, but this was, of course, a demon's gun. This gun wasn't a gun, or this wasn't a gun that would propel a lead bullet with an explosion caused by gunpowder, like the pistols used in the duel between Shannon and Cannon, whose bullets had contained a magic that would always kill. These pistols also had bullets that were not made of lead. Is it anti-magic toxin? It's gotta be. Bieto. There's no need to worry. She'll win easily and you'll have to deal with her insults again, Leo. When this match is over, we should ask to be paid every now and then. Actually, true though. When the fight is finished, I would like to take a trip down to the Caribbean sometime. Okay. Enough about when the fight is over. That's an ill omen before a duel. Bieto, take this seriously. This is no time to be standing around laughing. Why is Richi relaxed and Leah tense? You two. All together? Beatrice, you can do it! I should have said it with them. Beatrice at a disadvantage in this duel. Why? Normally a witch can put up a fight by piling mystery upon mystery. However, since the game has been suspended, she has nothing on her side except the mystery of Battler's guest room. If Erika can just strike a blue wedge through that one mystery, it'll mean that she's solved everything. We can win. I believe in Beatrice. And Battler. Our two masters. Did you call me? Thanks. For once, it feels as though our chances for winning are 50-50. So I'd like to thank you beforehand. It is simply my job. There is no need to thank me. In the last game, when you protected me after my pathetic defeat, I was touched. That was the first time in my life that anyone had ever protected me. Even my master has never done so. All she gave me was a way to negate the pain of naked truth by laying bare the truth of others, and causing them just as much pain. Please forgive my arrogance. I felt that I needed to protect you. As soon as I realized what fragile truth you live by, and how much it has been violently abused by fiction that sounds more plausible, I wanted to protect you. Aww. Thank you. Our time together was short, but you were a wonderful partner. And I will remain so. You're right. Once we've defeated her, let's make tons of mysteries on this island together. I'll have you solve them and tease you as we play. How does that sound? It sounds interesting. I'm looking forward to your challenge. Ah, no, sorry. I take that back. That'd be one of those loser flags, wouldn't it? Yeah, I think it might be. Now are you ready, duelists? When the two demons clap their hands, the duelists instantly return to their bold, tense smiles. The bullet has to be loaded into those magic... Oh, the bullets to be loaded into those gun... Fuck! The bullets to be loaded into those magic guns are not lead. A shootout between mystery and fantasy should be fought with bullets of red and blue truth. As long as you possess truth, your bullets are endless. However, being hit by a single one means instant death. Are both of you prepared? Are you both prepared? Sorry, did she say... Your bullets are endless, so okay. Are you both prepared? Naturally. Of course. Lady Lambda Delta, the great and powerful Witch of Certainty and member of the glorious Senate, please come forward. Will you swear to oversee this duel? Of course. I swear it. The crowd split and Lambda Delta walked forward with Burncastle by her side. She looked between the faces of the two duelists. Then, she took out an envelope with the seal of the one-winged eagle and lifted it high. Beatrice has sent me her revisions to the tale inside a sealed envelope. I have inspected it and find its contents to be valid. I declare the logic error averted. The chain lock is still set, and without any contradictions, with any red truth made up to this point. Chatter, 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 chatter. The many goat attendees knew the details of Battler's locked room. They realized how difficult it was. And though fiery debates had swept across the crowd during the reception, no one had been able to find an answer. And now it was clear that Beatrice had already reached one. Therefore, this duel is legitimate. It will center around one single point. The locked room of Battler's guest room. Ushirimiya Battler disappeared from within a locked room sealed by a chain lock. Erika will load her weapon with blue truth regarding this matter. Beatrice will load hers with red truth to counter back. The duel will continue until one side is victorious. Splendid. Perfect. What she said. Well then, Bieto, present your new revised tale and riddle to Erika. Okay, I'm gonna go pee real quick. I'm sorry, I have to go pee really quick. I'm like fucking sprint to the washroom. We'll be right back. Like, maybe a minute. 1 second. Okay, I'm back. Fuck, you're lucky. I just about passed out, man. You know how hard I pushed? Should be thankful. Okay. Fucking hands are still fucking wet from washing. I didn't even get to dry them. I had a hand towel somewhere here. Whatever. Well then, Beato, present your new revised tale. Then, look, everyone... Because I'm unmuting my mic and muting it because I wasn't tabbed in. The cousin's room was also a locked room. Cannon used magic to escape from there without breaking the seals. He then arrived at Battler's locked room and used magic to allow Battler to escape. What a foolish tale. Good. Erika, is there anything you wish to confirm? Repetition requested. The one who rescued Battler was without a doubt Cannon. Very well. The one who rescued Battler was without a doubt Cannon. Repetition requested. Battler and Cannon are different people. Very well. Battler and Cannon are different people. That's enough. Erika, are you done confirming things? That was all I needed. I've already decided how to fight. Okay. Let both sides load their bullets. Erika turned around, pressed her finger against the barrel of the pistol, made her blue truth into a bullet and pushed it in. There was no rule saying that she had to turn away, but she didn't want her expression to be read. Or it might have been because she couldn't stand the tension of looking at Beato's bold smile. Beato had already finished loading her red truth. She waited for Erika to finish while calmly puffing on her pipe. Then she looked at Battler, who sat on the throne of the territory lord, right next to the two witches who sat as witnesses to the duel. Battler's consciousness was still hazy. However, he apparently understood that Beato had come to duel for his sake so that he could be saved. It was all he could do to just look at Beato with those sluggish eyes, but a flood of emotions passed between them. There was no need for words. A look was enough for them now. Erika closed her eyes tightly, her fingers still up against the barrel. At that moment, her stunning powers of concentration made all the distractions of the outside world disappear. Good. My concentration is as sharp as ever. Are you ready? Me, Furudo, Erika? First, let's lay out the situation. Battler disappeared from that locked room. The chain lock is set. Did he disappear by magic? Of course not. There has to be a trick. Cannon didn't save him with magic. He just came, took Battler's place, and set the chain. Everyone knows that much. The problem is what comes next. No, it's actually what comes before. Cannon was in the cousin's room in the guest house. The room was completely sealed with duct tape, and it has been proven that the seal was in effect until the time of the logic error. In other words, Cannon escaped from a locked room that was absolute, with no excuses or twisted logic possible. Good! This is why she called it a simple yet ultimate locked room. How did he escape from the perfect locked room known as the cousin's room? Heh. If I fixated on that question, I'd be no better than your average kid detective. That room is a perfect locked room, so there is no way to escape. In other words, trying to think of ways that Cannon could have escaped from the cousin's room is simply a waste of time. The real question is, how Cannon could have been somewhere other than the cousin's room at the time it was sealed. The cousin's room is a completely sealed can. If he was in there when it was sealed, then it's already game over. That means he was already outside at the time it was sealed. I checked everyone's location at the time of sealing the rooms. That check I performed must be suspect. At that time, I had just been inside the next room over and confirmed the presence of 5 people there with my own eyes. Hideyoshi, George, Kumasawa, Shannon, Nanjo. I specifically listed the names of those 5 people when performing. That's right, she said everyone. She didn't confirm. Interesting. I specifically listed the names of those 5 people when performing the location check for that room and received confirmation they were in there. Then I checked to see whether everyone else was in the cousin's room and had that confirmed for me as well. I said everyone, so whether he was Cannon or Yoshio or even Puru Puru Pico Man, they all should have been sealed in the cousin's room. It seems perfect. Though that word everyone seems perfect, something's fishy. Are they gonna do some fucking meme that I was talking about the entire time, that it's like, the exact definition of that phrase, everyone else, is all people whose names I did not mention directly. In other words, there are exceptions. For example, it's been confirmed that Hideyoshi and George were in the next room over. So humans with the name Hideyoshi or George don't need to be inside the cousin's room. It seems that Cannon told Jessica that his real name was Yoshio, but that was no red truth. In other words, what if Cannon's real name— oh my god. But I thought we had red truth already at this point that said that no one could mistake Cannon for Cannon. I thought we had that red truth from like episode 3, I think? It was 3 or 4. Or no, was it 2? Fuck, I don't know. It was one of the answer arcs, or question arcs. One second, let me... I think it was 4. Let me find this here. So I have here, as far as Shannon and Canon go, we know Shannon's real name is Sayo. We don't know Canon's yet. Okay. Da-da-da. I have this. Canon and Shannon are talking as though they retain memories from the loops. I don't remember when I put that, but... Canon is dead. Among the Five and Curious group, he was the first to die. Well, no, this isn't the part, because this isn't... The part was about the Kinzo thing. It was about the second Kinzo thing. Because this is all the fucking back and forth. I don't think it was at this point. I think it was well before this point. I had a thing about... Nobody could be mistaken for Canon. Let's see... Moving to Nanjo and Kumasawa being sliced in servant quarters. So here we go. If Canon's death was declared in red, there's no way he was alive. Therefore, there's a chance that it was someone else in a disguise that would make the group that was attacked mistake this person for Canon. They would never mistakenly think any other person was Canon. Just like the heredity of Kinzo's name, there's a possibility. Oh, see, this was never refuted, though. The only thing is that it's not that it's about the whole Canon part. Is there going to be just another, like, name inheritance fuckery? In other words, what if Canon's real name is the same as one of those in the next room over? They seem to be about the same age, so let's use George. Excuse me? What if there were two Georges in that room? It doesn't violate the red truth saying that Hideyoshi, George, Kumasawa, Shannon, and Nanjo are in the next room over. Let's say that Canon's real name was Tanaka George. Both Ushirimiya George and Tanaka George could exist in that room at the same time. In other words, there were 6 humans with 5 names. It looked to my eyes as though there were only 5 people in the next room over, but a 6th person, Canon, was hiding somewhere. I don't have the detective's authority, so it wouldn't be that difficult for him to fool my eyes and hide. I see, that double name trick. Stupid, so stupid. Alright, I've made my logic. Canon, who was hiding in the next room over, not the cousin's room, left by the window after the seals were placed. It's true. Nanjo's a goat. Bang. Ah. Ow. There was an explosion at the barrel of her gun, staining the tip of her fingers red with blood. The Blue Truth gunpowder had exploded. Ah, damn it. I had Delana seal that one a short while ago. I told her to ban any Blue Truth arguing about the windows of the next room over, so I can't use it. Damn. Oh, an accidental discharge. Careful now, guns can be dangerous. Shut up. It's just a little mistake. The windows of the next room over, you blocked them off with some inane trick, I hear. Gab told me. Did she now? And so what if I did? Delana, remove that foolish seal. That seal is now your shackle. Byato has figured out everything I've been thinking. And she's acting so confident, telling me to go ahead and use that argument. Lady Erika, please remove it. That fool. I'll make her regret this. Okay, as all those little glass shards fall or whatever they are. It seems you are ready, duelists. Please face each other with your pistols. Then fire with the sparks of truth. After facing away and readying herself one last time, Erika spun around. Byato had been facing her since the beginning. She had a confident, challenging smile as if she'd been kept waiting. Then without any signal, the two slowly raised their guns, pointing the red and blue glints they hid within their barrels at each other. Come. I could do with a little fun. Begin. First is how Canon escaped from the cousin's room. I'll use that as my bullet. Oh, so you'll start from there. Let's have it. Hold nothing back. Here I go. After holding the gun high and pointing it at Byato once more, Erika pulled the trigger with statements of red and blue truth. The cousin's room is guaranteed to be a perfect locked room until the end, so if Canon really had been in that room, it would have been impossible for him to escape. In other words, Canon was not in the cousin's room at the time it was sealed. Canon's name is an alias, his real name is still unknown. If his name happened to be the same as anyone in the next room over, that wouldn't contradict the check on who was in that room. In other words, it's possible for him to be in the next room over, not the cousin's room. I'm not copying this, but I'll put a summary thing in the note. Where is my... okay. Erika claiming that Canon's name is the same as someone in the other room, such that it would not count as being in, or would not count him as being in the cousin's room. The GOAT attendees chattered and clapped their hands in realization, as if to say, oh, of course, I didn't think of that. Oh, I love watching this. I love being surrounded by this chatter. After all, I am a detective. It is true that the next room over was sealed. But at the time of the logic error, only the doors were checked to see whether their seals were preserved. The seals were preserved. Therefore, there is a chance that the window seals were broken. Cannon was in the next room over and he escaped through that window. That is all. Any other theory would be impossible. If this doesn't work, then there's no truth left. As soon as she said that is all, both of them fired at the same time. After the blast rang out, it was Erika's gun that fell to the floor. Biyato's red bullet had knocked Erika's gun from her hands. Was it arrogance or confidence? If she had just aimed that bullet at Erika's heart, the whole thing would have been over. Biyato had missed on purpose. There was a confident smile on her face. It was as though she was offering to play with Erika a little longer. In fact, that was Biyato through and through. Beatrice, the witch who mocks others with unsolvable locked room tricks. At the time, the next room over was sealed. Hideyoshi, George, Kumasawa, Shannon, and Nanjo were in it, and the number of people in the room was 5. Ooh, fuck, okay. So then the question, I mean, the only thing with this, no one existed there except for those to whom those 5 names refer. That doesn't really answer the question, though. Every name has just one person that it belongs to, and no one can go by a name that is not theirs. Okay, there you go. Now you. Beatrice counters that no one... Oh, well, not really, though. But does when they say that has just one person that it belongs to? Every name has only one person it belongs to. Nobody can go by a name that is not theirs. Only the 5 mentioned in the other room. It was a thoroughly merciless red truth. It really was severe. Now that it had been limited to 5 people, any leeway for Cannon hiding there has been completely denied. Since only those to whom those 5 names referred existed within that room, Erika couldn't even make a new theory by suggesting that one person held 2 names so that the 5 names referred to only 4 people, and allowing for Cannon to sneak in even though his name wasn't on the list. Furthermore, the part about how every name has just one person that it belongs to and no one can go by a name that is not theirs was a fatal blow that cut down countless theories. Come to think of it, you only know the half-sleeping me from the last game, don't you? What do you think, Erika? How do you like the game of the Golden Witch? That's insane. Are you saying that Cannon slipped out of the room by magic? More importantly, why did you only knock my gun away? The human side must crush all the witch's riddles, whereas the witch side need only crush the human's theories once. Don't you find that unfair? So I decided to have it be even. Even? I've decided that I'll make my victory condition be the destruction of all of your theories. Oh my god, dude, she's unmodding her. I've won the riddle of Cannon's escape, but there's one more. Let's return to the first battleground where you gave Battler so much trouble. When Biyато snapped her fingers, the guest room of Battler's was reconstructed. She meant to fight once more in the room that had threatened Battler with a logic error, determined to settle things once and for all. Erika, pick up your gun. We'll have this room be your coffin. I say the same to you. I'll make you regret ever giving me this chance. Witness, I permit Erika to use X. X? Oh, the letter. A basis which doesn't need to be explained. So what are you going to let her do? I relieve Erika of her obligation to explain how Cannon escaped from his locked room and permit her to involve him in blue truths concerning this guest room trick without explanation. We have a theory for explaining how Cannon saved Battler. Did not also explain how Cannon escaped from his own locked room, it would have no basis. Erika had already lost that basis. Biyато was giving her a handicap by saying that she didn't need to explain that part. Naturally. And she's probably so tilted of being thought of as less. You've already used the red truth to guarantee that Cannon saved Battler. It's only natural that I be given this privilege. Erika faced away and concentrated even harder. As though twisting the knob on a radio, she turned all noise and idle thoughts down to 0. Now this is the best part, is I kind of don't want her to say any theory that I've come up with because Beatrice is going to shoot it down, so I don't want her to be right. It doesn't mean that there is an explanation, there just might not be one that she can come up with, you know? Liberated Liberator. Let's go, Furuto Erika. Detective Furuto Erika. As long as Cannon reaches this place, rescuing Battler isn't hard. The trick is as follows. Cannon used some kind of escape trick X to reach the front gates of the guest room, or the front of the guest room. While I was busy in the bathroom, Battler left the closet. Undid the chain lock, Battler went outside. Cannon entered in his place, Cannon set the chain lock, Cannon went to the closet at the end. This satisfied the 2 red truths about the chain lock being set in Battler's absence, and in exchange for this escape trick, Cannon remains inside the guest room. There's no room for argument on how tightly this room can act as a locked room. The chain is cursed. In this demonic locked room, one person must remain as a sacrifice for it to be acceptable. However, is such a simple theory really enough? The rescuer switched places with him, and the rescuer is hiding in the closet. No other sort of theory is possible, and yet Beato thinks she can win. In that case, does some other trick exist? The secret passage. It's impossible. I swear on the history of the mystery genre that there's absolutely, definitely, categorically no other way. But I'd never be able to call myself a detective if I gave in here. Consider, imagine, don't stop thinking. Please don't bring up a secret passage, please don't, because I'll lose. That's how you drive blue wedges into witches. One thing I can think of, yes, a wordplay trick. Oh, that's what I was thinking earlier, but no. It can only be some kind of, well, maybe, that just barely slips through the net of words spoken and read. In that case, I'll crush all possibilities. I'll crush them all with repetition requests. This final duel has already begun, even though we haven't pulled our triggers yet. Repetition requested. At the time Battler was rescued, only Cannon entered the guest room. I acknowledge it. At the time Battler was rescued, only Cannon entered the guest room. I believe that was the whole point. Repetition requested. From the time I entered the room to the time of the logic error, Battler, Cannon, and I were the only ones who entered or exited the room. I acknowledge it. From the time you entered the room to the time of the logic error, you, Battler, and Cannon were the only ones who went in or out of the guest room. Repetition requested. This refers to 3 people. I acknowledge it. It refers to 3 people, you, Battler, and Cannon. Okay, so Beatrice grants that only her, Cannon, Erika, Cannon, and Battler came and went around the time of the logic error. This only refers to 3 people. Okay. Confirming definition. Can I accept 3 people to mean the number of bodies? You're saying that the 3 bodies went in or out of the room, right? I've had enough of things being mixed about with names and numbers of people. I want this point to be clear. Of course. 3 people, in other words, 3 bodies. And I'll put more specifically 3 bodies. Only you and Cannon entered and only Battler left. Only Erika and Cannon entered. Only Battler left. It has already been said and read that every name has just one person that it belongs to, and no one can go by a name that is not theirs. Therefore, for each of the names Erika, Battler, and Cannon, only that single person can go by that name. Repetition requested. I am not the rescuer. Of course. You are the detective, are you not? Worry not. I will respect that. Confirming definition. How do you define rescuer? This is all. Thank you. Look, this. I don't want to use this in a bad way, but like this is kind of like the very like pencil pushy level of detail that I was expecting earlier in the game. Like, I want you to define down till there's nothing left. The only thing is, it does also corner you if it doesn't lead you into an explanation, so this is also important. I want to immediately remove the possibility that I rescued him accidentally. A rescuer means someone who reset the chain lock after Battler undid it. It does not matter whether they intended to save Battler or not. Okay, interesting. A rescuer. I have to put this in red in my notes. A rescuer is means someone. Sorry, I can't type. Who reset the chain lock after Battler undid it. It does not matter whether they intended to save Battler or not. Interesting. Since she said after Battler undid the chain lock, it's impossible for this to have occurred before I set foot into the room. At that point in time, I would not undo the chain for all eternity. After all, the game was suspended at that point, therefore it's impossible for me to have been the rescuer accidentally. More can boil it down even more, the chain can only be set from the inside. It's impossible for a person to escape on their own. Therefore we know that Battler didn't escape by himself. And I'm not the rescuer, only Cannon can be the rescuer. Plus Beato has already said that Cannon is the rescuer in Red Truth. Hello! Hungry person. What a cute emote. There's nothing to doubt. There's no room for anyone but Cannon to be involved, at least so far. Repetition requested. The definition of going in or out is crossing the boundary between the guest room and the area outside it. I acknowledge it. Repetition requested. The phrase guest room includes all of the bedroom, the bathroom, and the closet. I acknowledge it. I have no intention of wriggling out of this by saying the closet isn't a part of the guest room. Confirming definition. The inside of the guest room is divided into 3 sections, the bedroom, the bathroom, and the closet. I recognize it as such. Furthermore, you have already confirmed with the Red Truth that 2 of those sections, the bedroom and the bathroom, had no one hiding in them. Repetition requested. There is someone in the closet. I decline. Interesting. Beatrice refuses to answer if someone is in the closet. Damn. She's trying to protect her gay friends. She's not trying to out them, okay? You're an ally, Beatrice. I see you. Why's that? Because Cannon is hiding there. Cannon can use magic. So I gotta lift my mic again. It's drooped. Beatrice is an ally. It's true that he hid himself in the closet for a time, but he then immediately vanished with his magic. So there's no one in the closet. I cannot respond. I request for that to be repeated instead. Fool. The witch side has no obligation to explain how they did things with magic. No, it's completely obvious. There's no way she can say that Cannon disappeared with magic using the red truth. After all, magic doesn't exist. I'm fucking yawning like crazy. Ah! But is this enough? I've gone through every last minor detail, and yet there's an uncanny lack of dubious points. I can't imagine that there's any room for anything to go any differently. I think I added way too much any's there. I can't imagine there's any room for anything to go any differently from the theory I've had since the beginning. Oh, maybe I was right. There was 3 any's. Cannon must be in the closet. Whoa, why are you trying to out him? No wonder it has to be Jessica. He has to be. There's no way he isn't. I'll say it again. This locked room can only be escaped from by switching places with a rescuer. If Cannon tried to escape as well, another rescuer would be needed. However, no rescuer exists for Cannon. Battler escaped, so it's impossible for it to be him. Secret exit. And I won't undo the chain for all eternity. The people who have gone in and out of the room have been confirmed both by name and number of people. Which means my theory is set in stone. First, here are the details of the situation that are certain. The game ended while I was inside the guest room, so I did not undo the chain lock I'd previously set. I'm gonna write these down, because we're gonna try and put this together, although they're gonna probably spell it out before I'm still on the fucking secret thing Hideyoshi meme. The game ended while I was inside the guest room, so I did not undo the chain lock that I had previously set. So it can't be that he escaped behind my back after I left the room. Okay. Can't be. I like that somebody dropped their fucking tape recorder in water here, thank you. It can't be that he escaped behind my back after I left the room. I don't think there was a secret passage thing ever said for this room. Again, the whole thing with the secret passage, wasn't it all about fucking, what do you call it? Wasn't it about whether it wasn't foreshadowed or not either? We already know that there has to be some way to sneak into one of the rooms from the last episode. Furthermore, the chain lock was set at the same time I entered the room. I could be wrong, don't get me wrong, I'm not gonna say I'm 100% right, but there's a lot to remember. So my recollection is probably wrong. No one could have left the room during the few seconds between the time I entered and the time I set the chain lock. I sealed the guest room at the time I examined Battler's corpse, already knew this, so until I came again and broke the seals, it was absolutely impossible for anyone to go in or out. It's certain that Battler was hiding somewhere inside the guest room at the time that I entered it. The only chance Battler had to escape was after I broke the seals. To be even more specific, he had no chance to escape except for the time I was in the bathroom. Okay. I'm not going to include the others because we already knew that. He had to be even more specific. He had no chance to escape except for the time I was in the bathroom. By the above premises, Battler's trick to escape with the chain still is set as follows. For the aforementioned reasons, the only one who could have set the chain lock, which can only be set from the inside and allowed Battler's escape, is Cannon, and the only person to enter the room except for me and Battler. Okay. For the aforementioned reasons, the only one who could have set the chain lock, which can only be set from the inside and allowed Battler's escape, is Cannon, the only person to enter the room except for me and Battler. After Ken entered the room, he set the chain, hid in one place that he could hide inside the guest room, the closet. Aha! Whoa, that was close. They almost got me. They almost tricked me. I thought that I'd cornered him in the closet. It's the opposite. They're trying to make me think he's in the closet. So he's actually already out? We already know that he's gay? What was the order in which I searched the guest room? She checked the closet first, didn't she? First the bedroom, we confirmed with Red that there was nothing there. Then the bathroom. We confirmed with Red that there was nothing there. Is this gonna be some stupid fucking meme that he was like never there to begin with? That's it right there. When we examined the bedroom, there was nothing there. However, while I was investigating the bathroom, Kenan slipped out of the closet and hid again somewhere in the bedroom. In other words, the guarantee that no one was in the bedroom was torn apart after just 1 minute. I spotted it. This is the witch's trap, an attempt to lure me into thinking that Kanan's in the closet. The place he's really hiding is the bedroom. I mean, you played the game before, so you're probably right about the whole thing, but I'm just trying to think. I found it. I finally found it. Your trick. That was a close one. If I'd gone and said there was nowhere to hide except inside the closet, she'd have said, too bad the closet is empty. Huh? No, wait. It works the same way in reverse. I see, now I get it. It's an interchangeable logic trick. Damn that Beato. So when resolving the logic error, she's discovered this strange trick. This is literally a cat box meme, where you have to pick one and she can just pick the opposite. Okay, but this is where I'm going to start to get into like weird semantic things. I don't want to get into semantic things. Is there a difference between a hidden door and a hidden passage? Because I argued about this way earlier in the game. And I argued that there might be a difference between the two. Okay, that part is more damning. If I only notice the closet, she'll have Kanan hide under the bed, and if I only notice the bed, she'll have Kanan hide in the closet. Both are correct, and yet choosing either one means losing. I have to expose both at the same time, or it isn't checkmate. Incredible. I've never heard of such an unfair trick. If this was a magician's stage trick, it'd be a cheap one. If it was a mystery, it'd be just cheating, or just be cheating. However, in this witch's game, it's a legitimate logic trick. In chess, it'd be called a double check. No, a discovered attack. No, a discovered double checkmate? Even though this sort of logic would be a foul trick in the mystery genre, in this world where witches wage war with mystery, what a regal position it is. The beautiful placement on the black pieces cornering my white king feels almost like art. A work of such beauty that if I were a god in the age of myth, I might wish to display it in the sky as a constellation. That beauty even brought tears to my eyes. For the first time, I feel honored to have been allowed to participate as a human in a game of truth against a witch. And ironically, it taught me, a person who has always believed that there is only one truth, that truth isn't necessarily always singular. If I just broaden my perspective, I can see a completely different truth. And through each of these truths, and though each of those truths are true, both are incorrect if they are all you can see. In my life until now, just how many truths have I turned my eyes away from, because I was blinded by some trivial truth? This is the truth of the world. Because of our arrogance in thinking that only one truth exists, whenever we find one truth, we are blinded to all others. Thank you, Beatrice. I never thought that a witch would be the one to teach me the true nature of this world. Slowly, with a soft and gentle motion like a flower opening, with the morning dew dripping down inside, Erika raised her gun. I am the victor. I've seen through your double check. Then come. Battler's guest room disappearance trick is as follows. While I searched the room, Battler was hiding in the closet. Then during the disturbance in the bathroom, he unset the chain and escaped from the room. At that time, Kanan was waiting for him in the hallway. Kanan entered the guest room in his place and set the chain. This is the trick to Battler's disappearance. And afterwards, he hid in the bedroom. This happened after I checked to see that there was no one unexpected in the bedroom, so it is valid. In this way, Kanan the rescuer concealed himself in the bedroom. Oh, the Battle.net logo. Erika's blue bullet flew in a strange arc, became a wedge of blue truth, and pierced straight down through the bed and the floor beneath. Beato didn't pull her trigger, however she did quietly argue back with the red truth. Kanan does not exist in the bedroom. The GOAT attendees gasped. It appeared as though Erika had been defeated, denied by the red truth. To GOATs who can't see more than a single truth, it probably looks as though I've lost. But now you're going to argue that she cornered herself. Next is the real one. This is the answer from a human capable of understanding multiple truths. It looks like the tale of fantasy will end with the second twilight, so why don't I carry out the remaining twilights? And open the door to the Golden Land. If you are to disappear, then it should be surrounded by your golden roses. Oh, Jesus. The fires of blue truth flashed at Erika's feet, and she loaded a blue truth bullet once more. That overflowing blue power was now making her entire gun burn with a blue flame. She wasn't aiming for Beato, she was aiming behind Beato, at the closet. Now that the bedroom has been denied, you have nowhere left to run. Die, cannon. The 5 wedges of blue truth she released grazed Beato's cheeks, hair, and shoulders, then pin-cushioned the door to the closet. To gouge whatever human was inside to death, the 5 wedges slammed into the door in a vertical line. In other words, on the 4th twilight, gouge the head and kill. On the 5th twilight, gouge the chest and kill. On the 6th twilight, on the 7th, on the 8th, gouge and kill, kill, and kill. After being gouged by so many thick and sharp wedges, the human inside wouldn't stand a chance. This is the truth I've exposed. That is all. When she proclaimed that she had finished, the 5 blue wedges piercing the closet disappeared. However, the many large splintered holes left behind showed that it had indeed been pierced. Then, as though this had concluded the ceremony that led to the Golden Land, the space that was the constructed guest room became countless golden flower petals and drifted away. Now the duelist and the crowd of attendees were surrounded by the golden rose garden of the Golden Land. However, the closet behind Beato remained. It stood there all by itself, like a coffin. Then, as though teased open by a desolate wind, the whole covered closet door slowly opened. Inside was a human figure. The figure was covered up to the head by what appeared to be a greenish-gray robe. Greenish-gray robe. Greenish-gray robe. Greenish-gray. Is it going to be Kinzo because he's rotted? Of course, it also had large holes showing that it had been stabbed into. Eventually, it became clear this was not a robe, but a raincoat. If he had rushed here from the guest house, then there would be nothing strange about him wearing this into the guest house, or into the guest room. Then, with a rustle, the raincoat lost its human shape, crumpled, became a cloud of gold butterflies, and disappeared. No. Wait. Inside the coffin of the closet, nothing remained except an empty darkness. Cannon does not exist in the guest room. Of course, this includes all part of the closet, the bedroom, and the bathroom. Interesting. We reset the chain long after he undid it. It does not matter whether they intended to save Battler or not. The chain is still set, though. Huh. I'm trying to think if there's any way that they could have used Kinzo's dead body to try and skirt around the rules, but then I don't understand how the lock would be able to be reset, you know? That's the only thing that I'm kind of trapped on here, I guess. That's the only thing I'm trying to think. There has to be, like, some fuckery. Let me think. Yeah, but Kinzo is dead, right? It doesn't matter if only... yeah, but Kinzo's not alive, right? It doesn't. We don't need to... Any statements about Kinzo don't mean anything. Kinzo's dead. Kinzo's not a person at that point, he's a corpse. Although she said bodies, though, is the only thing. Fuck. I don't know, I kind of hope they almost don't answer this, because I kind of want to mull over this, but... Kennen let Battler escape and hid in the closet, and then he used magic to disappear. This is the witch's truth. That is all. The duel is decided. Cease! So Delano must know something. Another shot fired, though. What the fuck? And the winner is... Yeah, man, I'm gonna have to go back and think. This does seem insanely difficult. The attendees let out a cheer. Virgilia's group couldn't help but scream and shout in joy. I mean, the good thing is the next stream would probably be a theory stream anyways, right? So... The Seven Sisters jumped about in celebration. Then at the same moment, the two demons proclaimed Beatrice's victory. The heads ring worn by Erika, who was slowly crumpling to the ground, and the curse ring on Battler's finger both burst. At the same time, Battler coughed violently. Battler was starting to regain consciousness. Aww. Beato latched onto the coughing Battler in joy. Virgilia, Gap, and Ronove did the same. All of the Seven Sisters also crowded about him in delight. That's a nasty trick. You sure something like this counts? With a trick like this one, those humans will start complaining again about how this isn't a mystery. No, it's a splendid trick. That just can't be seen by people without love. Without love. I'm not giving her time to cry. I was writing a note, okay? Lady Erika. Lady Erika. Someone help her, quickly. The rose of blood in Erika's chest wouldn't stop opening its petals. Third-degree conceptual denial syndrome. Use of continuous neutralizer impossible. Neutralization only possible by an emergency approval for resurrection. The piece's master must provide approval for resurrection. Of course, Burncastle's not doing that. Lady Burncastle, give your approval for her resurrection. Lady Burncastle... where did she go? Switch request to ceremony guards. Find Lady Burncastle. Understood, ma'am. All Chester's data link, search formation. How despicable. To think that a master wouldn't watch her pieces duel to the end. Well, she probably figured she knew which way it was going, right? No, that is despicable in the extreme. After learning that her master was already nowhere to be seen, Erika, who was being held by Delaner, didn't feel lonely. On the contrary, she was relieved that she wouldn't need to be brutally scolded in the last moments of her life. Gods and demons, tell of her noble passing for generations to come. Noble? The villain is supposed to die pathetically so the star of the show can shine. I'm not anyone's piece anymore. I can finally control my own role. Lady Erika, you mustn't move. Stand back. Back off. When Erika yelled with all her soul, those who surrounded her flinched back and fell on their butts. I am the Witch of Truth, Furuto Erika. The Witch of Truth is a witch who can withstand the truth. Now. I can finally accept the real truth about myself. Oh god, she's blurring. I thought my fucking vision was going on me. The toxin of her own concept being denied raced through her. Her vision was already starting to blur. At the other end of her twisted range of vision were Battler and Beato hugging each other and looking at her. Me when I die, but my vision fades from the top right. Their expressions are firm. That's okay. Pity and sympathy would only make me look more pathetic. That sort of expression is a loser's greatest salvation. Lady Erika, the duel is already over. It is not over. Until death do them part. We won't let anyone disgrace her final moments. The two demons grabbed Delena's shoulders and held her back. Dripping blood, breathing heavily with an awkward gait, Erika walked towards Beato and Battler despite it all. As the blood dripped from her, it became golden flower petals which drifted away. so as she walked, she looked both divine and beautiful. The duel wouldn't end until one of them died, so even though the outcome was clear, it wasn't over. Beato and Battler told the people bunched around them to step back, and they both walked forward to face the noble loser. Erika. Congratulations on your resurrection. It seems you have bad luck with women. You'll never get a normal one to like you. True. And I'd never fall in love with a normal woman. Beato. No, I ask this of both of you. You wish for one final clash? No. I want you to kill Burncastle. Erika. Very well. We are not so boorish as to refuse your noble request. Thank you. As her consciousness began to waver, Erika raised her gun again. She pointed at the two of them. Beato also raised her gun to point at Erika. Aww. Then Battler placed his hand on hers. It's already resolved. What more could there be to argue about? Erika. Why am I powerless to help you? Now. Watch until the end. That's your job as her friend, isn't it? Both sides silently loaded their bullets of truth without saying a word. The color packed into each barrel was red. Though neither side spoke, did they both know what trump card the other would use? With this being the end, I thought that I should properly introduce myself. What's she saying? This late into the game? No one could imagine what red truth Erika had loaded. Beato? Are you sure? Yes. I don't mind. I understand. Let's at least pull the final trigger together. I know. Battler placed his own hand on top of the finger that Beato had around the trigger. Battler, I'm glad I met you. We will be together for all eternity. So you have to flirt right in front of me. This was starting to piss me off anyway. A teary farewell scene is definitely not for me. If you ask me, a villain's gotta wear this face to their very last moments. Okay. It's a nice look. Married life with you would probably have been fun enough to make me vomit. Of course. I would have locked you in a world of such constant, back-arching pleasure. Oh my. Oh my. That it would have taken Beato completely off your mind. It's 1,000 years too early for you to capture Battler's heart, little girl. Yes, that one's your cutest look by far. This is really the way for both of us to finish things. Come. Well, she cut her own line off. This is the final something. Erika spun into magnificent and grace. Stop! You're going too quick! Detective Fruto, Erika, at your service. I was stopping to let her speak so I could lift her. I may be uninvited, but I hope I'm not unwelcome. I am the visitor, the 18th human on Rokinjima. Sorry, but even if you join us all, that's only 17. Huh. Died on the first Twilight, died on the first Twilight. Oh, Nanjo. So we have another death faker. In terms of like... That is true, both 17 and 18 in red. That's what I'm saying. It's a real Dino Dance moment. Oh, the goats! You didn't need to list Nanja twice, come on. Bro, I thought these were supposed to be the fucking answer arcs. What's going on, man? Actually, to be fair, in Higurashi, you didn't really get anything till episode 7 either. So it kind of adds up. I'm assuming that's it? Oh. Dawn of the Golden Witch, episode 6, Tips Hunter. The Golden Witch has prepared a gift in commemoration of your recent sojourn. The new elements may be accessed from the title screen. Hey man, you might say that's the confirmation. It feels pretty hard to even interpret that. The 18th person on this island, even if you do join us, so in that reality... Oh god, this is such a headache. I'm too tired for this. Let the bear exchange their rings. Okay, let me put this down here. Tea Party, episode 6. I also fear I might be a little bit too tired to process what's happening right now. Let the pair exchange their rings. Also, I never said I was allowing voice for anything past that last chapter. Beato took Battler's hand and put a ring with the seal of the one-winged eagle on his finger. Are you sure? You are already the territory lord, so this ring belongs to you, Battler. You're certain? This is the world you created, your tale. Yes. I created this tale because I wanted to be with you. That means the purpose of this world has been fulfilled. So, from now on, I want you to write it. The rest of the tale about you and me. Heh, or am I dragging you out of your comfort zone? I am merely pushing the tiresome task of territory lord onto you. It's much easier being the wife where you only have to brag. I just need to play around and wait for you to write a new tale. And for each new tale you write, I will play any role you devise for me. A wicked witch or an adversary, a lover or a wife. I mean, I would hope that your wife is your lover. If not, I mean... My tales are pretty intense. You'll be busy from dawn till dusk. Sounds perfect. Beato's hand relinquished the ring of the territory lord. From Battler she received a silver ring with a crest that could only be worn by the wife of the territory lord. Then they exchanged their rings, and their wedding was complete. Then the pair turned around, faced the packed crowd of guests, and raised their rings high. A thunderous applause rang out for them. Like, I have an impression in my mind, and I feel like it's sort of obvious because I kind of just said it, but... In commemoration of the night's events, the Great Territory Lord will now recognize the accomplishment of certain people. Let those called come forward. At Battler's nod, Beato read the name of the first guest to be recognized. Canon, come forward. Okay, I'm gonna say this before they get into this. I feel like the insinuation they made was that Canon didn't exist, but then they also said he died. I don't know, I also was like closing my eyes and reading my fucking notes at the end there. So I didn't really see the whole scroll of people. Even if she joins, there's only 17, which means there's really only 16. Because Kinzo is dead before the start of the game, which knocked us down to 17. In reality, there's somebody else that either doesn't exist or was also dead. More so probably the doesn't exist part. And the only thing is like... Is this gonna be a whole fucking meme that literally every scene that Canon was presented with was also magic? Was it like the splitting of the furniture into two parts? You had Shannon and you had Canon, and then Shannon was allowed to become a full human, but that necessitated the revealing of the fact that Canon was dead the whole or not rather dead, but rather didn't exist. Yeah, I know that's the part I can't get, is when she says, like, the 18, because we have a confirmation of 18 and 17. The only other way I can view this is that Erika was like... Did Erika just not? No, because she snuck out. I may just be too small-brained. I'm sorry, I'm literally just like thinking here. My brain is like actually mush right now. I don't know. Let's just rock this out. I'm fucking tired. I have a lot of time to think about it before the next stream. Cannon, come forward. Cannon. A girl goat pushed her way through the crowd, took off the mask and yelled. A cloud of gold butterflies gathered before Battler and Beato, and took the form of Cannon kneeling in front of those two nobles. Cannon had already died and vanished. However, all of the dead revive in the Golden Land. Dude, I really should have fucking wrote down all the red. I shouldn't have started skipping them, because it was like, oh, this is fucking annoying. Cannon right here. Oh, dude, I'm gonna have to fucking hit the theory on this. Oh. My only thinking is that I feel like we can guarantee the 5 people who were in the one room, the other room. But then I start to wonder about the other thing. That's like the only suspicion I have right now. Because the very fact of not specifying everybody is like going to be really important. I just don't know why. And then how do I square the circle of her saying, I'm the 18th person on Rokenjim, and then saying, sorry, even with you, there's still only 17. When my husband was locked up and in danger, you rescued and displayed your self-sacrifice by choosing to remain in the eternal prison in his place. Your devotion is deserving of commendation. Therefore, we will allow for your resurrection as well as your continued service. Oh my god, this blows my fucking thing out of the water if they resurrect him. My lady, I am deeply thankful. Cannon, Yoshia. Yoshia, Jessica raced forward and landed sobbing in Cannon's chest. Cannon patted her head gently and held her. You won't be serving as furniture, you'll be serving as a human. Do you understand what that means? I do. After looking at Jessica sobbing, he looked at Battler again. No, this is like fucking ruining my whole theory. Stop. Now for the next pair, Ushirimiya, George, and Shannon. Come forward. Because the only way that I can think right now, and I'll put this out as a floater right now, is the idea that, let's say, I know that there's a lot of reds about Cannon and stuff. Let's just pretend that Cannon didn't exist, okay? I know that doesn't make any sense. Let's just pretend he didn't exist. If Cannon didn't exist in some form or fashion, or if we're to view Cannon as though it's like a magical interpretation every time he's on screen, that would allow for somebody to operate with... But the only thing is, each person only has one name referred to them. So the question is Cannon... But I think they said that nobody has aliases or alter egos. There is so many... I wish... Is there like a repository somewhere that has all the fucking red statements? It says everybody only has one name. Because the only other thing I can think is there's somebody that's hidden on the island that we don't know that is canon. Everybody only has one name, so it can't be the people that we know. There is something that has all the red statements. If you could provide me with the link with that, I'd be much appreciated. I know there's like the LP archive, but I'm afraid of like going on there and getting spoiled, because when I was going through the answer arcs, like it shows all the chapter names, and I'm just a little bit sussed about that. I'm a bit afraid to go too far. Yes. George and Shannon were the next to be called. Perhaps they had already readied themselves. They walked forward boldly and kneeled. Ushirimiya, George right here, Shannon right here. You two withstood Zaparin for first trial until the very end. Your great achievements in affection, determination, and nobility are exemplary and deserving of commendation. Therefore, I issue you a marriage certificate signed by his lordship. We are deeply thankful. This certificate overrides objections from one and all. Let the families of those recognized bless this union with all their hearts. You heard her. No more squabbling. Let's all just throw rice at them and celebrate. Congrats, you two. When the territory lord clapped his hands in celebration, it spread throughout the entire cathedral. Then a group of goats in the front line of the crowd took their masks off one by one. Now listen here, I won't stand for you making too much salty miso soup, understand? And George is getting a little overweight, so go easy on the sugar. George, when a man gets married, he's got to treasure his wife. So this has all the red truths, and I'm assuming it's just like don't scroll down too far type shit. Oh, I see, I can forge it I can look by episode. Okay, I see. Thank you, that's very helpful. Let me bookmark this. I have to be very fucking careful to not go down too far. Okay, I'll go over that later when I'm theorizing. I don't have the brain power to fucking do this right now. George, when a man gets married, he's gotta treasure his wife even more than his parents. No matter what your mother says, you make sure you protect Shannon. Yes, of course. George. George needs a solid 7 hours of sleep each night. I'll never forgive you if you let him stay up late. And don't forget that washing his back and cleaning his ears are also a wife's responsibilities. Is that true? What have I done? That varies depending on the family. Rudolph, have you been properly caring for your wife? You should know. Why are you suspicious? Find happiness, you two. Marriage isn't the goal. It's just the starting line, okay? Says Rosa, the unmarried. Congratulations, congratulations. You, congratulations. We can't let them beat us, can we? Yeah, no way we're losing, damn it. All of the Ushirmiya family, all of the servants, and all the spirits and demons in attendance celebrated the honorees with even greater applause. Thus, the tale woven by the Golden Witch comes to an end. It seems proper to conclude the tale with the epitaph. The following is the passage of the Golden Land on the Golden Land from the Golden Witch's epitaph. The witch shall praise the wise and bestow 4 treasures. One shall be all the Golden Land's gold, one resurrects all the dead people's souls, one even revives all the love they possessed, and one for the witch to eternally rest. Rest in peace, my beloved witch Beatrice. Thank you, that was very helpful. By helpful, I mean that didn't really... I feel like I'm getting fucking whacked over the head right now, by the way. So this means Beato now rests fulfilled. That interpretation is probably appropriate. And, now that the game is over, Oni-chan will be released, right? What will happen to him? Well, I wonder. The book of this fragment tells no more of the story. So in the end, we won't even find out what happens to Oni-chan? It's not as though anything will come out of it anyway. In the end, Oni-chan and the others never came back. They reached the Golden Land and enjoyed themselves there. So says the tale, but in reality, everyone died in that horrific accident. Still, I've learned a lot of very interesting things. That island really is a crazy place of illusions. Indeed. And your reading was truly wonderful. I feel worn out like watching a 6-hour movie all at once. I'm tired. The other thing that would be interesting to go back through is how many people interacted with canon. Ushirmiya Angie, you really have worked hard. My boredom was eased by your reading. The gratitude I feel towards you is one I have not felt since long before I stopped counting the years. If you're grateful, why can't I have some of the commendation too? Or some kind of commendation too? What would be good? Give me some time. I will think. Featherine sat down in her rocking chair and rocked it gently, apparently trying to think of something. Ushirmiya Angie, you really have worked hard. You have done well to keep reading for me until the end. With this, your responsibilities as my Miko are lifted. You may return to your original world and be reunited with the fate that you have been given. Sheesh. Feels like this was one hell of a side trip. Do not pout. I am thinking of a reward now. Yes, why not every once in a while? That said, it has been quite some time. I imagine the ink from the bottle has dried up by now. Even after the tale ended, Angie and Hachijo's debate over it continued for quite some time. It was very serious and fiery. Angie had acknowledged that this tale was no crazy literary work, but a new message bottle which had drifted here once more from the Rokenjim of 12 years previous to tell her of a single possible truth. And it seemed as though she had found her own interpretation of the truth she thought the tale was trying to tell. Of course, there was only one truth, and it did not mean an end to her journey. Still, this interpretation had its place. It wasn't sufficient to fill the 12-year gap in her heart. However, for now, she was content just to enjoy the feeling the tale had created, along with the bitter coffee Hachijo had made. Thank you for reading until the end, and thank you for your thoughts and opinions. I'm sure the very first Endless Witch is happy. Wow, so you can say stuff like that. If you just talk like that from the beginning, I'll bet you have tons more fans. I am merely praising the wonderful reader that you most certainly are. I just wanted to say that rather than write for a silent readership of unthinking swine, I would find it a much more productive use of my limited time on this earth to write a manuscript for you alone. Hee. That's the kind of thing you don't have to say. Well, I'll take it as a compliment. Okay. I get the feeling that I've spent a really, really long time here. It feels as though I've spent a major fraction of my life here. It should feel uncomfortable sitting here on a sofa in someone else's house, but for some strange reason it feels as familiar as my own home. However, the clock shows that it's been only about 2 or 3 hours since I met her. My sense of time feels very strange. Your friend seems to be taking his time. Must be a long phone call. It's creepy for a guy to talk that long on the phone. He said he was going to make a scheduled report to Okanogi, didn't he? Even though he was told that he could use the phone here, he declined and went to look for a public phone somewhere else. Something about how he didn't want to risk being bugged. It was too ridiculous a point to argue, so I just left him to it. Is the public phone far? If you go out onto the street, there's a store on the corner a short way down. Then I'll be on my way. Here, consider this payment for the snacks or whatever. If I let you keep that money, will you come again, read my next manuscript, and tell me your opinions? You're willing to pay rolls of money to get an uncouth girl like me to read your manuscript. On the contrary, you are a good reader and a good thinker. It is in search of a person like you that we weave these tales and set them loose into the world. You praise me too much. I just take books a little too seriously. As thanks for the considerable time you have given to me, I will someday write your tale. Am I going to appear in another of your forgeries? I hope you kill me in a slightly better way this time. Do you like miracles? You mean story contrivances? I used to hate them, but recently I've become a big fan. I've been spoiled though, so you'll have to one-up jumping off a skyscraper and ending up unharmed because I don't even count that as a miracle anymore. Then one day perhaps I will write you a tale that you will consider a miracle. I'm really sorry for barging in all of a sudden and saying all kinds of mean things. Not at all. It was a worthwhile conversation. Perhaps I will have my head editor arrange another meeting between the two of us. If the opportunity presents itself, see you again. Have a nice day. Yes, it may happen again sometime. I pray that you find your truth. Thank you. If you do ever reach your truth, please try making your truth a tale as well someday. You want me to become one of you witches? I'm not sure about that. I'm bad at writing. A good reader isn't necessarily a good writer, you know? Ah, quite true. I myself can never read anything written by anyone else. Sheesh, and I'm off. After this, I will probably never see you again, but I pray I will be fortunate enough to meet another you somewhere someday. Aww, but I like Hachijo. Can I ask one last question? Go ahead. That feather-eyed witch who appeared within the tale, that's you, right? It may be presumptuous to say it, but that was my intention. This might be a strange question, but are you Featherine, or is Featherine you? Why? I haven't the foggiest idea what you mean. The mysterious woman remained mysterious to the end, and so I made it through a day I have no memory of, and the following day I took a boat to Nijiba. I'll probably never see her again. However, that just means that I won't see her. The other me's might somewhere down the road. Just as I was able to reach several truths, I pray that they too can reach their destinations. So long, Featherine. If you ever write a better story, please call me again. If I'm free, I might drop by. Aww. That's sad. No problem. It's the cushiest escort job I've ever had. I'd almost like to invite you along, sir. I'll take a pass on that. You know how old I am. I'm done running around all over the place. The person on the other end of the line was Okanogi. Okanogi was also one who tended to move from place to place, so it hadn't been easy to catch him even on the phone. Our trip's been pretty cool, so right now there's no need to run around. Sumadera Kasumi is searching like a madwoman for him. According to my source, she's fixed herself a ride for Rokenjima already. 2 Rokenjima already. You'll bump into her there. So just as planned, it'll likely be 5 or 6 people at most, and they'll probably be armed with nothing more than handguns. They're no match for you. Feel free to run wild, but make sure you kill them. Have you received that favorite toy of yours? Of course. Excuse me. I'm surprised you managed to get this into the country. Behind Amakusa was the rental car that they had borrowed under a false name, inside of which was now a black golf bag. The Sumadera head family has already given the okay, but make sure you get out of Japan as soon as you're done. Don't forget to buy your cup ramen by the box in Narita before your flight out. Heh, I'll take care this time. It's an easy job. There's also the other matter. You understand me, right? Other matter. Well, now you've lost me. Playing dumb, huh? Well, whatever. At the end of the day, you're a man who's never betrayed my expectations. If you're clever about it, you won't even have to get your hands dirty. There should be plenty of ways to handle it. I'm not sure what you're talking about. I know Angie's an unfortunate kid. Still, all she had to do was play the part of a secluded, wealthy young lady. Since Ava's death, we've all been in agreement on uniting together going forward. This little portable shrine of ours is important, but she's also a liability. We're talking about world peace here, right? Well, let's see how it goes. I hope those Sumadera black suits know how to shoot a gun right. Oh, damn, they're trying to... There's an inside job to whack Angie? What the fuck? What is it, sir? Don't tell me that after a few days on the run, you and Angie have already hooked up. Ha! Me and that bratty little girl? Please. Dude, he must love Charlie XCX. Hey, it's not like I care. It'd mean you finally managed to move on, enough that you can take passes at women, at least. Half the world is women, you know. You'll never last if just one or two give you the jitters. Oh, speak of the devil, she's here. Guess that's all for today. I'll contact you after I reach our lodgings on Nijima. Later. Angie walked down the street towards me. Why'd she have to do that when I told her to wait for me to come back? If only she wasn't like this, she might have lived a long life. That was a pretty long call. I was so tired of waiting that I left. Heh, sorry about that. How was it for you, Missy? Did you learn anything interesting? It was interesting. That's all I got out of it. Ha! Sounds cool. After Amakusa opened the passenger's side door, Angie got in the car. Amakusa quickly went around to the driver's seat. Then let's head to the harbor. According to the old man, the Sumadera family has set up a net. If we do get caught, then that's the measure of my luck. If we don't, then Rokenjima's waiting for me. Let's leave it all to luck. Luck, is it? When you can't decide what to do, or when it doesn't matter either way, it's not so bad to entrust your fate to a coin toss. Heh. Then I'll leave it to luck too. I'm no stranger to that sort of thing myself. My bodyguard has just said he'll leave everything to luck. This sucks. Since I have to leave for that phone call, I totally missed the clincher. What happened after I left? Let's hear it. No, I'm not telling. It's a shame. The car dashed through the hilly town. It would not return to Hachijo's house for all eternity. However, Angie didn't get sentimental about it. For now, she just wanted to silently consider the new message bottle, the current endless witch Hachijo Toya had given her. In the rearview mirror, the town where a witch lived faded off into the distance. However, that scene wasn't reflected in Angie's eyes. Interesting. Pouring out for Hachijo, my goat. I'm just writing some notes here. Okay, now the question mark. And then we're done for the day. Dude, my throat is sore. Lambda, where are you? Just having to say that felt like admitting defeat, and I didn't like it. Why is it that she's always so obnoxious and clingy when I don't need her, and then won't answer when I call her name? Where am I? Annoyed by the completely predictable ending, I had left the cathedral. I had planned on finding some terrace with a cool night's breeze, where I could kill time until the end of that farcical reception. Jeez, I have the hiccups. It's true that I tried to find somewhere desolate so I didn't have to look at people. But this is a bit ridiculous. I, the great burnt castle, am lost? A miracle like that certainly couldn't happen. Yes, miracles don't exist in this world. To create a miracle, you need an amount of time that can never be reached, a period that is no different from infinity. So when something that appears to be a miracle happens in a shorter span of time than that, it is not a miracle, but due to someone's design. In other words, the reason I'm walking down this bizarre corridor is because someone's design has forced me here. Who did this? Who pulled this elaborate prank on me? You must be quite the shy one, calling me out to a desolate place like this. Then, from the other end of the dark corridor, I heard a sound. Patter, patter, patter. It sounded as though some small animal like a dog or a cat was walking at a quick pace. No miracle could cause a dog or cat to be in a place like this. Such a miracle would not be allowed. Since it isn't a miracle, that means I am being guided in that direction. Alright then. This might be some new idea to keep me entertained. If this is some new joke of Lambda's, I'll cover her whole body with honey using my tongue as a reward. Oh my. And then I'll stick parasol chocolates into her eyes and tell her to never do it again. In the direction that noise had come from, it was not only dim but shrouded in complete darkness. However, I could sense something in that darkness. Whoa. Hello. Hello. There were two emerald green glints, probably cat's eyes. The eyes of a black cat that blended well into the darkness. Are you the one who called me here, or are you just the messenger? When I looked at my feet, I saw red cat footprints leading towards those cat eyes. It was unsettling, as though I had run through a puddle of blood on its way there. After my eyes adjusted to the darkness, even with the lack of light, I was vaguely able to make out the red footprints ahead of me. They weren't actually glowing or anything, but they served perfectly well as a signpost leading me onwards. Patter, 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 patter. As though it was telling me to follow, the cat turned around and dashed off into the darkness. What is it? Something feels very strange. Oh my god, I'm sorry. I don't know why I keep yawning. Well, actually, because I am tired now. It's a feeling I haven't felt since I began calling myself the cruelest witch in the world. I can't quite remember what this feeling is. Still, for one as tired of boredom as me, it's surely more fun this way. I followed the bloody footprints of the cat, which would sometimes stop and look back at me, and walked on and on through the dark corridor. It headed forward, turned corners, and descended what appeared to be stairs from time to time. And then, though I couldn't really tell because of the darkness, it slipped through the crack of a door. Here? I pushed the door open slowly, but it was dark on the inside, just like the corridor. However, the air and the slight change in the echoes made by the footsteps told me that this was a room, not a corridor. The sounds of the cat's footsteps were gone. However, the bloody footprints remained. Jesus, slurring my words. Another light fixture. Yes. On the other side of some sort of wooden screen, under what looked like a small spotlight, that same black cat was noisily gobbling down a bowl of pet food. I see. So this is its reward for bringing me here. Cat. Sorry to bother you during your meal, but I'd like you to summon your master. That is, unless you're actually the one who summoned me. Talking to it didn't cause it to turn around. Well, I guess it is an animal eating its food. If I kick it away, it'll probably run off to its owner. When I did kick the cat, it sailed away like a stuffed animal. It hit the wall and fell to the ground. Then it vanished as though it had melted into the darkness. What's with this cat? Is it just an illusion? An illusion? What are you hiding? When I looked at its food bowl, it was piled up with what appeared to be blood-drenched raw meat. It was as though someone had torn apart living flesh on the spot and piled it into there. Come on, what's with the creepy reception? That was a mean thing to do. Kicking it. The instant I heard that voice, the hairs on the back of my neck stood on end. Then the surrounding area finally brightened. However, Burncastle had already guessed where this was before it grew bright. Oh, it's gonna be the meeting. Please be Featherine, please. Yes, I need the drama. I need the drama. Let me know. That was you, that cat. My dear flesh-eating cat who has learned to choose its own path. It has been long oh my god, the fan service, I need it. It's been long since we last met. It's a path I'd never have noticed if you hadn't told me. You're the monster who taught me the taste of flesh. So you've come back to life. Featherine Aurora. I don't know if she fucked up the name. She was like stuttering, she was scared. It's Augustus Aurora. You never learn no matter how often I tell you that. Very well. Even that brings back fond memories. I've heard the rumors. It seems you have taken the name Burncastle Witch of Miracles and have been traveling around playing some far from praiseworthy fragment games. Oh my god, this is like a mother scolding a daughter. I'm just imitating you. Though I could hardly match up to your level, if the rumors you've heard about me are bad, that applies 100-fold to you. Burncastle sat unreservedly in an antique chair, as though she was already familiar with the place. What are you afraid of? I am merely celebrating my reunion with my longest-serving Miko so far. Did you really find my messenger cat so displeasing? By all appearances, Burncastle's manners seemed relaxed. However, Featherine admonished her, telling her not to be afraid. And judging by the expression that rose to Burn's face, Featherine had been right on the mark. Did you really have to make such blunt insinuations against me? A cat leaving behind bloody footprints and stuffing its face with blood-stained meat? Have no fear. Look closely. Where do you see a cat stuffing its face with blood-stained meat? I just gave it a plate of biscuits as a reward for going to get you. Despite there being no wind, the bowl at her feet seemed to blow away as though it was made of soot. In its place lay a lovely and perfectly normal cat dish, with a pile of small biscuits on top of it. Berncastle didn't even hide her displeased grimace. Featherend shrugged and muttered, "You haven't changed, child of man," as she rocked her rocking chair. I see you're as unpleasant as ever, but nowadays I find you pleasing. Imitating you really has been far from boring. Scold me as you please. It is the parting gift I gave you when we last met. You liked abusive Mikos because they kept you entertained, right? Ridiculous. If talking will only please you, I'll shut up. So, what do you want with me? It seems Beatrice's game has ended with Battler's victory. I observed it. It was quite entertaining. I'm sure you enjoyed seeing me fail miserably. Nonsense. It was a splendid performance. I'm sure Beato is very grateful to you. And? If you want me to read the fragments of Beato's game aloud for you, I refuse. I'm not your Miko anymore. I have observed all of Beato's games. I also watched Lambda Delta's game and Battler's game with great interest. I believe I have fashioned my own particular answers to all the mysteries. The culprit, the motive, the individual tricks. I'm not yet clear about the very last part of the epitaph's riddle, but I have enough of a theory that if I actually went to Rokkenjima and investigated, I should be able to resolve that part as well. And, of course, since there is no single truth, my theory is probably only one of many possibilities. However, it is one of those possibilities, so that problem is a trivial one. What are you up to? Do you want to debate Beato's game with me? I have a weird prediction that what Angie saw in the thing was a clock in the display case. And maybe that's what got transported her to here, to like a time beyond time. You know? Wrong. What I want is to look at the answers, child of man. The words of Featherends made Berncastle straighten up. Her old master did not fail to notice that small reaction. So far, you have spiced up this tale as an actor. In doing that, you have probably come to know many truths. However, even you are unaware of the truth behind several mysteries that Beato has skillfully kept hidden, correct? I see. You want to use me to chew apart and string out the guts of something again. After watching a play, the experience of reading the pamphlet and learning what goes on behind the scenes is similar to, as you would say it, enjoying some black tea after a meal. It is ceremony, but essential nonetheless. You play with them and love them while they're alive, then eat their flesh when they die. So cats are doubly useful to you. Just die, monster. I want to look at the answers. I'm sure you want to know them. Think of it as a burial for Beato's corpse where you are in charge of the service. What do you say about that, child of man? Now you're starting to speak my language. When Featherine snapped her fingers, a thin spotlight shone on a table cluttered with books. There lay a folded version of the game board for Beato's game. The Witch of Theater-going spun her finger in a circle, and the game board opened up by itself, revealing the rows of black and white pieces that were packed away inside it. It is a complete set, containing the game board and all the pieces. The records of the previous games are all there as well. With a rustling sound, the books flipped through all their pages of their own accord, shut themselves, and flew to the side of the game board where they waited. Inside them, all the movements of the pieces during the previous games were recorded. I see. So you were short a player and a commentator. We were also short on black tea, and I suppose dried plums. Of course I will find some. Okay. If you add on some mustard rice cakes, then we have a deal. The negotiations are concluded. I have one condition. Oh, and what is that? I'm going to be the reader, right? I have no love, so I might interpret all kinds of things in strange ways. However, the reader is free to read things in a manner and with an intonation of her choosing. I only want to check the answers. I have no interest in the tale itself. The particular kind of tale you choose to create is of no interest to me whatsoever. Ah, yes. Now I see what you're after. Will you accept that condition? Very well. I want to know the answers. You want an outlet for your grievances. The negotiations are concluded. When Featherine snapped her fingers once more, a large chair appeared as though beckoning Berncastle to sit there. The chair, its design horribly mismatched with the furnishings of this room, was a throne. Ooh. Wait, I've seen this before. This is... I acknowledged it. You may sit. You are the game master. Are you sure? Are you really sure? You may create whatever sort of tale you like to ease your inner hatred. I am not interested. However, I have one condition as well. Provide all of the answers I seek. No hiding, concealment, or tricks. Leave it to me. Tearing apart the chest and ripping out the guts is my specialty. After all, you trained me. I shall make you some black tea, with my own hands, not magic. Let the master treat her Miko to some tea. Ooh, okay. Bito once told me that tea is best drunk in the company of a witch. It seems we differ in that regard. Dun 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 dun. At some point, that dish piled with biscuits had reverted to a mountain of torn apart meat and a splatter of red. And not just meat, even intestines. Tea is best enjoyed with your fellow monsters. I do kind of like the Hanyu evil angle. That's my goat right there. Gobbledygook! I'm so brain broken right now, I don't even know how to put it into words. Unfortunately, I have to go study for an exam all of tomorrow, so I'm not going to have time to theorize, but like I said, it's going to be a few days break. I don't know when I will be back. It's not going to be like probably more than a week, but I just don't know exactly. Yeah, you're right, it does. Basically tells you that episode 7 is going to reveal all the answers, and it might be in a brutal way that isn't necessarily true, but I guess, so would you say that episode 6 is like the true ending? That's kind of what it seems like. Bar, I guess, maybe episode 8. Episode 8 might be like a little bit of a curveball. I guess the whole thing with this game is interpretations, though, so I guess it's hard to say a true ending, but it feels the most true so far. I still have to search up whenever this game is over if the girl that does the opening song on the intro is, what do you call it? If it's the same girl that sings the Steins Gate OP for the anime. It sounds very similar to me, but to be honest, I could just not have an ear for it. In that case, let's get the pieces ready. If we keep counting, this will be game number 7, right? Correct. An auspicious number. It won't be for Bito. Berncastle slowly picked up a black piece. It was the piece that represented Beatrice. It was sometimes a king, sometimes a queen, and could even become a knight. However, that was only if it got promoted. Until then, it was only a trash piece like a pawn. First came piece positioning. Even this early, the witch's game had already begun. Berncastle took Bito's piece and slowly raised it high. And threw it off the board. First move, placement. Beatrice on d8. When the seagulls cried, none were left alive. Jesus. Okay. We have now reached the end of episode 6, and my brain being turned fully to mush. Absolutely, thank you for watching the VOD. I appreciate it a lot, more than you know. Oh, I love that we switched to this. And I will be back. Like I said, I'm hoping I will be back on Sunday is going to be my tentative date. I have to go back on Saturday for my dad's birthday. And I have an exam for 2 days. Dude, I love that Featherine is like maybe evil. I actually fucking love that so much. There's something about this girl too. Why does 556 just keep getting brought up as dead every time and like we don't give a fuck? Like Idgaf, you know? Okay. I won't waste too much time here. I am going to have a lot of theorizing to do. I'm probably going to do a fair amount of it on stream or off stream. Because most of it is going to be me reading shit. It'll probably be really boring. So it's going to be like the stream that I did I actually have to do some more editing because I realized I didn't blur out all the details that I needed to in the stream. But it was like, it's going to be more like the stream that happened between episode 5 and 6. We're going to do another one between 6 and 7. I imagine between 7 and 8 we probably won't need to do one. So this will probably be the finale theory stream, maybe. I'll probably do most of the theorizing offline. And, yeah. I'll catch you guys, or whoever shows up, whenever I'm live next. I will try to give some kind of notice. But I appreciate anybody that watched, that stayed for this long-ass fucking stream, and if you're watching this to the end on the VOD on YouTube, I appreciate it. Thank you very much. I will try to have this uploaded as soon as possible. There won't really be that much editing that's needed for this video, so I'll try to have episode 6. I might need to do another after episode. Okay, you know what? Then we'll say final theory stream part 1, and then part 2 will be after episode 7. Man. Oh, there's something funky going on here with that 17 thing. I guess it's to interpret that final statement. Okay, regardless, I don't want to waste too much time because I'm literally just reading shit on the side monitor on that red truth thing that you sent. Again, I appreciate that link. I'll be around whenever I'm around. I'm going to set a tentative date for Sunday. It'll be sometime around then. Again, thank you for stopping by. Gonna have a lot of thinking to do because I am very confused. I thought I had a good grasp on it, and then we hit the whole locked room fiasco. My brain got broken. Okay, that's all. Thanks for stopping by. Night-night or good day, whatever it is for you.